The world has plunged into an ice age, resulting in the demise of 95% of humanity. In his previous life, Shen Heng was betrayed by his girlfriend and his brother. Now, returned to life, he vows to show no mercy. Astonishingly, he has also acquired a super vending machine in his reincarnation. Chapter 1. The Super Vending Machine. Adulterous couple. I shall haunt you even in death. Shen Heng gasped, suddenly sitting up in bed. Had I not been slain by my closest brother? Could this be a dream? Yet, this dream appears rather protracted. He reached for his phone by the pillow and, upon seeing the date, froze in disbelief. August 8th, 2088. I have been reborn? Shen Heng could hardly fathom it. He had distinctly witnessed his longtime brother, Su Chao, plunging a knife into his own abdomen. And there was his beloved girlfriend, Feng Lu, nestled in Su Chaos' embrace, coldly mocking him. In the frigid apocalypse, he had relied on his fire abilities to survive along with his girlfriend and brother for 3 months. However, once Su Chao gained ice abilities, he began to take matters into his own hands. Especially in this apocalyptic world, where the global average temperature plummeted to -70 degrees Celsius, the icy landscape amplified the potency of their powers. Shen Heng's fire abilities were severely suppressed apart from providing warmth. Killing the mutated monsters became an arduous task. Preoccupied with survival, he had failed to notice Feng Lu discreetly aligning herself with Su Chao. On the day he ventured out in search of food and returned empty-handed, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an intimate scene between Su Chao and Feng Lu. The living room's fireplace blazed with a roaring flame, rendering the room as warm as spring. Su Chao and Feng Lu sat on the sofa, drenched in sweat. This was a result of Shen Heng's departure, during which he had consumed a significant amount of supernatural energy and deliberately raised the temperature of the fireplace. Consequently, it made things easier for this pair of illicit lovers. Upon noticing Shen Heng, Su Chaos' expression changed dramatically. He seized the initiative and unleashed a beam of blue light, encasing Shen Heng in ice. By the time Shen Heng managed to melt the ice encasing his body, Su Chao had already seized a knife from the table and lunged forward, plunging it violently into Shen Heng's abdomen. In the apocalyptic world, everyone knew that the lower abdomen was a fatal target for supernatural beings. The powers of all supernatural beings were sustained by a luminous orb of energy within their abdomen, akin to the dantian of a cultivator. Should this orb be destroyed, their abilities would vanish entirely. The same held true for supernatural beings. Without their powers and now severely injured, Shen Heng was akin to a fish on a chopping block, vulnerable to slaughter. Shen Heng coughed up blood, gritting his teeth in fury as he cursed Feng Lu. Yet Su Chao, with a smug smile, gleefully informed Shen Heng that the two of them had been clandestinely involved since before the apocalypse arrived. Even now, Shen Heng recalled Feng Liu's words. As long as you remain alive, you can assist us in scavenging for food. Since you've discovered our secret, it's time for you to perish. Do not blame us, it is your fault for returning without food. Had you not interrupted our affair, you might have lived a little longer. You have only yourself to blame for being useless. Su Chao clearly understood the saying, villains perish from excessive chatter. After Feng Lu finished her remarks, he raised the knife once more, relentlessly striking Shen Heng's body. Shen Heng, resembling a figure drenched in blood, in the final moments of his life, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Adulterers, I shall haunt you even in death." In the next instant, he found himself back in his own bed. He had been reborn. Shen Heng seized the water cup from the bedside and drank it in one gulp. Since fate has granted me a second chance, I shall not show mercy. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he reached for his phone once more. August 8th, at 2:20 p.m., he muttered a curse under his breath and hastily rose. In just 40 minutes, at exactly 3 p.m., the apocalypse would descend upon them. This date was etched vividly in his memory. It was Feng Liu's birthday. She would be at work during the day, and Shen Heng had meticulously reserved a restaurant, preparing both an engagement ring and a birthday gift, intending to surprise her that evening. Before his death, Feng Lu had revealed to him that during her lunch break, she had stolen a moment with Su Chao. One word, disgraceful. However, there was no time to squander with Feng Lu now. He needed to prepare supplies urgently. Others were reborn 6 months, or even a year before the apocalypse, affording them the luxury of time to establish safe havens. Even a month would have been a blessing. He had only 40 minutes. As the clock struck 3, the blazing summer sun would be abruptly shrouded by dark clouds, followed by torrential rain. The temperature would plummet swiftly. By evening, the rain would mix with snowflakes, transforming into sleet. In his previous life, Shen Heng had never managed to take Feng Lu to the restaurant he had reserved. The outside world would become impassable. By nightfall, heavy snow would blanket the land. Shen Heng had remained at home, crafting novels and stockpiling provisions to survive. Those accustomed to takeout, the office workers would find themselves starving within a month. Su Chao was also one of them. But he lived in the Taoyuan community. Just 2 days after the heavy snowfall, his home ran out of food and water, prompting him to seek refuge at Shen Heng's place for sustenance. In hindsight, it seemed that Su Chao had intentionally chosen to reside in the same community, perhaps to facilitate his rendezvous with Feng Lu. How foolish of me to consider Su Chao a close friend, thinking that my best friend is right across the street, and my beloved is by my side. Damn it, this is like a sci-fi tale. Just as Shen Heng was preparing to venture out to stock up on supplies, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Host successfully bound to the super vending machine. Please check your personal space. Shen Heng's eyes lit up. A system? His consciousness plunged into the realm of awareness. Within this space, a vending machine of human height materialized, occupying a mere 2 square meters, with a height barely exceeding 3 meters. Is this really my space? Combined, it barely amounts to 6 cubic meters. Shen Heng found it hard to accept. While others awakened to boundless realms, why was mine so limited? What could I possibly store here? Upon examining the vending machine, its stature only added to his disappointment. He stepped closer for a detailed inspection. This meager vending machine bore slight differences from those in the real world. The machine was divided into 2 parts. The upper section featured a screen, while the lower part served as the dispensing outlet. The screen appeared unremarkable, displaying the word search. It seemed quite ordinary. The dispensing outlet is rather large. Shen Heng muttered, glancing at the screen above. He tentatively typed in the word Coke. Soon, the screen displayed the search results. Coca-Cola, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan, ice room, temperature ginger heating, stock, unlimited. Coca-Cola, 2L, 7 yuan, ice room, temperature ginger heating, stock, unlimited. Pepsi, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan, ice room, temperature ginger heating, stock, unlimited. A variety of colas was available, each style represented, even Tianfu Cola and Extraordinary Cola. In the bottom right corner of the screen, there was a small note. The prices are marked in the currency of the host's Dragon Kingdom. The host may use various currencies from human society, along with corresponding treasures of gold and silver for payment. Other currencies are not accepted. Current vending machine level, level 1. The prices were indeed reasonable. In the upper right corner, there was a coin slot. He attempted to click on Pepsi, selecting ice, and the screen prompted, price 3 yuan. Confirm payment? Shen Heng selected yes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the sound of items rolling within the vending machine echoed, and soon, a bottle of cola tumbled out from the dispensing opening. As Shen Heng focused his thoughts, the bottle of cola materialized in his hand as if by magic. He could truly take it out. His breath quickened. Host has not inserted coins. Account balance is 0, automatically deducted from the host's WeChat. After the vending machine's experience is depleted, both the machine and spatial abilities will vanish. Please take this seriously. Attempting to pay with ghost money will result in immediate transportation of the host to the underworld. Shen Heng then noticed the label personal balance in the bottom right corner, followed by a large 0. He opened a can of cola and took a hearty sip. A refreshing chill surged through him, and he contentedly burped. With this vending machine at his disposal, what was there to worry about? Ah, yes. He recalled something, and his consciousness delved back into the realm of possibilities, searching the vending machine for a handgun. If he could acquire a firearm, he would gain a decisive advantage. To his surprise, the machine displayed nearly 1,000 types of handguns. Prices ranged from 800 to several hundred thousand. On the first page, he spotted the dashing Desert Eagle, priced at a mere 35,000. Regrettably, the purchase button was grayed out, indicating that it was unavailable for acquisition. The Desert Eagle can only be unlocked upon reaching level 5 of the vending machine. Current level, 1. Upon reading the explanation beside it, Shen Heng was taken aback. He had dismissed the vending machine's level earlier, but it seemed he needed to upgrade it. His gaze fell upon the experience bar of the vending machine. Experience, 320000. Staring at the numbers, Shen Heng was momentarily stunned. When had the vending machine garnered 3 experience points? Wait a moment. He suddenly remembered that he had spent $3 on the cola. Could it be that everything purchased from the vending machine translates into its experience? Chapter 2. Occupying the villa to validate his suspicions, Shen Heng purchased another bottle of cola. The experience accumulated from the vending machine had now reached 6 out of 20. 000. Indeed, this proved to be the case. Shen Heng was now entirely enlightened. He conducted a further search for other items within the vending machine. It was replete with an astonishing array of goods. Not only were there essentials for survival in an apocalyptic scenario, such as tactical jackets and blankets, but even his whimsical search for an aircraft carrier yielded results. The price, however, was a staggering 10 billion, and it required the vending machine to be at level 21. Having played numerous games, Shen Heng understood that the experience required for leveling up only became more outrageous as one progressed. Heaven knows how much it would cost to elevate the vending machine to level 21. After a brief exploration of the vending machine, he withdrew. Glancing at the clock, he realized that 10 minutes had already elapsed. Only half an hour remained before catastrophe would strike. He surveyed his surroundings. This house had been purchased specifically for Feng Lu's convenience, situated near her workplace. For the sake of this wretched individual, he toiled daily to earn money, exhausting his savings for the down payment, and now he bore the burden of a mortgage each month. It was precisely for this reason that Feng Lu could return home after work, even in inclement weather. A cold smirk spread across his face. Although he had acquired the vending machine, he had no intention of leaving anything behind for Feng Lu. Jiangcheng, being a northern city, naturally housed winter-down jackets. He opened the wardrobe and gathered all the thick clothing, along with the bedding from the bed, and stored them within the 6 cubic meters of space. Subsequently, Shen Heng also placed all the food and snacks from the house into the space, filling it to the brim. It appeared that this compact space was not devoid of utility after all. Upon gazing around his home, it appeared as though it had been ransacked, a chaotic mess. Ordinarily, it was Feng Lu who tidied up during his work hours, maintaining an orderly environment. Yet now, surveying the disarrayed room, a peculiar sense of pleasure arose within him. In his previous life, had Feng Lu cherished Chong, witnessing Su Chao's formidable abilities and subsequent betrayal would not have rendered him so heartless. However, they had already entangled themselves long before the apocalypse. In fact, they had even shared a hotel room just this afternoon. How could Shen Heng possibly allow them any reprieve? Damn it, may you two dogs perish in the cold. After procuring several miniature cameras from the super vending machine and installing them in the corners, he exited the room. Descending the stairs, he glanced at the sky, which had transformed from a bright morning to a canopy of ominous clouds. In his previous life, he had been most familiar with this community. After hiding in his home for over a month, Shen Heng had relied on his powers to venture out in search of supplies. The Taoyuan community was expansive. In front stood 20 high-rise buildings, each 30 stories tall, and behind them lay a vast square. Adjacent to the rear of Taoyuan Square were 10 rows of townhouses, with luxurious detached villas further back. In his past existence, Shen Heng had discovered a townhouse that contained a considerable stockpile of food and drink, prompting him to return home and bring Feng Lu and Su Chao to this haven. Moreover, the quality of the villas was exceptional. While they did not compare to a safe house, they were significantly superior to their high-rise accommodations. Furthermore, the townhouse featured 2 underground levels. In conditions where snow accumulated to 7 or 8 meters outside, sheltering underground would certainly retain a substantial amount of warmth. With less than 5 minutes remaining until the apocalypse, Shen Heng had no time to deliberate and instinctively opted for the unoccupied villa. Moreover, in his quest to upgrade the vending machine, he could not afford to stray far from the residential area. With his meager savings, the utmost he could achieve was a level 3 vending machine, which would hardly qualify him to purchase even a Desert Eagle. Having experienced the apocalypse, he was acutely aware that in the future, money would hold little value. There was even a wealthy man who burned all his dollars for warmth. Hundreds of thousands could not even procure a loaf of bread. Many glamorous stars, in desperate need of sustenance, compromised their dignity. With the advent of an extraordinary vending machine, those beautiful women could easily be toyed with. In his previous life, Shen Heng resided in a row house, specifically Unit 4 of Row 2. As for the detached villas, they were situated far apart. During the Ice Age, heavy snow concealed the skies, and engaging in trade with others would require considerable energy to traverse the distance. Thus, this location was far more suitable. Each household possessed its own yard, and the proximity to the towering apartments was commendable. Furthermore, the basement of every row house connected to an underground passage leading to Peach Blossom Square, unlike the detached villas, which, for security reasons, had eliminated such access. Upon arriving at his target villa, Shen Heng took out the universal key he had procured from the vending machine. As he glanced next door, he noticed someone emerging and promptly concealed the key, feigning the demeanor of a passerby. He discreetly scrutinized the individual, a stunning young woman clad in a Gucci dress. With gently flowing long hair, captivating eyes, a pronounced nose, and an enchanting smile, exuding an air of allure. The woman glanced skyward, hesitated briefly, then turned to prepare her vehicle for departure. In his previous life, there had been no one living next door. Shen Heng recalled with clarity that in his past existence, Unit 3 of Row 2 was undeniably unoccupied. In other words, the woman before him had indeed ventured out in her previous life, most likely meeting her demise beyond the confines of home, never to return. Now, as he was about to take residence in Villa Number 4, the absence of neighbors rendered the atmosphere rather desolate. Furthermore, with the majority of people's finances residing within their mobile devices, cash was scarce at home. Contemplating an upgrade to the vending machine, the enchanting lady before him seemed like an excellent choice. He glanced at the time, realizing that a torrential downpour would commence in just 3 minutes. Intentionally stepping forward, Shen Heng inquired, "Madam, might I ask if there is someone named Su Chao in the vicinity?" "Su Chao?" The woman paused, pondering before responding, "I don't believe so. I've not heard that name before." Shen Heng feigned urgency, expressing frustration. Where on earth could he be? He isn't answering his phone. "I've been searching for him for days." He sighed, "Forget it. With the weather about to turn, I should head back. If I find him, I swear I'll make him pay." "Ah? Pay?" The woman appeared startled, retreating a couple of steps as she regarded Shen Heng. "Young man, committing murder is against the law. If there is something amiss, let us discuss it calmly. You are still young. Do not act rashly." "I do not wish to act rashly either," he retorted through gritted teeth. "But he has vanished after owing me a substantial amount of money. I still need to pay my employees." Shen Heng's frustration mounted. To disappear after incurring a debt has left me with no options. I will not allow him to escape unscathed. The woman attempted to offer consolation, but at that moment, the sky had completely darkened, and a torrential downpour cascaded from above like a waterfall. She hurriedly retreated back beneath the doorway. "Madam, might I borrow an umbrella?" Shen Heng hastened to the eaves and inquired with a sense of urgency. The young woman nodded, turning to retrieve an umbrella which she handed to him. There is no obstacle in this world that cannot be surmounted. As long as one is willing to find a way, even the most arduous challenges can be overcome. You should head back swiftly. It appeared that she was alone at home, cautious not to invite Shen Heng to take shelter from the rain, instead preparing to close the door. "Thank you," Shen Heng replied, nodding as he opened the umbrella and stepped into the downpour. After taking a few strides, he glanced back only to see her shutting the courtyard gate. Her heart isn't entirely unkind, he mused, and she is quite vigilant. A smile played at the corners of his mouth as he turned and approached the entrance of Villa Number 4, producing a master key. The system guarantees excellence. In his previous life, he had squandered considerable time opening doors, yet this time, he effortlessly unlocked it and entered with familiarity. He had resided in this villa for nearly 3 months, ultimately meeting a tragic end within its walls. Gazing at the familiar abode, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The villa boasted 3 floors above ground and 2 below, exquisitely adorned. Each level spanned approximately over 150 square meters, totaling nearly 800 square meters. In his previous life, he shared this space with Feng Lu and Su Chao, which was more than sufficient. Now, being alone, it was undoubtedly ample. The interior of the villa remained unchanged, devoid of occupants and impeccably clean, as if the owner had employed a regular cleaning service. Standing in the living room, Shen Heng looked out the window, his expression solemn. An orphan, he had lost his parents in a car accident during his early childhood. The compensation had been squandered by unscrupulous relatives, prompting him to begin writing novels at a young age to support himself. Although his efforts had met with little success for many years, diligence allowed him to make ends meet. Deep within, he harbored an intense yearning for a home of his own. Together with Feng Lu, he once again experienced the warmth of love. In his eagerness to marry her, Shen Heng transformed into a human typing machine, with a speed rivaling that of a seasoned expert. However, before he could secure a home and tie the knot, the apocalypse arrived. He was also grateful for the end of the world, as it allowed him to see through the facades of so-called good brothers and the woman he cherished. Chapter 3. The Caretaker, Uncle Chin. Regardless of the torrential downpour outside, Shen Heng remained immersed in his space, once more engaging with the extraordinary vending machine. The deeper he searched, the more astonished he became. This machine seemed to possess everything imaginable. Not only did it offer snacks and beverages, but also the firearms he had previously sought, and even vegetables. Shen Heng purchased a cabbage, holding it in his hands to examine it closely. The leaves were fresh and abundant in moisture, as if just harvested. Fresh produce available at any time eliminated the need for stockpiling. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Beyond mere sustenance, he also attempted to search for a generator, which he was able to find. A diesel generator was priced at 100,000. Additionally, the vending machine offered gasoline and diesel as well. The market price for 3 barrels of oil was not cheap. Nonetheless, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, acquiring money had become a straightforward endeavor. Even if the price reached 70 per liter, it mattered little. After inspecting these items, he procured several brand new cotton mattresses and blankets, along with a tactical jacket. While examining the jacket, Shen Heng suddenly noticed the existence of an advanced tactical jacket designed for the apocalypse. The description indicated it could withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees, crafted from futuristic high-tech fabric. Adjacent to the jacket was a label marked with the words "System Strictly Regulated." This was fantastic. However, the price was exorbitant, 500,000 for a single piece, and the vending machine informed Shen Heng that his level was insufficient, requiring level 8 for purchase. The expectations surpassed even those for the Desert Eagle. With a sense of helplessness, Shen Heng could only exchange for a few high-end tactical jackets. After acquiring these items, his vending machine experience rose to 8,496 out of 20,000. Leveling up to the second tier no longer seemed a distant goal. Shen Heng did not rush to upgrade. Even with a higher level, he would still be unable to purchase firearms, so there was no need to hurry. It was wiser to prepare essential supplies first and consider leveling up in a day or two. He recalled that after the apocalypse began, it took over half a month for human order to start unraveling. This meant that during the initial weeks, people lived in relative peace, only expressing a few complaints, without any instances of looting. Instead, they were eager to purchase items at inflated prices. During that time, Shen Heng could sell his goods at a premium, enhancing his vending machine's level. When order finally disintegrated, possessing firearms would render him fearless, especially in a country like Dragon Nation, where gun control is exceedingly stringent. A single Desert Eagle could command respect. Suddenly, the phone rang, jolting Shen Heng from his thoughts. He picked it up and felt a wave of disdain wash over him. It was that wretched woman, Feng Lu. He glanced at the screen displaying the word treasure and reluctantly answered. Hello? His tone softened. Dear, it's pouring rain outside. Feng Lu's voice came through the line. Are you still at home? I'm currently at the supermarket, preparing to buy some things for your birthday dinner tonight. Shen Heng replied gently. What dishes do you want? I can make them for you. But it's my birthday today. You should be the one celebrating at home. How dull. Feng Lu pouted in dissatisfaction and remarked. Look at Su Chao. He took Miao Miao to Jiaxiu Garden for her birthday, complete with gifts and surprises. And what about you? Miao Miao, Su Chao's girlfriend, was exceptionally attractive, but after the apocalypse, her company was located far from Taoyuan community, rendering her unable to return. By evening, as the snow fell heavily, Huo Miao was left to curl up in her office, ultimately succumbing to the cold. In a previous life, Su Chao had mentioned that Huo Miao was quite reluctant to engage in intimate relations with him. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, with her naturally alluring eyes, was only slightly less attractive than Huo Miao, and it was only natural that these two ignoble souls would come together. How dare you compare me to Su Chao's dog? Shen Heng's gaze was cold, yet his tone remained gentle. Are we talking about playing games, then? Shall we indulge in a game of chicken? What? Feng Lu's expression changed. What are you saying? Don't speak nonsense. I meant the game. Don't you enjoy playing chicken? I've been practicing at home lately. Shen Heng replied. You don't eat anymore? I see you enjoying chicken with Su Chao every day. Are we talking about the game? Feng Lu sighed in relief and chuckled awkwardly. I was busy during lunch, didn't have much time. Busy eating Su Chao's chicken, I presume? Shen Heng sneered. You've always complained that I don't accompany you for games. How about I join you tonight? Thank you, darling. Feng Lu beamed, lowering her voice. Make sure to be clean and ready. Tonight, I want to indulge in you. In the past, her seductive tone would have stirred him. However, now, his expression remained icy as he replied with a light chuckle, very well. After hanging up the phone, Shen Heng disdainfully made his way to the bathroom to rinse his mouth. Damn, uttering such repulsive words made him feel slightly nauseated. Feng Lu still yearned for him. Previously, he had been oblivious and somewhat enjoyed it. No wonder Feng Lu's speech had recently taken on a more pronounced Beijing flavor. Upon reflection, it was all a fade. It was barely past 3 o'clock, yet the sky had turned ominously dark, with torrential rain pouring down as if heralding the apocalypse. Shen Heng calmly settled onto the sofa and switched on the television. One must admit, the original owner of the villa truly knew how to indulge in luxury. Clearly not lacking in wealth. The interior decor was exceptionally lavish and meticulously curated, showcasing the owner's exquisite taste. The sofa beneath him was from Aicho Biolotti, and even the television mounted on the wall was a top-of-the-line Samsung 100-inch screen, which Shen Heng had seen in a physical store. The picture quality was superb, though the price tag was exorbitant, reaching over 100,000. At that moment, the television was broadcasting the news. Reports indicated a global deluge, expected to last for 34 days, prompting various departments to remain vigilant against floods. Experts advised temporarily suspending classes for middle and primary school students and shifting to online courses, while working personnel should adjust their schedules as necessary. Furthermore, experts urged the public not to panic, refrain from hoarding, and avoid price gouging. Violators would face severe consequences. The camera then shifted to scenes of people drenched in the rain, courteously boarding buses. Experts? Shen Heng scoffed. These so-called experts were nothing more than soon-to-be buried waste, shamelessly sitting before the camera, merely serving their wealthy patrons like dogs. In the Peach Blossom community resides a meteorological expert. In his previous life, the old man confidently declared that there was nothing to worry about, vehemently dismissing the doomsday proclamations of many. However, one fateful day, while Shen Heng was foraging for sustenance, he witnessed the old man pointing at a neighbor, from whose hand a vine sprang forth, ensnaring the neighbor and choking him to death. The old man, wearing a sinister grin, scurried next door in search of supplies, exclaiming, "In this apocalypse, I am a god." Initially, Shen Heng chose to ignore him, yet the old man's gaze lingered upon Shen Heng as he ventured out daily to seek food, eventually setting his sights on him. Seizing an opportunity, the old man launched a surprise attack with his vines, but Shen Heng incinerated them in a fiery retaliation. Nevertheless, not all elders were malevolent. Grandpa Chin, the vigilant guardian of the community, was a commendable individual. Possessing extraordinary abilities, he dutifully safeguarded the neighborhood and mediated conflicts. However, in a world where resources were scarce, desperation turned everyone into frenzied beasts, leaving Grandpa Chin to fend for himself. Ultimately, he sought refuge in a villa with a university student named Fu Xiaozhu. The fate of their journey remained uncertain. Grandpa Chin had saved Shen Heng on 2 occasions. Remembering the kindness of his past life, Shen Heng took out his phone and sent a message via WeChat. "Grandpa Chin, the weather has been quite abnormal. It would be prudent to stock up on instant noodles, ham, and bread for emergencies. It is only just beginning to rain heavily. With an umbrella, you can still venture out to procure supplies. However, once the snow blankets the ground, reaching knee-deep, movement will become exceedingly arduous. That shall mark the onset of true suffering." Chapter 4. The vending machine or a recycling station. Xiao Shun. Didn't the expert say there was nothing to worry about? Is it really necessary to hoard supplies? Grandpa Chin quickly replied, "I cannot quite articulate it, yet I find the rain to be exceedingly peculiar. The weather forecast had predicted several days of sunshine. How then could it suddenly pour so heavily? Moreover, in this era of advanced technology, there should be no reason for such an oversight, particularly with a deluge of this magnitude occurring globally." Shen Heng patiently dispatched messages. "All right, I shall venture out to procure some food." Grandfather Chin, living alone with his daughter working in a distant city, often kept some instant noodles for convenience. His supplies were running low, and after glancing at the torrential rain outside, he decided to brave the elements with an umbrella and exited the security room. After sending the messages, Shen Heng tidied up his abode. He laid out the newly purchased cotton mattress and blankets, even nailing nearly 5 centimeters of bedding to the walls to serve as insulation, ensuring that the chill emanating from the walls could be absorbed by the fabric. He then disposed of the old blankets and clothes, stuffed to the brim, into the fireplace. These items still bore the lingering sin of Feng Lu, an odious reminder. In this apocalyptic world, we can certainly forego such trifles. Having completed these tasks, the outside world had grown increasingly dim. The relentless rain poured down, interspersed with hail, cascading from the profound sky and striking the ground with a crackling sound. Shen Heng lit a cigarette, opened the window, and inhaled the refreshing fragrance of the air that wafted into his nostrils. In a few hours, he would bid farewell to such a scene. At that time, the world would be shrouded in desolation, a stark white silence stretching as far as the eye could see. Having finished his cigarette, he noticed the temperature outside beginning to drop, and the hailstones grew in size. Shen Heng closed the window and ignited the clothing and bedding in the fireplace, quickly raising the temperature within the room, albeit with an unpleasant odor. The lingering scent of Feng Lu that refused to dissipate. Shen Heng rose and removed the unburnt bedding from the fireplace, preparing to discard it into the yard. However, a sudden thought struck him, and he immersed the bedding into a spatial realm. Tentatively, he tossed the old quilt towards the vending machine's outlet, which surprisingly displayed a line of text. "Old bedding detected, recycling value, 30 yuan. What a revelation. It could actually be recycled, though the redemption price seemed rather paltry. Shen Heng then stuffed all of Feng Lu's old belongings into the machine, and the screen illuminated with the words "current balance, 126. 7 yuan. The old clothes had vanished without a trace. The prospect of earning money from this was quite delightful. He grinned, placing an empty soda can at the outlet, and soon the screen displayed another line, Soda can detected. Recycling value. 0. 15 yuan. After confirming, the balance updated to 126.85 yuan. This was not merely a vending machine. It was a recycling station. Had he known earlier, he would have sold all the items cluttering his home. When Feng Lu returned to find the house utterly barren, she would surely be taken aback. Yet, having removed the winter necessities, he felt no inclination to return. With nothing left at home, even if Feng Lu managed to avoid freezing, starvation was inevitable. He turned and attempted to reclaim a cushion from the sofa for recycling. But this time he met with failure. Non-host personal item. Recycling refused. It seemed only personal belongings were eligible. Nevertheless, Shen Heng felt content. He purchased some Australian lobsters and seasonings from the vending machine, humming a tune as he entered the kitchen. On the first day of the apocalypse, a steamed lobster to celebrate his rebirth. After thoroughly washing the lobster, it was placed in a steaming pot and steamed vigorously for 10 minutes. During this time, Shen Heng finally chopped ginger and combined it with lao gan ma, vinegar, and sesame oil to create a delectable dipping sauce. Holding a steaming pot of Australian lobster, he settled in the living room, watching the news on television while cracking open the shell of the succulent lobster. He dipped the tender, delicate lobster meat into the sauce and savored the exquisite flavors. The ocean's freshness, slightly sweetened, paired with the delightful dipping sauce, was truly a heavenly indulgence. The texture was delightfully bouncy and chewy. He savored each bite, relishing the tranquil moment. However, just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was Feng Lu calling. Hello? He answered nonchalantly. Shen Heng, haven't you bought the groceries yet? Feng Lu's impatient voice came through. I'm home. Why aren't you here yet? By the way, has a thief ransacked the place? Why is it such a mess? What? Shen Heng feigned surprise, opening the surveillance app on his phone. Feng Lu was already at home, sitting on the disheveled sofa in the living room, visibly furious. Beside her, Su Chao sat attentively, listening. I was caught in the rain and haven't returned yet. Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Su Chao sighed in relief and wrapped his arms around Feng Lu's waist. Feng Lu turned her head and shot Su Chao a glare, but did not pull away. Instead, she nestled into his embrace. Can't you come back just because it's raining? I didn't ask you to pick me up. A little rain won't kill you. Are you still a man? You might catch a cold for a few days, but it's my birthday. It only comes once a year. How can I feel secure being with you like this? Shen Heng was utterly bewildered. You returned in Su Chao's car while I was left to brave the rain on my way home? Are you alone in your residence now? Shen Heng did not express much anger, softly inquiring. Where's Su Chao? Yes, indeed. Originally furious, Feng Lu was taken aback by this remark. Su Chao has returned home, hasn't he? She cast a wary glance around. Shen Heng, fearing that she might spot the hidden surveillance camera he had installed, hastily shifted the conversation. I'll head home once the rain subsides. Although the camera was discreet and tucked away in a concealed corner, it could still be discovered if one looked closely. The apocalypse had only just begun, and Shen Heng wished to enjoy the unfolding drama. Otherwise, being cooped up alone in the villa would be dreadfully tedious. Then wait for me a moment. I fear. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. Shen Heng distanced the phone, deliberately raising his voice to feign poor reception, before abruptly ending the call. In the surveillance footage, Su Chao embraced Feng Lu's waist, affectionately asking, will that useless one return? It seems it will be a while yet. Feng Lu's eyes sparkled, casting a glance out the window. The torrential rain fell heavily. He and T brought an umbrella. Feng Lu complained. How can you promise me happiness if you can't even withstand a little rain? And you wish to marry me? We still have time. More time? Feng Lu gasped, yet her gaze clearly held allure as she willingly succumbed to Su Chao's pressure on the sofa. The two, aflame with passion, remained oblivious to the snowflakes mingling with the downpour outside. As for the concealed camera within the room, it was the last thing on their minds. Shen Heng observed coldly, remaining utterly unfazed. Although Feng Lu possesses an admirable physique and exquisite features, his heart remains as tranquil as still water. In the face of an impending apocalypse, such women are abundant, especially one with a tarnished reputation. Having been reborn, how could he easily allow himself to be swayed again? After finishing the last of the steamed lobster, Shen Heng contentedly patted his belly. With a mere thought, the shrimp shells on the table were whisked away into the recycling machine, fetching a meager price of 0.2 yuan. Even tossing out some trash could earn him a couple of dimes. Shen Heng wore a satisfied expression as he reclined on the opulent sofa, watching the news. The heavy rainfall had taken over the trending topics, with local stations inviting experts for live commentary. This downpour was peculiar. Astute viewers might have already noticed the hail outside transforming into sleet. Typically, such weather phenomena do not occur simultaneously, yet there was no need for alarm. Everything was under control. On the screen, A balding elder sat upright, speaking eloquently. Shen Heng scoffed in disdain. Continue your nonsensical broadcast. Stay an extra half hour, and you might just freeze to death in the studio. He rose to tidy the table. The leftover scraps belonged to him and could be directly disposed of in the recycling machine, but the dishes required his personal attention. Having lived with Su Chao and Feng Lu in his past life, he now felt a profound sense of solitude as he washed the plates. Perhaps. His gaze drifted to the neighboring apartment. The young married woman next door seemed rather appealing. Chapter 5. Acquisition of the green radish. Though Shen Heng harbored the heart of a rogue, his past experiences rendered him wary of women. Despite having survived only 3 months in a post-apocalyptic world, instances of couples turning against each other for a mere morsel of food abound. In this frozen end of days, human lives are as insignificant as blades of grass. Should the beautiful neighbor willingly offer herself to Shen Heng, he would be open to accepting her. However, the complexities of human nature render him reluctant to easily trust a woman, particularly one he does not know. Now, having been granted a miraculous vending machine as a tool in this new life, there is no woman he cannot find should he desire one. For now, his priority lies in elevating the vending machine's level. Outside, rain continues to pour relentlessly, yet snowflakes have begun to increase in number. Shen Heng adds some firewood to the fireplace, causing the temperature within the room to rise significantly. He comfortably nestles into the sofa while perusing his phone. The owners group for the Peach Blossom community has erupted into chaos. The pinnacle handsome guy, what in the world is this weather? How is it snowing in the midst of summer? I've already donned my winter clothes. The winding path to seclusion. Don't worry, I just saw the news. Experts say they have it all under control. Old Wong. Nowadays, the weather grows increasingly erratic. This is nature's retribution. Chen Xiaoyo. The streets are in disarray. We're trapped in our car and can't get back. Sob. The winding path to seclusion. Chen Xiaoyo. Where are you, girl? Shall I bring you an umbrella? Shen Heng observes the exchanges among the group with a disdainful chuckle. The winding path to seclusion is a reserved fellow. Much like Shen Heng, who enjoys stockpiling supplies. Unfortunately, he only survived a month in this harsh reality. Shen Heng recalls how this individual traded half a box of instant noodles for a night with Chen Xiaoyo, only to be fatally stabbed by her in the middle of the night. What a fool. The principle of discretion regarding wealth eludes them. Yet they boldly boast to Chen Xiaoyo about their substantial reserves, which inevitably raises suspicion. Subsequently, Chen Xiaoyo plunders their home, leaving no fruit in the flower pots untouched. It was this very fruit that awakened her ability to pass through walls, leading her to steal from the entire Tiyuan community, inciting a wave of public outrage. Chen Xiaoyo, whose real name is Chun Mengqing, is pure and beautiful. However, Shen Heng's memory of her is not based on her appearance, but rather on the fact that she had stolen from his home 3 times in her past life. After awakening her powers, the public began to realize the extraordinary nature of the ability fruits, digging deep in search of them. By chance, Shen Heng consumed an ability fruit and awakened a fire-based power. Meanwhile, Su Chao discovered an ice ability fruit, unbeknownst to Shen Heng. With this thought, Shen Heng became invigorated and entered his mental space. He typed ability fruit into the vending machine. In the next instant, he held his breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. The vending machine indeed offered ability fruits for sale, priced at 1 million. However, the fruits were gray and could not be purchased. Purchase level 10. It was astonishing that a level 10 was required for purchase, and the steep price was daunting. Heaven knows how much it would cost to elevate the vending machine to level 10. Given the chance to acquire something for free, Shen Heng would not let it slip away. He quickly messaged the user Curving Path to Tranquility. Brother, has your pothose borne fruit yet? Curving Path to Tranquility replied. Whose pothose bears fruit? Shen Heng, feeling awkward, quickly rephrased. Brother, you must have a pothose, right? The winding path leads to tranquility. There are 3 pots. What is the matter? Heng, my home has just undergone renovation, and I wish to adorn it with some greenery. However, due to the inclement weather, I cannot venture out. Would you be willing to sell me your pothose? The winding path chuckled. He was an aficionado of apocalyptic literature, and such extreme weather invigorated him. After all, he had stocked more than a dozen boxes of canned sausages and instant noodles at home. Logically, one with foresight would quietly hoard supplies or hastily procure necessities. Yet, this fellow was intent on purchasing a pothose. This was indeed a pothose, not a young girl. However, before he could type a response, he noticed that this guy named Heng had sent another message. 1 pot for 500 yuan. How about that? The winding path's eyes nearly bulged out. He quickly replied, no problem. How shall we transact? Which building do you reside in? Building 7, Unit 4, Apartment 1102. Very well, wait for me. We shall meet in person. After putting down his phone, Shen Heng felt elated. 3 pots of pothos would only cost him 1,500 yuan. Moreover, he could acquire a fruit of extraordinary ability that allowed him to pass through walls. In his previous life, people would bicker fiercely over a single fruit of ability. Most of these fruits merely conferred great physical strength and robust stature. Individuals possessing unique abilities were exceedingly rare. When Shen Heng had pilfered from his home for the 3rd time, he had pursued her relentlessly, but alas, Shen Heng was swift of foot and, after several wall breaches, vanished. Shen Heng, in this life, I shall seize your fruit of ability. Let us see how you, a green tea bitch, will steal. Shen Heng donned a jacket and made his way through the underground parking lot towards Building 7. The external temperature has dropped significantly, eradicating the lingering heat of late summer and replacing it with a refreshing chill. As he walks, he takes out his phone to check the surveillance footage from home. After a few adjustments, he realizes that Feng Lu and Su Chao have vanished. Scanning the footage from about 10 minutes prior, he discovers that the two have already concluded their business. Noticing the snowfall outside, he rummages through drawers for a considerable time, but fails to locate any warm clothing. It seems Feng Lu has accompanied Su Chao to his residence. Unfortunately, there are no cameras installed at Su Chao's house. The upcoming days promise to be rather dull. Just then, Feng Lu's call comes through unexpectedly. Hello? Shen Heng answers. Why aren't you back yet? Feng Lu demands, her voice tense. We've been robbed. All the winter clothing and bedding have been stolen. I'm freezing to death. What? You're serious? Shen Heng replies, astonished. Where are you now? I'm at Su Chao's place. Feng Lu huffs. When will you return? Darling, wait for me. I'm caught in the rain and will be home shortly. Shen Heng's mind races, and he quickly adds, You haven't eaten yet, have you? I bought a lot of food to prepare your favorite dishes. Braised eggplant, steamed pork ribs, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, kung pao chicken, stir-fried beef with greens, sweet and sour pork. At the mention of all this, Feng Lu's stomach audibly grumbles, prompting a shift in her tone. Then come over to Su Chao's. Is that appropriate? Shen Heng hesitates. Shouldn't we celebrate your birthday at our house? Forget about your MB. Feng Lu nearly loses her composure, but manages to hold it together. Let's head back now. Indeed, Su Chao has yet to dine. Would you mind having an additional guest? He is, after all, your good buddy. I certainly have no objections. Shen Heng replied with a carefree smile. I shall be home shortly. We shall converse later. Feng Lu set down her phone, turning to Su Chao with a radiant smile. Brother Chao, let us be off. That good-for-nothing is to prepare our meal. Su Chao, having exerted himself twice today, was quite famished and nodded eagerly. Let us go. The two donned their warm attire and hurried downstairs, making their way to Shen Heng's residence. Shen Heng's original abode was in Building 2, Unit 1, while Su Chao's home conveniently lay in Building 7. At this moment, Shen Heng had reached the entrance of the underground passage of Building 7. He chose not to ascend, but instead concealed himself in a shadowy corner. After a brief wait, he observed Feng Lu clad in Su Chao's jacket, her hand clasped in his, as they swiftly approached the underground passage of Building 2. Shen Heng, lurking in the shadows, was of no concern to the pair. This brazen hussy. Observing Feng Lu's long, exposed legs, Shen Heng's expression turned icy. It was not until they entered Building 2 that he stealthily emerged and proceeded into Building 7. He entered Unit 1 and arrived at 702, Su Chao's residence. Employing a universal key, he easily unlocked the door and discreetly installed several surveillance cameras before departing with a nonchalant demeanor. Were it not for the prospect of some amusement in this apocalypse, I wouldn't have bothered. The air seemed thick with the scent of post-coital intimacy, utterly repugnant. Shortly thereafter, Shen Heng arrived at Unit 1102, at the entrance of a winding path. No sooner had he knocked than the door swung open. As if the occupant had been anticipating his arrival, the plump face of the resident beamed with delight, holding 3 pots of green pothos. You must be? It is I. Shen Heng discreetly cast a glance at the green pothos before inquiring. Is this all you have? If there are more, I shall purchase them for 500 each. There are none left, Chu Jingtong lamented. I initially bought 4 pots, but one perished long ago, leaving me with these 3. Shen Heng breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Very well, I will take them. He transferred 1,500 yuan, and amidst Chu Jingtong, used enthusiastic farewell. Shen Heng departed in the elevator. Success. As he once again entered the underground passage, Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. These 3 pots of pothos, though ordinary with their green stems and leaves, held a secret. He knew that within half a month after the apocalypse, one of these pots would, as if mutated, bear a dark brown fruit of extraordinary abilities. Shen Heng's gaze flickered. Without your wall-passing abilities for the rest of your life, we can finally settle the score. Chapter 6. The The supplies were stolen. It is not that Shen Heng is petty. Rather, in his previous life, he was grievously robbed by Qin Xiaoniu. Each time he discovered supplies, Qin Mingqing would appear at the most opportune moment. After being stolen from the first time, Shen Heng became wary. Yet, the second time, he was still robbed. This woman moved with such stealth. She was practically a born thief. On the third occasion, Shen Heng stayed awake the entire night, vigilantly guarding a pile of supplies. Just as dawn approached and fatigue began to take hold, Qin Mingqing arrived. When he jolted awake, she had already stuffed the supplies into her backpack and fled. Even with his fire-based abilities, it was of no avail. Humph, that wall-passing ability is mine now. Shen Heng sneered. Although my life is replete with sustenance, once I acquire the ability to transcend walls, I shall promptly visit Qin Mingqing's residence, allowing her to experience the sensation of having her home invaded. Shen Heng, in a cheerful mood, had just returned to the villa cradling a potted green vine when Feng Lu's call interrupted. Hello? Why haven't you returned yet? Did you not promise to prepare dinner for me? I am on the verge of starvation. Feng Lu chastised sharply. I'm currently in line to check out. I'll be home shortly. The supermarket is exceedingly crowded. Shen Heng replied, his expression one of resignation. With nothing further to say, Feng Lu could only huff a terse hurry up before abruptly ending the call. As the busy tone echoed in his ear, Shen Heng let out a cold laugh. 3 years of affection squandered. Do they expect me to cook for that pair of scoundrels? Huh, they can wait. He gingerly placed the 3 pots of green vines on the corner table in the living room and reclined on the sofa. Outside, the tempest raged with rain and snow, and the residents soon began to react. In the community group chat, a torrent of complaints and panic ensued. The wind rises and the clouds swirl. How could this happen? It's summer, yet it's snowing. I am a dashing figure. The snow is intensifying. Could this be the apocalypse? Little Peach, stop with the nonsense from above. The experts have stated it's merely an unusual weather pattern. After this rain and snow, the summer heat will dissipate, and we may welcome an early autumn this year. Old Wong. Exactly, after this rain, we shall enjoy the crispness of autumn. Reflecting on the last early autumn in September, Shen Heng smirked, browsing through the chatter with indifference. What a bunch of fools. Some individuals, gripped by a sense of impending doom, have ventured out into the frigid world to stockpile supplies, while others, languishing at home with their smartphones, are destined to meet their demise sooner. In the icy landscape, where pipes have burst and power outages leave them without warmth, the contest is one of survival. Those who complain will awaken to a stark, white world that will leave them utterly bewildered. Shen Heng glanced at the thermometer. The temperature outside had plummeted to -3 or 4 degrees Celsius. By dawn, the entire globe would succumb to a chilling -30 degrees. The cold would continue to intensify. This snowfall, which had persisted since Shen Heng's rebirth in the last life, showed no signs of abating. Merely 3 days post-apocalypse, the temperature in the entire Jiang city had plummeted to -70 degrees. In the northern regions, it was even colder. If the days dragged on, the populace would descend into panic and conflict due to a lack of resources. Looting, destruction, and betrayal among kin would become rampant. After a month, with the emergence of extraordinary fruits, those who survived would spiral into even greater madness. Shen Heng felt no sympathy for these individuals, nor did he care about their fate. His decision to assist Old Man Qin in stockpiling was merely an act of gratitude for the help he had once received. Turning to the news, he found the balding expert speaking endlessly. Shen Heng felt a sense of ennui. He purchased a treadmill from a vending machine and placed it in the corner of his living room to exercise. After a mere 10 minutes of running, Feng Lu called again. Shen Heng silenced his phone, glancing at the surveillance. Feng Lu and Su Chao were huddled on the sofa, anxiously gazing at the security door. Both were already famished, and with the sudden drop in temperature, they felt even colder and hungrier. Had I known earlier, I would have brought more clothing. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao, her expression grim as she clutched her phone tightly. That useless Shen Heng doesn't seem to be doing anything. How dare he ignore my calls? What kind of bizarre weather is this? Snow in the middle of summer. Perhaps I should go buy some food. Su Chao, scrolling through his phone, frowned and replied, your home has been robbed. No food or drink, not even winter blankets or clothing left. My house is also devoid of supplies. There's no point in ordering takeout. No one is accepting orders. What can we possibly buy? Feng Lu pouted. Isn't Shen Heng returning soon? The supermarket is packed. If we go now, what can we even purchase? True, Su Chao pondered, conceding that Feng Lu's reasoning held merit. Videos had already circulated in the property owner's group. Several supermarkets in the community were overcrowded, with customers brawling over the checkout lines. Even if they ventured out now, they would likely secure nothing of value. After all, Shen Heng, That homebody had a penchant for stockpiling supplies. He must have acquired quite a bit this time. Let us give him another call. Noticing Feng Lu set her phone down, Su Chao urged, "Today is your birthday. He must have gathered a bounty of items. Perhaps he is simply too busy to answer your call right now. If all else fails, I'll go check on him. After all, he is my good brother." "All right." Feng Lu nodded in agreement. Just then, her phone rang once more. Coincidentally, Shen Heng, feeling fatigued, paused the treadmill, breathless as he answered the call. "Hello?" Upon hearing Shen Heng's labored breaths, Feng Lu's spirits lifted considerably. That useless fellow seemed to have indeed procured a substantial amount of goods. He was panting heavily. "Where have you wandered off to?" Feng Lu's voice softened considerably. "I am nearly starving. Why haven't you returned yet?" "My dear, I will be there shortly," Shen Heng replied, adopting a tone of eager devotion. "I picked up a cake for you on the way. It's your favorite, the black swan. I also bought some duck delicacies and prepared meats." Upon hearing about the food, Feng Lu felt her mouth water, and she quickly interjected. "Did you buy too much? Perhaps I should go out with Su Chao to meet you." "No need. I will be back very soon." "Ah, wait. What are you all doing?" "Don't." Shen Heng feigned shock on the phone, and before Feng Lu could inquire further, he abruptly ended the call. Feng Lu, being a woman of immense curiosity, would undoubtedly call back. As anticipated by Shen Heng, the phone rang almost immediately after he hung up. After it rang for a considerable time, he simply disconnected again. Moments later, the phone rang once more. Shen Heng once again cut the call. It wasn't until Feng Lu had called 4 or 5 times that Shen Heng finally answered. "What happened earlier? Why did you hang up so abruptly?" Feng Lu pressed, her stomach growling in hunger as she eagerly awaited Shen Heng's return to prepare a meal. I was carrying a large assortment of bags when your call came in. Just as I entered the community, I was beset by a group of people, and now, all of the food has been taken from me," Shen Heng lamented, a woeful expression on his face. "What?" Feng Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. "All of it was stolen? There were 7 or 8 of them. They came at me without a word and took everything. I simply couldn't hold on," Shen Heng said, his face filled with grievance. "Even your cake was taken. I was struck across the face twice and kicked several times. You worthless fool." Upon hearing that the food was gone, Feng Lu was immediately filled with rage. How can a grown man allow himself to be robbed in broad daylight? "You can't even muster a defense. What good are you?" "Is this my fault?" Shen Heng retorted, exasperated. "There was so much food, yet you kept making calls. I was out in the rain, holding all this stuff, and still had to answer your calls. How could I not be robbed? You could have simply gone out to buy something yourself while waiting at home. And now you're expecting me to return and cook? Not a chance." He promptly hung up the phone. "Hello," Feng Lu fumed. "How dare this imbecile speak to me like that?" But just as she began to voice her indignation, she was met with the incessant busy signal, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What just happened? Su Chao approached her, shivering from the cold and hunger. Compounded by the earlier 2 rounds of energy expenditure, his voice trembled as he spoke. "The fool's things were stolen." Feng Lu's fury escalated. How dare he talk back and hang up on me? This is insurrection. Then, with a face full of grievance, she lamented. "What kind of man is this, unworthy of bringing me happiness? I never complained about his meager earnings, and yet he dares to treat me this way. We aren't even married yet, and he has the audacity to hang up on me. What will he do once we are wed?" Su Chao, growing impatient, interrupted her tirade. "Where is he now? Is there nothing left? Even the cake was taken." Feng Lu's expression darkened. From what he implied, not even the packaging remains. "Call him again, but this time adopt a more conciliatory tone and urge him to continue purchasing food," Su Chao insisted, glancing out the window. By now, the rain had nearly ceased, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes descending from the sky. Should I still call him? Feng Lu was unwilling. Having just been hung up on by Shen Heng, calling again would be tantamount to admitting fault. "Did I earn anyway?" Feng Lu pouted, clearly reluctant. Shen Heng observed this scene through the phone monitor, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, utterly dismissive. If it weren't for the overwhelming tedium of the apocalypse, he wouldn't bother entangling himself with Feng Lu. Others might be oblivious, but Shen Heng was acutely aware. Without the protection of an ability user, these ordinary people would, at most, survive 3 weeks. Even with Su Chao safeguarding Feng Lu, she was no exception. What a joke. Who was Su Chao? Merely a senior executive of a small company. Such a minor figure only awakened ice abilities in his previous life due to Shen Heng's protection. Without his assistance, could Su Chao endure beyond 3 weeks? Absurd. Are we supposed to venture out to shop? Su Chao was practically itching to slap her. It has already started snowing outside. Are you willing to procure supplies? Moreover, the weather is exceedingly abnormal. Su Chao calmly assessed. Regardless of what lies ahead, The immediate priority is to stockpile resources. If you drive Shen Heng away, who will run errands for us in the future? That was indeed a valid point. Feng Lu acquiesced. Brother Chow. He is already one of your people, so of course, I will heed your words. I will call Shen Heng right now and ask him to return to the supermarket to procure supplies for us. Witnessing the exchange between the two on the monitor, Shen Heng nearly regurgitated the steamed lobster he had just consumed. How utterly shameless. Given Su Chao's current stance, did they still wish to ensnare him? Did they take him for a fool? However, since they wished to play, he might as well indulge them in their little game. Regardless, I possess a vending machine brimming with resources. Chapter 7. Do you not desire to exact revenge upon them? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, survival has become an arduous endeavor, with each day lived being a mere struggle. The spiritual aspect has been entirely overlooked. Only Shen Heng, armed with an inexhaustible supply of resources from his extraordinary vending machine, contemplates how to walk his dog, seeking to inject a modicum of enjoyment into his existence amidst the desolation. He intends for Feng Lu and Su Chao to dwell in perpetual regret until the merciless end of days claims their lives. As their discussion drew to a close, Feng Lu once again grasped her phone to dial, causing Shen Heng's device to resonate simultaneously. Still in a state of petulance, Shen Heng naturally refused to answer, promptly terminating the call. Under surveillance, Feng Lu teetered on the brink of fury. How dare this imbecile hang up on me? Now he even refuses to take my calls. What audacity! Who does he think he is to disregard my attempts to reach him? A mere waste, truly deluded into thinking he holds any significance. She seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it to the ground in frustration. Could it be that our relationship has come to Shen Heng's attention? Su Chao, seated beside her, furrowed his brow and inquired. Feng Lu paused, then resolutely shook her head. Impossible, given Shen Heng's nature. If he were to discover that Su Chao and I had betrayed him, he would not simply hang up the phone. At most, he would feel aggrieved about getting drenched while purchasing goods. I have yet to placate him. Feng Lu continued with a cold laugh. He is nothing more than an oversized infant. Allow me to make a call. I shall attempt to reason with him. Su Chao spoke in a low voice. We still have to rely on him for provisions, and this weather is rather peculiar. If we need to stay at home for a few more days, we won't be able to cook. We'll have to depend on him. I'll mediate with him, and you should apologize as well. That fellow will then wholeheartedly attend to our needs. He shook his phone. No one is accepting delivery orders, and the vendors have closed their doors. We can't possibly survive on air, can we? Upon hearing Su Chao's words, Feng Lu's rigid expression softened slightly. All right then. Su Chao picked up his phone and called Shen Heng. Shen Heng scoffed as he glanced at the incoming call, raising an eyebrow before answering. Hello? Where are you? I heard from Feng Lu that you were mugged. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Su Chao asked with genuine concern. I'm fine, Shen Heng replied indignantly. If it weren't for her incessant calls, I wouldn't have had to stop and could have avoided being robbed. What an idiot. Now I'm out here in the rain, freezing, having my belongings stolen and getting slapped in the process, while she's cozily at home, only able to hurl insults at me. Utterly useless. Su Chao had the phone on speaker, and Feng Lu's face turned pale, nearly ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Su Chao shot her a warning glance, and she clenched her teeth to suppress her anger. All right, don't be upset. You and Feng Lu have been together for quite a few years. It's just a bit of grumbling, I assenti it? What is so difficult to discuss? Su Chao cleared his throat. Listen to me, call Feng Lu. You two should communicate properly. She may have gone a bit too far, but as men, can we not possess a modicum of tolerance? What is wrong with yielding to your own partner? I often find myself in quarrels with Miao Miao, and each time, I yield to her. Shen Heng chuckled inwardly. Feng Lu is already entangled with you, yet you claim her as mine? I have no desire for this. Shen Heng interrupted Su Chao. Isn't she still going to scold? Let her scold to her heart's content. Before Su Chao could react, he abruptly hung up the phone. Su Chao stood there, momentarily stunned. Goodness, I never realized Shen Heng possessed such a temper. When he attempted to call Shen Heng again, he discovered that Shen Heng had already ceased to answer. Shen Heng watched the two on the surveillance monitor with keen interest. Su Chao wore a sullen expression, while Feng Lu was venting her frustrations. Enough, Su Chao shouted. This is all your fault. Stop the scolding. Let us wait until he cools down, and then you can coax him properly. Are we to starve tonight? Feng Lu fell silent. Su Chao rose and glanced out the window. The snowflakes were growing heavier, showing no signs of abating. Given that it was summer, the ground was warm. Previously, the snowflakes would have completely melted upon landing, but now, as the temperature dropped and the flakes grew larger, a thin layer of snow had begun to accumulate on the ground. I wonder how Miao Miao is faring. He curled up slightly, whispering to himself. Hua Miao Miao possessed a stunning figure and exquisite beauty, he had exerted considerable effort to win her affection. Unfortunately, Huo Miao Miao had consistently refused to engage in intimacy with him. Although they were ostensibly cohabiting, sleeping in separate bedrooms felt no different from sharing a rental. Still thinking about your girlfriend, are you? Feng Lu chimed in with a hint of jealousy. What is so great about her if she won't even let you touch her? Su Chao chuckled dryly, quickly embracing Feng Lu. I was merely reflecting. I haven't even called her. That seemed more appropriate. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao, teasingly remarking, she is yours now. Do you still wish for a dragon and 2 phoenixes? You promised me that you would marry me in the future and always treat me well. Watching the two of them flirt, Shen Heng felt a wave of nausea. However, Su Chao's words sparked a memory within him. Huo Miao, in his previous life, she had passed away prematurely, and since his reincarnation, he had even forgotten about her. He picked up his phone and dialed Huo Miao's number. Hello, Shen Heng. The call was quickly answered, and Huo Miao's melodious voice filled his ears. Has Su Chao called you? Shen Heng inquired. No. Huo Miao's tone was somewhat glum. I just tried calling him, but he didn't pick up. Huh. He is probably busy, Shen Heng scoffed. What is wrong? Huo Miao detected the sarcasm in Shen Heng's voice and quickly asked. Shen Heng manipulated his phone for a moment, forwarding a video of Su Chao and Feng Lu being affectionate, saying, I sent you a video. Please watch it and call me back afterward. And don't confront Su Chao just yet. Don't confront him yet? Huo Miao was puzzled, having been with Su Chao for some time. Their relationship could not be deemed overly intimate, yet they were indeed a couple. Su Chao usually treated her with consideration, although she was not entirely satisfied with him. To be fair, he had been decent towards her. However, his incessant attempts at physical intimacy made Huo Miao somewhat uncomfortable. Aside from that, what was there to argue about? At that moment, her phone chimed, indicating a video had been sent by Shen Heng. What? This? Upon opening it, Huo Miao was immediately taken aback, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She quickly glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and retreated to a corner, lowering the volume. The colleagues who remained at the company were all gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows, marveling at the falling snowflakes, completely oblivious to her distress. Why is Shen Heng sending me such a video? It's utterly distasteful. Huo Miao's expression soured. To her, Shen Heng was a man of integrity. Yet she was shocked to find him sending such material to a friend's girlfriend. Is he attempting to seduce me? I am dissatisfied even with Su Chao, let alone him. Just as she was about to close the video and confront Shen Heng, she suddenly heard a woman's voice from the video. Chao Gu, you're so strong. The voice was eerily familiar. Huo Miao froze, finally realizing that the two individuals in the video were, in fact, Su Chao and Feng Lu. Her face turned pale in an instant. Su Chao and Feng Lu. How could this be? Moreover, the surveillance footage indicated that they were likely in Shen Heng's home. The timestamp in the lower right corner revealed it was indeed this afternoon. Calculating the time, it corresponded precisely with when she had called Su Chao. As if to confirm her suspicions, in the surveillance video, Su Chao, engrossed in his activities, suddenly received a phone call. He picked it up and frowned. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, nestled against his waist, sweetly inquired, Is that Huo Miao calling? Su Chao nodded in response. Are you going to answer it? If you were to answer the call, they would not make a sound. Feng Lu wore a charming expression. Observing her face, which radiated youthful infatuation, Su Chao nonchalantly tossed his phone aside and resumed his diligent work. How ironic that it was she who had initiated the call. Huo Miao's fingers tightened into a fist as she bit her lower lip with intensity. At that moment, a torrential rain had just fallen, and she was apprehensive about Su Chao's safety while driving home from work. When he did not answer the call, she reasoned that he must be on the road, and it would be best not to disturb him. Indeed, Su Chao was driving, albeit in Feng Lu's alluring little vehicle. The air conditioning in the office blew warm air. Yet Huo Miao felt a chill enveloping her entire being. She stared blankly at her phone, oblivious to the young man lurking in the corner of the office, quietly observing her. After a brief moment, she ended the video call, rose to glance around, and opted not to call Shen Heng again. Instead, she sent a message via WeChat. When did you find out? Feng Lu has been acting strangely these past few days, so I secretly installed surveillance. I never expected, Shen Heng replied swiftly. I only just discovered it. I was caught in the rain while buying groceries, and they were at home all along. What do you intend to do? Huo Miao inquired, sending another message. Shen Heng responded with a wry smile emoji. I'm not quite sure. My mind is a whirlwind right now. Su Chao is your closest friend, and he has betrayed you with your girlfriend. Do you not desire to exact revenge upon them? Huo Miao appeared to be seething with anger, bombarding him with several messages in quick succession. Anger can be a good thing, Shen Heng mused, stretching his arms with a broad smile. He aimed to further incite her emotions, encouraging her to sustain her fury. Such a conservative woman, faced with her boyfriend's infidelity, would undoubtedly never forgive. Fight. Fight. The thrill of conflict is most exhilarating. Before he could reply, yet another message from Huamiao arrived. Don't you want to take his girlfriend and exact revenge on them? Shen Heng widened his eyes. Chapter 8. Huamiao in danger. Take his girlfriend? Su Chao's girlfriend was none other than Huamiao. This was a blatant suggestion, or rather, an overt invitation. Shen Heng could hardly believe that the typically reserved Huamiao would exhibit such audacity, actually inviting him, even if he were to live again. His thoughts were solely consumed with avenging Su Chao and Feng Lu. He had never contemplated anything with Huamiao. After all, she was far too aloof. Moreover, according to Su Chao, Huamiao was reluctant to engage with him intimately. He even suspected she might be frigid. But now, Shen Heng stared incredulously at the message, only for the next moment to find it retracted by Huamiao. She seemed to have grown bashful, fearing he might see that message. After retracting it, she took no further action, no explanation for the retraction, nor any new messages sent his way. Shen Heng rose, gazing at the snow blanketing the ground, and stepped outside. His mind was entirely occupied with Huamiao's striking visage. A woman of such allure. Coupled with Su Chao as her boyfriend, such a thought would have once been beyond his wildest dreams. But now, he must bring Huamiao to him. Excitedly, he rushed out, only to remember that he had no vehicle. Opening a ride-hailing app proved futile, and hailing a taxi seemed equally impossible. Shen Heng recalled the exquisite young woman living next door. Previously, it seemed she intended to drive out, but given the torrential rain and snow, she must still be at home. Perhaps he could borrow her car. If she were to oblige, he could lend her a hand in return after the calamity. A loaf of bread could fetch 100,000 from others, but he would only charge her 10. Ding dong, ding dong. Shen Heng pressed the doorbell. Moments later, the voice of the beautiful young woman resonated from within. Who is it? I am your neighbor, replied Shen Heng through the door. I hadn't anticipated this snowfall. I would like to borrow your car to pick up my girlfriend and, by the way, return your umbrella. Borrow a car? Return an umbrella? The young woman hesitated. Having seen Shen Heng standing alone at the door with an umbrella in hand through the security monitor. Is this the person from this afternoon? She pondered. To show my gratitude, I have brought you a few gifts. Shen Heng lifted several items in his hands, gesturing toward the monitor. These are the red wine and seafood I purchased this afternoon. Given this weather, it seems the snow will not cease anytime soon. And I am unsure if you have enough provisions at home, so. Barf Winery. The young woman recognized it at a glance. The market price of that bottle of wine hovers around 3,000 yuan. While not extraordinarily luxurious, it is certainly of decent quality. Coupled with the assortment of seafood Shen Heng held, the cost of borrowing the car had already surpassed 5,000. Moreover, the man was correct. Under such peculiar weather conditions, it was unlikely she would be able to venture out for provisions anytime soon. Well then, she deliberated for a moment before gently nodding. You may borrow the car, but you must agree to one condition. I was just about to head to Jiangsheng University to pick up my sister. Would you mind bringing her back for me? After all, we are in a society governed by law, with surveillance cameras everywhere. Even if Shen Heng were to deceive her and take her car, he would not escape unscathed. Furthermore, with the current stability of our nation, where everyone enjoys a peaceful life, incidents of theft and robbery are exceedingly rare. Even if a case were to arise, it would be detected by the surveillance system, and justice would be served promptly. A person who can effortlessly produce fine wine and seafood, merely to borrow a vehicle, is unlikely to resort to theft. Jiangsheng University? That is conveniently on the way. Huamiao's company is located near Jiangsheng University, so there is no need to take a detour. Thank you. Shen Heng gratefully accepted the car keys. Noting down the other party's name and number. The lady's name is Yang Jinxian, and her sister is Yang Mushuan, a graduate student at Jiang University. Currently engaged in a new research project under her mentor. No wonder she was still at school during the summer break. Shen Heng realized. The weather seems rather gloomy. So I intended to bring her over, and fortuitously encountered you. Yang Jinxian smiled. I just spoke with her on the phone. She is in her dormitory. So I appreciate your help. Shen Heng waved his hand and then settled into the car. Yang Jinxian appeared quite elegant, speaking in a measured tone. Yet she was driving a formidable SUV, which was quite a contrast. However, this is preferable. Shen Heng, who enjoys reading automotive news, knew that this vehicle came with a hefty price tag, boasting impressive power and all-wheel drive, making it effortlessly traverse even snowy roads. Moreover, with fresh snow on the ground, driving would undoubtedly be smooth. As she watched the car speed away, Yang Jinxian dialed her sister's number. Mushuan, he will be picking you up shortly. And remember to ask him for details, don't worry. Sister. The sound of my sister's laughter echoed through the phone. Your brother-in-law has just passed. And yet there are those eager to approach you, such as the testament to your allure. Allure? Spare me the jest. Yang Jinshin replied, gently shaking her head. I fear he is sent by the Song family, deliberately seeking to draw near to me. I have relinquished all ties to the Song family's assets. Oh, sister, just wait and see. Perhaps he is merely an admirer, Yang Mushuan teased, though a note of seriousness tinged her voice. The Song family is relentless. Even after your husband's death, they refuse to let go of their claims. With a bitter smile, Yang Jinshin ended the call. Neighbors? An umbrella? Yang Jinshuan's gaze fell. All the villas in this row belonged to her. When had she ever had neighbors? Huo Miao was in a tumult of emotions. She had never anticipated that Su Chao, who had ardently pursued her for so long, would clandestinely engage with Feng Lu. Men are such creatures ruled by their baser instincts. She muttered under her breath, then recalled the impulsive message she had sent to Shen Heng earlier. Even now, he had not replied. Their conversation had come to a halt at the moment she retracted her message. Hopefully, he hadn't seen it. Huo Miao's cheeks flushed slightly. She was also curious. Was that act truly as pleasurable as it appeared? In the video, Feng Lu's expression was one of sheer ecstasy, their heavy breaths quickening the pulse. The mere thought of it made her feel uneasy, prompting her to rise and head toward the restroom. The corridor of the office was devoid of people. Colleagues who were working late were all seated by the windows, each cradling a steaming cup of coffee, marveling at the extraordinary sight of snow falling in August. The snowflakes fell heavily, and the frequency of the snowfall seemed to increase with alarming rapidity, showing no signs of abating. The ride-hailing app proved futile in summoning a vehicle. As Huo Miao stepped out of the restroom, having just washed her hands, a shadow suddenly loomed behind her. Before she could react, someone clasped her tightly from behind, another hand covering her mouth. Huo Miao's eyes widened in shock as she glimpsed in the mirror that the figure behind her was none other than her former suitor. Wang Qingguang. Huo Miao, while everyone else was admiring the snow, you were secretly indulging in a little video, weren't you? Wang Qingguang's gaze burned with intensity as he held her, savoring the delicate smoothness of her skin. So pure and aloof, yet secretly quite the temptress, he chuckled darkly, tightening his embrace. With such allure, watching a video only whets your appetite further. Why not engage in a more tangible encounter? I assure you, my prowess will far exceed that of your boyfriend. Let go, please. Huo Miao pleaded desperately, pushing against Wang Qingguang. Yet, he stood firm at 6 feet tall and nearly 200 pounds, unmoved. What pretense of purity is this? We are all adults here. Rest assured, our relationship will remain uncomplicated. I won't disturb your daily life. We can merely arrange to meet when desires arise. What do you think? Wang Qingguang had no intention of releasing her. Having uncovered Huo Miao's little secret, he sought to seize this opportunity to possess her. She was the company's acknowledged beauty, known for her aloof demeanor and a plethora of admirers. Following her announcement of a boyfriend, her male colleagues had succumbed to despair and relinquished their pursuits. Only Wang Qingguang remained attentive to Huo Miao. With diligence, even an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle, if one digs well in the corner. What does it matter if she is married? She can still be won over. Just moments ago, everyone was gazing at the snow by the window. But after receiving a phone call, Huo Miao became preoccupied, fiddling with her phone at her workstation. Wang Qingguang approached quietly, casting a discreet glance. This fleeting glimpse nearly caused him to gasp. To his astonishment, the aloof beauty was alone at her desk, engrossed in watching short videos. This revelation brought him immense joy. With this leverage, how could Huo Miao possibly evade him? He was confident that he could cultivate her into his intimate partner, believing she would become infatuated with him. As long as he ensured her comfort, she would undoubtedly remain by his side. Seizing the opportunity while Huo Miao was in the restroom, he stealthily made his way to the bathroom and swiftly embraced her. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to reveal to everyone that you were secretly watching videos in the office. Wang Qingguang sneered. I apologize, but I have already captured your clandestine moments on my phone. Oh, the illustrious Hua. I trust you wouldn't want your colleagues to discover such a thing? Huo Miao, who had been struggling desperately, froze at his words. I was caught watching that video. This could work to her advantage. Wang Qingguang nodded in satisfaction, his fingers beginning to explore her waist. I merely wish to develop a relationship of this nature with you. It's not as if you would lose anything. Moreover, in such matters, it is the man who exerts the effort. You simply need to enjoy yourself. Chapter 9. Shen Heng to the rescue. Wang Qingguang's hand glided across Huo Miao's waist. Huo Miao's trembling response brought him considerable satisfaction. However, at that moment, Huo Miao abruptly lifted her foot and forcefully stepped backward. The slender heel of her high-heeled shoe came crashing down onto Wang Qingguang's instep. Wearing sandals, Wang Qingguang distinctly felt the heel pierce his foot like a sharp spike. Clutching his foot, he let out a wretched scream. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Miao dashed towards the exit. You wretched woman, stop right there. Wang Qingguang seethed, his eyes ablaze with rage. In the silent office building, Wang Qingguang's sudden outcry drew the attention of numerous colleagues gathered by the window, watching the snow. They quickly flocked to the corridor. Catching sight of Hua Miao striding briskly away and Wang Qingguang, not far off, clutching his foot in agony. Manager Wang, what happened? Many inquired with astonishment. Hua Miao exhaled with relief. In her high heels, she could hardly run swiftly. With so many people present, she believed Wang Qingguang would not dare to act recklessly. Quickly, apprehend that wretched woman. Wang Qingguang glared at Hua Miao, gritting his teeth. She has ruined my foot. I can't feel my left foot. Damn it. If I don't make this woman my plaything, I want to bear the Wang name. As a member of the company's leadership team, Wang Qingguang held considerable authority, and many sycophants were eager to curry favor with him. Upon hearing their superior's command, 3 male colleagues immediately obstructed Hua Miao's path. Wang Qingguang, what do you mean by this? Hua Miao's face was a mask of coldness. Nothing much, merely noticed your loneliness and wished to offer you some warmth. He replied with a smirk. Wang Qingguang chuckled softly, then lowered his voice. How about I send the video to our male colleagues, so they can see that our company's flower is quite lonely? He continued with a mocking tone. Every day during commutes, when people see you, they must envision you curled up with your legs tucked, secretly hiding at your desk watching videos. You. Hua Miao was rendered speechless. This was utterly shameless. Seize her. Noticing Hua Miao's fluctuating expression, lost in thought, Wang Qingguang hastily signaled his subordinates with a glance. The 3 individuals encircling Hua Miao were his sycophants, and upon receiving his command, they advanced toward her step by step. Hua Miao's pleading gaze searched for other colleagues, but the remaining individuals, even the female ones, averted their eyes from her. As women, they harbored deep jealousy toward Hua Miao. Why should she, with her beauty and eloquence, have the attention of the male colleagues? How dare they? Hua Miao glared fiercely, her eyes wide with defiance. Wang Qingguang's eyelids drooped slightly, his expression icy. Hua Miao, be obedient, or else. He had set his sights on this woman for tonight. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the elevator at the end of the corridor. Who? Wang Qingguang looked up, and everyone turned, curiosity etched on their faces. A slender figure emerged, walking steadily toward them. Who else could it be but Shen Heng? Hua Miao let out a sigh of relief. In her moment of helplessness, Shen Heng's appearance felt like a solid backing. Step aside. Shen Heng approached the group, hands in his pockets. Who are you, punk? One of Wang Qingguang's lackeys wore an expression of discontent as he reached out to shove. Shen Heng let out a cold chuckle, his right hand swiftly emerging from his pocket. Under the glow of the lights, a flash of silver gleamed. In the next instant, the lackey felt a sharp pain in his palm. Lowering his gaze, he found a deep gash running across it, blood streaming forth. Ah, he has killed me. He has killed me, the lackey exclaimed, clutching his hand in horror. Rest assured, it is merely a superficial wound, but Shen Heng replied icily. Should you dare to lay a finger on Miao Miao again, I will sever your fingers, one by one. Now leave. The lackey, pale and terrified, instinctively recoiled as Shen Heng approached with deliberate steps. The remaining 2 men also retreated several paces, silenced by fear. Are you all right? Shen Heng softly inquired as he reached Miao Miao's side. I'm fine, Miao Miao replied, her cheeks flushing as she suddenly recalled the retracted message. What are you doing? Who is this outsider? You should get out of our company. Wang Qingguang bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. Shen Heng cast a cold glare at him, and Wang Qingguang felt as if his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. In his previous life, despite Shen Heng's struggle to survive and scavenge for resources, he had inevitably clashed with others over food, to ensure the survival of himself, his girlfriend, and his closest friends. Shen Heng had taken many lives. Just a single cold glance was enough to make Wang Qingguang feel as though he were being targeted by a ferocious beast. If he dared to speak again, he sensed this man would surely take his life. Shen Heng embraced Miao Miao and strolled forward, while their colleagues retreated in unison. Wang Qingguang was engulfed in fear, yet for the sake of preserving his dignity, coupled with his injured left foot, he found himself unable to rise. Rendered helpless as his adversary approached, Hua Miao, initially intimidated by Wang Qingguang, found solace in the embrace of Shen Heng, a sensation she had never experienced with Su Chao. With a swift motion, Shen Heng crouched down, gently tapping Wang Qingguang's face with the dagger in his hand. Did you just harass my wife? Wife? Wang Qingguang's expression stiffened, the cold blade pressing against his cheek, leaving him no room for defiance as he forced a nervous laugh. This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Shen Heng turned to Hua Miao, seeking clarification. Earlier, as he ascended in the elevator, he had overheard the argument between Hua Miao and Wang Qingguang upon opening the door, unaware of the full extent of the situation. However, it was evident that Hua Miao was in peril. He had hastily procured a sharp dagger from a vending machine, stowing it away for emergencies, and it seemed fortune had favored him. You sent me that video. I had just opened it when he discovered it. Huo Miao's cheeks flushed as she spoke softly. He even secretly recorded me watching the video, attempting to use it as leverage to coerce me into. Shen Heng's expression darkened as he glared at Wang Qingguang. I was merely flirting with my wife, sharing a video to enhance our bond. What business do you have in our affairs? This. Wang Qingguang was left dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that this was merely a couple's playful exchange intended to spice up their relationship, mistakenly believing he had stumbled upon a means to blackmail Huo Miao. Where could he possibly seek justice for this? I confided in Miao that I wished to attempt the movements from the video this evening, playfully on the sofa. And what relevance does that hold for you? Shen Heng continued, his tone unyielding. The flush on Huo Miao's face deepened, her almond-shaped eyes darting a reproachful glance at Shen Heng, before she shyly lowered her gaze. This. Wang Qingguang stammered, his lips trembling, rendered almost speechless. Should anyone harbor thoughts about my wife, they must be prepared to face the consequences. Shen Heng rose abruptly, wielding a knife with a swift motion. By the time Wang Qingguang comprehended the situation, he realized his right pinky finger had been severed and had flown 2 meters away. Gazing at the blood gushing from his finger, Wang Qingguang disregarded his left foot, clutching his hand and letting out a harrowing scream. Wang Qingguang, is it? Shen Heng's eyes fixated on Wang Qingguang's badge, his voice laced with a sinister chill. I will remove a finger, and this matter shall end here. Should you dare to alert the authorities, I shall continue this game with you. Should I discover that you have reported me, rest assured. As long as I remain at large, you shall meet your demise. Your wife, your children, your parents, all shall not escape my wrath. Shen Heng's voice was soft, yet the malice within was chilling. Have you understood clearly? I understand. Wang Qingguang's lips turned pale, nodding in terror. Let us go. Shen Heng turned, embracing Huo Miao, and they walked out step by step. As they departed, the crowd, previously obscured by Shen Heng, finally beheld the severed finger of Wang Qingguang, sending shivers down their spines. Huo Miao felt lightheaded, and it was not until she settled into the car that clarity returned. Observing Shen Heng's stern profile as he prepared to start the engine, a wave of emotion surged within her heart. Moreover, the fact that Shen Heng had just called her his wife further stirred her emotions. It felt as though a voice echoed persistently in her mind. This man surpasses Su Chao by 1,000-fold. Besides, Su Chao had been with Shen Heng's girlfriend. Thus, as Su Chao's girlfriend, engaging with Shen Heng could be deemed justifiable, right? This isn't infidelity, but rather a retaliation against that pair of scoundrels. As Shen Heng turned to fasten his seatbelt, she summoned her courage, grasped him firmly, and kissed him passionately. Shen Heng's eyes widened in astonishment. The delightful aroma filled his mouth, mingled with the unfamiliarity of her tongue. He never anticipated that Su Chao's cold and aloof girlfriend would be so forward with him. Could she possibly intend to act upon that retracted message? Wait, this is not an appropriate setting. Huo Miao continued kissing fervently when suddenly a soft voice emerged from the back seat. I say, at least be mindful of the occasion. There are others present. Moreover, this is my sister's new car. If you two get any more passionate and leave marks, it wouldn't be quite suitable, would it? Chapter 10, Yang Mushuan. Someone. Huo Miao was startled, abruptly pushing Shen Heng away and retreating to the passenger seat, nervously glancing towards the back. This. Shen Heng offered an awkward smile. Young Master Shen, I must admit I believe you have no ulterior motives regarding my sister. TSK, your girlfriend is quite beautiful. And it's evident that your relationship is strong. In the back seat, a young woman with playful twin ponytails blinked mischievously. She is. Huo Miao's face flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. I neglected to mention that this is my neighbor's sister. I rushed to pick you up and borrowed my neighbor's car. Shen Heng briefly explained while starting the vehicle, introducing Yang Mushuan. This is my girlfriend, Huo Miao. The mention of girlfriend caused Huo Miao's cheeks to flush anew, and she cast a mildly reproachful glance at Shen Heng. Hadn't he just said he was anxious to pick me up? Was it due to the impatience sparked by my message? Men, indeed, tend to be creatures driven by their baser instincts. Yet, upon reflection, if it weren't for Shen Heng, I might have. Yang Mushuan raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. Shen Heng chuckled awkwardly, focusing intently on the road ahead. Silence enveloped the vehicle for a moment. He had initially intended to pick up Huo Miao first, but received a call from Yang Mushuan en route, informing him that she was already waiting at the university gate. With snowflakes swirling around, Shen Heng felt it would be inconsiderate to keep her waiting. So he diverted to Jiangxing University to bring Yang Mushuan into the car. Once inside, Yang Mushuan eagerly bombarded Shen Heng with questions, her curiosity relentless, nearly uncovering all his secrets. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Shen Heng remained cautious, skillfully evading certain inquiries, yet Yang Mushuan's discerning eyes seemed to harbor doubt. Unwilling to elaborate further, he drove to Huo Miao's company building. Shortly, he returned with the ethereally beautiful Huo Miao, and as they entered the vehicle, they shared a passionate kiss, which in turn assuaged some of Yang Mushuan's skepticism. Sister, it appears he truly borrowed the car to pick up his girlfriend. He is certainly not someone sent by the Song family. As for the neighbor, Shen Heng never specified where he lived. Perhaps he resided in the villa behind them. You are overthinking it. Yang Mushuan lowered her head to send a few messages to her sister, only to look up and find that Huo Miao had already intertwined her hand with Shen Heng's. Their affection is truly remarkable. Must they flaunt their love while driving? I am well aware of your bond, but safety should still be a priority. Yang Mushuan rolled her eyes. Just then, she heard Huo Miao's astonished voice. How immense! Such heavy snow. Huh? Yang Mushuan turned her gaze toward the sound, and what met her eyes was a sky blanketed in white, snowflakes cascading gracefully from above. Shen Heng had turned the wipers to their maximum setting. The vehicle traversed the snowy expanse, the crunching sound beneath them palpable. The once bustling streets, now eerily desolate, saw pedestrians clad in thick garments, huddling their necks as they hurried back to their cars before driving away. How could this be? Yang Mushuan murmured. Isn't it only August? Snow in August? This weather is utterly bizarre. Shen Heng nodded in agreement. Moreover, it seems this won't cease anytime soon. He was well aware that this snow had been falling intermittently for half a month. After 2 weeks, although the snowfall had finally halted, the sky remained dreary, transforming the entire world into a canvas of white. The cities where humanity dwelled had nearly ground to a halt, with urban traffic all but paralyzed. The heavy snow blanketed the globe. In Jiangcheng, with its elevated terrain, the snowfall enveloped areas below the 4th floor entirely. Before the people could rejoice, after a brief respite, the snowstorm returned with renewed ferocity. During the intermittent snowfall, Shen Heng recalled the previous life when the entire Jiang city was enveloped in a blanket of pristine white snow, with only a few tall buildings and residences visible above the surface, while other neighborhoods lay buried beneath thick layers of snow. Utilizing his fire-based abilities, he forged a passageway through the snow, facilitating his search for supplies. It was precisely because of this unique power that he could access places others could not. At that time, Jiang City was under the control of various factions of ability users. Survival necessitated allegiance to one of them. Shen Heng, unwilling to serve the dominant forces, chose to remain secluded in Taoyuan community, where the ability users engaged in fierce battles for resources, oblivious to the presence of him and his companions. In this life, endowed with an infinite resource vending machine, he no longer needed to venture out in search of supplies, as he was already aware of the existence of ability fruits, allowing him to take the initiative. He could even confront the formidable factions from his past life directly. Huo Miao and Yang Mushuan gazed out the window, captivated. The howling wind whipped the snowflakes into a swirling frenzy, transforming the landscape from the sweltering heat of summer just yesterday to a winter wonderland in the blink of an eye. Truly astonishing, Yang Mushuan murmured. Shen Heng chuckled softly to himself. There were indeed many astonishing events ahead. If only they knew that in just over half a month, the entire world order would collapse, and people would turn on each other in a desperate struggle for sustenance, they would not find the summer snowfall so surprising. The vehicle fell into a contemplative silence as the 2 girls stared out at the flurrying snow, lost in thought. Shen Heng focused on driving and soon returned to Taoyuan community. The snow danced around them, but many pedestrians had already retreated home, leaving behind those, like Huo Miao earlier, who lingered at their workplaces, waiting for the snowfall to cease. Many individuals ponder in their hearts, this is summer. The occurrence of snow in August is utterly absurd. With such high temperatures, it is believed that the snowfall will soon cease. In a previous life, Huo Miao held a similar belief. Yet, what was the outcome? The temperature plummeted drastically, and within a mere 2 days, the air conditioning units were completely frozen. Those who remained confined within the company, deprived of sustenance, ultimately succumbed to the cold. When Shen Heng returned to Taoyuan community, the snow had already accumulated to nearly an inch in thickness. He parked his vehicle at the doorstep of Yang Jinchuan's residence, where she awaited him, clad in warm attire. Sister, Yang Mushuan exclaimed as she leaped from the car, rushing forward to embrace her sister. Yang Jinxian had been anxiously concerned. To be honest, lending the car to Shen Heng had indeed posed a certain risk. However, her greater worry lay with her younger sister. If anything were to happen to her, how could she explain it to their parents who had passed away? Fortunately, her sister had returned safely. Thank you. Yang Jinxian cast a deep gaze at Shen Heng. Shen Heng, holding Huo Miao close, replied with a smile. There is no need for such politeness. I ought to express my gratitude to you. Without your assistance, I would not have been able to bring my girlfriend back. In Shen Heng's embrace, Hua Miao felt a tinge of stiffness. Moments earlier, driven by a desire for vengeance against Su Chao and the heroic entrance of Shen Heng, she had impulsively kissed him. Yet, the kiss was abruptly interrupted by Yang Mushuan from the backseat. Since then, she had remained silent, her face flushed with embarrassment. That kiss had merely been an act of retribution. As for the words she had previously deleted, they would never come to fruition. Yet now, ensconced in Shen Heng's arms, her heart, which had just begun to calm, raced once more with fervor. Ah, thank you, Sister Yang. Hua Miao forced a smile. With both the vehicle and the people safely returned, we shall not impose any further. Shen Heng waved goodbye to the two sisters, elegantly leading Hua Miao out the door. As they departed, Yang Mushuan leaned closer to Yang Jinxian, lowering her voice. Sister, this Shen Heng, he may not be what you think. He is not a member of the Song family. Indeed, Yang Jinxian replied with a gentle nod. If he is not from the Song family, then that is splendid. Now, it's quite chilly outside. Let us return indoors. She grasped her sister's hand and walked towards the house. It seemed her worries had been unwarranted. Just moments ago, when Shen Heng mentioned being her neighbor, she had allowed suspicion to creep in. Moreover, with her husband's passing and her voluntary relinquishment of inheritance rights, the Song family should no longer press her. It seemed plausible that Shen Heng was merely a neighbor from another row. As she passed by the surveillance room, she subconsciously pushed the door open and glanced inside. However, the next moment, her brows knitted tightly as her gaze fixated on the monitor screen. She had installed surveillance equipment in every villa of this row. Yet now, while the monitoring devices in the other villas remained intact, the surveillance area of her adjacent neighbor, Villa 4 of Row 2, was shrouded in darkness. A message displayed on the screen read, "Surveillance equipment malfunctioning." Malfunctioning? Yang Jinxian squinted. She had only installed these cameras a short while ago, and they had been in use for merely a few days. How could they possibly be broken? Furthermore, it was peculiar that the entire surveillance system of Villa 4 was out of order. Was this mere coincidence? Chapter 11. A shift in attitude. There are people next door. Upon noticing the malfunction in the surveillance of Villa 4, Yang Jinxian was immediately struck by this thought. As dusk settles and the heavy snow falls, she and her sister, mere fragile women, find themselves powerless to venture forth, despite their intentions. Are the members of the Song family quietly residing next door, covertly monitoring her? A glimmer of coldness flickers in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. Song Jingming, I am your sister-in-law. The memory of that night, when her husband, Song Guangming, passed away, and she kept vigil, brings a flush to her cheeks at the thought of her younger brother-in-law's words. How dare Song Jingming, that scoundrel, expect me to become his mistress? He even suggested that as long as Yang Jinxian was willing to accompany him, a portion of the Song family's assets would be allocated to her. She promptly dismissed this absurd proposition and hastily relocated to Tiyuan community following her husband's funeral. This was her personal possession, entirely separate from the Song family. Yet, despite her efforts, Song Zhengming persisted in his harassment. Yang Jinxian was genuinely frightened. Now, has this man sent someone to surveil her again? What exactly is Song Zhengming up to? Yang Jinxian bit her lip. Presently, he is the sole heir of the Song family. What kind of women could he not have? Why must he fixate on me, his sister-in-law? The thought of Song Jingming's brooding gaze sent a shiver down her spine. For reasons unknown, the figure of Shen Heng suddenly emerged in her mind. According to her whimsical sister, Shen Heng is quite level-headed in his actions. Moreover, he truly borrowed a card to pick up his girlfriend, having no ties to the Song family. Gazing at the dark surveillance footage from Unit 2, Number 4, Yang Jinxian swiftly retrieved her phone and called Shen Heng. Hello? At that moment, Shen Heng had just arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 4. About to open the door, he felt a twinge of curiosity upon receiving Yang Jinxuan's call. Shen Heng, well, there is something I would like to trouble you with. Yang Jinxian whispered, you haven't gone far, have you? Could you please help me check what's wrong with the surveillance system at my neighboring Villa, Number 4? Surveillance? Shen Heng was taken aback. Yes. Yang Jinxian replied with an awkward smile. To be honest, I own all the villas in this row, and I only reside in Villa Number 3. So I installed surveillance cameras in all the other villas. But now, all the cameras in Villa Number 4 are malfunctioning. You don't need to go inside. Could you just check the camera at the entrance to see if it has been tampered with? Indeed. Shen Heng glanced up at the surveillance camera mounted on the wall. It had been smashed. This. Yang Jinxuan's heart trembled, and her face turned pale. It must have been the work of the Song family. What's wrong? Is someone following you? Noticing Yang Jinxuan's prolonged silence, Shen Heng raised an eyebrow in inquiry. No, it's nothing. Yang Jinxian forced a smile. Thank you. After hanging up the phone, she got up to securely lock all the doors and windows, drawing the curtains tightly before releasing a slight sigh of relief. Sister, could it really be someone sent by Song Jingming? Yang Mushuan's expression was grave. Most likely. Yang Jinxian sighed. Never mind about that. Mushuan, what do you feel like eating? I'll prepare something for you. She stood up and headed to the kitchen, becoming busy with her tasks. It seems this neighbor, this beautiful woman, harbors a few secrets of her own. Shen Heng put down his phone, chuckling to himself. How amusing it is that she suspects someone is following her. By the way, it was indeed Shen Heng who had damaged the surveillance system, though the apocalypse looms imminent. Shen Heng, in an effort to evade complications, had concealed himself in a blind spot of the surveillance cameras upon his arrival, systematically dismantling them. To his astonishment, he discovered that all the villas in the second row belonged solely to Yang Jinxian. Who would have guessed she was a wealthy heiress? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and stepped into villa number 4, accompanied by the visibly anxious Huo Miao. Initially, Huo Miao had managed to relax, but returning to the villa with Shen Heng only intensified her unease. The current scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to sneaking away to a hotel with a boyfriend. Despite the fact that she and Shen Heng were not particularly close, she only knew him as Su Chao's good friend, someone they occasionally dined with. Never did she imagine she would be following him to his home. The memory of their passionate kiss moments ago made her flush, causing her to lower her head and trail closely behind him. Upon entering the villa, Huo Miao's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. This house. She had previously visited Shen Heng's residence, located in a high-rise in Taoyuan community. Yet now, how had they ended up in a row of villas? Moreover, Shen Heng confidently unlocked the door with a key. With no better options available, they would have to make do here for the time being. Shen Heng shrugged. Am I supposed to take you to my other home? They are likely still occupied with their own affairs. Huo Miao pressed her lips together in silence, though a sense of curiosity lingered in her mind. What did he mean by before there are no better choices? This was a villa, after all. Jiangsheng is a burgeoning second-tier city, and property prices are not insignificant. In the Peach Blossom community, located in a prime area near the city center, acquiring a villa seems almost too good to be true. Wait a moment. Wasn't Shen Heng previously not a wealthy individual? I have yet to hear Su Chao mention that Shen Heng purchased a villa here. So, where did this villa come from? However, upon observing Shen Heng confidently entering the room, she became certain that this was indeed his residence. As Shen Heng pushed the door open, a wave of warmth enveloped her, prompting her to relax, shed her heavy coat, and turn to the courtyard, beckoning Huo Miao. Why are you still standing there? Come inside. Huo Miao inhaled deeply and followed suit. Upon stepping through the threshold, she was utterly astonished by the opulent decor within. The living room was exquisitely furnished, clearly the result of meticulous design, with every detail flawless. The furniture and appliances, she recognized at a glance, belonged to the world's leading brands. Where did Shen Heng acquire such wealth? Huo Miao's expression reflected her astonishment. After adding some fuel to the fireplace, Shen Heng settled onto the sofa, patting the space beside him. Sit. Fine, I'll sit, she thought, recalling that she had just kissed Shen Heng, feeling no reason to be anxious. Even if they were to engage further, it would merely be a form of retribution against that scoundrel Su Chao. After all, he had already been with Feng Lu. So why shouldn't she indulge with Shen Heng? She plopped down beside him. What are you so nervous about? Shen Heng gently pulled Huo Miao into his embrace, only to notice her body trembling, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. I am not scared, Huo Miao retorted stubbornly. Our moment earlier was interrupted by Yang Mushuan. Shall we continue? Shen Heng gazed at her flushed face, his voice tender as he inquired. Huo Miao's youthful face flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, and no, that's not necessary. I was just caught up in the moment. Suddenly, Shen Heng released her, rising with an air of indifference. Within 3 days. Should you wish to continue, I shall always be receptive. However, if by then you remain uncertain, feel free to make your own decision. With that, he ascended the staircase. Pausing on the steps, Shen Heng glanced back and added, there is a bedroom on the first floor. Do rest early. Oh. And remember to turn on the air conditioning tonight. With that, he left her with little sentiment, closing the door to the master bedroom with a resounding thud. Huo Miao sat on the sofa, bewildered. What did Shen Heng mean? Just because she hesitated to kiss him, his demeanor had turned so cold? She had merely stated that it was a momentary impulse. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she eventually returned to her bedroom only to find it rather chilly, prompting her to hastily switch on the air conditioning. As she drew the curtains, Huo Miao noticed that the snow outside had yet to relent. The accumulation on the ground appeared nearly a foot deep. What a peculiar weather, she mused, shaking her head. Lying on the bed, enveloped in the luxurious softness of the mattress, Huo Miao reflected on the events of the day, finding sleep elusive. Her boyfriend of a year had suddenly taken to bed with her best friend's girlfriend, while their superior, Wang Qingguang, had revealed his predatory intentions towards her. Then, like a heroic figure descending from the heavens, Shen Heng had intervened, rescuing her from the situation. In a moment of impulsivity, she had embraced him and kissed him. Oh, how mortifying. Huo Miao buried her head under the covers, overwhelmed with embarrassment. However, the sensation of kissing Shen Heng seemed rather delightful. She curled up beneath the covers, her long legs intertwining involuntarily. Above her, on the second floor, Shen Heng pondered quietly. In the coming days, his primary mission was to sell supplies, striving to elevate the vending machine's level before the collapse of law and order. The higher the level, the more advanced items could be procured, thus ensuring one's ability to protect oneself. The reason for not selling today was that the apocalypse had only just commenced, and households were still stocked with provisions. In a few days, when people's reserves began to dwindle, he would sell at a premium. As for Huo Miao, although she possessed extraordinary beauty and figure, if she was not willing to take the initiative, then so be it. 3 days hence, he would send her away. With the end of days upon them, he had no time to coddle a woman. The reason he ventured out into the snow to rescue her was solely due to Huo Miao's stunning looks and the fact that she was Su Chao's girlfriend. In the future, when he and Huo Miao were to engage, her identity as Su Chao's girlfriend would provide an advantageous boost. Yet, what he truly desired was a docile and obedient beauty. If she remained proud and aloof, she had clearly misjudged him. Shen Heng took out his phone to check the surveillance footage left at home. Ah, no one is there? The previously intimate Feng Lu and Su Chao had vanished without a trace. Switching to the bedroom camera, he discovered the bed was also empty. It was only upon switching to Su Chao's residence that he saw the two had arrived there, lying together on the large bed in Su Chao's bedroom. Shen Heng chuckled. They hadn't even eaten dinner, yet after 2 rounds, they still had the energy to frolic? Su Chao was not afraid of exhausting himself. He eagerly turned up the volume, wanting to listen to their conversation. Regard it as a pastime to indulge in a film, one that is in Mandarin, a language I can comprehend. Unexpectedly, just as the two of them were lost in tender moments, Su Chao's phone began to ring. His expression turned peculiar as he urgently addressed Feng Lu beside him. It's Miao Miao calling. You must hide. Feng Lu, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, bit Su Chao's shoulder with determination and burrowed deeper into the covers. Observing that there was nothing amiss outside the blanket, Su Chao breathed a sigh of relief and pressed the answer button. Chapter 12. The Confrontation and the Breakup. In the bedroom on the first floor, Huo Miao remained oblivious to the fact that, in Shen Heng's eyes, she was merely a pawn. If she did not obediently comply and submit to him, she would be cast out into the icy wilderness in 3 days' time. How could he be so heartless? Huo Miao pouted. Although that was not her first kiss, she had been entirely unfamiliar with Shen Heng before. Having kissed, wasn't he that sufficient? While Shen Heng had not explicitly stated his intentions, Huo Miao, being an adult, understood the implication behind his words. Wasn't it simply a desire to be intimately involved with her? The memory of their passionate kiss in the car caused her cheeks to flush with heat. Yet, the thought of Su Chao, who had betrayed her, left her expression conflicted. Unable to sleep, Huo Miao quietly opened her phone, scrolling through the conversation history with Su Chao. Over the past year, their sweet nothings and declarations of love had all been meticulously saved. However, their exchanges had ceased earlier that afternoon. Until now, Su Chao had not once attempted to call her. Huo Miao felt a chill in her heart. Though she was not entirely satisfied with Su Chao, and he had never truly captivated her, they had shared a year together. Huo Miao was already 28 years old. She had even prepared herself for a marriage with Su Chao. But what about Su Chao? He unexpectedly placed a green hat upon her head. After a moment of hesitation, Huo Miao ultimately decided to send a video to Su Chao. The video rang for quite some time before it was finally answered. Miao Miao? Su Chao's face appeared on the screen, though his expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Are you at home? From the background of the video, it was apparent that Su Chao was not at Shen Heng's place, but rather at his own residence. Yes, indeed. Su Chao cleared his throat awkwardly. Where are you? It's so dark. All the lights in the room were turned off, making it impossible for him to see Huo Miao. Our company has a power outage. Huo Miao replied softly. The air conditioning isn't working either. It's so cold here. Su Chao, could you possibly come and pick me up? Just as Su Chao was about to respond, he suddenly inhaled sharply, his expression growing even more uncomfortable. What's wrong? And nothing. Su Chao spoke awkwardly. Miao Miao. It's been snowing heavily outside. I can't make it. Our car is 2-wheel drive, and it simply cannot traverse such deep snow. Please bear with it. I promise I'll come for you first thing tomorrow, as soon as the snow stops, all right? Tomorrow? Huo Miao's gaze fell. She had already felt the bitter chill of the outside temperature when she returned home with Shen Heng. By tomorrow, she feared she would be frozen solid. Wearing only a short-sleeved shirt and a skirt, enduring such extreme weather without air conditioning. Could she possibly survive the night? I'm freezing to death. It's too cold. Could you please come and get me? Huo Miao bit her lip, desperately trying to control her emotions. As Su Chao was about to speak, he couldn't help but take in 2 sharp breaths, nervously glancing downward before finally uttering, "Meow meow. I truly cannot make it. How about I hire a car at a high price to send you back? Cannot make it. Then what are you doing right now?" Huo Miao's tone turned frigid. "And nothing at all," Su Chao stammered. "Is Feng Lu not by your side?" Huo Miao ceased her pretense, her voice cold. "Are you so engrossed in your dalliance with Feng Lu that you no longer care about my well-being?" "Su Chao, who exactly is your girlfriend?" Her words drained the color from Su Chao's face. "Meow meow, what do you mean? Do you need me to elaborate further?" Huo Miao's voice was icy. "This afternoon, I called you. What were you doing? Did you think I was unaware? What astonished me even more was that you actually brought her back to our home. How revolting." Su Chao hurriedly tried to explain. "No, meow meow, please don't say that. How could I possibly be with Feng Lu? She's Shen Heng's girlfriend." "Vile creature." Huo Miao scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. "At this point, you're still lying to me? Su Chao, let's break up. I'll support you and Feng Lu. It's over between us. Please." Su Chao sat up abruptly. He had finally managed to win Huo Miao over after a year. And they were still merely at the stage of holding hands and kissing. He hadn't even gone further. If he lost such a gem, wouldn't he suffer a tremendous loss? At the very least, they should have consummated their relationship before parting ways. Let me savor the sweetness of it. But before he could voice his thoughts, Huo Miao had already cut off the video call with a swift motion. "What is happening? Has Huo Miao discovered our situation?" Feng Lu emerged from beneath the covers. Her brow furrowed. "How should I know? She broke up with me." Su Chao shot a glare at Feng Lu. "Did you disclose our relationship to her?" "No. Of course not." Feng Lu replied, her expression one of grievance. "If she wants to break up, so be it. You promised to marry me. Yet you were shouting at me? You." Su Chao gazed at Feng Lu, filled with helplessness. He had invested so much in Huo Miao, and after great difficulty, he finally won her over. Just when he was on the verge of achieving a home run, this breakup occurred. What kind of situation is this? While he was still sulking, Feng Lu suddenly thought of something and spoke up. "Do you think Huo Miao might tell Shen Heng about us? Has Shen Heng already found out? Otherwise, how could he dare to talk back to me this afternoon and even hang up on me? It should not be the case." Su Chao slowly shook his head. Huo Miao is not that kind of person. Besides, she is not close to Shen Heng and would not discuss such matters. She is quite shy. That's a relief. Feng Lu exhaled in relief. With this dreadful weather, we have nothing to eat. I will try to coax him back tomorrow to prepare supplies for us and cook. Who says we have nothing to eat? Su Chao's face broke into a wicked grin. Feng Lu seemed to understand, casting a playful glance at Su Chao. The two began playing cards. Su Chao played a 6. And Feng Lu responded with a 9. Shen Heng could only shake his head in disbelief. Su Chao was truly reckless. It appeared that they had just begun their affair. As Su Chao was still quite enamored with Feng Lu, diligently attending to her every need. However, a cold smile crept across his face. "I care not when you find your happiness. In our past life, you betrayed me and cast me into despair. This time, I shall not easily forgive you." Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden knock resounded at the bedroom door. Who could it be? Shen Heng rose warily, then chuckled and shook his head. There were only 2 of them in this room. Aside from Huo Miao, who else could it be? Hadn't she just been on a video call with Su Chao? Why was she not asleep and coming here? As Shen Heng opened the door, Huo Miao's delicate form leaped into his embrace. What is the meaning of this? Shen Heng was taken aback. Huo Miao pinned him to the bed, catching a glimpse of the surveillance footage on his phone, where Su Chao and Feng Lu were engaged in a game of poker, and the hatred in her eyes deepened. "Shen Heng, love me well." Huo Miao's sultry voice whispered in his ear. Chapter 13. Devotion is far from enough outside. The snow fell thickly as the temperature plummeted. Within the confines of the room, the two embarked on an intimate journey, weaving through clouds and rain. Only by truly touching Huo Miao could one uncover the captivating allure of this woman. Her physique was not the frail kind, but rather slightly curvaceous. The areas that should be slender were just enough to grasp, while the softer parts felt exquisite to the touch. Coupled with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and charming visage, she resembled a modern-day Daji. No wonder the king, Zhou, met his downfall. "What brings you to my room?" After their fervent encounter, Shen Heng inquired, holding Huo Miao close. "I seek revenge." She replied, "Do not utter such futile words. Did you not just break up with Su Chao?" Shen Heng chuckled lightly. "Before your breakup, you were his girlfriend. Our kiss could also be deemed a form of retribution, no? Now that you have both parted ways, are you merely seeking to find a man for a fleeting escape? Or are you curious to discover if the experience truly brings pleasure? You saved me." Huo Miao reproached, "Am I not allowed to offer myself?" This man, with his hands still so intimately on her, how could he utter such indifferent words? To offer oneself? Shen Heng chuckled softly. "In a couple of days, you shall understand that mere offering is far from sufficient." "What does that mean?" Huo Miao was momentarily taken aback. Shen Heng pulled her close. gazing intently into her beautiful eyes, and spoke earnestly. If you are willing to give, then I desire all of you. Not just your body, but your heart as well. He caressed her snow-white skin and continued. However, if you surrender your body yet your heart lies elsewhere, then such a woman is one I would rather forego. In this apocalyptic world, he sought not merely a companion for survival, but a partner to withstand the harshest of climates. In his previous life, he survived a mere 3 months, with the snow never fully ceasing. Who knows what other dangers might lurk after the snow finally stops? Given a second chance, now endowed with the limitless resources of a vending machine, he possessed the means to endure. He could also lead his companions to survival. Yet if any of his companions harbored disloyalty, how could he ever place his trust in them? Although Huo Miao had given him her first, who could guarantee that she would not betray him in times of peril? You should go rest on the first floor, reflect well, and provide me with your answer by tomorrow, Shen Heng said. Today marks the beginning of a new life for him. Following a multitude of endeavors and a recent tumultuous encounter with Huo Miao, leaving him utterly fatigued. Yet, he felt an unsettling apprehension about Huo Miao slumbering beside him. Returning to the apocalypse with the gift of memory was a divine reward. Should he fall into a deep sleep only to be betrayed by the woman beside him? Shen Heng would never forgive himself. Huo Miao, feeling aggrieved, responded with a soft murmur, trembling as she rose unsteadily and descended the stairs. It was her first experience after all. How could this man be so heartless? Having shared such an intimate moment with him, why did he not cherish her? With a heart full of grievances, Huo Miao lay on the bed, her weary body succumbing to deep slumber. The following day, as Huo Miao opened her eyes, the sight of an unfamiliar room jolted her upright. However, a painful sensation from a certain part of her body caused her brows to furrow in distress. Last night, she seemed to recall something, hastily throwing off the covers, her expression one of shock. Last night, it was not a dream. She truly had been intimate with Shen Heng. As the memories of the previous night flooded back, her face turned crimson. Now, with a clearer mind, she felt an even greater irritation. She had entrusted something so precious to Shen Heng, yet he had cast her down to the first floor, and he still sought her heart. Not even Su Chao had won her affection. What gave him the right to be so domineering? After sitting on the bed for a moment, she gradually rose, donned her clothes, and stepped out of the bedroom. You're awake? Shen Heng, busy in the kitchen preparing a meal, called out without turning around, come help me. Huo Miao opened her mouth to respond. Coming from a well-off family, though not among the wealthiest elite, as a property owner in the bustling metropolis, she was nonetheless quite affluent. Once again, as an only child, she had never cooked a meal. After becoming involved with Su Chao, who also lacked culinary skills, he consistently found ways to take her out to restaurants. Su Chao had never asked her to cook, although she felt a sense of grievance. The enticing aroma of the stir-fried dishes ultimately compelled her to suppress her emotions and approach Shen Heng. Upon catching a glimpse of Shen Heng's profile, her feelings of discontent began to dissipate. Shen Heng's expression was stern, and he did not glance at her, as if she were still Su Chao's girlfriend. Nevertheless, his profile was quite handsome. What would you like me to do? She asked softly. Never mind. Observing Huo Miao's helplessness, Shen Heng instructed. Take out a plate so I can serve the dishes. She hurriedly retrieved a plate, but in her haste, she accidentally shattered one due to the pain. Shen Heng sighed, waved his hand, and the shards scattered across the floor instantly vanished. These plates were not his own, and thus could not be reclaimed from the vending machine. They were merely stored in his personal space, piled in a corner. Once outside, he could easily dispose of them in a dumpster with a mere thought. He contemplated the necessity of repurchasing all these plates in the future. Even broken, they could be resold. If other post-apocalyptic male protagonists were to learn of his method of storing these broken plates in his personal space, they would surely be astounded. Huo Miao looked on in astonishment. She had intended to find a broom, but before she could speak, Shen Heng calmly said, let's eat first. He casually stir-fried a couple of dishes and steamed a pot of rice. His culinary skills were commendable, and with Huo Miao already famished, she began to eat heartily. By the time she had satisfied her hunger and thirst, Shen Heng had already set down his bowl and chopsticks. As Shen Heng's gaze swept over, Huo Miao shivered and hurriedly rose to tidy up. Indeed, it seems you were quite considerate. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. However, before you attend to that, I have a few words to share with you. He pulled Huo Miao into his embrace, causing her face to flush crimson. What is it that you wish to say? Regarding the matter from last night, have you come to a decision? Shen Heng inquired. You have taken my body. Do you also seek my heart? Huo Miao paused, murmuring softly, I have not yet made up my mind. But this matter, it seems that men always have the upper hand, right? You have already. I have the upper hand. Shen Heng scoffed, retrieving his phone to display the surveillance footage. Take a look for yourself. The video revealed Su Chao's home. Su Chao and Feng Lu were still nestled under the covers, although Su Chao appeared weak, while Feng Lu's complexion was rosy. In such matters, it is indeed the man who bears the exhaustion. Shen Heng's voice echoed in Huo Miao's ear. If you are unable to decide, perhaps you should first gaze outside. Outside. Huo Miao instinctively lifted her head, and upon seeing the world beyond, she was struck dumb. The exterior had transformed into a realm of silvery whiteness, with thick snow nearly reaching the windowsill. Is it truly a meter deep? Huo Miao could hardly believe her eyes, staring blankly at the snowy courtyard. How could this happen? Huo Miao's lips trembled. Moreover, the snowflakes danced down from the sky like goose feathers, showing no signs of cessation. Had it snowed the entire night? And it has yet to stop? Follow me, and I shall do my utmost to protect you. However, if you are unwilling to wholeheartedly remain by my side, I shall not keep you against your will. You may go wherever you please, Shen Heng whispered. Protect? Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng with confusion. He did not meet her eyes, but instead fixed his gaze out the window, murmuring, "The apocalypse has truly arrived." Chapter 14. The arrival of the apocalypse. Shen Heng recalled vividly the ferocity of the snow that heralded the end. The people did not even have time to react. Within a single night, the snow had accumulated to a depth of 1 meter. Furthermore, the external temperature had plummeted to nearly minus 30 degrees Celsius. With the relentless blizzard, temperatures would continue to drop. By tomorrow, the air conditioning would be rendered useless. Consequently, humanity would gradually face the dire fate of freezing to death. Apocalypse? Huo Miao listened to Shen Heng's words, her face a canvas of astonishment. What era was it that still entertained notions of the end times? It was merely an extraordinary summer snowstorm. She turned to speak, but fell silent upon observing Shen Heng's grave expression. Have you ever considered what would happen if this snow never ceased? Shen Heng inquired softly. Never cease? How could that be? Huo Miao chuckled nervously. Surely, there is no such thing as unending snow. But what if it truly does not end? Shen Heng pressed once more. Huo Miao was taken aback. Shen Heng's demeanor did not suggest casual conversation. Rather, it was marked by a profound seriousness. Consider this. In just one night, the snow has already reached a depth of 1 meter. If this continues for a week or even longer, what would the world become? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Huo Miao, speaking in a grave tone. The world outside is frigid and desolate. Once our provisions at home are depleted, what will become of humanity? His perspective had shifted. Huo Miao, this woman, possessed a certain allure, especially last night. He realized that in their intimacy, they were remarkably compatible. Such a beautiful woman, standing before him, obedient and compliant, made Shen Heng reluctant to cast her out to fend for herself. Thus, he attempted to share some grim realities of the apocalypse with Huo Miao, eager to discern her response. What fate awaits humanity? Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Huo Miao's eyes narrowed. If the world were to truly descend into such chaos, the most savage of human behaviors would emerge. Though Huo Miao was the sole daughter of a well-off family and had been raised in comfort, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. If that day were ever to come, I am confident in my ability to survive. Shen Heng's voice drifted softly. But what is the worth of living alone? Life must hold some pleasures. For instance, I desire the company of women, regardless of their number. Huo Miao's face twitched at such brazen declarations. Did he not possess any sense of shame? And you were my first choice. Shen Heng's gaze settled once more upon Huo Miao. If you wish to accompany me, you must dedicate yourself entirely to me. After all, the future harbors numerous dangers, and I would loathe to witness betrayal from those close to me. As he spoke, memories of Feng Lu and Su Chao from his past life flashed in his mind, his expression turning cold. Why do you look at me like that? Huo Miao pouted and instinctively lowered her head, saying, I don't know you that well yet. Wasn't last night sufficient for understanding? Shen Heng replied with a smirk. Huo Miao's face immediately flushed crimson. Before you truly make up your mind, I will take you in, but you must also fulfill your obligations in this household. Shen Heng gestured towards the kitchen. First, learn how to cook properly. After all that, it turned out he simply wanted her to prepare meals. Huo Miao's petite face fell, and she nodded in agreement. Shen Heng gazed out at the falling snow, lost in thought, while Huo Miao quietly retreated to her room on the first floor. She took out her phone and began browsing videos from food bloggers. However, today, many food bloggers had not updated their cooking content. Instead, they were capturing the snowy scenery outside and discussing this bizarre snowfall. Even the tropical city of Sanya, which rarely sees snow, was now blanketed in white. Has the entire world transformed in this manner? After watching a few videos, Huo Miao's face was filled with astonishment. The popular tourist city at the southern tip of Longhua, Sanya, had become a sea of snow. The once crowded beaches were now frozen and deserted. The blogger, bundled in a thick down jacket, spoke with a trembling voice. I never expected it to snow in Sanya. In previous years, we would be worried about typhoons at this time. Thankfully, I had traveled to northeast China recently and bought several down jackets. As for those who have lived in this city for years, they probably don't own a single warm piece of clothing. Huo Miao's expression froze. She recalled Shen Heng's earlier words. The apocalypse. What if it truly unfolds as Shen Heng suggested? Quick, gather supplies. Gazing out the window, she observed the snowflakes dancing gracefully in the air. And it seemed that the accumulation had thickened considerably during her brief moment of distraction with videos. Hastily, she sprang to her feet and rushed into the living room, exclaiming to Shen Heng, "We must swiftly stockpile supplies, for it is now. It is too late." Turning from the window, Shen Heng replied calmly, "You should check the homeowners group on WeChat." The homeowners group? Huo Miao paused momentarily before instinctively opening WeChat. The group was in an uproar, with numerous members lamenting the unusual weather, while others suggested that provisions should be purchased in advance. However, soon after, someone shared a video from the supermarket. The shelves were utterly bare, having been ravaged by shoppers since the previous night. The store owner, witnessing the thriving business, had chosen not to close early. By 11 p.m., every item on the shelves had been snatched up, leaving even toilet paper in short supply. The heavy snowfall had blocked roads, making it impossible for delivery trucks to restock. Thus, the supermarket now resembled a desolate shell. "Your instinct to stockpile is commendable," Shen Heng remarked as he approached Huo Miao. "In just a day, this snowfall has blanketed the globe. Jiangxing is already over a meter deep, and it is not the worst of it. Have you ever contemplated the dire predicaments humanity may face in the future?" Huo Miao's complexion paled. "If you are sincere in your intentions towards me, I assure you, I shall not betray you." Shen Heng's gaze turned icy. "But should you, like Feng Lu, dare to harbor treachery?" Huo Miao forced a bitter smile. "In such extreme weather, residing in your home, and having shared an intimate bond with you, how could I possibly betray you?" Although her initial intention was merely to seek revenge on Su Chao, to be honest, she now finds herself reminiscing about the sensations she experienced with Shen Heng last night. Furthermore, had it not been for Shen Heng, she might have already fallen victim to Wang Qingguang at the company last night. In comparison to the corpulent Wang Qingguang, she naturally prefers the youthful and handsome Shen Heng. Additionally, while Wang Qingguang employs despicable tactics and attempts to coerce her, Shen Heng, even though he took her in, has not forced her into any intimate relations. Whether it was kissing or moments spent in the bedroom, upon reflection, it was always her initiative. One can only hope this remains true. Shen Heng gazed at the pitiful Huo Miao and gently nodded. The heart of a person is often inscrutable. Although Huo Miao lacks any reason to betray him, at present, Shen Heng is not entirely convinced of her loyalty. Nevertheless, it appears that Huo Miao is ready to embrace her role as his woman, and that suffices for him. In a few days, when societal order collapses, he intends to reveal the harsh realities of this ruthless world to her, ensuring her unwavering devotion. A woman as breathtaking as Huo Miao will undoubtedly attract the attention of various powerful figures outside. Shen Heng recalls that in his past life, following the onset of the apocalypse, the Song family, under the leadership of patriarch Song Zhengming, ascended from a second-rate clan to one of the foremost powers. Song Zhengming possessed formidable abilities and gathered numerous adept individuals around him. After the complete dissolution of human civilization, he effectively became the emperor of the northern city, reveling in his indulgences. Moreover, Song Zhengming harbored a peculiar obsession, particularly with married women. In his previous life, it was rumored that countless women had perished at his hands. What fate would await a woman like Huo Miao, who had lost her innocence, if she were to fall into Song Zhengming's grasp? Upon contemplating this, his gaze fell upon the 3 verdant plants adorning the table. Soon, in merely 2 weeks, the extraordinary fruit would come into existence. His eyes sparkled with fervor. When the time comes, consuming this remarkable fruit will grant him the ability to traverse walls. The numerous treasures from his past life shall, in due course, belong to him. In Jiangxing, a place shall be carved out for Shen Heng. Chapter 15. Harmonious Prosperity reclining on the sofa. Shen Heng was engrossed in his phone, while Huo Miao sat beside him, her attention fixed on the television news. Occasionally, her eyes would flit towards Shen Heng, filled with a complex array of emotions. "I am thirsty," Shen Heng suddenly announced, still focused on his device. "Huh?" Huo Miao responded, momentarily taken aback. Did he still require instruction? With a hint of discontent, Shen Heng looked up. "Please open the refrigerator. There is a can of cola inside. Fetch it for me." All right, right away," Huo Miao replied, hastily rising to her feet. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, a flash of pain crossed her face, causing her to stagger. The previous night had been a bit too wild, leaving her in considerable discomfort. It is said that things improved significantly during the next encounter. Observing Huo Miao's retreating figure, Shen Heng let out a soft sigh. After all, she was the first woman he had encountered since his rebirth, a goddess of aloofness. and treating her in such a manner weighed heavily on his conscience. However, without this approach, a delicate woman like Huo Miao, even with his protection, might not survive. It was imperative that she grasp the harsh realities of this world at its core. After steadying herself, Huo Miao turned to glance at Shen Heng, only to find him expressionlessly absorbed in his phone, leaving her heart filled with grievance. I have entrusted myself to you, yet you show no tenderness or consideration. You won't even bother to fetch a bottle of cola. Despite her grievances, she dared not voice them. The garments she wore were still those of Shen Heng. The weather displayed on her phone revealed that the outside world was a frigid -40 degrees. In such conditions, how could she dare to show displeasure towards Shen Heng? Upon opening the refrigerator, Huo Miao's expression shifted dramatically. Contrary to her expectations of finding a variety of food, she discovered merely 2 bottles of cola. She hurriedly searched elsewhere. But after scouring the kitchen, all she could find were some scallions, ginger, garlic, a few potatoes, and carrots, along with a small half-bag of rice tucked in the corner. Would this meager supply last for several days? Did you not prepare provisions in advance? Why is there nothing in the fridge? Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng in disbelief. I will naturally gather the ingredients when it's time to cook, so do not fret, Shen Heng replied without lifting his head. Was he hiding them in his bedroom upstairs? Was this a precaution against herself? Huo Miao shook her head bitterly. Shen Heng was her first man. Last night, their intimacy was, to be honest, a mixture of revenge against Su Chao and genuine affection for Shen Heng. If her feelings were not genuine, how could she possibly have offered up the most treasured possession she had kept for years? Yet, Shen Heng seemed to regard her with considerable wariness. Perhaps it was due to Feng Lu's betrayal that he had developed such a distrust of women. She had previously heard from Su Chao that Shen Heng had been with Feng Lu for many years. He worked tirelessly, day and night, to earn money for her, often not leaving the house for a week, all in hopes of marrying Feng Lu sooner. If it were her, she too would certainly struggle to forgive such a betrayal. I am unlike Feng Lu, she murmured softly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Shen Heng chose not to respond. He had heard her, yet remained non-committal. As for Huo Miao, the sincerity of his intentions would be revealed in due time. At present, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He registered a new WeChat account and subsequently added this newly created account to the homeowners group using his primary account. At this moment, he had logged into the new account and was broadcasting a message within the group. To all residents of Tiyuan community, the heavy snowfall has rendered the city impassable. I have noticed from the videos shared earlier that the community supermarket has been completely looted. In such frigid conditions, lacking food and water could prove fatal. Therefore, for the safety of our community members, I am offering a selection of supplies for sale: instant noodles, sausages, cola, biscuits, canned meat. Interested parties, please reach out. The transaction will take place at the secure passage under the community square. Early in the morning, when the snow had just barely subsided past his knees, he ventured outside to assess the situation. The snowflakes were nearly the size of walnuts, and with the biting cold, the streets were deserted. A few elderly individuals, accustomed to early morning strolls for exercise, shivered and cursed as they turned back toward their homes. In temperatures exceeding -30 degrees, it was impossible to remain outside. Exercising in such weather would surely turn one into an ice sculpture. Now, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the snow had nearly doubled in accumulation. Consequently, fewer people dared to venture outside. Seizing this moment, he aimed to establish a reputation for his harmonious wealth account. In the future, when others sought to procure supplies, they would naturally think of him first. No sooner had he sent the message than the homeowners group erupted in a frenzy. In the serene realm of high mountains and flowing waters, a brother known as Harmony Brings Wealth is indeed a kind soul. My household finds itself devoid of provisions. Would you be so generous as to sell me a box of instant noodles and a box of premium brand noodles? Your family must run a supermarket. Do you have any bread available? Old Wang replied, Young man, my pantry is also quite bare. In these trying times, shouldn't you embody the spirit of altruism and bring some sustenance to this elderly gentleman? I do not request much, merely 3. No. 4 boxes of instant noodles will suffice. Blossoms blooming with prosperity chimed in. Harmony brings wealth. Might you spare me a box as well? It is just my grandson and I at home, and we do not consume much. 1 box would be adequate. Once this snowfall concludes, I shall certainly report your benevolent deeds to the community. Such acts of kindness deserve to be featured in the newspapers, on the news, and on television. Chun Xiaoyo implored. Harmony brings wealth. Dear brother, how much food do you possess? Could you possibly sell it to me at a discounted rate? With an adorable expression. The group chat was abuzz with mentions of Shen Heng, causing his phone to vibrate incessantly. Huo Miao approached Shen Heng with a can of cola, eagerly opening it and offering it to him. Drink, she urged softly. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Heng replied, Oh. Huo Miao nodded gently, placing the can by his lips. Use your mouth, Shen Heng added, prompting her. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As she leaned closer, she caught sight of Shen Heng replying to messages in the group chat with a small account, momentarily taken aback. Selling supplies? It appeared that Shen Heng had indeed stockpiled a considerable amount of goods. Remarkably, he was willing to sell them. Had he foreseen this extreme weather? Otherwise, how could he have prepared in advance? Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng with increasing intrigue, finding him ever more enigmatic. Could such a person truly be deemed a fool? As suggested by Feng Lu? Reflecting upon the surveillance footage of Feng Lu and Su Chao, both trembling under their blankets, their hunger rendering them somewhat dazed. Since last night, they had not consumed a single morsel of food. Even the air conditioning struggled against the extreme weather, buzzing in protest. In contrast, she accompanied Shen Heng, clad in a delicate nightgown, within a cozy room where a vibrant fire crackled in the hearth, filling the space with its warm sounds. Moments ago, they had savored a steaming meal, leaving her both physically and mentally at ease. She even held a chilled beverage in her hand. For a fleeting moment, she found herself in a daze. As she scrolled through the videos of various influencers, she had encountered numerous news reports. Within just a day, countless lives had already been claimed by the frost in various corners of the world. This was particularly dire in tropical nations where the climate is perpetually warm, and no preparations for such severe cold had been made. Now, after a night of snowfall, the tropical coasts were adorned in a shimmering blanket of white, utterly transformed. Those fortunate enough to have air conditioning fared better, as their systems still functioned. However, households without such luxuries had become mere ice sculptures. Consequently, the nation's electricity consumption surged dramatically, with reports indicating that several Southeast Asian countries had entirely lost power. The snow continued to fall outside, if Shen Heng's words held true. Would this snowfall never cease? What would become of the world? What are you daydreaming about? Shen Heng's voice pierced through a reverie, jolting Huo Miao back to reality. She turned to find Shen Heng gazing at her with evident displeasure, his face flushed. After taking a sip of her drink, she leaned closer to Shen Heng, offering him a taste. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. The cola, infused with the lingering fragrance from Huo Miao's lips, tasted remarkably delightful. Do we still have ample supplies? Huo Miao inquired softly, noticing Shen Heng's satisfaction. What's wrong? Shen Heng turned his head. This snowfall. It's uncertain how long it will last. I believe we should ensure our sustenance first, and only then consider selling any excess supplies. Huo Miao intended to elaborate further, but her gaze fell upon Shen Heng, who was engrossed in editing a message on his phone. Upon catching a glimpse, Huo Miao was taken aback, her words faltering. Bread 500 each, sausage 500 each, instant noodles 1,000 per bag, canned meat 3,000 per can, cola 500 per bottle. The pricing left Huo Miao feeling somewhat dizzy. Is the currency unit in Korean won or Japanese yen? Chapter 16. Exorbitant prices. Fresh vegetables 1,000 per pound. Pork 3,000 per pound. Beef 5,000 per pound. Lamb 3,000 per pound. As Shen Heng contemplated the prices, he filled in the majority of essential food items, leaving a blank line to begin listing living necessities. Quilts 10,000 each. Jackets 10,000 each. Oil tinctures 20,000 each. Done. Shen Heng gazed contentedly at the message he had composed, subsequently posting it in the group chat. With kindness comes prosperity. The prices for the supplies I am selling are listed above. For those interested in purchasing, please contact me. Kindly note, the unit prices are in Dragon Country currency, and these are the current rates. Should the weather continue to deteriorate, I will adjust the prices of the supplies accordingly. As soon as his two messages regarding the sale of supplies were disseminated, the entire homeowners group erupted in chaos. Lao Wang. Harmony brings wealth, young man. Are you robbing us? Who sells things at such exorbitant prices? Moreover, did you not see what I just said? Hurry and deliver us some food. Huakai Fugue. Harmony brings wealth. My grandson and I are famished. Quickly bring us some instant noodles. By the way, you still have some oil essence, right? Please send one over. This dreadful weather is nearly freezing us to death. If you deliver it now, once the snow ceases, I shall undoubtedly present you with a banner of appreciation and promote your services vigorously. Gao Shan Lu Shui. Harmony brings wealth? Are you jesting? Surely this is not in Zimbabwean dollars? 500 for a single pack of instant noodles? The group chat grew increasingly agitated, with numerous individuals adding Shen Heng as a friend. Shen Heng had initially deemed it tedious to respond individually, thus posting the price information in the group. Those truly interested would articulate their request appropriately. As for the elderly individuals who issued threats, he couldn't be bothered to spare them a glance. Tomorrow, the temperature is expected to plummet further. When it hits minus 50 degrees, the outdoor air conditioning units will be utterly frozen and rendered inoperative. Furthermore, the pipes in his home have ceased to flow even a single drop of water. Some households stockpile food, but who would think to store water? The most one might find in a tea house is a 15-liter jug of purified water. But how long could that last? His prices are already quite reasonable, at least for the initial phase, allowing the impoverished to afford them. Although ultimately, 95% of the populace will still succumb to the cold, and their possessions will vanish upon their demise. Would it not be advantageous for me to acquire these dissipated assets, thereby upgrading my vending machine? Thus, Shen Heng established a strategy of comprehensive acquisition. Initially, he would not set the price excessively high, but rather at a level affordable for the masses. Of course, as this was merely the first day of the apocalypse, he did not anticipate that this price would lead to immediate sales. Humanity possesses a shared flaw, selfishness. Until they are on the brink of starvation, these individuals will be reluctant to part with their money for purchases. However, Shen Heng smiled. There is ample time. We shall take our time with this endeavor. In the homeowners group, with the dissemination of Shen Heng's message, a chorus of vitriol ensued. Old one, harmony brings wealth. This is utterly outrageous. I am addressing you. Present your goods now, or I shall report you for price gouging. Prosperity, indeed. Harmony brings wealth. Unveil your items now, and we can negotiate amicably. Regarding these outcries, Shen Heng chose to disregard them entirely. Some even suggested expelling him from the group. Yet, the group leader was the property manager, with whom Shen Heng had previously established rapport. He intended to deliver some instant noodles and ham to the property manager later that afternoon. Naturally, the manager would not heed these complaints. In the realm of society, no one is a fool. It is merely a homeowners group. Let them vent their frustrations. Currently, he was curled up at home, with scant provisions remaining. This fellow, Harmony brings wealth, seemed quite astute, not only promising to deliver instant noodles, but also water and cooking oil. With these supplies, he would no longer have to endure hunger and cold. Out of sight, out of mind. He promptly turned off his phone, uninterested in reading another word from the group. Harmony breeds wealth. To those who have insulted me, particularly Lao Wang and Hua Kai Fu Gui, even if you offered double the price, I would resolutely refuse to sell to you. This is my sole warning. Do not let me hold it against you. In this frigid weather, if you choose to starve, I shall not concern myself further. With this admonition, the cacophony of insults in the group abruptly ceased. Some individuals, having prepared their messages but not yet sent them, discreetly deleted their words upon witnessing Shen Heng's fury. Although there remains a flicker of hope that the internet and electricity may yet function, their previous attempts have proven futile. For those whose homes are bereft of provisions, even calling for help yields no results. As I opened the news, the once certain bald expert on television had vanished, replaced by a young anchor with a grave expression. Time and again, she implored the public not to engage in panic buying, to trust in the government, and to have faith in the rescue efforts. Yet now, not a single hint of assistance is in sight. It is not that the authorities lack the will to save, but rather that the current weather renders any rescue attempts utterly impossible. The skies are tumultuous with hurricanes, and snowflakes swirl chaotically, grounding all flights. Train stations and airports are now filled to capacity with stranded passengers, who themselves are unable to attend to their own needs. The reserves at these transport hubs are scant, and the overnight snowfall has completely obstructed the roads, preventing any transport of supplies. The food at the airports and stations has been entirely consumed. A throng of individuals crowded at the front desks, clamoring for official intervention. The authorities are too overwhelmed even to address these individuals, let alone those huddled in their homes within communities. In this moment, a pervasive sense of despair envelopes the entire world. These matters can all be found online. The short video platform is now left unattended. People are gradually coming to realize that, after just a day, due to the global snowfall, it seems as though everyone has been isolated in their homes, unable to venture outside or procure necessities. What if they truly provoke Shen Heng and, like Hua Kei Fu Gui and Old Wang, earn his resentment, leading him to refuse to sell to them in the future? Although the price of amicable dealings is quite steep, it may prove useful later on. If this snow persists for an extended period, they will have no choice but to purchase it, gritting their teeth. They shall wait. The numerous homeowners in the community group have, without exception, come to share the same thought. Once the snow ceases and social order is restored, they will immediately report Shen Heng, aiming to have him apprehended for his amiable dealings. However, for now, it is best not to engage in any disputes with him. A few individuals in the group still attempt to negotiate with Shen Heng, hoping to persuade him to lower his prices. Shen Heng shows them no leniency, issuing a direct warning. At this point, silence envelopes the group. Shen Heng nods in satisfaction. These unruly individuals need to be dealt with, otherwise, they will only grow more arrogant. They wish to impose moral constraints upon me? I lack any morals, so what can you possibly bind me with? He is well aware of the thoughts of the crowd, still fantasizing that this is merely an extraordinary snowfall, and that society will eventually return to normal. Unfortunately, they are all simply dreaming. 2 weeks later, extraordinary abilities emerged, granting many humans superhuman powers. These extraordinary individuals established their own factions, both large and small. Yet even so, the authorities did not intervene significantly. What does this signify? It indicates that the authorities are willing but powerless. Moreover, by that time, not only had humans undergone mutations, but even certain animals and plants had also transformed. Shen Heng's smile gradually turned serious. It was not merely the mutated flora and fauna. Even zombies emerged from the ground in droves. In the biting cold, humanity found itself immobilized, while the zombies appeared unaffected. These soulless creatures, devoid of pain or sensation, swept through the remnants of humanity. People huddled within their safe zones, struggling to resist. Shen Heng closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. This cataclysmic disaster was not solely defined by the frigid climate. A multitude of trials awaited humanity. Chapter 17. The thoughts of Hua Miao reclining on the sofa. Shen Heng held the beautiful Hua Miao in his arms, who occasionally fed him. This was a life he had never imagined, a celestial existence, in such a wintry landscape. To enjoy such a blissful life, what more could one desire? Hua Miao had fully committed herself to Shen Heng, ready to further their relationship. During her time with Su Chao, she would sometimes dine with Shen Heng and Feng Lu. Shen Heng's demeanor towards Feng Lu was truly commendable, always patient and gentle in his words. Although Su Chao treated her well, she could sense that his intentions were possessive, lacking the patience Shen Heng exhibited towards women. Shen Heng was also somewhat more handsome than Su Chao and, as a professional writer, earned over 10,000 a month. However, his social standing was relatively low, and he had limited interpersonal connections. She occasionally envied Feng Lu's fortune in finding someone like Shen Heng. Every day, he meticulously tidies the home and assumes responsibility for all household chores and meals. Where can one find such a man? Following Su Chao's betrayal, or perhaps driven by a desire for revenge, Hua Miao sought out Shen Heng last night. Today, as she observes the frigid landscape outside, Shen Heng exudes confidence and strategic prowess, revealing a different facet of himself to her. She has quietly begun to harbor feelings for him. If Shen Heng's assertions hold true, who else can offer her protection in these apocalyptic times? At the very least, she is well acquainted with him and understands his character. Hua Miao comprehends Shen Heng's domineering nature. After all, it is difficult for anyone to accept the sudden change of heart from a confidant who had previously shared their innermost thoughts. Be a little gentler, Hua Miao murmurs, her voice trailing off as she shyly covers her face. Unbeknownst to her, she is gradually yielding to Shen Heng, even developing an attachment to him. Although he has not disclosed the extent of his supplies, his audacity to offer them for sale indicates that his reserves are undoubtedly substantial. Possessing such foresight to stockpile ample food before the heavy snowfall, and daring to sell it at a high price without fear of market inflation, speaks volumes about his acumen. Hua Miao is confident that Shen Heng has contingency plans. Even when society eventually regains its order, there is little chance he would face imprisonment, for reasons unknown. She finds herself reassured by this belief. The allure of a man's mystery and strength inevitably captivates a woman. Women are often drawn to powerful figures, particularly independent ones like Hua Miao. Ultimately, her independence is not as profound as it seems. She has simply yet to encounter a man who can inspire her to relinquish her guard and find solace in his embrace. Previously, I merely regarded Shen Heng's treatment of Feng Lu with mild appreciation. However, I have since come to view him in an entirely new light. At the very least, I had never heard that he had acquired a villa in Taoyuan community. Were he to possess such a residence, Feng Lu would undoubtedly not exhibit that particular demeanor towards him, nor would she ever consider betrayal. Even though Su Chao holds a high-ranking position within the company, his monthly salary barely amounts to 20 to 30,000. To afford a villa of this caliber, one would have to forego all expenses for 2 to 3 decades. Observing Hua Miao reclining on the sofa, her face flushed yet brimming with affection, Shen Heng smiled softly. He discerned that this woman had undeniably developed feelings for him. Now, he intended to deepen those sentiments further. Engaging in a game with Hua Miao, he noticed her cheeks glowing and her eyes sparkling with allure after the match. Hua Miao's exquisite figure and beauty captivated Shen Heng completely. While Feng Lu might be considered a beauty in her own right, she simply could not compete with Hua Miao. Hua Miao epitomizes every man's ultimate aspiration. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell relentlessly, casting a gloomy pall over the sky, while the snow continued to accumulate, nearly reaching the windowsill, rendering passage impossible. He still needed to deliver some food to the property manager. Shen Heng rose, donned his coat, and inquired, "What would you like for dinner?" "I'm fine with anything, though something like chives and kidneys would be preferable. I've heard these are beneficial for men," Hua Miao replied softly, gazing at him with deep affection. Shen Heng chuckled in surprise. He entered the kitchen, purchased some meat and vegetables from the vending machine, and subsequently placed them on the countertop. I have a few matters to attend to, so I must step out for a while. Have you not watched those cooking videos online? Why not attempt to prepare a meal? Shen Heng placed a gentle kiss on Huo Miao's forehead and instructed, although no one is likely to come in this weather. You must exercise caution. I will call you when I return, and you should only open the door once you verify it is me through the surveillance. Are you really going out? Huo Miao paused, hesitating. Perhaps you should stay. The weather is not ideal. I will take the underground passage. Shen Heng replied without further elaboration, waving his hand as he made his way to the basement. This villa boasted 2 subterranean levels. The first level featured a reception room, a study, and a cinema room. The second level housed a billiard room, a wine tasting room, a game room, and a computer room. The decor was exquisitely done, which was part of the reason Shen Heng chose to reside here in his previous life. In that lifetime, he spent the most time on the second underground level, often isolating himself in the computer room for aimless entertainment. Although the power had gone out, he discovered a generator within the villa, a fact he had not anticipated. Once connected to the generator, the house could maintain a basic level of warmth, and he could use an induction cooker to prepare a meal, as well as indulge in some solitary gaming to pass the time. However, he found himself needing to venture out more frequently, as he had to procure diesel for the generator. It was precisely due to his frequent outings that it became easier for Feng Lu and Su Chao, who occasionally took advantage of Shen Heng's gaming sessions in the second underground level to engage in their own activities on the first underground level, seeking a thrill. With a complex expression, Shen Heng traversed the space and arrived at the door of the second underground level, opening the passageway door. The underground passage door of this villa has been reinforced, crafted entirely from tungsten alloy and subjected to multiple fortifications. The lock mechanism is exceedingly intricate, operable by both fingerprint and password. However, with a key, one can secure the door from the inside, thereby disabling both the fingerprint and password access. Shen Heng pondered the intentions of the previous owner, as the door to this underground passage was devoid of any password, facial recognition, or even fingerprint settings. Remarkably, the key was conspicuously placed on the table beside the passage door. Now aware that this row of villas belonged to the alluring neighbor Yang Jinxian, he found himself intrigued. Yang Jinxian had already taken residence in Villa Number 3, yet he wondered why she had chosen to lavishly decorate Villa Number 4 as well. Even the underground wine cellar was adorned with an array of fine wines. Was she simply burning through her wealth? Did she frequently change residences within this row of villas, each styled distinctly to suit her whims? It was perplexing. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, after the death of her husband, Yang Jinxian returned to Taoyuan community, residing in the neighboring Villa Number 3. Recently, she had arranged for the refurbishment of Villa Number 4. With her sister Yang Bushuan nearing graduation from graduate school, Yang Jinxian had only her sister left as family in this city. She wished to gift Villa Number 4 to her sister, allowing them to be neighbors. After all, her sister was still young and was bound to seek companionship in the future. Living together could prove somewhat inconvenient. Moreover, Yang Jinxian understood the sentiments involved. She had contemplated her own youth, recognizing that even a deep bond with her husband would not necessitate a lifetime of widowhood. Perhaps one might encounter a suitable gentleman in the future, leading to a harmonious union. The sisters reside in a villa, which, while fostering their bond, may become inconvenient once either of them finds a partner. Thus, they deliberately renovated Villa Number 4 with the intention of having the younger sister reside there. However, no one anticipated that this newly refurbished Villa Number 4 would ultimately be acquired by Shen Heng. Chapter 18. The property manager's wife. This security door has certainly alleviated many concerns. Among all the features of this villa, Shen Heng is most pleased with the security door, sparing him the trouble of replacing it himself. He could procure various top-tier security doors from the vending machine, yet the installation would prove quite cumbersome. In this cold and frigid weather, Shen Heng is no expert in technical matters. How could he possibly install it? In the future, when conducting transactions, he will rely on underground passages. With an abundance of resources, it is inevitable that he will attract the attention of some unscrupulous individuals. When people observe Shen Heng entering this villa, they will undoubtedly assume he harbors a vast quantity of supplies within. They will be driven to devise countless strategies to breach the villa. If this security door proves inadequate, failing to withstand even a typical assault, it would be wise to abandon it altogether. Be cautious, Huo Miao urged as she donned her attire, accompanying Shen Heng to the door with reluctance. Do not worry. I shall return shortly, Shen Heng reassured her, casting a glance at the passageway before placing the key in Huo Miao's hand. I entrust you with the key to the security door. I fear that amidst the chaos outside, I might misplace it, rendering our residence unsafe. Upon my return, I will ring the doorbell. Please ensure to verify my identity through the surveillance before granting entry. All right, Huomiao nodded earnestly. With a resounding thud, the heavy door closed behind her as Shen Heng turned and stepped into the underground passage. His gaze was frigid, a subtle test for Huomiao. The security door was operated by a solitary key, one that Huomiao had clearly noticed. If she sought vengeance for having taken her innocence, or if she felt discontented, she could easily choose not to grant him entry. However, Shen Heng possessed the universal key of the vending machine. What door could resist his access? Moreover, Huomiao had previously inquired whether the other rooms on the second floor contained Shen Heng's stored supplies. At that moment, he had remained non-committal. Should Huomiao take the opportunity to stealthily ascend the stairs and pry into his affairs while he was absent, his trust in her would evaporate. In the corners of the second floor, Shen Heng had already concealed several miniature cameras. The moment she ascended, they would capture her actions with utmost clarity. Ah, Huomiao. Shen Heng shook his head. After all, a woman of pure and ethereal beauty, with a figure that was simply exquisite, was someone he held in high regard, especially given her untouched status. Yet, if she were to betray him, he would unhesitatingly cast her into the frigid world outside, allowing her to fend for herself. He would not easily place his trust in women anymore. In this apocalyptic world, where order had disintegrated, survival was paramount. Women were merely embellishments to life. With purposeful strides, Shen Heng continued through the underground passage. The corridor was lined with the subterranean pathways of the townhouses. Perhaps due to the sparse population of the villa area or the inhabitants' preference to remain indoors, he encountered no one until he reached the plaza. As he arrived at the plaza, a sudden clarity enveloped him, signifying that Shen Heng had reached the central area of the community. Advancing further led him to a towering residential complex comprising 20 buildings, each soaring 30 stories high. With a few more steps, he noticed an increase in the number of people around him, which was quite natural. With 20 buildings, each possessing at least 4 units per floor and standing tall at 30 levels, this area housed no fewer than 7,000 households. Considering an average of 3 individuals per family, that equated to a population of around 20,000 residents. The occupants of these high-rise apartments in Taoyuan community represented a significant source for his vending machine business. It was essential not to underestimate these residences. Although they fell short of the luxury of townhouses, Taoyuan community, being one of the premier residential districts in Jiangxing, boasted few impoverished individuals among its high-rise residents. Shen Heng stood out as an exception. He toiled endlessly at his keyboard, and, fortuitously, one of his books gained modest popularity online, enabling him to gather enough for a down payment to purchase an apartment here. His choice of Taoyuan community was largely influenced by Feng Lu's insistence. She had declared her desire to reside in such an upscale neighborhood, dismissing all others. Su Chao, despite earning a respectable salary, could not afford an apartment here and had to rely on family support for his purchase. Thus, aside from a scant few individuals like Shen Heng, most homeowners were small successes in the white-collar realm. Shen Heng's ambition was to swiftly seize the opportunities within Taoyuan community while the populace remained vibrant, seeking to expand outward as quickly as possible. Furthermore, the vending machine had previously hinted that, in the absence of longwa currency, other equivalent items could also be utilized for transactions, similarly enhancing the machine's level. Precious metals and jewelry were all accepted by the vending machine. However, as time wore on and humanity dwindled, with deep snow blanketing the ground, where would one find the means to procure goods? Continuing onward, the flow of people in the underground passage increased as I traversed the square. Numerous individuals, all clad in substantial clothing, sought refuge in the subterranean corridor to breathe. After being confined indoors for an entire day, a sense of restlessness inevitably arose. Unable to exit through the unit door downstairs, many opted for a stroll in the underground passage, where they encountered several fellow residents, congregating in small groups to deliberate on the wretched weather. As Shen Heng passed by a cluster of middle-aged men and women, he overheard their conversation. The snow continued to fall, and astonishingly, it only intensified. Would it never cease? What nonsense are you talking about? Do you truly believe it's the end of the world? One remarked. Alas, global snowfall. The doomsday theories have resurfaced, and I find myself questioning it. In the middle of summer, snow is falling. We're somewhat fortunate in Jiangxing. After all, winter can be quite cold, and we possess warm clothing. I've heard that in Sanya, many have perished from the cold. Another added. Indeed, that place is accustomed to perpetual summer. Who could have anticipated that even there it would snow? I saw on the news that the beaches in Sanya have frozen solid, and many people are now like ice sculptures on the shore. The girl filming the video was so frightened she burst into tears. I, too, have seen that video. This snowfall is utterly bizarre. Snow in August is something I have never even heard of. The emergency hotline is unreachable, and our pantry is nearly bare. The main issue is that our water pipes have frozen and we cannot draw any water. What shall we do? Do you know about that affable person in our group? He is currently selling supplies. Perhaps we should reach out to him for some provisions? Shen Heng, upon hearing their discourse about him, paused in his tracks, attuning his ears to their conversation. People paid him no mind. The underground passage was crowded, with a multitude gathered, engaged in aimless discussions, none of whom were familiar with one another. With nothing better to do, they indulged in idle chatter. A bag of instant noodles for 500 and a sausage for 500? Are you burning money? Someone retorted. I can't afford that. For 500, I could buy countless boxes of instant noodles. Why would I need to seek him out? Yet, the argument was not so straightforward. Even if one had the money, where could they purchase it? All the supermarkets beneath the residential complex were empty. Another lamented. Had I known, I would have gone to buy some last night. Unfortunately, I slept at home, and by the time I woke up, the supermarkets were bare. Now, there is nothing to eat at home. If I don't buy, who will? Brother, I have instant noodles for 100 a bag. Care to buy? What? 100? That is utterly outrageous. Buy it if you wish. In a few days, once I've eaten my fill, there won't be any left. At that point, you'll only have the option to seek out the benevolent merchant. Forget it, I'll take it. I want 2 bags. Suddenly, the crowd shifted their conversation. All began to make purchases. Those scattered around, who had been discussing, heard this and started to trade their goods, gravitating towards the exchange. The affluent began to acquire items, while those with resources glanced at one another, tentatively testing prices. You're selling instant noodles for 100? Fine, I'll sell mine for 90. They haggled, seeking to profit from the frigid conditions. It was worth noting that a box of instant noodles typically cost around 100. Now, the price of a single bag could procure an entire box. Observing the bustling crowd, Shen Heng chuckled derisively and discreetly withdrew from the throng. Gradually raised the prices. This is merely the first day of the apocalypse. People do not yet comprehend the value of food. As days pass and individuals become accustomed to purchasing at elevated prices, they will suddenly realize that the vendors, once brimming with supplies, are now bereft of sustenance. At that moment, panic will gradually take hold. Only then will one's own provisions truly become sought after. Entering Building 4, Unit 2, Shen Heng ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he meticulously surveyed both the 6th and 7th floors, observing that all 4 households had their doors firmly shut, emanating a chill. It was then that he purchased 3 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and a small bottle of oil tincture from his mental space. He placed these items on the staircase, then descended and paused at the 5th floor entrance to send a message to the property manager. I've left everything on the stairs at your door. Please come collect it swiftly. If someone takes it, don't blame me. The property manager seemed to have been eagerly awaiting Shen Heng's message. Shortly after sending it, the door to room 601 creaked open. A middle-aged man, around 50, cautiously peered out, surveying the surroundings, and his eyes lit up upon spotting the instant noodles on the stairs. He hurriedly rushed out. Old Zhang put on a coat. It's quite cold outside. A woman's voice resonated from within, just as Shen Heng was about to depart. He found the voice somewhat familiar and paused to take a look. A young woman emerged from the room, gazing affectionately at the middle-aged man. She won by? Shen Heng was taken aback. Chapter 19. Shen Heng's White Moonlight. Every boy has his own white moonlight during their school years. By Shu Wan to Shen Heng is precisely that. They were high school classmates, seated one behind the other. Bai Shuan excelled academically, her voice soft and gentle, with a doll-like face that became the subject of discussion among many boys in the dormitory after lights out. However, after entering university, Shen Heng lost contact with Bai Shuan. He soon became acquainted with Feng Lu, who attended the same university and subsequently became infatuated with her. His perseverance bore fruit. By the time they graduated, Feng Lu finally agreed to be his girlfriend. To his astonishment, Bai Shuan married the property manager. Moreover, they resided in the same neighborhood. Shen Heng had lived in this community for a year without ever encountering her. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. After purchasing a home in Taiyuan community, Shen Heng spent his days cooped up, tirelessly typing away to repay his mortgage, rarely venturing outside. In a small community, familiarity among residents is not guaranteed, let alone in a vast estate housing tens of thousands of people. He quietly observed Bai Shuan through the gaps in the staircase. After several years apart, she had gained an alluring charm. Her features were imbued with grace. In contrast, the property manager evoked disdain in Shen Heng. This older man appeared to be in his 50s, his face laden with excess flesh. Shen Heng felt a pang of discomfort. Bai Shuan, oh Bai Shuan, how could you demean yourself so? Yet, in this apocalyptic age, resources are scarce, perhaps. Shen Heng smirked wryly and silently descended the stairs. During such dire times, many men would even barter their wives for a morsel of food. It was the same now. In his previous life, he had heard tales of a property manager who offered his wife to a gang member for amusement, who, in turn, generously rewarded him with a box of instant noodles. However, the property manager's wife had never returned. Eventually, it was rumored that Qing Mao had a violent confrontation with a contractor from the community, resulting in a tragic death. The property manager's wife was then taken by the contractor. After that, Shen Heng lost track of events. At that time, he was solely focused on acquiring resources, leaving him little time to indulge in gossip. Soon after, the emergence of the ability fruits occurred, and Shen Heng promptly acquired fire abilities. He had his resources pilfered by Chen Xiaoyo once again, which shifted his focus to safeguarding against theft, further diverting his attention from other matters. Yet, in this lifetime, she had likely only been involved with the property manager. This thought suddenly reminded Shen Heng of Huo Miao at home. In terms of physique and beauty, Huo Miao surpassed Bai Shuan significantly. Bai Shuan had the advantage of classmate support, while Huo Miao possessed the charm of a friend's girlfriend. They were indeed comparable. Shen Heng made his way to the underground level 2, entering the underground passage once more. Within the passage, the number of individuals engaged in discussions had dwindled considerably. It seemed that many had reached agreements and returned to trade. Shen Heng paid no heed to the elderly conversing and proceeded towards the villa area at the back. Upon reaching the entrance of the underground passage to villa number 4 in row 2, Shen Heng pressed the doorbell. With an impassive expression, he awaited the door to open. If Huo Miao did not grant him entry, he would initiate a friendly competition before casting her aside. With a community of 20 to 30,000 residents, could he truly not find a beautiful woman? He recalled that a popular female streamer, nicknamed Little Sand, resided in Building 12 of Tiyuan community. In his previous life, after consuming an ability fruit, he remained oblivious to the powers he possessed. Ultimately, he had followed Qin Xiaoyo to the Song family and left the community behind. Now, possessing boundless resources, yet unable to win over a mere internet celebrity, he stood at the entrance, pressing the doorbell while perusing his phone, reviewing the few miniature cameras he had left at home. The cameras had captured little of significance, confirming that after his departure, Huo Miao had not ventured upstairs. This provided Shen Heng with a modicum of solace. He glanced at the other cameras, only to discover that Su Chao and Feng Lu were still nestled in bed. What an odd pair. Calculating the time, it dawned on him that they had not eaten for a whole day and night. Were they planning to perish in bed? Yet, it appeared they had ceased their antics, instead engaging in hushed conversation. Brother Chao, I'm on the verge of starving, Feng Lu pouted. Su Chao, slightly irritable, retorted. I'm hungry too. If it weren't for you incessantly whining, I would at least have the strength to get dressed by now. All I desire is a moment of peace in bed. Where had that scoundrel Shen Heng gone? It had been an entire day without a word from him. Feng Lu's face was a picture of indignation. That rascal had always catered to her whims, terrified of inciting her ire. Now, after a full day, not even a phone call. I'm truly incensed. Why don't you just call him? Su Chao suggested tentatively. I can't muster the energy to get out of bed. I'm nearly starving. Tell him to bring something to eat, swiftly. Let us wait a little longer. Feng Lu gritted her teeth. If I call him now, it would mean I'm conceding. I haven't done anything wrong. He should be the one to reach out. Su Chao was utterly speechless. At a time like this, she was still concerned with right and wrong? Now, what is the matter with you admitting a mistake to Shen Heng? I am nearly starving alongside you. You possess no sense of urgency. A woman of ample bosom, yet lacking intellect. Can we not wait a moment longer? I am reluctant to concede so easily. Look at Su Chao, visibly displeased, while Feng Lu nestles affectionately in his embrace. All right. Su Chao hurriedly nods in agreement. Shen Heng scoffs coldly. At that moment, the small light on the security door illuminates, casting a glow on Shen Heng's face. In the next instant, the door swings open, and Huo Miao leaps into Shen Heng's arms. Why did you take so long? I was so frightened. Huo Miao whispers softly. Shen Heng inhales the delightful fragrance of her hair and chuckles. But I have returned, haven't I? It wasn't a lengthy absence. Come, let us enter the house. There are too many people outside. Yes. Huo Miao snaps back to reality and quickly pulls Shen Heng inside, casting a wary glance at the underground passage before securely locking the door. She then crouches down to fetch slippers for Shen Heng, assisting him in changing his footwear. Observing her tender gesture, Shen Heng embraces her tightly. What are you doing? Hurry and change your shoes. There are dishes still being stir-fried upstairs. Huo Miao's face flushes crimson. Let us not concern ourselves with that. This is of greater importance. A new round of card games commences, with the two engaging in a fierce battle. With her newfound experience, Huo Miao attempts to take the initiative, yet her craving for the game proves overwhelming, leading to yet another defeat. Chapter 20, A Game of Words? From Huo Miao, Shen Heng senses a gentleness he has long been deprived of. Unlike Feng Lu, who has never acknowledged Shen Heng's thoughts during their time together, Huo Miao is nothing like the ice goddess Su Chao described. Now, observing her nestled adorably beneath his neck, resembling a small kangaroo, one cannot help but find her utterly charming. Suddenly, as Huo Miao pressed her head against Shen Heng's chin, a thought struck her. She gasped and hurriedly rose, casting a frowning glare back at Shen Heng. "It's all your fault. My dish isn't finished yet, and now it will surely burn." With that, she dashed upstairs. Shen Heng chuckled contentedly, following closely behind. Upon reaching the ground floor, a burnt aroma wafted through the air. Indeed, half a pot of food had transformed into a charred, dark brown mass. It was a failure. Huo Miao hung her head in disappointment. "It's all right." Shen Heng approached the kitchen, and with a gentle wave of his hand, the burnt wok vanished. The recovery value, 60 yuan. His experience with the vending machine had once again increased by 60. He casually purchased a new pot and some ingredients, glancing at the vending machine. The experience had risen to 13812-20000. This significant increase was primarily due to his earlier purchases of seafood and red wine for borrowing a vehicle. Now, however, his bank account held just over 10,000 yuan. Most of his previous earnings had been handed over to Feng Lu. This modest sum was all he had discreetly set aside for Feng Lu's birthday. Yet, this amount was only sufficient for upgrading the vending machine to level 2. Far from enough to acquire self-defense items like firearms. While skillfully chopping and cooking, Shen Heng turned to Huo Miao and inquired, "How much do you have in your account?" Huo Miao hesitated, then checked her phone. "I have 150,000 yuan in my account, 20,000 on WeChat, and 80,000 on Alipay. What's the matter? Do you need some money? I shall pass it on to you." "Oh, 250,000. Is it really that much?" I never expected Huo Miao to be quite the little heiress. Shen Heng's eyes brightened. With such a sum, it should suffice to elevate his vending machine to level 5. He mused, nodding in agreement. "Please transfer the money first. Consider it a loan from you." "What loan?" Huo Miao murmured, pouting slightly as she furtively glanced at Shen Heng. "Well, he does look quite handsome while cooking. It seems fate has inadvertently brought her together with Shen Heng. After all, her money is no different from his." Little did she know that just moments ago, as Shen Heng exited the villa, he remained wary of her. Should he lose faith in her, he would cast her unceremoniously into the frigid world outside. Shen Heng's hand trembled. He heard every whispered word from Huo Miao. In fact, at that moment, he felt somewhat petty. He had previously harbored doubts about her, yet she remained completely defenseless against him. Watching as Huo Miao unhesitatingly transferred all her money to his account, Shen Heng pressed his lips together and declared, "As long as you are truly with me, I promise I will never abandon you." "Now, you must remember this phrase." Huo Miao laughed, bounding over to Shen Heng and pressing the record button. "Come, say it again." "I must capture this moment. If you ever bully me, I will play this recording beside your ear, over and over." Shen Heng embraced her, speaking earnestly into the phone. "As long as Miao Miao is genuinely with me and does not betray me, I, Shen Heng, will undoubtedly treat you with utmost sincerity and will never forsake you." Huo Miao wore a proud expression as she planted a firm kiss on Shen Heng's face. Subsequently, she settled onto the sofa, diligently perusing cooking videos. She had made up her mind. Once the snow ceased, she would resign from her job and dedicate herself to mastering the art of homemaking. This brief interlude had begun to endear her to such a lifestyle. Nestled at home with Shen Heng, they would indulge in watching the news, admiring the snowy scenery, and savoring the sweetness of their shared existence. With just a glance, Shen Heng could decipher her thoughts, and soon, the game commenced. After preparing the meal, Shen Heng placed the dishes on the coffee table, ready to dine with Huo Miao. It seemed a bit chilly. Huo Miao donned her pajamas. "Cold." Shen Heng looked up. As night fell, the snow outside had piled against the window. The sound of the air conditioner grew increasingly pronounced, clearly struggling against the frigid weather. He glanced at the thermometer. The temperature had plummeted to -49 degrees. "Please, eat first," Shen Heng urged, rising to add more wood to the fireplace, shortly thereafter producing several oil lamps. Huo Miao gazed at him in astonishment. Although she had witnessed Shen Heng reveal his powers on 2 occasions, where a mere wave of his hand made shattered plates and a burnt pot vanish as if by magic, now he effortlessly conjured several oil lamps with a flick of his wrist. "Are you performing magic?" Huo Miao swallowed hard. "Let us just say I am for now," Shen Heng replied with a smile. Although he felt considerably more at ease with Huo Miao, this matter touched upon his deepest secrets, which he was reluctant to unveil. In half a month, when the fruit of his abilities manifested, he believed Huo Miao would come to understand. At that time, she would naturally regard her secrets as an early awakening of her extraordinary abilities. How impressive. Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng, her eyes filled with stars. Once several oil heaters were turned on, the temperature in the room rose significantly. Shen Heng turned off the air conditioning, realizing that even if it continued to operate, it could not withstand the impending cold. Tonight, the temperature would plummet again, nearing minus 60 degrees. Even a functioning air conditioner would be completely frozen. After completing these tasks, he sat down to share a meal with Huamiao. Following dinner, Huamiao took the initiative to clear the dishes, while Shen Heng reclined on the sofa, digesting and casually watching the news. All television stations were currently broadcasting updates from the official Channel 1 of Long Country. A beautiful female anchor, clad in 3 down jackets, shivered as she stood in the studio, exhaling frosty breath while addressing the camera. This sudden snowstorm has profoundly impacted lives worldwide. Reports indicate that the globe is now experiencing extreme low temperatures, and experts estimate that our blue planet has entered a new glacial period. However, our official organization remains steadfast, striving to establish pathways during this perilous time. Our underground railways are now operational and will soon create a main line connecting Long City with the 10 largest cities in the nation, ensuring that rescue supplies will be continuously transported via rail. Let us all persevere and not lose hope. As long as we endure, light and warmth will once again belong to humanity. Civilized society will not dissipate due to this crisis. If everyone unites, sets aside prejudices, and supports one another, survival is assured. Shen Heng shook his head. Civilized society? Indeed. The future civilization persists, yet it has lost much of its civility. Laws and morals have dissipated into thin air. Might is the undeniable truth. The powerful beings dominate their territories, surrounded by beauty and numerous servants. They also secure various resource strongholds. In the previous life, the Song family even seized the official grain depot in Jiangxing. This audacious act propelled the Song family to prominence, establishing them as one of the paramount forces in Jiangxing. Remarkably, despite occupying the official grain depot, the authorities remained utterly unresponsive, not even issuing a single warning to the Song family. This indicates the authorities were grappling with significant troubles of their own, too preoccupied to intervene. It is worth noting that while Jiangxing may not rank among the top 3 cities in Longhua, it is nonetheless one of the top 10. If the so-called underground railway were truly effective, Longcheng would naturally coordinate with Jiangxing. The Song family, known for their defiance against the authorities, would be swiftly subdued. Yet, until the passing of Shen Heng, nearly a month had elapsed since the Song family seized the grain depot, and the authorities had taken no action whatsoever. The Ice Age? Suddenly, Huamiao, who was washing dishes, looked up in astonishment at the television. She then turned to Shen Heng, her expression fraught with concern. Will humanity perish during the Ice Age? The likelihood of death is alarmingly high. Recalling the humans who had barely survived in the last life, devoid of any moral compass, Shen Heng shook his head slightly. Yet, observing your demeanor, you seem entirely unconcerned. Huamiao set down the dishes, nestled beside Shen Heng, and softly inquired, Shen Heng, how much supplies do we have left? HM? Shen Heng's eyes narrowed instantly, casting a cold gaze upon Huamiao, who leaned against him. This woman, does she truly intend to covet our supplies? Is she attempting to extract information from me? Chapter 21, The Greatest Hero. I pondered, if our resources are dwindling, then there is no necessity for us to sell. Huamiao remained oblivious to Shen Heng's gaze, nestled in his embrace, continuing to speak. Money can be earned again, but once a life is lost, all is forfeit. We must not merely focus on immediate gains. Consider this. Such information has even reached official channels, indicating that the external world has descended into utter chaos. Even if it is just the 2 of us, there will come a day when our supplies are exhausted. What then shall we do? Ultimately, we would only prolong our survival a little longer before facing inevitable demise. Huamiao sighed, therefore, we must act now, not only to safeguard our household supplies, but also to venture forth and seek new resources. In this extreme cold, many items can be preserved for extended periods. What use is money now? Shen Heng was taken aback. Is that what Huamiao thinks? Indeed. Huamiao looked up, her expression earnest as she regarded Shen Heng. Did I not just transfer you 250,000? Let us use this sum to procure supplies. I have noticed discussions of transactions emerging in the owner group. While people are still willing to sell, we should invest all our funds in provisions, especially items that are easy to preserve. What do you think? At this point, a spark of realization ignited in her eyes. I now comprehend why you were so vocal in the group earlier. Moreover, she just asked me for money. Are you also contemplating creating a secondary account to deliberately inflate the prices of supplies, inciting panic among the people? Subsequently, some individuals would sell their goods at lower prices, and you could acquire them. This is precisely what you were thinking, isn't it? Shen Heng chuckled silently at this girl, pondering what was going on in her mind. I genuinely intend to sell the supplies. She mistakenly believed that I was deliberately manipulating public opinion with a secondary account. Furthermore, The funds transferred by Huo Miao earlier sparked Shen Heng's desire to spend it all. He contemplated whether he could elevate the vending machine to level 5. If achieved, he would be able to purchase a handgun. In that case, during the upcoming fortnight before the appearance of supernatural fruits, they would possess a means of self-defense. After all, in a day or two, individuals unable to withstand hunger would resort to nefarious deeds, leading to break-ins and violent thefts within the community. Following that, it would spiral out of control. With a firearm, he could ensure his survival in those initial weeks. Nonetheless, Huo Miao's words also provided Shen Heng with some relief. She had no intentions of coveting his supplies. Rather, she wished for him to utilize her funds to stockpile resources. Rest assured, you need not worry about supplies. I will ensure you are not left hungry. Shen Heng playfully pinched Huo Miao's nose, reiterating, as long as you are genuinely with me, I will never neglect you. As for the money you have given me, I have other purposes for it. Huo Miao opened her mouth, intending to persuade Shen Heng further. But upon meeting his gaze, she chose to remain silent. This strong-willed woman had grown accustomed to Shen Heng's domineering nature. But for Shen Heng, she might have already fallen victim to Wang Qingguang. The thought of her own fate was too dreadful to contemplate. Moreover, she was enduring hunger at the company. May I contact my colleagues to inquire about their situation? Suddenly, Huo Miao had an idea and asked, Rest assured, I have no intention of taking them in. I merely wish to know how they are faring. When she had been surrounded by Wang Qingguang's 3 henchmen, none of her colleagues had been willing to come to her aid. If they were not doing well, she would find solace in that. It's fine, go ahead and ask. Shen Heng replied with a smile. With a sense of happiness, Huo Miao initiated a video call to her colleague. Huo Miao, are you alright? It was a female colleague from the company with whom Huo Miao believed she had a decent rapport. Yet, during the incident the previous night, this colleague had not dared to step forward to call for help. Now, upon receiving Huo Miao's video call, she was both astonished and pleasantly surprised. I am truly sorry about yesterday. I was too frightened to intervene. Are you alright? I'm fine, Huo Miao reassured her, observing the colleague who was curled up on her chair, visibly trembling. There appeared to be a flicker of flames in the background, casting a warm glow on her flushed face. Are you still at the company? Huo Miao inquired casually. Yes, the colleague nodded, switching the camera view, and whispered. It's freezing outside, and the air conditioning has stopped working. President Wang, cough cough, Wang Qingguang ordered us to burn old documents for warmth. But we haven't eaten all day, and it's becoming increasingly difficult to endure. In the scene, a fire blazes on the floor of the company's expansive office area, with numerous individuals gathered around, extending their hands to warm themselves. Clad in summer work attire, they huddle together in silence. A few colleagues stiffly transport documents, tossing them into the flames. As the papers are cast into the fire, the flames surge momentarily, only to diminish swiftly as the papers burn rapidly. Hurry, continue moving the documents, calls out Wang Qingguang. The few male colleagues warming themselves rise to engage in the task. Lingling, who are you video calling? Someone inquires nearby. The female colleague pauses, responding with a nervous chuckle. It's Huo Miao. Huo Miao? Many perk up, gathering closer. They see Huo Miao seated on her sofa at home, beside a crackling fireplace, causing a stir among her colleagues. Miao Miao, you've gone home. You have a fireplace at your place? It must be quite cozy, right? You're so fortunate. Your boyfriend happened to take you back. If I had known, I would have asked to be taken home yesterday as well. The office is freezing. We're still dressed in summer clothes, while at home, we at least have winter coats and quilts. I'm nearly frozen to death here. A female colleague interjects. At this moment, Wang Qingguang suddenly turns his head, silencing the female colleague with his gaze. Huo Miao? He approaches. Upon seeing Wang Qingguang's face appear on the video, Huo Miao trembles, moving closer to Shen Heng. Don't be afraid, Shen Heng whispers reassuringly in her ear. The camera inevitably captures Shen Heng as well. Humph. Upon spotting Shen Heng, Wang Qingguang's expression darkens. Damn it, once the snow ceases, we shall settle the score. Wang Qingguang gritted his teeth, his right pinky finger having been lost. A gentleman does not rest until vengeance is exacted. Feel free to come whenever, Shen Heng replied with a stoic smile. I fear you may not endure until the snow has stopped. You might freeze to death in the office first, huh? It appears you are all clad in summer attire. I presume the air conditioning has ceased? Is it not cold? Huo Miao, our relationship has always been quite amicable. You even sent me a video, which surely indicates your concern for me, right? Earlier, during the phone call, Ling had switched the camera to the front lens, her expression one of earnest pleading. Could you come and pick me up? Rest assured, I shall not ride in your boyfriend's car for free. I will contribute. I will pay 1,000. Last night, I spotted your boyfriend's vehicle. It's a Mercedes G63. Is it not? That car can traverse through the snow. Can he come to fetch us? Yes. And us too. Huo Miao, That car has ample space. We can all fit if we squeeze together. Upon hearing Ling Ling's words, the other colleagues eagerly nodded in agreement. Some even reached out to snatch Ling Ling's phone. Do not fight over it. This is my phone. Huo Miao sent me the video first. Ling Ling's shrill voice rang out as she desperately protected her phone, then urgently implored, Meow meow, I will pay 1,000. No, 2,000. Please ask your boyfriend to come and pick me up. I truly cannot bear it any longer. I will freeze to death. For an entire day. I have not even had a morsel of warm food. The pipes in our company have frozen, leaving only the water dispenser operational, yet it too has run dry. I implore you, for the sake of our camaraderie as colleagues, could you have him come to my aid? I understand that your boyfriend drives a fine car and likely looks down upon my modest 2,000, but as you are aware of my circumstances, this is merely a token of my gratitude. Observing Ling Ling's beseeching expression, Huo Miao let out a derisive laugh. You are aware that my husband would not regard this 2,000, correct? Huo Miao interrupted her languidly. If you know this, there is no need to voice it. It is rather awkward. Ling Ling chuckled awkwardly. This is simply a gesture of my sincerity. Your life is worth only 2,000? I recall your monthly salary is 10,000. Huo Miao retorted with scorn. Very well, let it be so. I shall hang up now. Wait, Ling Ling exclaimed in desperation. You sent me a video out of concern, did you not? I am in such dire straits, and I promptly apologized for not standing by you yesterday. Is that not sufficient? If you truly care, what harm is there in having your boyfriend come to my aid? I am not unwilling to pay. Firstly, I have not accepted your apology, nor will I. Huo Miao's smile vanished as she stated coldly, furthermore, do not speak of my boyfriend's disposition. Even if you wish to assist, I would counsel him against it. Ultimately, I sent you the video solely to ascertain your condition, since you are both faring poorly. I find comfort in that. Farewell, and may fortune be with you. Indeed, please refrain from chastising me just yet. You may still be unaware of the situation. The company has power, and your phones are charged, correct? While the internet is accessible, I suggest you search for the latest news from Longhua. No need to thank me. With that, she disconnected the call. You are quite decisive, remarked Shen Heng with a smile. Oh dear, Huo Miao clung to his neck, murmuring. If it weren't for you yesterday, not only would I have faced Wang Qingwang, but even now, I would be huddled like those colleagues, warming myself by the fire. In my most perilous moment, you descended like a savior, rescuing me. Without you, I would not be able to relish the life I have now. When I kissed you yesterday, it was not solely to retaliate against Su Chao. More importantly, I have always dreamed of marrying a hero. He may not arrive riding on a rainbow, but he must provide me with a profound sense of security, making my heart feel at ease upon seeing him. The moment you stepped out of the elevator to rescue me, I knew in my heart that you were my hero. Chapter 22. Shen Heng's doubts. When Miao spoke with deep emotion, then embraced Shen Heng, leaning in for a kiss. Shen Heng kissed her back fervently. After a considerable time, their lips parted. Shen Heng looked at Huo Miao with a smile and inquired, do you truly feel this way? Of course. Huo Miao nodded earnestly. As for those people at the company, as I mentioned, even if you truly intended to go and confront them, I would still dissuade you. The snow outside has accumulated to over a meter in depth. It is inconceivable that one could reach the office even in a tank. If the authorities had the capability to provide assistance, they would have already mobilized the military. The absence of any such action only serves to illustrate that even the official forces are unable to effectuate a rescue. How could I possibly allow my husband to risk himself in such circumstances? Shen Heng remained silent, choosing instead to hold tightly onto Huo Miao. This woman possesses a profound understanding of life. He had initially believed that he needed ample time to guide and educate her, to dissuade her from harboring excessive compassion. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless individuals who lost their lives due to a moment of kindness. Women, in particular, are prone to overwhelming sympathy, often attracting unnecessary calamities. Huo Miao is truly his ideal companion for the apocalypse. She can keep pace with his thoughts and restrain her curiosity, refraining from prying into his secrets. As long as he remains reticent, she does not inquire further. Their intimacy aligns perfectly after only a few encounters. A mere tap on her rear end signals to her the defensive posture she should assume. Her inability to cook is negligible. As Shen Heng has grown accustomed to preparing meals himself, he silently vows to procure an ability fruit for Huo Miao in the future. It is uncertain what kind of power she will awaken. Even if it is merely the most ordinary physical enhancement, it would suffice for her self-defense. Unbeknownst to Huo Miao, her words have already secured a significant place in Shen Heng's heart, to the extent that he contemplates providing her with an ability fruit. Shen Heng is in no rush regarding the ability fruit. There are still 14 days until its appearance. If it comes to pass that we cannot find it, I shall simply elevate the vending machine's level and purchase a supernatural fruit for 1 million. However, the The vending machine contains only a single type of supernatural fruit, and its abilities remain unmarked, leaving the effects uncertain. By the way, what did you just call me? Shen Heng suddenly inquired. Huo Miao, feeling bashful, murmured softly, darling. The tender utterance sent a shiver down Shen Heng's spine. In his previous life, even after many years with Feng Lu, she had never addressed him in such a manner. Without hesitation, Shen Heng scooped Huo Miao into his arms and strode purposefully up to the second floor. That night, Huo Miao settled into the second-floor bedroom, slumbering beside Shen Heng. Half an hour later, her voice hoarse, she drifted into a deep sleep. Upon awakening, she found herself alone. After dressing, Huo Miao descended to the first floor, discovering that Shen Heng had prepared breakfast. Come and eat, he beckoned with a wave. The table was laid with congee. Pancakes, milk, sandwiches, and boiled eggs, a feast indeed. A warm surge of gratitude blossomed within Huo Miao. To lean against such a man was truly blissful. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted with the sight of him having arranged everything. Yet, a sudden thought crossed her mind. As she looked up, she noticed that the lights were still on, and the curtains had all been drawn. Why have the curtains not been opened? Huo Miao smiled as she approached the window, and the moment she drew back the curtains, she froze in place. Outside, the snow had blanketed the window, covering it for the most part. It felt as though she resided beneath the earth. Above the glass, she could see the snowflakes dancing, as the relentless snowfall continued to descend from the heavens. Given the current weather, tonight, the heavy snowfall will thoroughly envelop the entire first floor. Shen Heng calmly beckoned to Huo Miao. Let us eat first. Huo Miao nodded obediently, returning to Shen Heng's side. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Even though the official news announced last night that, according to experts' estimates, Blue Star has now entered a glacial period, Huo Miao remained skeptical without witnessing it firsthand. However, the blizzard outside had decisively clarified her doubts. The end of days has indeed arrived. How long will this snow persist? Her voice trembled slightly. It shouldn't snow indefinitely. Shen Heng took a sip of his thin porridge, contemplating before responding. There will eventually come a day when it stops, but for now, the inability to venture outside, coupled with hunger, cold, and a lack of supplies, are the most pressing issues. Having lived a second life, he now possesses a clear understanding of the future and has begun to envision broader horizons. In his previous existence, he had constantly evaded danger, preoccupied with mere survival. In this life, endowed with an inexhaustible supply of resources, he is now able to view problems from a more comprehensive perspective. Is the government truly powerless in the face of this snow disaster? He squinted, his fingers lightly tapping the table. Normally, it would merely be a significant snowfall. The timing is unusual, falling in the sweltering summer, catching everyone off guard. Yet, it seems excessive to announce the onset of a glacial period after just one day of snowfall. Judging by the government's usual behavior, they should first unite the populace to weather the storm, instilling enough confidence to persevere, assuring everyone that help will indeed arrive. Yet the news from last night seemed to serve as a disheartening admonition, fostering a sense of despair among everyone. This thought suddenly struck Shen Heng after he had finished cooking. He observed the thick layer of snow blanketing the yard and intended to procure a snow shovel from the vending machine. However, in that fleeting moment of intent, an epiphany dawned upon him. The government of Longhua possesses substantial snow removal machinery. Once those snowplows traversed the roads, the thoroughfares would be cleared in an instant, casting the snow aside effortlessly. Furthermore, there are military forces stationed near Jiangxing. With the army's intervention, a mere snowstorm could be swiftly managed, restoring traffic in no time. But where had the army of Jiangxing vanished to? A wave of curiosity surged within him. The military camp was situated in the northern part of Jiangxing, while Taoyuan community lay slightly to the north of the city center, a mere few dozen kilometers apart. The thought flitted through his mind to visit the military camp and ascertain their activities. Why, in the face of such a nationwide calamity, had the army refrained from rendering aid? Nevertheless, he had more pressing matters to attend to. After dining, as Huo Miao busied herself with the dishes, Shen Heng opened the window and climbed out. The door on the first floor had completely frozen shut, refusing to budge. The biting cold wind swept in, and even clad in a thickened jacket, he could not suppress a shiver. It was unbearably frigid. The external temperature had plummeted to a staggering -60 degrees. Armed with a snow shovel, he began to clear the snow from the window and the entrance. During this endeavor, he became increasingly convinced that although the snow was substantial, it was also light and easily displaced with a mere push. After waiting for a month or two, with the snow intermittently falling and the sun occasionally gracing the sky, the snow would become increasingly thick, making the task of clearing it all the more arduous. Where, one might wonder, had the officials and the military vanished to? Chapter 23. Departure. After shoveling a path through the yard snow that led all the way to the gate, Shen Heng purchased a snowmobile from a vending machine. Initially, He harbored concerns that the vending machine's dispensing slot was too small, rendering the expense futile. However, to his surprise, moments later, a palm-sized snowmobile tumbled out from the machine. Before Shen Heng could widen his eyes in astonishment, the snowmobile suddenly enlarged upon entering his consciousness, transforming into a standard size in the blink of an eye. So this was the mechanism of dispensing. No wonder the vending machines offered aircraft carriers. With a simple gesture, the snowmobile appeared beside him. He paid it little heed and turned to enter the house. The vending machine was only at level 1, allowing for the purchase of only basic snowmobiles, costing him 10,000. Nonetheless, this transaction elevated the vending machine to level 2. Current level, 2 experience points, 1956 40,000. A total expenditure of 40,000 is required to upgrade the vending machine to level 3. Good heavens, the experience had doubled. Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. He pondered whether the experience points would escalate to 80,000 upon reaching level 3. If the pattern of doubling continued, level 4 would necessitate 160,000. Shen Heng quickly calculated that ascending to level 5 would require a total expenditure of 300,000. Even with Huang Miao's contributions, he still fell short. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. What a misfortune it was. Why must he play the sycophant, relinquishing all his hard-earned money to Feng Lu? Had he saved just a little more, it would have sufficed for the 5th level. When the time comes to venture out for trade, carrying a firearm will undoubtedly enhance one's safety. Now is not the moment to dwell on such matters. Shen Heng beckoned to Huang Miao, who was obediently seated on the sofa, saying, "Come over and lend a hand." Understood. Huang Miao swiftly approached. With a flourish, Shen Heng produced a collection of items and remarked, "These are all insulation materials. We must adhere them to the walls and windows using this adhesive." He had inspected the villa the previous night. Although the construction had not been shoddy, it still fell short of withstanding such extreme weather conditions. The surrounding area lay blanketed in snow, causing heat to dissipate continuously. This film-like material was available only after upgrading the vending machine to level 2. And it was noted as a high-tech insulation substance. Of course, there were also insulation materials selected by the system, but like the premium jackets, they required level 8. For now, they could only make do with this insulation material. The adhesive for applying the insulation was a powerful glue sold by the system, purchasable at level 2. This was also why Shen Heng had prioritized acquiring a snow vehicle earlier. Only by upgrading the vending machine to level 2 could they procure such supplies. Remarkably, this powerful glue, though small in size, cost a staggering 100 coins. All right. Huang Miao nodded in agreement, and the two quickly set to work. Shen Heng tore down the cotton material from the walls and replaced it with the insulation film. The tube of powerful glue, priced at 100 coins, lived up to expectations. With just a minimal application, it secured the insulation film firmly to the wall, rendering it immovable. Meanwhile, Huang Miao diligently wrapped the insulation film around the windows. While applying the insulating film, Huang Miao's gaze was abruptly drawn to the snowmobile parked in the courtyard, leaving her momentarily stunned. She distinctly recalled that when she arrived at the villa 2 days prior, the yard was devoid of any such vehicle. Moreover, it had snowed throughout the previous day, and she had stood by the window observing the yard, which still bore no trace of it. Could it be that Shen Heng had just cleared the snow and placed it there? But where did the snowmobile come from? She also remembered the insulating film that had materialized on the ground with a mere wave of Shen Heng's hand. These materials were lightweight yet remarkably effective in insulation. Yet Huang Miao had never encountered them before. The secrets surrounding Shen Heng were manifold. How could he conjure such items from thin air like a master magician? Nevertheless, if Shen Heng preferred to keep his secrets, she, as a perceptive woman, would refrain from prying. In this extreme weather, being able to stay close to Shen Heng made Huang Miao acutely aware of her own fortune. Regardless of the nature of Shen Heng's extraordinary abilities, she understood that as long as she remained obedient and considerate, she would continue to share in their life together. After 2 days of interaction, she had begun to discern Shen Heng's character. The more compliant and agreeable she was, the more he cherished her. Even soft coaxing would elicit his amused consent. Conversely, a strong-willed demeanor would earn no indulgence from Shen Heng. Initially, Feng Lu possessed such a dominant personality. In essence, Shen Heng was the male counterpart to Feng Lu. If she could grasp this dynamic, then by remaining gentle and understanding in his presence, he would grow fond and satisfied with her. The apocalyptic scene outside. Huang Miao cast a deep gaze at the thick blanket of snow. The snow continued to fall relentlessly from the sky. Just moments ago, Shen Heng had cleared the snow. Yet within a brief span, a fresh layer had settled upon the ground. To accompany Shen Heng as a considerate woman was essential for survival. Remarkably, he had even prepared a snowmobile in advance, thus ensuring her utmost security in following him. Indeed, she found herself somewhat reliant on him. As this thought crossed her mind, Huang Miao's cheeks flushed slightly, She glanced back at Shen Heng, who was diligently applying insulation film to the walls, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Enough with these fanciful thoughts. It was prudent to focus on completing the house first. On the short video platform, many lamented their plight, crying out for food and water. However, amidst such extreme weather, with heavy snow blanketing the ground, venturing outside was perilous, leaving no one to tend to another's needs. Tragically, some had succumbed to the cold. She should be grateful for her warm villa, with provisions at hand. After Shen Heng meticulously covered the walls on the ground floor, he observed Huang Miao's efforts and noted her diligence. She had even trimmed the insulation film to fit every nook and cranny, ensuring no corner was left unprotected. Nodding in approval, he purchased a substantial amount of insulation film from a vending machine before addressing Huang Miao. Miao Miao, I must step out for a while. Please continue applying the insulation film at home. The temperature will continue to drop, so ensure every wall is covered, understood? You're going out again? Huang Miao asked with concern. It's so cold outside. Is there something urgent that requires your immediate attention? It is rather important, Shen Heng affirmed with a slight nod. Rest assured, I can manage my safety. I likely won't return until afternoon. Are you not coming back for lunch? Upon hearing this, the worry on Huang Miao's face deepened. Don't worry, it's nothing serious, just a bit of distance, Shen Heng replied as he leaned closer to her. Huang Miao instinctively embraced him, and they shared a kiss. Moments later, she reluctantly released him, gazing intently into his eyes. You must be careful. I will be waiting for you. Shen Heng's heart quivered. He almost wished to embrace her once more for another round of affection. When such a seemingly aloof and beautiful woman reveals her tender side, which man could resist? However, with the confusion weighing on his heart, he knew he must seek clarity. Dressed in a thick fur hat, insulated ski goggles, a heavy mask covering his face, and winter leather gloves, Shen Heng was thoroughly equipped. Yet, upon stepping outside, a biting cold wind greeted him, sending a shiver through his body. It was unbearably frigid. The wind howled fiercely, swirling the snowflakes in the air. Fortunately, the snowmobile was equipped with a windshield, and he had purchased several thick blankets, which he spread over the snowmobile and draped over himself, finally alleviating some of the chill. With determination, Shen Heng started the snowmobile, glanced back at Huang Miao, and nodded before twisting the handlebars. The vehicle surged forward, gliding down the slope that had been cleared in the yard, bursting through the gate. Be careful, Huang Miao thought anxiously as she watched Shen Heng ride away. Her heart heavy as she turned back home, locking the door securely behind her. Entering the kitchen, she noticed a variety of ingredients added next to the cutting board. Just as it had been the day before, Shen Heng never ascended the second floor, and there was no place within his abode to store such an abundance of supplies. How could he suddenly acquire so many resources? Moreover, the material for the insulation film was entirely unfamiliar to him. From whence did it originate? More importantly, what of that snow vehicle? Which ordinary individual keeps a snow vehicle at home? It appeared as though Shen Heng had long been prepared for this snow disaster. Yet the crux of the matter is, there had been no mention of an ice age in the news prior. How did Shen Heng possess such foreknowledge? Oh, and what of the second floor? She curiously gazed towards the remaining rooms upstairs. Just how many supplies had Shen Heng concealed within? Chapter 24. Shen Heng raced across the smooth expanse of snow. The once grand villa now lay submerged, with only the second and third floors protruding above the snow, while the first floor was nearly engulfed. In his previous life, he had never ventured out with such audacity. However, equipped with a super vending machine and foreknowledge of future events, he felt considerably less apprehensive. As the extraordinary fruit had yet to emerge, and the Dragon Kingdom maintained strict firearm regulations, there was little cause for concern. The sound of the snow vehicle was quite loud, and Yang Jinxian next door heard it immediately. Mu Xian, did you just hear something? Yang Jinxian, bundled in layers of clothing, turned to her sister, who was similarly attired. Yang Mu Xian shrank her head slightly and whispered, I think I heard the sound of an engine. It seems quite close. Perhaps it's from next door? Yang Jinxian furrowed her brow and nodded. I believe it is indeed coming from next door. There must be someone there. It must be the Song family. The mere thought of that insufferable filled with a throbbing headache. She had seen the news on the Dragon Country television, despite the circumstances, showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit of her. With so many members in the family, so many voices to heed, shouldn't they be hastily gathering resources instead of fixating on her? Unbeknownst to her, the one who had borrowed her vehicle resided next door. Sister, should I go outside to take a look? Inquired softly. Cautiously, shook her head, but her sister's words sparked a sense of urgency within her. She hurried upstairs, directing her gaze toward the source of the sound. Had not driven the snowmobile towards the towering residential buildings of the community. Instead, he headed towards the solitary villa at the rear. The standalone villa sat at the northernmost edge of With the snow piled so high that it nearly overflowed the community's walls, why would he choose a longer route when he could simply drive straight out? As he accelerated the snowmobile, the surrounding landscape was a pristine expanse of white, devoid of any human presence. When reached the second floor and peered in the direction of the noise, all she could discern was a silhouette retreating into the distance on the snowmobile. It must have originated from the adjacent Villa Number 4. Biting her lip, pondered the current occupancy of her neighbor's residence. Should she venture next door? Yet, a sense of trepidation held her back. If there were still individuals remaining next door, wouldn't her approach be akin to a lamb walking into a lion's den? You truly possess a cunning mind. To keep a watchful eye on me, you've even arranged for a snowmobile for your associates. The thought washed over her like a wave of despair. Was it possible that she was destined to be subjugated to's whims? The entire world seemed like a painting, enveloped in an absolute tranquility. The only sound piercing the air was the roaring engine of the snowmobile. Although I had never operated one before, the desolate landscape beckoned me to venture forth freely. As I navigated the vehicle, I observed the surrounding architecture, steering resolutely toward the north. Upon reaching a solitary villa district, I unexpectedly spotted a figure on the second floor, vigorously waving a bedsheet from the window. Noticing my approach, the individual increased the frequency of their gestures, evidently seeking my attention. Curiosity piqued, I furrowed my brow and slowed my pace. As I drew nearer, I discerned that the person was a woman, which brought a measure of relief. Truth be told, my current inability to procure firearms left me feeling vulnerable. Had the figure been a burly man, I would have swiftly turned away. Is there something you need? I inquired, halting outside the villa's courtyard. The wall was not far from the second floor window, allowing us to clearly see each other's features. The woman was quite attractive, I noted with raised eyebrows, rivaling even the beauty of my acquaintance, Huomiao. It was surprising to encounter such allure in this villa community, especially when considering the likes of the Yang sisters, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, who were renowned for their charm. However, it dawned on me that the owners of these luxurious villas were likely affluent individuals, making it reasonable for them to harbor such exquisite companions. The prospect of encountering more women of her caliber ignited my imagination. In this post-apocalyptic world, with an abundance of resources at my disposal, the desire to explore diverse romantic encounters seemed effortlessly attainable. Certainly, it is merely a matter of savoring the experience. As for bringing it home, he does not possess the luxury of time. To accommodate a woman requires constant evaluation, and at present, Huomiao barely meets the standards, necessitating further trials before he can fully set his mind at ease. However, he is willing to exchange material goods for a gain. Cough. The woman on the second floor of the villa, upon noticing Shen Heng halting his snow vehicle to regard her, hastily opened the window in an attempt to speak. Yet, as she began to utter her words, a gust of cold wind rushed in, causing her to cough violently. You say, Shen Heng, with an impassive expression, spoke. You were intending to greet me just now, were you not? Is there something you need? As he spoke, he remained vigilant, surveying his surroundings. In his previous life, he had heard of similar tales. Wealthy individuals who, lacking sustenance, would have their wives entice those with resources, while the affluent would stealthily conceal themselves, striking when least expected. Nevertheless, there appeared to be nothing amiss in the vicinity. Hello. The woman forced a smile at Shen Heng. My name is Chen Qin. Have you not heard of me? Shen Qin? Shen Heng paused momentarily, quickly realizing why she seemed vaguely familiar. She was a prominent star. Observing Shen Heng's slight nod, Chen Qin felt a wave of relief. It was good enough that he recognized her. Hello, I have been filming in Jiangcheng for the past few days, hence my stay in this community. She attempted to speak further, but Shen Heng coldly interrupted her. Speak plainly, do not dally. Chen Qin's expression turned somewhat awkward, and she could not help but feel a twinge of irritation. Since entering the entertainment industry, I have enjoyed a smooth journey. After filming my first period drama, I was granted the leading female role, earning the affectionate nickname Chicken Leg Girl from my fans, becoming the cherished ideal of many men. Yet, why is this man before me so lacking in compassion? Contemplating my own predicament, I found myself unable to voice much, and could only muster a smile. My home lacks warmth and water, and we have nothing to eat. Could I trouble you to sell me some? Fearing that Shen Heng might refuse, I quickly added, I am willing to pay a high price. Ah, a female celebrity. How much can I profit from her? Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. You will be my first source of income. Are you part of the residential community group? He inquired. Chen Qin was taken aback, instinctively responding, no, not at all. She usually resides in the bustling metropolis, and the Tiyuan community in Jiangcheng is merely one of her numerous properties. After earning her fortune, she had realized her lack of investment acumen, leading her to invest entirely in real estate. and naturally, she did not overlook this second-tier city. She had purchased an apartment in the Taoyuan community. Just days ago, she had quietly moved here for filming in Jiangcheng, as staying in the hotel with the crew made her susceptible to the prying eyes of reporters, which she found bothersome. As for the community group, she had never joined, but it was of no consequence. Shen Heng elaborated, currently, there are transactions occurring in the community group where a pack of instant noodles and a sausage are priced at 500. Is it that expensive? Despite Qin's considerable earnings, she couldn't help but be astonished upon hearing this. Are they robbing people? Is it true that the prices in Jiangcheng have risen so significantly? It seems there is a price without a market. Shen Heng scoffed, look at the snow. It hasn't stopped falling yet. If it continues tomorrow, your second floor may very well be completely submerged. At that point, Qin's face paled. She had never cultivated the habit of stocking food at home, as her filming schedule was often hectic, leaving the purchasing to her assistant. After finishing filming 2 days prior, she had her assistant take her home for a good night's rest. However, upon waking, she discovered that the snow had already piled up outside. It had accumulated to over a meter deep, rendering her assistant unable to reach her. With no other options, Qin was left to huddle at home. Unfortunately, the pipes had frozen and there was not a drop of water to be found. After searching for a while, she could only locate 2 bags of chips. In 2 days, she had consumed merely those 2 bags. I will buy, Qin exclaimed hastily, fearing that Shen Heng might leave. Do you need bottled water? The pipes are frozen. I presume you have no water at home? Also, instant noodles, eggs, sausages, canned meat. By the way, your air conditioning must be broken too, right? Qin nodded repeatedly. At minus 60 degrees, the air conditioning had long since frozen. I have some oil heaters. I can bring you 3, along with some self-heating hot pots and such. Stop. Please, don't say any more. As Shen Heng listed these food items, Qin felt an overwhelming salivation. I want it all. Qin forced a smile. Just name your price. Name a price? Shen Heng chuckled, his eyes appraising Qin from head to toe. Do not speak. This illustrious star has gone 2 days without washing her face. Yet she appears remarkably beautiful in her natural state, unlike some celebrities who rely solely on makeup. Under the intensely scrutinizing gaze of Shen Heng, Qin instinctively adjusted her collar, realizing that the transaction he proposed was far more complex than she had anticipated. It seemed he sought something beyond mere financial gain. A twinge of regret washed over her. Was it still possible to retract her decision? Chapter 25. The first customer. YU. Name your price. Under Shen Heng's unwavering gaze, fear gripped Qin's heart. Yet after enduring 2 days of hunger, she found herself on the brink of collapse. The basement of the solitary villa offered no escape routes. This meant she could only remain by the window, awaiting the passage of others. For 2 days, she had huddled in this spot. Despite the biting cold by the window, she had no alternative. The snowfall intensified. Showing no sign of abating, she could no longer rely on her assistant or the production crew. She could only hope for a passerby to lend her a hand. If this continued, she would surely become the first star to perish from starvation, she mused with a hint of self-mockery. The snow outside nearly concealed the first floor, and she had not seen a single soul, plunging her into despair. Earlier, she had spotted a shadow racing through the snow and thought perhaps her hunger had clouded her vision. Only when that shadow approached did she set aside all else, seizing the bedsheet and shaking it fervently, hoping to catch the stranger's attention. Now, the figure stood before her, exuding vitality and apparent ease, seemingly untroubled by the harshness of hunger. Particularly striking was the snowmobile accompanying him. In this frigid landscape, there seemed to be no place he could not reach. Yet now, Shen Heng remained silent, his gaze fixed intently upon her, evoking a sense of trepidation within Qin. Although the entertainment industry is notoriously chaotic, she took pride in her self-respect. After several years of navigating this realm, she had established herself as a distinguished star among the second tier. Had she been more amenable, she might have been elevated to the first tier long ago. It was precisely her unwillingness to indulge in superficial liaisons that, despite her innocent, youthful appearance, resulted in a less than favorable allocation of resources. Was it truly worth sacrificing the purity she had preserved for over 2 decades merely for sustenance? Qin pressed her lips together, her expression darkening. 100,000, Shen Heng suddenly spoke. I will bring you instant noodles, ham, and other non-perishable food items, as well as water and a portable stove. Additionally, I will provide you with a few oil lamps for warmth. In exchange, you will give me 100,000. All right. Qin was taken aback by Shen Heng's unexpected proposal after scrutinizing her for a while, and she nodded in agreement without hesitation, as long as it was not at her own expense. Nevertheless, she realized that even if he were to force his way in, Her current state rendered her incapable of resistance. The thought made her cheeks flush. Payment up front. Shen Heng produced his phone. Shen Qin hastily scanned the payment code. Once the transaction was successful, Shen Heng tucked his phone away and remarked nonchalantly, "By this afternoon at the latest, I will certainly come. Rest assured, I will not deceive you." "Very well." Shen Qin nodded obediently. Shen Heng's gentlemanly demeanor significantly enhanced her impression of him. Even though the 100,000 far exceeded the value of the supplies, she felt assured that he would not betray her trust. Moreover, for a celebrity like her, 100,000 yuan is not an insignificant sum, yet it is not something to lament excessively. "Please wait a moment." Observing Chen Qin's obedient demeanor, Shen Heng reached beneath the quilt, simultaneously summoning a vending machine, swiftly purchasing a pack of instant noodles and some ham. When his hand emerged once more, it was augmented by 2 items of sustenance. "Here, take this pack of noodles and ham. It will serve to quell your hunger. Eat slowly. I haven't brought any water, so be cautious not to choke." Thank you, thank you." Chen Qin expressed her gratitude repeatedly as she accepted the noodles and ham. "All right, shut the window tightly," Shen Heng instructed, preparing to depart on his snowmobile, when a thought struck him, prompting him to turn back. "Do not linger by the window for too long. You were fortunate to encounter me. Had you met someone else?" The allure of a female celebrity is likely something many men would yearn to experience. Can you withstand such temptation? Chen Qin's cheeks flushed crimson as she bowed her head and uttered a soft acknowledgement. "You should retreat to your room and draw the curtains tightly, as if no one is home." Shen Heng added, "When I come back to find you, I will knock on your window and send you a message on WeChat in advance." Understood. Chen Qin nodded obediently. After Shen Heng ensured everything was in order and witnessed Chen Qin drawing the curtains, he turned to leave. It was not that he lacked the desire to savor Chen Qin. After all, she was the dream of many men. However, the timing was not right. Just moments ago, he had deliberately scrutinized her, and he believed Chen Qin had already sensed it. Had it been some of the more prominent women in the entertainment industry, they would have likely initiated the conversation. Yet, Chen Qin did not take that step. Instead, she curled up slightly, still resolute in her decision to remain cautious. Although somewhat skeptical, Shen Heng believed that the circle of this female star was likely small. This notion further ignited his desire for conquest. In the case of more frivolous starlets, he would merely seek a release, leaving them with some provisions before departing. As for Chen Qin, he drove his snowmobile out of the Taoyuan community, a smile gracing his lips. This woman, if she could be obedient, he wouldn't mind bringing her into his home. After all, there was only the gluttonous Wen Miao at home, who had already begun to plead for mercy midway through the game. Moreover, facing future challenges would necessitate the assistance of many companions. Even if Chen Qin was indifferent to him, he would still welcome the prospect of developing a camaraderie through their shared love for the sport. At this moment, he suddenly recalled Old Man Qin. He wondered how the old man was faring. In his previous life, Old Man Qin had lived on until Shen Heng's demise. Now, with his own reminders, the old man had likely stocked up on supplies in advance, ensuring that he had encountered no unexpected misfortunes. Shen Heng pondered the origins of Old Man Qin's supernatural fruit abilities, curious but hesitant to intrude, lest he disrupt the trajectory of his previous life. Although Old Man Qin's powers were rather ordinary, merely enhancing physical strength, such talents were essential for constructing a safe haven. Furthermore, given that Old Man Qin had repeatedly saved him in his past life, Shen Heng held a significant trust in the old man's character. He could be considered a companion in this journey. Talent was indeed scarce. Shen Heng shook his head in contemplation. Exiting the northern gate of the Taoyuan community, he drove northward along the road. The thunderous roar of the snowmobile drew the attention of many, prompting them to peek out and see who was passing by. Upon seeing Shen Heng driving his snowmobile, the onlookers nestled within the adjacent buildings displayed expressions of envy. Goodness, a snowmobile. In such inclement weather, the ability to venture out freely is quite impressive. Wait. Many quick-witted individuals suddenly realized that with a snowmobile, he could effortlessly access the supermarkets. From those supermarkets, he could procure a plethora of essential supplies without cost. In an instant, the people within the buildings rushed to their windows, with some even contemplating breaking the glass to intercept him. Alas, the snowmobile's speed was too swift. By the time they frantically attempted to halt Shen Heng, he had already sped far away. Damn, he runs incredibly fast. On the eastern side of the road, a man in an office building cursed under his breath. They were on the second floor, nearly level with the snow outside. Just moments ago, Shen Heng had zipped past them, a missed opportunity. Zhong, I believe he resides in the Taoyuan community, a bespectacled young man murmured as he leaned closer. So what? Zhang's expression darkened. They were operating a tech company and had planned to return home after waiting for the heavy rain to subside 2 days prior. However, the rain had not ceased. Instead, It had been followed by relentless snowfall. Fortunately, the company had a cafeteria stocked with provisions, but after 2 days, their supplies were dwindling. Zhang and his team resorted to breaking into other companies' offices, and luck was on their side as they managed to scavenge some snacks. They also transported office supplies back to their own workspace to ignite warmth. He was still preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved wife at home, having just engaged in a video call with her, who was shivering from the cold. This predicament could not continue. As he pondered this, he noticed Shen Heng gliding past him. He intended to intercept him and demand the snowmobile, but before he could even open the window, Shen Heng had already slipped away. Zhang, since he resides in the Taoyuan community, he is undoubtedly out searching for supplies and will surely return soon, whispered the bespectacled man, leaning close to Zhang's ear. Indeed. Zhang's eyes lit up. Then he furrowed his brow. But the snowmobile is moving too swiftly. How shall we stop him? That will require cooperation from the building across the street, the bespectacled man replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he leaned in to murmur further instructions. All right. Zhang's eyes grew brighter with each word. Let us proceed as you suggest. Quickly, mobilize everyone. If we manage to stop him, the snowmobile can accommodate too. You and I shall take the first ride. Thank you, Zhang. The bespectacled man expressed his gratitude before swiftly turning to issue commands to his subordinates. With the bespectacled man's exhortations, the gathered subordinates became invigorated, beginning to collect sturdy cardboard boxes from within the building. They tore open the boxes, opened the windows, and tossed them into the snow below. Meanwhile, several individuals stranded in the company across the street curiously observed the unfolding scene. What are you standing there for? The bespectacled man found a megaphone and shouted towards the opposite building, bring out your cardboard boxes and lay them in the snow. The people here were baffled, observing those in the building across from them huddling together and tossing more cardboard boxes onto the street. As the boxes spread out, a few individuals tentatively stepped onto the snow. Remarkably, the soft accumulation barely sank beneath their weight, proving to be surprisingly stable. The group led by Zhang felt a surge of excitement. Meanwhile, those in the opposite building began to grasp their intentions and hurried to search for boxes as well. Half an hour later, the two groups met. Zhang, hunched over, shook hands with the leader of the office building across, embodying the typical demeanor of a leadership encounter. Zhang, what is this all about? Inquired the balding leader from across the way, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhao, did you see that snow vehicle earlier? Zhang chuckled lightly, but as he smiled, a gust of cold air rushed into his mouth, prompting him to quickly close it. Leaning closer to Zhao's ear, he whispered, your building must be running low on supplies, am I right? With the relentless snowfall, if we endure this any longer, we will be facing dire consequences. Let us join forces and seize that snow vehicle, shall we? Upon hearing Zhang's plan, Zhao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Agreed. Chapter 26. The snow removal robot Shen Heng, of course, was unaware that his ostentatious passage had sparked a collaboration between the two buildings on the street. Upon his return, they would lay a trap for him. Presently, Shen Heng felt elated. In his previous life, despite possessing supernatural abilities, he had always remained close to Feng Lu. And even when he occasionally yearned to align with certain factions, he had refrained from doing so out of respect for Feng Lu, which had hindered his success. Feng Lu's original words were, I am so beautiful. If you were to join those powerful factions, what would you do if their leaders took an interest in me? Upon reflection, Shen Heng ultimately decided against it. But now, considering it, wasn't Feng Lu merely envisioning herself nestled in that villa, reveling in her excursions to gather supplies, while secretly rendezvousing with Su Chao? In his previous life, he had relied solely on his fire abilities to melt the thick snow and traverse on foot. Beneath the heavy snow of Villa Number 4, Row 2, lay countless tunnels that Shen Heng had created by melting the snow. He had scarcely shown his face above the snow. Now, braving the biting cold wind, Shen Heng felt an immense sense of exhilaration. He could ride freely atop the snow in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, with the possession of a super vending machine, he need not worry about supplies. As long as he continually upgraded the vending machine, enhancing his abilities and self-defense skills, he could comfortably enjoy life in the apocalypse. Indeed, while for others, the apocalypse meant a struggle for survival and a matter of life and death, for Shen Heng, it represented an opportunity to rise as a sovereign. He understood clearly that to live without worries, one must possess formidable strength. In the past, he might not have contemplated establishing any factions, but having lived a second life, he craved immense power. This was precisely why he intended to investigate the military camp. Shen Heng had been raised in a society governed by law, always adhering to the rules. In his previous life, he had survived only 3 months after the apocalypse and was unaware of what had become of the Song family. It was crucial to note that the Song family had occupied the official granary. Had the Song family reached some agreement with the military, or was the military no longer present? leaving the Song family unmonitored? Such matters required Shen Heng's inquiry. If the military were to completely disregard the situation, then Shen Heng could naturally usurp the position once held by the Song family in his previous life. He not only aims to supplant the Song family, but also seeks to unify the entirety of Jiang City, with aspirations of expansion beyond its borders. The higher the level of the vending machine, the greater the financial investment required. At present, as the apocalypse unfolds, Shen Heng is unable to amass all the wealth of the populace in one fell swoop. In the future, when he manages to unify Jiang City, it is likely that the current population of several million will dwindle to merely a few tens of thousands. The wealth of the deceased will undoubtedly be far greater. However, Shen Heng cannot claim the riches of the dead. He must continue to expand and enlarge his influence. The more land he controls, the greater the number of people. And the more individuals there are, the more wealth they shall possess. As he sped along, the towering edifices began to diminish, signaling that he had reached the outskirts of the city. Before long, he spotted a green building ahead. Shen Heng's gaze sharpened, prompting him to halt the snow vehicle. The distance to the structure was still considerable, yet the snow-covered ground bore numerous intersecting tire tracks. Someone was here. Shen Heng stored the snow vehicle in his consciousness space. With the vending machine upgraded to level 2, he could procure a variety of level 2 items, and correspondingly, the space occupied by the machine had doubled from its previous size. What once was approximately 6 square meters had now expanded to 12. Disposing of the snow vehicle in a corner of the space barely consumed any area. Shen Heng purchased some tools from the vending machine, then began to excavate the snow from a distance. This approach was unsustainable. After digging for a while, he found himself drenched in sweat. With still nearly a kilometer to the military camp, he pondered how long this labor would take. He retrieved the vending machine and searched for the term snow removal, ultimately discovering a level 3 item available for purchase, the snow removal robot. What a peculiar designation. Rather than intelligent, it was labeled as dim-witted. Shen Heng exhibited a facial expression reminiscent of an elderly subway rider engrossed in his phone. Nevertheless, this robotic marvel was priced at 30,000 and required level 3 for acquisition, which suggested it was worth the investment. He resolved to purchase it. However, the vending machine was currently only at level 2, necessitating a series of acquisitions to facilitate an upgrade. He proceeded to procure a significant quantity of strong adhesive, primarily because it occupied minimal space and was rather costly. After purchasing a box, he had expended 10,000, leaving only a modest corner beside the snow vehicle. The vending machine's experience had now reached 133 out of 40,000. Still, he needed nearly 30,000 more. After pondering for a moment, he decided to acquire an assortment of supplies: instant noodles, canned ham, beverages, bottled water, and oil essence, all of which Chen Qin required. After all, he had already received 100,000 from her, and the items purchased should reflect a certain quality. However, these supplies were relatively inexpensive, and he still had a considerable distance to cover before the upgrade. Furrowing his brow, Shen Heng suddenly recalled that Chen Qin seemed to lack adequate winter clothing. Thus, he opted to buy several sturdy jackets. It was only August, and given that Chen Qin was in Jiangcheng for filming, she would not have brought winter attire. Furthermore, the villa in Taiyuan community was seldom occupied throughout the year, purchased more as an investment than for living. Inside, there were hardly any clothes to wear, curling up in a home devoid of air conditioning and heating. It was a miracle she had not succumbed to the cold. It was fortunate that Shen Heng arrived in a timely manner. Had he delayed another night, Chen Qin might well have turned into a frozen statue. After purchasing these items, he recalled the situation at home with Huo Miao. Huo Miao had little in the way of clothing and continued to wear Shen Heng's oversized garments. Although the baggy attire accentuated her long, alluring legs, a girl naturally yearns for beauty, does she not? Shen Heng searched the vending machine for women's clothing once more, acquiring lingerie and an array of sleepwear. After selecting several exquisite outfits for Huo Miao, the vending machine finally reached level 3. Level 3. Shen Heng felt a surge of excitement. This marked a pivotal moment, as attaining level 3 not only allowed for the purchase of snow-clearing robots, but also enabled the acquisition of self-defense items. For instance, daggers and tridents were now available, along with a weapon that Shen Heng had previously coveted, the crossbow. The price of a dagger was a staggering 3,000 yuan. He wondered about its craftsmanship. Yet with his newfound wealth and the financial support from Chen Qin, he was generous enough to purchase 2. Soon, the weighty daggers found their way into his hands. They felt excellent to grip, and the blades were sharp. Shen Heng swung one with satisfaction. Thus far, the vending machine proved to be quite remarkable, adhering to the adage that one gets what one pays for. This dagger, while not necessarily capable of slicing through iron, surely could not fall short. The price of the crossbow astonished him even further. The divine arm crossbow commanded a price of 30,000 yuan. Initially, Shen Heng intended to buy a simple crossbow. But upon reading the description of the divine arm crossbow, compact and capable of firing 3 arrows in succession, he resolved to procure it. Consider it a preparation for the vending machine's upgrade. After acquiring the crossbow, Shen Heng selected a few arrows to accompany it before concluding his purchases. He cast a glance at the vending machine, reflecting on the considerable sum spent, yet he had scarcely acquired half of the experience required. Indeed, the experience needed for upgrading the machine had escalated to a staggering 80,000. How astonishing that leveling up required a doubling of effort. If he were to purchase an aircraft carrier in the future, how much would that cost? Contemplating such matters seemed futile. He retrieved the divine arm crossbow from his space, adhering to the instructions to affix it to his right arm. This crossbow was unlike the conventional ones, featuring 3 strings, each corresponding to a separate arrow. Remarkably, there was a slightly protruding button located at the base of his right thumb. Once the crossbow was properly positioned, a mere press of the button would launch the first arrow toward the designated target. Another press would send forth the second arrow. After all 3 arrows had been discharged, reloading would be necessary. While it was indeed a rapid-fire mechanism, it was unfortunate that after 3 shots, a brief respite was required. Muttered to himself, suddenly pausing, casting a wary glance at the crossbow. This contraption seemed to bear a striking resemblance to him. Now, in the company of, after 3 shots, he too would need a moment to recuperate. He scrutinized the crossbow for a while before casually turning his head away. Once he consumed the ability fruit, not only would he awaken his powers, but his body would also be enhanced. 3 shots were hardly my limit. I am a human Gatling gun. Initially intended to seize the moment and purchase additional items, hastening the vending machine's upgrade to level 5 to acquire firearms. However, upon considering the funds in his pocket, it appeared that achieving level 5 would leave him with insufficient money to purchase both weapons and ammunition. He ultimately decided against it. For today, he had merely planned to observe discreetly and gather information. If he could uncover some details, that would be splendid. If not, it would be of little consequence. Having purchased a rather simplistic robot, its monetary value has dwindled to less than 200,000. Fortunately, the vending machine has reached a critical point, and with just a bit more experience, it will ascend to level 4. The robot is diminutive, standing at less than half a meter tall. Upon extracting it, Shen Heng found himself questioning its utility. In the depths of this 2-meter-high snow, what purpose could it possibly serve? However, in the next moment, an astonishing event unfolded. Upon activation, the robot dashed forward, its 2 claws transforming into spinning tops, whirling vigorously ahead. To his surprise, a hatch opened at the rear, incessantly ejecting snowballs. Caught off guard, Shen Heng was promptly bombarded by a flurry of snowballs. Damn, he exclaimed, spitting out snow and hastily shielding his head as he ducked aside. Truly, it lived up to its reputation for ineptitude. It seemed utterly oblivious to its owner, focusing solely on the task of snow removal. Nonetheless, the robot possessed its merits. Firstly, it operated silently. The whirring of its spinning claws produced scarcely a sound. Furthermore, its efficiency was remarkable. Shen Heng discovered that by carefully trailing behind the robot, avoiding the snowballs it launched, he could leisurely stroll toward the military camp. The so-called simpleton designated by the vending machine likely lacked artificial intelligence, being incapable of speech or recognizing its owner, instead dedicating itself wholly to its labor. Yet, for Shen Heng, such a disposition was perfectly suited. Chapter 27. Eavesdropping. With a sense of ease, Shen Heng crouched low, advancing alongside the robot. Its work efficiency was astoundingly high. As the dual claws rotated, the snow ahead was sent flying, either cascading to the sides or being instantaneously absorbed by the robot, transformed into snowballs, and subsequently ejected behind. Moreover, the snow-cleared passages by this robot were remarkably stable, devoid of any collapse. As long as no one traversed overhead, he would remain undetected. Of course, in such extreme weather, it was indeed peculiar for anyone to venture outside. The snow outside had yet to solidify. Stepping upon it would result in immediate sinking. After walking approximately several hundred meters, Shen Heng surveyed his surroundings, then activated the robot, programming it to continue snow removal for another 200 meters. He then halted, mounted his snowmobile, and cast a complex gaze at the robot. Advancing another 200 meters would bring him almost to the heart of the military camp. He was now nearly certain that there must be personnel within the camp, given that he had previously observed several snowmobile tracks. He had prepared himself for an immediate escape should the robot be discovered. However, after a brief wait, the robot came to a stop at a distance. Evidently having completed its task, quietly standing still. The surroundings remained tranquil, without any signs of detection. Shen Heng cautiously approached, stowed the robot away, and retrieved a snow shovel, beginning to clear the snow himself. The subsequent snow removal required his own efforts. Half an hour later, beads of sweat glistened on Shen Heng's forehead as he exhaled in relief. He had successfully cleared all the snow near the main building of the military camp, the green high-rise he had spotted earlier. This was the administrative building of the Jiangcheng military camp, and nearby stood the soldiers' dormitories. Shen Heng stealthily approached the entrance of the office building. He dared not dig too deeply, uncertain whether the area around the building's entrance had been cleared by the soldiers, thus he could only inch closer. However, as he neared, his body froze in place, ears perked up in tension. Had Colonel Lu truly made a decision? Yes, Brother Wang, that is indeed what he conveyed to me. Two voices drifted softly from nearby. The first speaker, Brother Wang, had a coarse throat, his temperament appearing rather irritable. If we neglect Jiang City, what shall become of its millions of citizens? I have heard that some have already succumbed to the cold. Should we not take action? Yet, Colonel Lu asserted that he had received orders from higher-ups, instructing that our forces be divided. Part would head to Penglai Island, while the remainder must safeguard Long City. Long City is our imperial capital, and it cannot be compromised. The speaker was likely Colonel Lu's secretary or someone of similar standing, Shen Heng surmised. Brother Wang, do not be angry. This is an order from above. I have inquired with several other military camps, and they share the same stance. This secretary continued, this matter is hardly a secret. You should be aware that in Penglai, given the length of our coastline, nearly all of it is now frozen. If we truly penetrate inland, the threat to Long City will escalate dramatically. The leaders have already taken refuge. We must depart as well. Yet, the previously indignant Brother Wang appeared somewhat disheartened. Is it truly as simple as just leaving? What other choice do we have? The secretary replied that Colonel Lu had already led his team away, and those of us remaining must support Penglai. This is the case globally. It is said that a consensus has been reached at the top, where all national disputes are now disregarded in favor of resisting the current crisis. Even my comrades stationed at the border with India have been recalled to garrison at Fangchengang. Brother Wang, with Colonel Lu gone, you are now the highest authority. I am responsible for conveying Colonel Lu's orders. May I inquire if you accept this? I shall obey the command. Wang sighed. What is the situation in Penglai? Not very optimistic. The secretary responded. All personnel at the Penglai shelter have been evacuated. Now, the shelter is entirely occupied by the military. We should depart promptly. Everyone should be ready by now. Very well. Wang understood the importance of swift action. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further words. He sighed again, but did not leave, as Shen Heng had yet to hear any footsteps. Penglai? Beneath the snow, Shen Heng stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. What is there in Penglai? From their words, it seems that after the world was engulfed in ice, some unforeseen events occurred along the coastline, which must be of significance, prompting the authorities to dispatch troops there. Some of the troops from Jiangcheng were redirected to Longcheng, while others were sent to Penglai. No wonder the military has not come to the city's aid. It turns out they had all withdrawn in the previous life. Pengzi, Zhengming. At that moment, two voices echoed above, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching the office building, indicating that someone was hastily making their way toward it. Pengzi, I apologize for my tardiness. A gentle voice echoed as footsteps approached the office building. It seemed that a few stiff sheets of paper were laid above, and Shen Heng could even discern that he was curled beneath the snow path, which slightly settled with each footfall above. Please, do not tread upon me. Just as Shen Heng harbored this thought, he heard Brother Wang caution. Be careful, don't crush it. Yet a foot had already descended through the snow, accompanied by a cascade of snowflakes that landed atop Shen Heng's head. Damn! Shen Heng's eyes widened in disbelief, paralyzed under the weight of the snow covering him. It's exceedingly slippery. The approaching individual chuckled lightly before embracing Brother Wang. It's been a while. Pengzi, did you say you wished to bid me farewell? Shortly after, the newcomer inquired, what mission does your army undertake? If it's classified, feel free to remain silent. It appeared that Brother Wang was indeed named Wang Peng, or perhaps Wang X. Ping. Zhengming, we have been friends for many years, even university classmates. At this juncture, there is little that remains unsaid. Brother Wang lowered his voice. Many from the upper echelons have received word. The Song family in Jiangcheng can merely be considered a second-rate family. If you haven't heard, it is quite understandable. The Song family? Zhengming? Shen Heng paused, suddenly comprehending. The individual who had just stepped upon his head was none other than the current head of the Song family, Song Zhengming. Furthermore, he was the former sovereign of Jiangcheng's northern sector, wielding power that eclipsed all others. Unexpectedly, Song Zhengming also arrived. He perked up his ears. What is happening? Song Zhengming brushed the snow off his legs and frowned. I find it rather perplexing, amidst such a national crisis. Why has the military not come to aid? Where are you all headed? This snowfall is a harbinger of a cataclysm. Wang Gu replied gravely. Many high-ranking officials have already taken refuge in doomsday shelters. You may not be aware, but there is indeed a doomsday shelter in Jiangqing. However, the Song family lacks the qualifications to reside there. Numerous scholars and professors from Jiangqing were secretly escorted to the shelter last night, along with some prominent families. Those far more powerful than the Song family, such as the Yi and Qin families. When the shelter was constructed, these families contributed financially, thus securing their rights to reside there. A shelter, Song Zhengming squinted, contemplating. Is the world coming to an end? Experts estimate that the probability of human extinction is as high as 95%. Consequently, the authorities have initiated the Human Species Preservation Plan, aiming to ensure the continuity of human civilization. Wang Gu declared solemnly. Furthermore, along the coastlines nationwide, globally, certain phenomena have emerged, necessitating military suppression. Thus, the cities are left unattended. We have been brothers for many years, yet I must now journey to Penglai, bidding farewell, uncertain if we shall meet again. Wang Peng, you cannot be jesting with me, can you? Song Zhengming's tone grew notably heavier. Certainly not. Wang Ping said bitterly. There is one more thing I must entrust to you. My mother is not in good health, and I do not have a place in the shelter. After much contemplation, I realize that only you can care for her, especially since you are now the head of the Song family. Why do we need to discuss this between brothers? Song Zhengming exclaimed. Your mother is my mother. When you stood up for me and dealt with my elder brother, I vowed to you that as long as I, Song Zhengming, live, your family shall never suffer any grievances. By the way, is my sister-in-law and Xiaotong still at home? I will send someone to bring them to the Song family. You need not worry. Good. Wang Peng felt a surge of emotion and embraced Song Zhengming once more, lowering his voice. Shen Heng stood on tiptoe, trying to listen. It must be said that it was thanks to Song Zhengming's earlier kick that compacted the snow above, allowing him to catch Wang Peng's faint voice. The granary of Long Country is not far from your Song family. Now, amidst the nationwide chaos, it can almost be said that the authorities have allowed the cities to fend for themselves. There is a substantial supply of grain in the granary, sufficient for all members of the Song family to eat and drink. In half an hour, I will lead my troops away, and you must seize the granary at the earliest opportunity. Consider this the last thing I can do for you as your elder brother. Remember, take good care of my mother, wife, and children. Wang Ping released Song Zhengming, turning away to say, You must leave quickly. Today, we have never met. Chapter 28. A surprise attack beneath the accumulated snow. Shen Heng comprehended everything. So it turns out that Song Zhengming had this connection with the military. Today has certainly been a revelation. He now comprehends why Song Zhengming audaciously seized the granary in his previous life. It was due to the assurance provided by the military. The troops stationed in Jiangqing were on the verge of departure, leaving the Song family unrestrained. However, what exactly transpired in Penglai, as mentioned by Wang Peng? Why did the authorities decide to split the military forces, with one contingent guarding Longqing while another ventured towards Penglai? It seems not only Penglai but also the coastal regions are beset with troubles. Although the name Jiacheng contains the character for river, it is situated far inland in the northern expanse, a considerable distance from the coastline. In his past existence, he survived for a brief period and was entirely unaware of the subsequent events. Nonetheless, one certainty has emerged. The authorities are in disarray. An idea began to take shape in his mind. If the Song family could occupy the granary, could he not also seize this strategic position? While he possessed a vending machine, aspiring to cultivate his own influence would necessitate more than an endless supply of goods from it. If it came to that, the secret of the vending machine would inevitably be exposed. Thus, he must also secure the granary. Of course, there is also the treasury, the banks. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, people have begun to scavenge for resources, yet the banks remain deserted. For when individuals realize the snowstorm shows no signs of abating, and the authorities have taken no rescue measures, what use is money? To kindle a fire for warmth? The effort to pry open a bank's doors pales in comparison to pillaging a funeral home. After all, wood burns far longer than paper. He has also gleaned a wealth of gossip. Earlier, I learned from Song Zhengming that the recent discussions surrounding the sudden demise of Song Guangming, the eldest son of the Song family, were indeed orchestrated by his younger brother, Song Zhengming, in collaboration with Wang Peng. However, this matter holds no relevance to myself. Merely a fleeting amusement. As I listened to the sound of Song Zhengming's footsteps fading away, Wang Ping also turned to depart. Quietly, Shen Heng stealthily slipped away down the snowy path. He moved silently along the modest incline until he returned to the spot where where he had initially excavated. Only then did he pause to listen intently, ensuring there were no external sounds, before cautiously peering out. The surroundings were indeed tranquil, and he was oblivious to how Song Zhengming had exited. With a sigh of relief, just as he emerged from the snowy path, a sudden voice echoed behind him. Indeed, someone was present. Shen Heng's pupils constricted, and he instinctively rolled forward. At the moment he tumbled, a shadow of a club descended, striking precisely where he had just been. A deep groove appeared in the snow, marking the spot. Shen Heng executed a swift roll, then stood up, his expression frosty as he glanced back. A towering figure extracted an iron rod from the snow, grinning maliciously at Shen Heng. You're quite quick on the uptake, aren't you? But I wonder how many blows you can evade? He swung the club once more towards Shen Heng. Shen Heng hastily attempted to retreat, but the thick snow hampered his every step, ensnaring his legs and rendering him unable to escape. Just as he narrowly avoided another strike, he spoke in a low tone. Who are you? I seem to have never encountered you before. Why do you intend to assault me? His legs sank into the thick snow, making movement arduous. Regarding the imposing figure that had suddenly appeared before him, Shen Heng felt a tinge of wariness. In his previous life, he had fought for mere sustenance and had acquired a measure of combat skills. Yet, this individual before him was equally formidable. However, due to the thick layer of snow beneath them, both found their mobility severely hampered. The man towered at nearly 6 feet 3 inches and weighed over 200 pounds. With each step, he sank deeper than Shen Heng. Observing Shen Heng ensnared in the snow and seemingly unable to extricate himself, the man couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. How delightful. The man chuckled lightly. If you wish to know the answer to your question, I too harbor some curiosity and would like to pose one to you. I will answer your inquiry first, and then you may respond to mine. How does that sound? He had quietly observed that Shen Heng had excavated an exceptionally long tunnel beneath the snow. It was utterly impossible for a single person to dig such a depth and length. Very well. Shen Heng's eyes glimmered as he nodded in agreement. He was equally intrigued by this man. I am a bodyguard of the head of the Song family, the man explained. When the head departed earlier, he noticed the snow tunnel you had dug and deemed you a talent worth recruiting. Thus, he specifically instructed me to await your presence here. Is that so? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow, yet your earlier actions did not seem indicative of a recruitment effort. Recruitment? Under different circumstances, Song Zhengming might indeed have sought to enlist him. After all, having excavated such an extensive tunnel beneath the snow in this frigid weather, he could undoubtedly become an invaluable ally to Song Zhengming. However, in his previous life, after Song Zhengming ascended to the position of the northern city's overlord, Shen Heng was acutely aware of this individual's malicious intent and excessive suspicion. Song Zhengming had undoubtedly discerned that he had been eavesdropping, which was likely why he stationed the burly man here. The intention was probably to ambush him, inflict severe injury, and subsequently drag him back for grueling interrogation regarding the method of snow removal. Indeed, this was the case. The burly man, observing Shen Heng alone, now ensnared in the snow and unarmed, naturally felt at ease, regarding Shen Heng as mere prey. Within a 2-kilometer radius, all was military territory. How did you arrive here? The burly man inquired. This was the second question. Shen Heng smiled. Let me first address your initial inquiry. I possess a snow removal robot. A robot? The burly man was taken aback. I do not believe it. Indeed, it is this. Shen Heng fumbled through his clothing and retrieved the robot, brandishing it before the burly man. It truly is a robot. The burly man's expression grew more perplexed. He had never heard of a snow removal robot. Did such a thing even exist for sale? Even more astonishing was the notion that someone would purchase such an item. How does it remove snow? The burly man curiously asked. Allow me to demonstrate. Shen Heng pressed the activation button, and the robot's claws began to whirl. The burly man's gaze followed the movements of the robot. Simultaneously, Shen Heng raised his right hand, aiming at the burly man. Whoosh! A faint sound of slicing air resonated. Before the burly man could react, the arrow that had cut through the air penetrated his skull. The force of the arrow was tremendous, even causing the burly man's upper body to tilt backward heavily. Fool! Shen Heng scoffed, taking advantage of the moment when he drew out the robot. Shen Heng quietly unfastened the cuff of his right sleeve. The renowned mechanical crossbow, sold by the vending machine, lived up to its reputation. Had he not been curious about the identity of his opponent, he would have unleashed a bolt in an instant. However, the meticulous observation of Ghost Fox Song Zhengming was indeed impressive. He even noticed the snow tunnel Shen Heng had just excavated. It seemed that he must exercise greater caution in the future. As for the bodyguard, Shen Heng had no intention of sparing his life. The moment he attempted to ambush Shen Heng, his fate was sealed. Song Zhengming. Shen Heng narrowed his eyes, a disdainful smirk forming on his lips. In his previous life, you were formidable, but in this one, With the vending machine at my disposal, the Northern Territory shall undoubtedly be mine. This bodyguard is merely an appetizer. Chapter 29. Extortion. The bodyguard met a grim fate, falling victim to a single arrow. Due to the proximity, the bolt pierced through his skull, embedding itself in the snow. Shen Heng did not bother to retrieve the arrow. A penetrating bolt cost a mere 100. A small price for a life. Moreover, he harbored no concerns about the Song family discovering the incident. The heavy snowfall would soon blanket the corpse, rendering it nearly impossible for the Song family to locate the arrow beneath the thick layer of snow. Approaching the fallen man, he rummaged through his belongings and eventually unearthed a wallet. Inside, he found the bodyguard's identification card. In this day and age, one still carried an ID while traveling. Was it a precaution against my ignorance of your name? Shen Heng shook his head in amusement, glancing at the ID before being momentarily taken aback. Zhao Jiang. He stared at the name on the card, then at the bodyguard's face, feeling a sense of astonishment. Iron Tower Zhao Jiang. That name resonated deeply within Shen Heng's memory. In a previous life, this individual had also consumed a supernatural fruit, awakening extraordinary abilities. Zhao Jiang possessed an inherently robust physique, and his power lay in immense strength, which he utilized to assist Song Zhengming in conquering the Northern Territories, thereby achieving remarkable feats. Little did he anticipate that in this lifetime, before even activating his powers, he would meet his demise by his own arrow. This turn of events, however, spared him considerable trouble. After all, Shen Heng aspired to unify Jiang City, and the northern region was the foremost obstacle to overcome. Song Zhengming represented an insurmountable challenge. The elite soldiers under his command would inevitably become adversaries in the future. Eliminating Zhao Jiang now served to alleviate potential complications later on. As for himself, he harbored no concerns. Before venturing out, Shen Heng fully enveloped himself, donning a leather hat and mask that concealed all but his eyes. Even his eyes were shielded by snow goggles, ensuring that should Zhao Jiang's visage be captured, Song Zhengming would be utterly incapable of recognizing him. Zhao Jiang possessed a mobile phone, which Shen Heng crushed without a second thought. Observing the dimming light, he realized it was growing late. Moreover, disturbances emanated from the military camp, indicating that Wang Peng was likely organizing the remaining soldiers for departure. After loading another piercing arrow into his divine crossbow and confirming the absence of onlookers, Shen Heng retrieved his snowmobile and headed directly towards Taiyuan community. As the snow fell in torrents, Shen Heng's figure swiftly vanished. The body of Zhao Jiang, shortly after Shen Heng's departure, was completely engulfed by the thick blanket of snow. Approaching the community, Shen Heng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Once he returned and delivered the supplies to Chen Qin, he would be able to return home and indulge in a game of cards with Huo Miao. This outing had proven immensely fruitful. The reason the army had not intervened was due to complications along the coastal lines of Long Country that required urgent attention. The Song family's occupation of the Jiancheng granary was orchestrated under the directives of Wang Peng within the military. However, he remained vigilant. Had it not been for his instinct from past battles, he might have fallen prey to General Zhao's cunning trap without realizing it. If that blow had struck him, even if he managed to slay General Zhao, he would likely have been left severely injured. He needed to find a doctor, preferably a young and beautiful one with long legs, who would be unwaveringly loyal to him and bring her back to the villa. The mere thought of a female doctor clad in black stockings and a white coat intensified his longing for Huo Miao, stirring an irrepressible desire within him. Outside, the world was desolate. The sound of the snowmobile echoed loudly as it approached. Zhang, crouched outside the northern gate of Taiyuan community, brightened at the sight and, holding his phone, spoke with General Zhao in the building across. We must remain alert. That snowmobile is not moving slowly, and if we are not careful, he will escape. If this ambush fails, we may not have another opportunity. I understand, Zhao exclaimed. He is coming. As Shen Heng sped through the snow on his snowmobile, he was already on high alert. Having been reborn and overheard conversations in the military camp, he unwittingly influenced the trajectory of events. Moreover, General Zhao's ambush made it abundantly clear that even with a vending machine, one must exercise extreme caution. A single misstep could lead to disaster. The world around him was enveloped in a vast expanse of white snow, yet as he neared the community, he noticed a peculiar yellow object stretching across the road from left to right. What could that be? With heightened vigilance, Shen Heng instinctively reduced the speed of his snowmobile. As he approached, he discovered that a thick layer of cardboard boxes had been laid out on the snow-covered ground, evidently placed there by someone to facilitate walking. Before he could examine it further, a commanding shout echoed from within the buildings on either side. Employees curled up on the second floor simultaneously lifted the ropes in their hands. 3 ropes, previously buried in the snow, suddenly snapped taut. stretching across the air to obstruct Shen Heng's path. Shen Heng halted his snow vehicle, casting a menacing glance towards the adjacent office buildings. "Ah, my young friend. We have finally awaited your arrival." Zhang, with a grand flourish, pushed open the window and leapt onto the cardboard. Behind him trailed over a dozen individuals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Shen Heng's snow vehicle. Meanwhile, in the building opposite, Zhao, accompanied by a similar entourage, emerged. With boxes in hand, they began to lay them out towards Shen Heng, attempting to encircle him. "What do you intend to do?" Shen Heng inquired coldly. "Do not be alarmed. We merely wish to discuss a matter with you." Zhang, wrapped in several bed sheets and still shivering, sniffled. "To be brief, my friend, we have taken a liking to your vehicle. Let us borrow it. You reside in the T1 community, correct? Since you have already arrived home. This vehicle holds little value for you, but for us, it is a matter of life and death." "Indeed." Zhao nodded in agreement. "I am Zhao Yojie from Shinhai Technology. Lend it to us, and I shall owe you a favor." "A favor?" Shen Heng nearly burst into laughter. In this apocalyptic world, the most worthless currency was indeed a favor. "And what if I refuse to lend it?" Shen Heng scoffed in response. "Refuse?" The bespectacled man behind Zhang ominously remarked. "You cannot escape the consequences of your defiance. If you refuse to lend us the vehicle, do not blame us for taking matters into our own hands." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Brothers, seize the snowmobile. We can all return home." Upon hearing his words, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they surged towards Shen Heng, eager to claim the cardboard boxes. Shen Heng cast a cold glance at them. They were still too distant, and their boxes appeared insufficient for their advance. He raised his right hand, aiming at the bespectacled man, and activated the mechanism. Whoosh! A sharp arrow sliced through the air. And suddenly, blood erupted from the man's neck as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat. Blood splattered across Zhang's face. What? Little Wang. Zhang was momentarily overwhelmed by the sight of blood, and only when he regained his composure did he realize that the bespectacled man lay lifeless in the snow, his warm blood gushing forth as if it were free. Startled, he instinctively turned to Shen Heng, who remained expressionless, his right hand still raised. The arrow pointed menacingly at Zhang. "I didn't quite catch that. Could you kindly repeat yourself? What will you do if I refuse to lend you the vehicle?" Shen Heng maintained a smile, yet the murderous intent in his voice sent shivers down Zhang's spine. Aye. Zhang stuttered, feeling the pressure of the dark arrow's gaze upon him, and even in the biting cold, he felt his forehead grow warm. "He is your subordinate, isn't he? Was this your idea?" Shen Heng pressed on. "Why, yes, it was his idea," Zhang stammered in response, although the crossbow was not aimed directly at him. President Zhao on the other side was nearly paralyzed with fear. He hurriedly interjected, "Young man, I had no intention of stealing the car. I merely wished to borrow it." "Huh?" Shen Heng turned his head, his right hand directing the crossbow toward President Zhao. "You just mentioned that if I lent you the car, you'd owe me a favor." "Apologies, but you are unworthy." Upon seeing the crossbow aimed at him, President Zhao felt a shiver run down his spine. Frantically waving his hands, he managed a forced smile. "Brother, you are absolutely right. I am unworthy, completely unworthy." Noticing Shen Heng's indifference, he quickly pointed at President Zhang. "It was him. We were originally hiding in the building, but he brought people to lay down cardboard and suggested this to me. I didn't think much of it. I just wanted to go home. Had I known you were this formidable, I would rather freeze to death in the company than dare to covet your possessions." "Zhao Yojie, you are speaking nonsense," President Zhang exclaimed, startled. As he turned to Shen Heng with a broad smile, "Brother, I was also misled by Xiao Wang into thinking. Xiao Wang is the fool you just killed. If you ask our company's employees, they can vouch for me. Truly." The others felt a chill run down their spines, instinctively nodding in agreement. They were unaware of how many arrows Shen Heng's crossbow could still unleash. However, who would dare to test it? Moreover, it appeared that Shen Heng's aim was exceptionally precise, targeting the throat of the bespectacled man. Whose throat could withstand such a shot? Was that not courting death? "Do you wish to live?" Shen Heng suddenly inquired. The crowd trembled, nodding vigorously. "You are from two different companies, correct?" Shen Heng asked again. The crowd nodded once more, like chicks pecking at grain. "At this moment, you are to pair up, with the personnel from this company standing alongside those from the other," Shen Heng commanded. The crowd was bewildered. Yet under the threat of the divine crossbow, they complied obediently, forming around 10 groups, each comprising members from both companies. Shen Heng counted and was momentarily amused. There were 13 individuals on each side. Had there been more bespectacled men, it would have been quite the challenge to form the groups. Meanwhile, General Zhang and General Zhao stood awkwardly together. 2 individuals per group resulted in a total of 13 groups. Shen Heng spoke. "Now, take out your smartphones. Open WeChat and Alipay, and allow your counterpart to verify your balances." Since you wish to preserve your lives, I shall grant you the opportunity to do so. Ensure that all your funds are accounted for. Then, transfer the total amount to Mr. Zhao's phone. Shen Heng pointed at Zhao Yojie, who promptly wore a sycophantic smile. Once you transfer the funds to me, I shall naturally grant you a chance to survive. Shen Heng smiled. Mr. Zhao, please gather all the funds, and then come to me to scan the code and transfer the money. This. Mr. Zhao chuckled awkwardly. Such an important task. Perhaps it would be better suited for General Zhang. General Zhang's pupils widened, wanting to object, yet fearing Shen Heng's wrath. Could only glare at him indignantly while casting a pitiable glance towards Shen Heng. What a jest. If I were to scan the code, what if he simply shot me dead with an arrow? It's your turn. What are you pushing for? Shen Heng's expression turned stern. Were you not just proclaiming your identity and asking for my favor? My request is as simple as this. Will you comply? His right hand was aimed at Zhao Yojie. If you do not wish to comply, then let it be entrusted to Manager Zhang beside you. Chapter 30. The Harvest. I will do it. I will do it. Zhao Yojie, under the threat of the crossbow, was on the verge of collapse, nodding vigorously, terrified that Shen Heng's bolt might fly his way. Should an arrow be loosed, he would have no time to react, collapsing instantly. The crowd began to understand. Shen Heng was engaged in outright robbery. Robbery. Someone murmured softly, bewildered. They were all in a state of confusion. Brother, we were supposed to be the ones stealing your car. How is it that you are now robbing us of our money? Shen Heng turned his gaze to the pair on his left. The individual on the right suddenly screamed, No, it was Timmy. It was him. It was him. He hastily shifted to the right, fearing that Shen Heng's aim might falter and inadvertently target him. Indeed, it is a robbery. Are you unwilling to give? Shen Heng smiled. How about calling the police instead? The crowd fell silent. Call the police? If that were effective, would they be huddled in this office building? They could not even make a phone call. Who knew where the police had gone? Those with timid hearts began to obediently retrieve their phones, unlocking them to display their WeChat and Alipay balances to those nearby. They then approached General Manager Zhao to complete the transfer. I only require your WeChat and Alipay funds. As for your bank cards, I shall not touch them. Is that not satisfactory? Shen Heng gazed at the several individuals who remained frozen in place and said, With substantial funds in WeChat and Alipay, you can only blame your misfortune. I shall grant you a mere 2 minutes. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, hasten to scan the code. Despite some reluctance, as they observed their companions lining up one by one beside Zhao Yojie, they begrudgingly followed suit. They presented their funds to a member of another company and proceeded to transfer the money obediently. After scanning in silence, they returned to their original positions and, adhering to Shen Heng's instructions, checked the other party's phone, confirming that the balances in both payment applications had dwindled to zero, leaving them anxiously standing still. Zhao Yojie also inspected Zhang's phone, who wore a grim expression as he transferred the funds to Zhao. Zhang was accustomed to keeping all his money in Alipay, hardly maintaining any balance in his bank account. Now he had emptied it entirely. Upon receiving the payment, Zhao Yojie approached Shen Heng dutifully, anxiously eyeing the formidable crossbow in Shen Heng's right hand, and scanned Shen Heng's QR code before hurriedly completing the payment. Afterward, he lifted his phone to show Shen Heng his balance. Indeed, it has all turned to zero. Shen Heng was exceedingly pleased, patting Zhao Yojie on the shoulder. Excellent. I shall add you on WeChat. Add as a friend. I have 320,000 in WeChat and Alipay combined. And you want to single me out? Zhao Yojie was startled by Shen Heng's 2 pats on the shoulder, his heart racing, yet he had no choice but to force a smile. All right, all right. Moments later, his WeChat revealed a new friend named Harmony Brings Wealth. Harmony Brings Wealth? This is nothing short of a robbery disguised as wealth acquisition. Surely you have a considerable sum left in your accounts? Shen Heng suddenly remarked. Zhao Yojie's face displayed a look of terror. You just mentioned that you only accept WeChat and Alipay. Fear not. I am a businessman, not a highwayman. What is there to be afraid of? Shen Heng furrowed his brow. Zhao Yojie fell silent, daunted by the situation. This venture is undeniably a lucrative affair. How audacious, to dare commit murder in broad daylight. Truly reckless. You must be running low on provisions, am I right? Since you have added me as a friend, feel free to reach out if you are in need. I have a substantial stock of supplies, bread, ham, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, peanuts, beer, everything you could desire. Of course, it all depends on your ability to pay the price. Shen Heng smiled, then turned to the crowd. All right, everyone, please make way. Upon hearing this, the crowd understood that Shen Heng intended to leave and hurriedly moved aside. A few astute individuals even collected the cardboard boxes and ropes from the middle of the road, subsequently flashing humble smiles at Shen Heng. As he started the snowmobile, the engine roared to life. Then, amid the complex gazes of the onlookers, he drove into the Taoyuan community. Zhang Xiaodian, You have truly led me to ruin this time. Once Shen Heng had departed, Zhao Yojia vented his frustration towards manager Zhang. Ruined? You have over 300,000 in your phone, while I have 80,000. Manager Zhang thought of his own dwindling savings, feeling his heart shatter. He wiped the blood from his face, though it had already coagulated. Glanced once more at the bespectacled man in the snow, spat disdainfully, and returned to the office building without looking back. Let us return as well. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yojia led his subordinates, their faces stern, towards their office building. Once closely collaborating, the two parties now exchanged not a single word, parting ways in silence. As Shen Heng drove into the community, he felt a sense of ease wash over him. This outing had proved to be incredibly profitable. To his surprise, upon returning to the neighborhood, he found himself with additional gains. The so-called General Manager Zhang and General Manager Zhao had minimal staff. They were merely small enterprises. Yet, the bounty was substantial. His WeChat balance had swelled by 1,700,000, while his Alipay account boasted an increase of 1,200,000. In total, he had amassed nearly 3 million. Now, he need not fret about upgrading his vending machine. However, with the vending machine now at level 3, he had also discerned the nuances of the upgrading process. Each advancement doubled the experience required. The vending machine was on the cusp of reaching level 4, and if his calculations were correct, ascending to level 5 would demand an expenditure of 16 million. 3 million would suffice only to elevate the machine to level 8. Just enough to procure the system's produced tactical jacket. To ascend to level 9, an experience requirement of 256 million awaited. Following that, it would escalate to 512 million, then 1,024 million. The numbers doubled, instilling a sense of despair within Shen Heng. Nevertheless, one must eat a meal bite by bite, and take steps one at a time. As the ancients wisely noted, taking too large a step can lead to misfortune. Patience is key. With a remarkable vending machine at his disposal, why should he worry about upgrades? Progressing gradually would surely elevate his standing. Furthermore, the essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world transcends merely enhancing the vending machine's level. Shen Heng was not an individual driven by lofty ambitions. He sought only to live a fulfilling life and relish each day. Yet, his determination to dominate stemmed from a desire to better safeguard himself and those around him. He yearned for a life of freedom, unrestrained and unbounded. Yet, without formidable strength and influence, how could one ensure such liberty? As he drove into the community, the sky had already darkened. Since the onset of snowfall, the heavens had donned a gray veil. It was barely past 4 o'clock. Yet the gloom had compelled many villas to illuminate their interiors. Shen Heng exited the snow vehicle and sought a secluded corner to discreetly conceal it. Subsequently, he procured a pair of skis, fastening them securely to his feet. For long-distance travel, the snow vehicle could still prove useful, but its noise was too pronounced, making it prone to attracting unwarranted attention. Shen Heng had previously harbored a fondness for skiing. Although his skills were not particularly refined, he could navigate the slopes with ease. He then acquired a burlap sack, filling it with instant noodles, ham, self-heating hot pots, and a bottle of oil extracted from the corners of his space. With the sack in tow, he glided on his skis towards Chun-Chin's residence. Upon arriving outside her home, Shen Heng surveyed the surroundings before confidently crossing the courtyard wall. The snowfall had thickened considerably. He recalled that earlier in the day, he had to take a substantial leap to clear the wall, but now, the accumulated snow nearly reached its height. The entire ground level was completely blanketed in white. The other residents seemed oblivious to the world outside. Likely because their villas still held provisions. Each household had drawn their curtains, for the cold was indeed biting, and the windows were prone to drafts. By drawing the curtains, they could retain a modicum of warmth. Chun-Chin's home, however, remained in darkness, seemingly heeding Shen Heng's counsel. After all, illuminating the house at night would only signal to others that someone was present within. Under ordinary circumstances, a well-lit home would deter even the most audacious of thieves. Yet, under the impending doom, leaving the lights on is overly conspicuous, akin to brazenly announcing to the world that someone resides within, that I am still alive. To be alive signifies that sustenance is available, does it not? What difference does it make from being a target? It is blatantly inviting others to seize the opportunity. Shen Heng harbored hopes of playing cards with the exquisite starlet, for he had yet to savor the allure of a celebrity. Should he fail to win her over and something unfortunate befall Chun-Chin, would that not be a grand misfortune? He had contemplated bringing Chun-Chin directly to his villa. With Huang Miao keeping watch, it seemed unlikely that Chun-Chin could stir any significant trouble. Yet, he refrained from doing so. Female stars in the entertainment industry often hold themselves in high regard, propelled to celestial heights by fervent fans. If they do not endure some hardships, how will they navigate the future? Shen Heng desired a woman who was both obedient and understanding. He was not about to play the role of a devoted admirer. By allowing Chun-Chin to experience some trials, he could, in turn, nurture their relationship during this period. When he eventually brought her home, she would be filled with gratitude and devotion. He approached the window and sent Chun-Chin a message, followed by a rhythmic tap on the glass. Soon, the window was opened, revealing Chun-Chin's delighted visage. "You're back?" Upon seeing her, it was evident she had been waiting in this room for his return. "Indeed." Shen Heng nodded. "I have brought all the items you purchased." The heavy sack was handed over to Chun-Chin, who attempted to bring it inside but realized that after 2 days without food, she lacked the strength to lift even the sack. "Could you help me bring it in?" I have no strength left," Chun-Chin said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Are you inviting me in?" Shen Heng raised an eyebrow and remarked with a playful smile. Chapter 31. "Someone has been here, what are you talking about?" Chun-Chin rolled her eyes. "Handsome. I've already paid you 100,000. Can't you at least help me bring it inside?" After saying this, she revealed a pleading expression. "Please. I really have no strength left." For some reason, the woman who usually showed little regard for men felt a surprising lack of aversion towards Shen Heng. Perhaps it was because, amidst the icy apocalypse, he was the first person she had encountered, and he had offered her assistance. Or maybe it was due to the fact that Shen Heng had sold her supplies without making unreasonable demands, albeit at a higher price that she could still accept. Very well, Shen Heng thought, having no ulterior motives, merely wishing to tease this much-admired starlet. Of course, if Chun-Chin were to invite him to play cards, he would not mind exploring a deeper connection with the celebrity. After all, he had nothing to lose. He retrieved the items from the sack and tossed them onto the bed inside the room, saying, "I've placed everything in your room. I have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Chun-Chin stood in a daze, her fondness for Shen Heng increasing once more. Truthfully, if Shen Heng had barged in and forced himself on her, she would have had no recourse. Yet, despite his flirtatious words, his actions were quite gentlemanly. He did not enter the room. "Thank you." Chun-Chin regarded him with a complex gaze. "Not at all." Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively, turning to leave. "If you need anything else, just message me. Next time, I'll sell to you at a better price." Having spoken, he swiftly glided away on his snowboard. Sigh. Chun-Chin wished to utter more, yet the words lingered on her lips, unspoken, as she stared blankly at Shen Heng's retreating figure. His visage was shrouded, leaving Chun-Chin utterly oblivious to his appearance. However, she could discern that he was likely quite youthful. How peculiar it was that a young man harbored no excessive expectations of her. She was acutely aware that 90% of her fans were male, many of whom idealized her as a pure and ethereal figure. She understood the fantasies her admirers harbored. Yet, Shen Heng merely jested with her, devoid of any overt actions. Not even requesting an autograph. Sitting on her bed, confusion enveloped her. Was it that she had faded from prominence? Or had her beauty waned? A sudden chill jolted her back to reality. Chun-Chin hastily rose to plug in the oil heater. As its temperature ascended, a gentle warmth began to permeate the room. She placed several bottles of mineral water next to the heater. They had turned to solid ice within mere moments of being removed from the cold. Once the water thawed, Chun-Chin carefully tore open the packaging of a self-heating hot pot. After a mere 10 minutes, steam began to rise from the hot pot, filling the room with a delightful aroma. Chun-Chin exhaled in anticipation as she lifted the lid. The moment the first bite touched her lips, tears nearly welled in her eyes. After 2 days of hunger, she finally savored a warm meal on the evening of the 3rd day. She had tasted numerous exquisite delicacies, yet nothing compared to the warmth of the self-heating hot pot before her. During her solitary days at home, she had watched countless videos and was acutely aware that the world had succumbed to an extreme chill. Just yesterday, many elderly individuals had tragically succumbed to the sudden drop in temperature. As the air conditioning froze last night, today has seen young lives tragically claimed by the cold. Particularly in Hainan, where people lack sufficient warm clothing, many have succumbed to the frigid temperatures. This afternoon, even videos from Hainan have become scarce. Among her circle of friends, Yang Tianbao is vacationing in Sanya with her lover. Chun-Chin wishes to inquire about her well-being, yet she is unable to make contact. She can only hope for the best. While savoring her self-heating hot pot, a sigh escapes her lips. At present, she is merely surviving, feeling powerless regarding her friend's safety. Chun-Chin understands that had she not encountered Shen Heng, her own endurance would likely have been fleeting. The thought of Shen Heng stirs within her a profound gratitude. What could he possibly look like? Chun-Chin is unaware that a woman's curiosity about a man marks the beginning of her entrapment. Upon returning to Villa No. 4, Shen Heng remains oblivious to the fact that his standing in Chun-Chin's heart has significantly risen. Nevertheless, he has already begun to regard her as the second mistress of the villa. He plans to visit her soon, intending to extract some funds, for he believes that one day she will be his. In matters such as card games, mutual desire is paramount. It is only through gradually cultivating feelings that one can experience the deep, soulful connection of cooperation. To force such interactions would be no different from the wild dogs roaming the streets. In the courtyard, the snow he cleared earlier in the morning has thickened considerably. Fortunately, the door remains visible, and Shen Heng glides down the slope he had previously excavated before gently knocking on the door. However, after an extended wait, no one answers. A grave expression settles on Shen Heng's face. He has come to regard Hua Miao as the primary mistress of the villa. Yet, this woman refuses to open the door for him? What does she intend to do? Shen Heng instinctively knocked a bit harder, certain that Hua Miao had undoubtedly heard him. However, after a few minutes, the door remained closed. Shen Heng's expression darkened as he picked up his phone and sent her a voice message. What are you doing? I'm outside. In the next moment, the door suddenly swung open, and before Shen Heng could utter a word, Hua Miao flung herself into his arms. What's wrong? Shen Heng, initially furious, soon realized that Hua Miao was trembling and her voice was tinged with tears. After you left, someone came by. Someone came by. Shen Heng was taken aback, his voice turning icy. Who? I don't know. Hua Miao curled up, speaking softly. I didn't open the door. I just lifted the curtain to take a peek. They were dressed so thoroughly, I couldn't see clearly. They? Shen Heng was astonished. There was more than one. In his previous life, after bringing Su Chao and Feng Lu to reside in the villa, no one had ever knocked on the door. However, that was 20 days into the apocalypse. How could anyone come? He carried Hua Miao inside and conducted a thorough examination of the premises. Relieved to find no signs of disorder. After shedding his outerwear, Shen Heng added some firewood to the fireplace, gently embracing Hua Miao and patting her back. It's all right. I'm here. Those words seemed to impart immense strength to Hua Miao. She wiped her tears and began narrating the events. After Shen Heng left, Hua Miao had been applying insulation film on the second floor. Before she could finish, a sudden knock echoed from downstairs. Hua Miao, initially believing Shen Heng had returned for some reason, cheerfully prepared to descend and open the door. Before going downstairs, she glanced out the second-floor window to view the scene below. In the next moment, she observed several cardboard boxes and padding laid out in the snow below, which had been cleared by Shen Heng. It was worth noting that Shen Heng had departed directly in his snow vehicle. The snow lay pristine and white, marked only by 2 lines of tire tracks, devoid of any other traces. A sense of caution enveloped Hua Miao as she leaned forward to glance at the front door on the first floor. To her astonishment, 2 figures stood outside. Clad in thick down jackets, a stark contrast to Shen Heng's attire when he had left. Hua Miao dared not utter a sound, quietly crouching by the second-floor window, cautiously observing the scene below. The 2 silhouettes shivered as they stood at the door, knocking insistently. Hua Miao did not recognize either of them and felt compelled to remain silent. After knocking for some time, without any response from within, they proceeded to rap on the glass. Hua Miao silently opened the second-floor window just a crack. The cold wind rushed into the room, but she paid it no mind, instead straining to listen. Brother, it appears this villa is occupied solely by that fellow who drove the snow vehicle. The shorter, plump figure addressed the taller, leaner one. The tall man nodded slightly, rapping on the window once more before whispering something to his brother. However, the howling wind rendered Hua Miao unable to catch their words. She could only watch as the 2 began to search the yard for suitable tools to force open the window. Thankfully, this house had originally been intended as a gift from Yang Jinxian to her sister. During the renovation, she had specifically opted for reinforced glass. The 2 brothers struggled for quite some time, yet they could not break through. With the fierce wind and snow taking their toll, they were soon breathless and out of strength. Let us go, the tall one urged his brother. Let's find some proper tools and return to break down the door. Brother, our back and forth is bound to consume a considerable amount of time. What are you afraid of? He is driving a snowmobile. When he returns, we will hear it. If we can break down the door, we can seize the supplies from his home. The tall, lean one murmured. He has a snowmobile and can easily venture out in search of food. We scarcely have any provisions left. Very well. The stout younger brother gritted his teeth in agreement. The 2 of them ventured forth, trudging through the snow. Hua Miao exhaled in relief, intending to call Shen Heng, but discovered his phone was unreachable. She could only curl up at home, afraid to make a sound, daring not to turn on the lights. She concealed herself in the wardrobe of the bedroom, consumed by anxiety and trepidation. She even feared venturing into the basement. After all, to an ordinary person, the basement might hold food and drink. If those 2 intruders were to break in, they would likely scour the basement. But what edible items could possibly be found in the villa's bedroom? Perhaps they would not even cast a glance before departing. She remained curled up for quite some time until just moments ago, when Shen Heng returned and knocked at the door, causing Hua Miao to shudder violently. She mistakenly thought the brothers had returned, her heart racing with apprehension. As the knocking grew more insistent, Hua Miao was on the verge of tears. Her legs felt weak. and she dared not approach the window, terrified of being spotted by those brothers. It was only when her phone suddenly buzzed with a message that she dared to hope. Upon opening it, she saw it was from Shen Heng. A wave of relief washed over her, and she hurried downstairs to open the door. After listening to Miao's account, Shen Heng embraced her, offering comfort, yet his eyes glinted with a sharp, "I see you. They dare to set their sights on my home. Truly, they seem to court death." Chapter 32. Uninvited guests. Everything is all right, my dear. I'm here for you. Shen Heng embraced Miao, gently stroking her flowing hair, offering her tender comfort. After a brief moment, Miao, her cheeks flushed, rose to her feet and wiped away her tears. I'm fine now. In his youthful exuberance, Shen Heng had initially intended to return home for a game of cards. However, with Miao in his arms, he felt a different stir of emotions. Clearing his throat, he spoke, "You go ahead and prepare dinner. I will take care of those two intruders." His gaze drifted towards the kitchen, and a pang of sympathy struck him. When he had left in the morning, he had left behind vegetables for Miao, which she had yet to touch. Clearly, she had not had the chance to cook before the uninvited guests arrived, attempting to break in through the window. Miao must have felt utterly despondent hiding in the wardrobe. This thought deepened his affection, and he pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. As for Miao's claim of being unable to reach him by phone, it was likely she had been at the military camp, where signal interference devices are commonplace. Shen Heng settled onto the sofa, his thoughts drifting to the vending machine. He searched and discovered a high-signal, ultra-clear intercom that could only be purchased at level 5 of the vending machine. "That's the one," he exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He could purchase other intercoms, but this particular model had a level requirement. According to the product description, it was a carefully selected item by the system. Even a single unit was priced at 50,000. As the saying goes, you get what you pay for. He realized that the prices marked on the vending machine were all in line with the fairest market rates. This intercom, priced at 50,000, surely would not disappoint. With this device, he would no longer have to worry about Miao being unable to contact him due to signal issues. It is time to upgrade the vending machine. After inspecting it, Shen Heng discovered an array of enticing items that could only be acquired at higher levels, each with a hefty price tag. For instance, the thermal insulation film currently affixed to his wall could be replaced with a premium selection from the system once the vending machine reaches level 7. Additionally, there were various high-density bulletproof glass panels, thermal blackout curtains, fully enclosed density adhesives, infrared laser detectors, outdoor combat gloves, and an assortment of firearms, all of which would prove immensely useful to him. Shen Heng even stumbled upon the option to procure wild animals, albeit deceased, intended solely for culinary purposes. Initially, he lacked the funds to upgrade the vending machine, but during his return journey, he successfully executed a heist, amassing around 3 million, which bolstered his confidence significantly. He called out to the busy Miao in the kitchen, "Once the meal is ready, summon me. I have to make a trip to the basement." Standing in the wine-tasting room of the basement, Shen Heng purchased several large freezers and positioned them against the wall. He procured a substantial amount of seafood, stuffing it all into the freezers. He then bought instant noodles, sausages, canned goods, bread, and beef, essentially anything that came to mind. These items were intended for sale to the residents of the community. The experience points for the vending machine surged dramatically. Having gathered a modest supply of goods, the once swiftly advancing vending machine ascended to level 4. However, the experience required to progress from level 4 to 5 doubled, necessitating a staggering 160,000 points. His initial assumptions had proven correct. Shen Heng sighed. Although the current upgrades seemed swift, the experience required would only continue to double, and once he reached level 10, the upgrade would demand over 10 million points. No wonder level 10 grants access to the purchase of supernatural fruits. To elevate the vending machine to level 10, one would require an expenditure exceeding 20 million, which is indeed quite exorbitant. He mused internally, yet his hands moved with unwavering speed. In the blink of an eye, the tasting room floor was strewn with supplies, and the vending machine upgraded once more. It had reached level 5. To ascend to the next level, an experience value of 320,000 was required. Shen Heng paid it no mind, as he had already steeled himself for this reality. In the search bar, he sought the long-desired handgun. A row of previously grayed out, unavailable firearms now lay within his purchasing reach. Shen Heng excitedly perused the various firearms displayed, ultimately deciding to acquire 2 Walther PPK series pistols, reasonably priced at 6,000 each. These handguns have made multiple appearances in the classic Blue Star film series, 007. Their cost-effectiveness is commendable. They are lightweight and compact, making them ideal for self-defense for Miao. However, he harbored some reservations. If he bestowed a handgun upon Miao, would she one day silently betray him and turn it against him? having experienced the treachery of Feng Lu in his past life. He was no longer inclined to trust women easily. He did not wish to relive the fable of the farmer and the snake. According to the script of his previous life, Huamiao had perished from frostbite in the company. He had been the one to save her. Yet, how she would treat him thereafter remained a complete mystery to Shen Heng. Entrusting his back to a woman with whom he had only shared a few days of profound interaction left him feeling uneasy. Even if this woman had given him her first and obeyed him without question. Shen Heng hesitated for a moment before ultimately placing the handgun in a corner of his consciousness space and purchasing 2 Colt M1911s from the vending machine. This is the masterpiece of the Firearms maestro Browning, characterized by its classic and handsome design, coupled with astonishing power. Despite his fondness for the Desert Eagle, he refrained from purchasing it. Although the Eagle possesses a more striking appearance, one must concede that its recoil is excessively formidable, rendering it impractical aside from ostentatious display. He acquired numerous magazines, all of which were stored in the corners of his consciousness. Should he find himself out of ammunition during a shoot, there would be no need for frantic reloading. With but a thought, these magazines would materialize in his hands. As he pondered the situation, he realized that while a handgun-S magazine may often be low on bullets, a machine gun could unleash a continuous barrage. He quickly conducted a search, only to be met with the System-S notification that various machine guns required the vending machine to reach level 9. With a sigh, Shen Heng contemplated that once the vending machine attained level 9, he would swiftly elevate it to level 10. At level 10, he would be able to purchase extraordinary fruits. What need would there be for a machine gun then? Nevertheless, the possession of a handgun provided him with a modicum of confidence. To ascend from level 5 to level 6 required an expenditure of 320,000. He consolidated all the funds from Alipay and WeChat into the vending machine S balance, revealing that he currently possessed nearly 2.7 million. At present, he had merely exhausted the funds bestowed upon him by Huamiao. The leap from level 6 to 7 necessitated 640,000, while ascending from 7 to 8 would demand 1.28 million. The total expenditure for the first 8 levels amounted to. Shen Heng calculated silently, discerning a pattern. For instance, to elevate the vending machine from level 6 to 7 required 640,000 experience points, while the cumulative expenditure for the first 6 levels was 620,000. Similarly, to ascend from level 7 to 8 required 1.28 million, indicating that the prior 7 levels had consumed 1.26 million. The money spent is perpetually 20,000 less than the current level. In other words, to elevate the vending machine to level 8, a total of 1,281.26 to 540,000 is required. Shen Heng sighed. Despite the seemingly ample balance, it suffices only to upgrade to level 8. Ascending from level 8 to 9 demands 2,560,000. Not to mention the leap from level 9 to 10, which necessitates 5,120,000. In essence, should he wish to elevate the vending machine to level 10, a grand total of 10,220,000 would be required. Financial prudence is essential. He procured a plethora of supplies, subsequently turning his attention to household necessities. Although he had only just applied the insulation film today, he was now capable of purchasing the system's meticulously selected high-performance insulation film. He had no intention of removing the existing films. Rather, he planned to affix the new ones atop them to ensure the home's temperature remained intact. Additionally, the high-density bulletproof glass, though costly, was imperative to acquire. However, one question lingered. How would this glass be installed? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the powerful adhesive tucked away in the corner of his conscious space. Of course, he could simply adhere the bulletproof glass directly onto the original windows of the villa. He purchased all items intended to reinforce the villa, and the vending machine ascended to level 7. Shen Heng had initially aspired to elevate the vending machine to level 8 to acquire a system-selected tactical jacket. After all, the jacket he currently donned, while robust, was cumbersome and not particularly warm. With outside temperatures plummeting to -60 degrees, driving the snowmobile was rather frigid. As the night passed, the temperature was expected to continue its descent. Ultimately, it would stabilize at an astonishing -70 degrees. Regrettably, a tactical jacket produced by the system demanded a staggering 500,000. It is excessively expensive. By the time it reaches level 8, my balance will no longer suffice. I still require funds. He shook his head and ascended the stairs, clutching a pile of items. At that moment, Huamiao had just finished cooking and brought the dishes to the table, saying, "Let's eat." All right. Shen Heng, having toiled throughout the day, was indeed famished and sat down beside Huamiao. He casually informed her that they would continue applying the insulation film later. Additionally, the curtains at home needed to be replaced with high-quality selections from the system. Miao nodded with a smile, having developed a fondness for the ambience of home decoration. The insulation film was quite aesthetically pleasing. Even when affixed to the walls, it resembled wallpaper and blended seamlessly. As Shen Heng relayed his thoughts, he contemplated the need for additional mini cameras to be installed. In the future, should anyone arrive, they could be detected from a distance. Just then, a tremendous crash echoed from the window, followed by an excited voice from the courtyard. "Brother, this thing is effective. I've already made a small opening. Let's apply more force and break the window. That kid's snowmobile isn't here, so the house must be empty." Another voice chimed in. "If he can come and go freely with the snowmobile, he must have hoarded plenty of valuable items." Miao, in his arms, stiffened and instinctively trembled. It was the two uninvited guests from the afternoon. "Do not worry," Shen Heng reassured her, rising to head outside. His expression had turned ashen. These scoundrels dared to encroach upon his territory. Chapter 33. Brother, do not shoot. Outside, the two brothers were still at work. The lanky one directing his plump sibling as they wielded golf clubs, striking the glass once more. Bang! Though the glass remained intact. A dent had been created from the impact. Hope glimmered in the eyes of the two brothers as the weariness of their journey dissipated in an instant. Just as they prepared to continue their endeavor, the door swung open unexpectedly. A chilling voice pierced the air. "What are you doing?" Startled, the brothers turned to see Shen Heng standing at the threshold, his expression grim. The tall, slender figure raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Brother, you're home? I didn't see here your snowmobile." He glanced around, noting the absence of any snowmobile in the yard. Could it be that he had parked it at home? "Why smash my window?" Shen Heng retorted coldly. "Earlier this afternoon, we stopped by and saw you had left." The tall, slender man replied with a grin. "We just wanted to say hello. I reside at Villa 5, Row 3. Surely you have plenty of supplies? Share some with us." Shen Heng's smile deepened. "Not even a word of purchase, and yet you demand to share? What do you think you are?" Seeing Shen Heng's smile, the tall man also chuckled. "I am the general manager of Jining International." Before he could finish his sentence, Shen Heng swiftly advanced and delivered a powerful punch to his face. The tall man was caught off guard, letting out a muffled groan as he was sent flying into the snow, like a tree uprooted. "Dare to hit my brother?" The stout younger brother seethed with rage, raising his bat to strike Shen Heng on the head. Though terrified, Miao stood by the window, her face pale as she witnessed the scene unfold, nearly screaming in fright. As the imminent threat loomed over Shen Heng, he swiftly crouched down, narrowly evading the impending blow. With a sweeping motion, he sent the hefty individual tumbling to the ground. "How dare you encroach upon my territory?" Before the man could rise, Shen Heng's foot pressed firmly against his face. "You." The rotund figure, overwhelmed by humiliation, attempted to rise but found himself at the mercy of the increasing pressure on his visage, leading him to groan in desperation. "Please, spare me. I implore you to release me. We shall compensate." The pain was excruciating, and he could not help but plead. "Very well, leave behind 1 million. And you may take your leave." Shen Heng replied coolly. "What? 1 million? The hefty man was momentarily taken aback. "Do you disagree? Then let us continue our little game." Shen Heng's tone dripped with malice. Not far away, a tall, slender figure struggled for what felt like an eternity before finally extricating himself from the snow. His face etched with humiliation as he contemplated advancing. Yet, upon witnessing his brother subdued beneath Shen Heng's foot, he halted in his tracks. "You heard my earlier words, did you not?" Shen Heng intoned frostily. 1 million, and you may depart. If not, we shall continue. Please, do not harm my brother." The tall man inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. "We will pay. Just do not harm my brother." Shen Heng produced a QR code, placing his phone on the ground with a push, letting it slide before the tall man. With a scowl, the slender figure glanced at Shen Heng's cold gaze, and after a moment of steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and completed the payment. "It's done." He looked up. "May I now have my brother released?" Shen Heng let out a cold huff, lifting his foot from the hefty man's face, and icily stated, "You may leave now." "You." The tall, lean man's teeth clattered together. Although he was affluent, 1 million was still a substantial sum. "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Shen Heng's cold gaze swept over. The tall, lean man took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Brother, we've already made our payment. Can I propose a business deal? Where is your snowmobile? Name your price, and I shall purchase it." "Interested in buying my snowmobile?" Shen Heng was taken aback. He had to admit, this tall man was indeed resourceful. Despite being bullied mercilessly, he still managed to swallow his pride. A person capable of great accomplishments. However, in his previous life, he seemed to have never encountered these two. He was unsure whether they had perished from the cold at home or had fallen under the sway of more formidable powers. "What price are you willing to offer?" Shen Heng asked, a smile playing on his lips. Another million had just been credited. Now, he could afford the premium tactical jacket selected by the system. If he could amass more funds, he could elevate the vending machine to level 9, allowing him to acquire an assault rifle or even landmines. Shen Heng had already devised a plan. Even after awakening his abilities, he intended to reinforce his villa into a veritable fortress. This way, he could ensure that post-rest, he would not be intruded upon by ill-intentioned individuals. Should another like Chun Xiaonyo from his past life emerge, capable of phasing through walls, he would find it difficult to sleep soundly. Chen Xiaonyo possessed the ability to traverse walls, yet she still needed to remain grounded. Anyone daring to stand in his courtyard would taste the wrath of his landmines. 100,000? The tall man tentatively offered. Your snowmobile should normally be valued around 10,000. I am willing to pay 100,000 for it. Shen Heng shook his head, smiling. In jest, I remarked that I am now selling a packet of instant noodles for 500 yuan, a price that has surged 200-fold. At this rate, if you wish to purchase my snowmobile, you must at least offer 2 million to demonstrate sincerity. Are you jesting with me? Shen Heng responded nonchalantly. The tall, lean fellow furrowed his brow and inquired, how much are you selling it for? With this snowmobile, I could venture out to forage for sustenance. A fixed price of 2 million. Shen Heng stated dismissively, unwilling to engage in further banter. 2 million? Why not just rob a bank? The tall individual exclaimed in shock. Shen Heng shrugged. Buy it if you wish. If you cannot afford it, then be gone. With that, he prepared to turn and open the door. Wait. I will buy it. The tall individual gritted his teeth. Where's the snowmobile? I want to see it now. It's at home. In this weather. The snowmobile is a treasure. I cannot possibly leave it outside in the yard, can I? What if people like you sneak away with it? Shen Heng replied deliberately. Indeed. It is stored at home. The tall individual's eyes gleamed with excitement. All right, we will purchase it. He nodded, signaling to his portly companion beside him. The plump brother understood immediately, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. You first show us the snowmobile. If it is intact and operational, I will pay you, the tall fellow affirmed. That is agreeable, correct? Of course, it is agreeable, Shen Heng smiled as he turned to open the door. Watch out. At that moment, the two brothers behind him sprang into action, brandishing baseball bats and striking fiercely towards Shen Heng's head. Before the window in the room stood Huo Miao, whose face turned as pale as a sheet upon witnessing the scene, letting out a piercing scream. Was there a woman? The tall, slender man could not restrain himself and turned to glance at the window, instantly taken aback upon seeing Huo Miao. How breathtakingly beautiful. As a small-time boss, he was no stranger to women. On the contrary, numerous women surrounded him. Yet, among all those he had encountered, none matched the exquisite quality of Huo Miao. Earlier that morning, he and his brother had indeed only observed Shen Heng departing. Thus, it dawned on him that the stunning woman had been home when they knocked on the door. She simply had not opened it for the two brothers. The thought ignited a spark of regret within the tall, slender man. Had he known such a captivating woman was hiding at home, he would have done everything in his power to shatter the glass and rush in. How could he allow such a beauty to remain alone and lonely at home? Brother can keep you company. His gaze fixated on Huo Miao when, suddenly, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Instinctively, he turned to see Shen Heng had already pivoted, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared directly at him. Meanwhile, his brother, who had raised the cue stick to strike Shen Heng, now lay lifeless in the snow, blood gushing from his neck. The tall, slender man stood in shock. Before he could regain his composure, Shen Heng raised his right hand. The dark muzzle of an M1911 pistol was aimed squarely at the man's head. A gun. The tall, slender man was left dumbfounded. His face drained of color as he hastily discarded the cue stick and raised his hands high. Brother, please, don't shoot. Chapter 34. The Price of Doomsday Supplies. The slender man had never anticipated that Shen Heng possessed a firearm. His heart brimmed with bitterness. Had I known that the other party possessed a firearm, I would have never dared to approach. In the Dragon Country, where gun control is so stringent, the mere possession of a weapon by this household indicates their profound connections, far beyond the influence of a mere small business owner. Brother, I was wrong. Please, do not fire. I implore you. The tall, thin man, trembling in fear of the gun's muzzle, sank to his knees and begged, I acknowledge my mistake. Grant me my life. Now you realize your error? A cold smile crept across Shen Heng's lips. I truly understand my mistake now. I genuinely do. The tall man repeatedly bowed his head, pleading loudly for mercy. It was no wonder that the women in this household were so exquisite. It would be strange for a man capable of wielding a firearm to have anything less than beautiful companions. How much do you have left in your phone? Shen Heng inquired suddenly. Huh? The tall man was taken aback, and upon noticing Shen Heng's impatience, he hastily checked his phone, stammering, Brother, I still have one. 2 million. Only over 1 million. And you dare to offer 2 million for my snowmobile? Shen Heng glared at him. The tall man chuckled awkwardly, attempting to explain, I only intended to agree and then seize the opportunity to steal the vehicle when you weren't looking. But brother, I truly lack the courage now. Please spare me. Still have one. 2 million? Very well, transfer it all to me. Shen Heng spoke with impatience. Without a hint of reluctance, the tall man swiftly transferred the funds. Shen Heng, satisfied, glanced at the balance on his phone. Well then, another profit made. As Shen Heng glanced at his phone, a flicker of hatred flashed in the eyes of the tall, slender figure, followed by a heart-wrenching glance at his brother's lifeless body. Immediately, sensing Shen Heng raising his head, he hastily suppressed his gaze, donning a forced smile and an obsequious expression directed at Shen Heng. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about a lack of firewood, he thought. Do not worry, brother. Once I escape, I shall devise every means to avenge you. And as for the woman in this house, I shall rise and fiercely confront her. I will unleash all my pent-up fury upon her. Leave, Shen Heng grunted, gesturing towards the corpse on the ground. Take him away. Do not leave him in my yard. It's bad luck. Yes, I will go at once. The tall, slender figure nodded and bowed, his face a mask of sorrow as he dragged his brother's body step by step towards the exit. The snow in Shen Heng's yard, having been cleared early in the morning, now formed a sloping path. From the yard, one could easily reach the edge of the wall along this snowy incline. In the past, the villa's wall had been quite tall, but now, with the snow piled high, it was nearly level with the wall itself. As the tall figure dragged his brother's corpse away, he turned to leave, a countenance now filled with animosity. I will kill him. I must kill him. How dare he slay my brother? I will most certainly exact my revenge. You two stay well inside the house. Do not let me catch you outside. Should you dare to leave this villa, I will shatter your windows and deal with that woman first. When you return, just watch how I conceal myself and bring you to ruin. As he crossed the wall, he glanced back at Shen Heng, a smile replacing his previous expression. Elder brother, I shall take my leave now. Shen Heng replied with a subtle nod. As the lanky figure dragged his brother's lifeless body outside, Shen Heng suddenly spoke up. Hey. The lanky man paused, turning around. In the next moment, he found Shen Heng's gun once again aimed at him, and without hesitation, the trigger was pulled. Bang! The handgun erupted with a deafening sound, causing the lanky man to tremble, disbelief washing over him as he looked down at his abdomen. Despite the thick layers of clothing, a piercing wound had been made, blood streaming forth. Moments later, a searing pain surged through his mind. I. The lanky man stared at Shen Heng in disbelief. Hadn't this man just said he could leave? Why had he fired again? You broke my window and attempted to attack me. How could I possibly allow you to depart unscathed? Shen Heng's face twisted into a cold smirk. The lanky man attempted to speak, but words failed him, and instinctively he clutched his abdomen, the blood continuing to flow and staining the pure white snow beneath him. The external temperature was frigid, and soon enough, his wound began to congeal. Even as the biting wind swept over him, the pain became nearly imperceptible. His consciousness began to blur. All I wanted was for you to drag that corpse out of my yard. Shen Heng remarked with a shake of his head and a sneer, slowly advancing and aiming the gun at the lanky man's head. Farewell. He pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, the lanky man collapsed heavily onto the ground, his eyes wide open, fixed on Shen Heng, as if death had not yet claimed him. Shen Heng paid him no mind. In his previous life, he had witnessed the ruthless nature of humanity, where survival often meant fighting tooth and nail for a morsel of food. Now, having taken the lives of two, he bore no psychological burden. Only the two lifeless bodies lay at the edge of the courtyard wall, proving to be somewhat of an inconvenience. Shen Heng furrowed his brow and, with a wave of his hand, retracted the bodies into his spatial storage, contemplating discarding them on the street when he left the community in a couple of days. Upon returning indoors, Huo Miao rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Darling, you are amazing. You even have a gun. Her heart raced with excitement. But you've taken a life. You will surely be apprehended. By the way, are you hurt? Let me see. As he observed the concern in Huo Miao's eyes, Shen Heng nearly succumbed to the impulse of gifting her the two compact PPKs stored away, fearing for her safety. Yet he restrained himself. He did not yet possess complete trust in her. I am fine, he dismissed with a wave of his hand. As for your worries about being caught, you've been at home these past few days. I trust you've seen such news in short videos? Not to mention, do you think you could even get through to the police if you called them now? Huo Miao had yet to grasp the stark realities of the apocalypse. In this desolate world, strength reigned supreme. It was a mere survival of the fittest, devoid of any other constraints. Laws and morals held no significance whatsoever. Huo Miao paused, taken aback. Just as you were frightened this afternoon when you worried those two intruders might come in, why should you be afraid? Is it not because you fear they would harm you? Shen Heng gently caressed Huo Miao's delicate face. Why should you fear? Is there not the law to protect us? Huo Miao found herself at a loss for words. You are a wise individual. Indeed, you must have grasped the situation, Shen Heng remarked calmly. Since the official announcement of the global onset of the glacial period, there has yet to be a single representative from the authorities. This signifies that those of us remaining in the city are now beyond their care. The officials wish for us to fend for ourselves. Huan Miao shivered at his words. I express this only to convey that the only truth lies in believing in oneself. Shen Heng continued, at present, we are facing the apocalypse. Huan Miao gently nodded. Shen Heng smiled with satisfaction. Holding two cheerful beans, he felt a spark of enthusiasm. However, there were still matters to attend to. He released Huan Miao and began affixing the high-density glass he had previously purchased to all the windows. Layer upon layer, he ensured that they would not be easily breached. He felt assured about the quality of the items sold by the vending machine. The glass had cost him over 400,000. Huan Miao, too, recognized the impending danger and diligently applied insulation film to the walls. Upon completing these tasks, Shen Heng placed numerous miniature cameras in various corners of the yard. After 2 hours of work, he embraced Huan Miao on the sofa and opened his phone. First, he perused the chat records in the group and discovered that today, more individuals were fervently tagging him in their desperate requests for supplies. Even instant noodles priced at 500 yuan a pack seemed acceptable to many. Unfortunately, it fell on deaf ears, as he had muted the homeowners group. As for those individuals who were still selling supplies yesterday, they seemed to have realized, after 3 consecutive days of relentless snowfall, that the situation had rendered them silent. The snow showed no signs of abating, and there was a complete lack of official communication. The little food they had left was better reserved for their own consumption. Once their supplies were exhausted, no amount of money would be of any use. It appeared these people had finally settled down. Shen Heng chuckled softly and sent a message in the group chat. Is anyone looking to purchase items? Excellent. However, I must clarify that the prices I previously posted were reflective of yesterday's market. Today, all prices have doubled. Should you wish to buy, please contact me. With this announcement, the entire homeowner group erupted in chaos. Numerous members frantically tagged Shen Heng. Wildpea. Hey, harmony brings wealth. Brother, how could you do this? 500 for a pack of instant noodles is already outrageous. And now you want to double it? 1,000 for a pack of noodles? Can you please lower the price? I truly have very little money left. Happiness. 1,000 for a ham? You might as well rob a bank. Wu-S Auto Trade. Have you gone mad from poverty? Are you out of your mind? Observing the flood of responses, Shen Heng languidly sent another message. Trade is free. I am merely announcing my prices. If you do not wish to purchase, kindly step aside. I warned you yesterday. Those who tagged me and insulted me will not receive supplies from me. Do not think I will sell you instant noodles for 1,000 or even 10,000. I refuse to sell. Instantly, the barrage of insults in the group diminished significantly. Yet the happiness in the Wu's auto trade continued to clamor wildly. Shen Heng frowned and contacted the group leader, promptly expelling these 2 individuals from the group. The property manager was now utterly compliant with his wishes, having received supplies. Some residents had not a morsel of food in their homes and had been starving for 3 days. Meanwhile, he had just enjoyed a steaming bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles with his newlywed wife. If it weren't for this benefactor, he would surely have been lightheaded from hunger. A bunch of fools still dared to insult my benefactor? Chapter 35, Suppression Gunfire? Amidst Shen Heng's busyness, the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan curled up together for warmth. Simultaneously looked up. Sister, that gunfire must be coming from next door. Yang Mushuan's expression turned grave. Yang Jinxian bit her lip, remaining silent. Her heart filled with despair. This was undoubtedly a ploy by that scoundrel Song Jingming. He still would not relent, even when the authorities were incapable of providing aid. Despite the heavy snowfall, he was sending people to keep watch over her. Wait, the authorities are preoccupied with providing assistance. She suddenly paled. If even the authorities could not attend to the general populace, did that not signify the impending collapse of social order? Would I then inevitably fall into Song Zhongming's clutches? As Song Zhongming's sister-in-law, she was acutely aware of the depths of his psychosis. She would become his plaything. If he merely made her kneel, she would consider herself fortunate, for she feared he would employ even more perverse methods. She had previously witnessed him leash a woman he had grown tired of, leaving her utterly exposed, and command her to crawl into the yard for the amusement of his friends. Would she, too, descend to such a plight? At this thought, she trembled all over, blissfully unaware that the very source of her fear resided next door, none other than Shen Heng. The owners' group gradually quieted down while Shen Heng busied himself. Already, individuals had begun to request to add Shen Heng as a friend. Shen Heng welcomed them all, approving each request without hesitation. Soon, a newly accepted friend sent a message. Bro, I need to buy 5 boxes of instant noodles, 100 eggs, 100 sausages, and some bottled water. By the way, do you have a gas stove? I'll take that too. Can you give me a discount? Well, the first one is quite the spender. Shen Heng raised an eyebrow, clicked on the user's profile, and soon realized who it was. This was a wealthy second-generation heir named Wang, residing in the luxurious villa behind. The villas here were typically purchased for mistresses. On the day of the torrential rain, he had come to spend the night with his lover, only to find himself trapped unexpectedly. After a day of hunger, he was quick to inquire upon seeing Shen Heng's announcement of available supplies. Shen Heng felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, such an affluent individual should have been evacuated to a shelter long ago, as Wang Ping had suggested. How could he still be hiding in the villa within Taiyuan community? Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, this young master had exhausted himself the previous night in the embrace of his lover, sleeping soundly until noon the next day. Outside, the snow had piled up to an extreme depth, rendering escape impossible. When his father finally managed to reach him, even the helicopter could not take flight, leaving him with the only option to wait until the blizzard ceased before he could be rescued. During the tempest, he had to fend for himself. Upon seeing Shen Heng's announcement regarding the sale of supplies, young Master Wang had promptly reached out. He lived a life of comfort and privilege, never knowing hunger. Make it a round number. How about 1 million? I assure you, you won't regret it. Shen Heng replied. All right. This second-generation wealthy individual was indeed straightforward, readily agreeing. He then inquired, so how shall we conduct the transaction? If I give you the money first, what if you deceive me? Although he was affluent, it did not imply foolishness. You reside in the standalone villa, correct? I will deliver it to your door. Please provide me with the exact location. In Villa number 1, you know the way, right? Once you arrive, send me a WeChat message and I shall open the door for you. No. I will open the window. Young Master Wang replied. Agreed. It's settled. Shen Heng nodded with satisfaction. This first transaction was indeed a significant one, a promising start. Moreover, young Master Wang likely possessed considerable wealth. He needed to be well catered to, lest he perish. Soon after, other individuals began to message him, all seeking supplies. However, compared to young Master Wang, their purchases were significantly smaller. Most were merely acquiring a few packets of instant noodles and bottled water. A few, upon adding him as a friend, unleashed a torrent of abuse. Shen Heng calmly placed them on his blacklist. Those who did not by now still had the energy to insult. He would see in a couple of days if they would be begging to purchase goods from him. Some individuals had thrived too long in this peaceful era, still harboring absurd fantasies. He quickly compiled the purchasing information of these individuals while responding to inquiries. Before long, he encountered a familiar ID that reached out to him, a grain of sand. This was an internet celebrity, renowned for their remarkable presence. With a short video of her dancing gracefully in a sheer veil, she captivated audiences, swaying gently to the music and skyrocketing to fame overnight, amassing 1 million followers within 24 hours. Subsequently, she embraced her role as a full-time internet celebrity, becoming a prominent figure in the influencer realm. Can you make it a little cheaper? This is just too expensive. A user named A Grain of Sand sent a message, accompanied by a pouting emoji. I could settle for a barter. Shen Heng nearly replied impulsively. After all, A Grain of Sand was known for her youthful appearance and impressive physique, a topic of admiration among many male fans. However, he recognized that such phrases were common vernacular among influencers, so he calmly responded, the price is fair. I practice honesty in my dealings. If you are not purchasing, please do not waste my time. I'll buy. A Grain of Sand sighed and candidly replied, I would like a box of instant noodles, and also, her list of purchases was considerable, only slightly less than that of young Master Wang's order. Typically, she employed a cooking ant, but after the ant left 2 days ago, a heavy snowfall ensued. With only a few items left in her refrigerator, she had managed to survive on them for 2 days. However, today, her pantry was bare, and her heating system was inoperative, turning her home into a veritable icebox. Cold and hungry, she felt that if she didn't manage to eat something warm soon, she might very well freeze to death. Previously, she had scoured the owner-s group and noticed Shen Heng offering supplies, attempting to add him as a friend that morning. However, he had not been active on WeChat, and her request went unapproved. Just moments ago, upon seeing Shen Heng post again, she hastily applied once more. This time, her request was finally accepted. Transfer a total of 300,000 to me, and I assure you it will be worth every penny. Shen Heng replied. A small grain of sand felt a pang of sorrow. Although she was an internet celebrity, earning money swiftly, this individual named Hechi Shinkai seemed to profit even more than she did. Well, even if it stung, this was not the time for such considerations. The small grain of sand immediately nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, I will conduct the transaction in the lower section of the underground passage square. You may come downstairs to collect the goods then. Shen Heng sent another message. Young Master Wang, residing in a detached villa, was quite distant and lacked an underground passage. Yet as a significant client, he could make a special trip. As for the owners of the townhouses and the high-rise apartments ahead, he was too lazy to make extra trips. With so many people, if I were to transform into a delivery person, delivering to each household, wouldn't I wear myself out? Fine, fine. The small grain of sand acquiesced. She was curious to ask Shen Heng why, as a paying customer, she still had to descend to conduct the transaction herself. After all, when purchasing a courier service, deliveries are typically made to one's doorstep. Why should she have to venture downstairs for goods worth 300,000? However, she dared not voice this question. 3 days into the icy deluge, the authorities had yet to take any rescue action. Even emergency hotlines were unreachable, leaving only a continuously looping broadcast from Longwood News announcing the arrival of the glacial period. At this moment, chaos reigned across various cities. In such circumstances, if anyone was still willing to sell supplies, she could only revel in her fortune. She curled up slightly, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. What if she angered Hechi Shinkai and he refused to sell her the supplies? Would she not starve to death? Observe the two individuals, Old Wang and Huakai Fugawei, who have been placed on the blacklist by others in the group. Just moments ago, Hechi Shinkai announced that these two, even if they were willing to pay an exorbitant sum for a mere packet of instant noodles, would not be accommodated. Furthermore, anyone in the group who is discovered to have clandestinely resold supplies to these two individuals will also be permanently barred from purchasing any materials. Indeed, Shen Heng, leveraging his vast resources, has entirely ostracized these two individuals who delight in moral coercion. Chapter 36. Customer phone Lu. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, the recent incident where he shot down the two brothers has instilled a palpable sense of fear in the neighboring duo of sisters. His phone incessantly buzzes with new friend requests and inquiries, keeping him busily engaged. These are all eager customers flocking to him, ready to fill his coffers. The customer is king. At that moment, another notification appears, indicating a new friend request. Upon recognizing the familiar avatar, Shen Heng chuckles softly. Phone Lu. He had thought that this woman had perished alongside Su Chao. To his surprise, she remains alive. It has been 2 or 3 days without contact. Yet she seems quite audacious. Hello, I wish to purchase supplies. Could you offer a discount? As soon as he accepted her request, Feng Lu courteously messaged him. Shen Heng was using a newly created account, and Feng Lu was oblivious to the fact that she was communicating with her former boyfriend. He harbored no fondness for this ex-girlfriend and coldly replied, "Fixed price. Take it or leave it." After sending this message, he activated the video surveillance. He had not checked in over a day, and to his astonishment, Su Chao and Feng Lu were still languishing in bed. Were their cravings truly that insatiable? Upon observing Su Chao, it became evident that he had grown gaunt and emaciated. "I can no longer endure," Su Chao muttered weakly. "I haven't eaten for nearly 3 days. I'm on the verge of starvation. Xiao Lu, if this continues, you shall drain me completely. Honestly, it's not just for my benefit. Do you not find joy in this as well?" Feng Lu, with a captivating allure, cast a reproachful glance at Su Chao. "Moreover, given the frigid weather, if we do not engage in any physical activity, we shall surely perish from the cold." At that moment, the sound of her phone pierced the silence, prompting her to hastily check the message. In the next instant, she read Shen Heng's reply, which caused her expression to darken considerably. She was a charming and beloved girl, unaccustomed to being spoken to in such a manner. How about that amiable merchant? Surely, he has some supplies? Su Chao mustered the energy to lean closer. Feng Lu nodded. He demands 1,000 yuan for a single packet of instant noodles. With no room for negotiation, he even threatened to send me away if I refused to purchase. Then we must buy it quickly. Su Chao urged impatiently. Xiao Lu, if we delay any longer, we risk others purchasing it before us. This was indeed a valid point. Although Feng Lu had spent the last 3 days cocooned with Su Chao, she had occasionally perused the news and noted the official announcements. It had become painfully clear that no one was coming to their rescue. Survival now rested solely upon their own shoulders. How much should we buy? Feng Lu pondered. If we overpurchase and the snow ceases in a few days, with society returning to normal, we could face significant losses. 1,000 yuan. How many packets of instant noodles might that procure? Indeed. Su Chao nodded in agreement. Rising from his seat, he drew back the curtain for a glance outside, where the snow continued to fall in a flurry. Uncertainly, he remarked, "It seems this snow will persist for at least another 3 or 4 days. How about this? We should procure enough provisions for 4 days, eating while we monitor the situation. By the way, you should maintain a good rapport with that person, cultivate relationships. We wouldn't want to find ourselves in a position where he runs out of supplies, and we are left with nothing to buy." "All right," Feng Lu responded, picking up her phone. This time, instead of typing, she sent a playful voice message. "Brother, I'm the one buying. Please don't be so fierce. Start with 8 bags of instant noodles and then 4 sausages. By the way, are the sausages from Wang Zhong's brand? How many grams are they? Upon receiving the message, Shen Heng let out a cold chuckle. Had it been another man, the soft tone of Feng Lu's voice might have swept him off his feet. Yet, he knew all too well that Feng Lu was a femme fatale. He picked up his phone and replied in a deep voice. How many grams of sausage do you desire? I happen to have a particularly thick and long sausage. Would you like to sample it? Feng Lu giggled in response. Brother, you're so annoying. Beside her, Su Chao's expression darkened, as if he had just consumed something distasteful. Feng Lu was his woman. How could she be subjected to the advances of another? Moreover, she appeared utterly unfazed, engaging in flirtation with the other party. What are you upset? Putting down her phone, Feng Lu cast a glance at Su Chao. I'm doing this for our own good. If you had instant noodles at home, would I need to negotiate like this? I haven't even met him. He could very well be a scruffy man in his 40s, and I wouldn't find that off-putting. Why should you? I did not mean it that way. Su Chao sighed, speaking hesitantly. Meanwhile, Shen Heng, while observing the surveillance footage, chuckled as he read the messages sent by Feng Lu. This woman truly had a flair for the dramatic. For hams and 8 bags of instant noodles, is it? That totals to 12,000. I will send you a WeChat message shortly. Come down to collect it yourself. Shen Heng replied nonchalantly. Brother, won't you deliver it for me? Feng Lu pouted. Then would you care to sample the ham that I've acquired? Shen Heng scoffed. If you are inclined to savor it, I shall deliver it to your door. If not, then be obedient and fetch it downstairs yourself. Fine, fine. Feng Lu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, yet felt powerless. Given that he held the resources, she could not afford to antagonize him. Not only must she avoid conflict, but she also needed to cultivate a friendly rapport. What is the big deal about some instant noodles? Why the arrogance? After engaging with other clients for a while longer, Shen Heng was aided by Huo Miao, who took notes diligently at his side. Despite her myriad of questions, she refrained from asking. Once no further inquiries came through on his phone, Shen Heng stretched languidly and declared, all right. He glanced at Huo Miao's neatly written notes, which were meticulous and orderly. Wait for me at home. I will step out for a moment. Shen Heng ruffled Huo Miao's hair. Darling. Huo Miao hesitated, then quietly spoke up. I saw the official news. Blue Star is entering a glacial period. Will this last for a long time? It may be a long time. Perhaps we shall spend our lives amidst ice and snow. Shen Heng sighed. He had lived too long in his previous life. Yet, 3 months later, the world remained unchanged, still enveloped in frigid desolation, with humanity reduced by over 90%. As time wore on, the available resources dwindled and conflicts among humans escalated. At that moment, Shen Heng even harbored doubts that, within a few years, humanity might face complete extinction. However, now he had overheard a conversation between Wang Peng and had become aware of the existence of the sanctuary. He understood that the reason the Dragon Kingdom's officials had vanished was that they could only prioritize the rescue of certain vital individuals, making a final effort for the continuation of humanity. He bore no resentment towards the authorities. After all, the apocalypse had descended unexpectedly, leaving them to assist only a select few. Such individuals included prominent officials and distinguished experts from various fields. It was only natural that he, as a mere online writer, lacked the qualifications to enter the sanctuary. Were he in their position, he might not fare much better. In this lifetime, Huo Miao's lips moved. She too was acutely aware of the significance of the term glacial period. Throughout the history of Blue Star, there have been 3 major ice ages: the Cambrian, the Permian, and the Quaternary glacial period. Experts estimate that each of these ice ages endured for millions, even tens of millions of years. Given that we must live under such extreme apocalyptic conditions for the rest of our lives, then Huo Miao summoned her courage and softly pleaded. Let us refrain from selling our resources, shall we? Moreover, currency will soon become utterly worthless. What value does the pursuit of wealth hold in the face of impending doom? In a world where humanity teeters on the brink of extinction, where survival itself becomes a formidable challenge, what use is there for money? The funds within our mobile devices are scarcely more than ephemeral digits. While paper currency may possess some utility, its practical applications are limited to igniting a fire for warmth or, at best, a makeshift solution for hygiene. She simply could not fathom why Shen Heng remained resolute in his intent to sell his supplies in such dire circumstances. Was he truly indifferent to his own survival? Chapter 37. The transaction in the underground passage. Huo Miao's concerns were not without merit. In this apocalyptic scenario, tangible resources constituted the only true currency, rendering traditional money utterly futile. As starvation looms, what purpose does wealth serve? Fear not. My provisions are ample enough to sustain us for lifetimes to come. Shen Heng chuckled softly, planting a gentle kiss upon Huo Miao's lips. This young woman had begun to contemplate her own needs. He could scarcely resist the urge to entrust her with the 2 firearms residing in his consciousness. However, he decided it prudent to allow her to practice with his own weapon first. Once she had honed her skills and demonstrated her unwavering commitment to accompany him, he would bestow upon her the real guns. Hua Miao gazed at Shen Heng in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless, even forgetting to respond to his kiss. For lifetimes to come? How much has he stockpiled? As for the matter of selling, I cannot explain it to you at this moment, but trust me, Shen Heng reassured her softly. As long as you understand, that is sufficient. Hua Miao nestled against Shen Heng, stating, I harbor no other intentions. Her feelings for him had evolved beyond mere affection. They now encompassed a hint of admiration. With Shen Heng's unwavering assurance of ample resources for their sustenance, she felt liberated from her previous anxieties. Moreover, she increasingly perceived Shen Heng as an enigma. Calmly confronting the apocalyptic snowstorm, he effortlessly conjured snowmobiles and various supplies with a mere gesture. In such extreme weather, he meticulously engaged in fortifying their home, applying insulation film, reinforcing windows, and installing surveillance cameras, transforming the villa into a veritable fortress against the impending doom. Over the past few days, she had also observed the homeowners group. Many members were without food or water, and some had even succumbed to the cold. She felt immense gratitude for being able to remain by Shen Heng's side in such conditions, well-fed and warmly dressed, without a care in the world. As for the starving homeowners, it was not that she was unwilling to assist. Rather, the supplies she utilized were all Shen Heng's, leaving her without any authority to allocate them. Furthermore, in the face of disaster, everyone had to be frugal if she were to share her resources. What would become of her? Hua Miao was not naive. She understood that in the aftermath of calamity, the basest aspects of human nature would be fully unleashed. Everyone would become self-serving in their struggle for survival. Who would part with their food to help another? Not to mention that even if Shen Heng were to sell instant noodles for 1,000 yuan a pack, no one would buy. Regardless of whether the price soared to 10,000 or even 100,000 yuan, money would lose all its value. She found herself perplexed as to why Shen Heng insisted on selling supplies. Could it be that he possessed a benevolent heart and wished to assist others? Yet, with limited resources, could he only afford to save a select few? Shen Heng, unaware of the depth of Hua Miao's internal musings, nodded and led her toward the basement. Upon entering the wine tasting room in the basement, a plethora of supplies lay strewn across the floor. The sight overwhelmed Hua Miao. Her mouth agape in astonishment as she surveyed the room's contents, casting incredulous glances at Shen Heng. During her previous visit to the basement, the tasting room had contained nothing but a selection of red wines. Yet now, even the dining table was laden with instant noodles, canned goods, and an assortment of self-heating hot pots. How had he amassed all this? Shen Heng, meanwhile, was diligently recording the relevant supplies into his consciousness space. They vanished? Hua Miao gasped. Although she had witnessed this phenomenon a few times before, the spectacle continued to astonish her. With a mere gesture, a considerable pile of items disappeared into thin air. It was utterly staggering. Organize these items for me. I will return shortly, Shen Heng instructed, waving his hand before turning towards the exit of the underground passage. Understood, Hua Miao replied obediently, nodding. She had never harbored intentions of betrayal, and Shen Heng's display of prowess only deepened her compliance. If Su Chao were to witness Hua Miao's docile demeanor, he would surely be rendered speechless. Was this truly the same aloof ice goddess of yore? As Shen Heng exited the passageway, he pressed onward, feeling the biting chill even within the confines of the corridor. The passage was now devoid of any presence. In such frigid weather, who would venture out for fresh air? Most would be huddled beneath their blankets, shivering uncontrollably. Upon reaching the area beneath the square, he retrieved numerous supplies from his consciousness space, arranging them neatly before notifying his clients via WeChat to descend for the transaction. Before long, a figure wrapped in a quilt entered the underground passage, striding purposefully towards Shen Heng. Upon noticing the ground strewn with various food items, the individual's eyes sparkled with interest. Is this the brother known for his amicable dealings? The newcomer clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring politely. Indeed, Shen Heng nodded. What would you like to purchase? The individual promptly produced his WeChat app, revealing his conversation with Shen Heng. I am the one named Sunshine Everywhere. I require 4 packets of instant noodles, an egg, and 2 bottles of water. Oh, and a portable stove as well. Shen Heng glanced at the chat history, nodded slightly, and gathered the requested items. He also added a self-heating hot pot to the bag, handing it to the customer. The total is 20,000. I'll throw in the hot pot as a gift. 20,000. In the past, these items would scarcely amount to 200. A portable stove costs around 100, and the 4 packets of noodles and 1 egg together would barely total 10. Yet now, they were being sold for a staggering 20,000. Thank you. Even so, the customer swiftly completed the transfer, expressing profound gratitude as he departed. No sooner had he left than another individual descended the stairs, making his way towards Shen Heng. Brother, I'd like to buy 3 packets of noodles. A man in his 60s, breathless, softly inquired, "Can you help me cook the noodles here?" "Absolutely not," Shen Heng replied curtly. "If you wish to cook noodles, you should return home and do so." The old man's expression fell. The gas lines at his home had frozen, rendering him unable to light a fire. If he could cook, would he even be asking you? "Hey, why don't you lend this gentleman a hand? I see you have quite a few portable stoves here." A considerable number of individuals gathered around, and one of them spoke up immediately. Shen Heng glanced disdainfully at the speaker and retorted, "This gas stove has been reserved by someone. How can it be used indiscriminately? Who will bear the cost of the consumed gas? Will it be you or me?" The other person, pointing at Shen Heng, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "If you wish to purchase something, do so obediently. Do not attempt to lecture me. I am merely a merchant. If you possess wealth and desire to acquire my goods, you are most welcome, but if you do not intend to buy, then kindly take your leave." Shen Heng spoke coldly. While others might be unaware, he was acutely conscious of the truth. The quivering old man before him had not met an easy demise in his previous life. Until his own demise, this old man had been thriving. He was a meteorological expert in the neighborhood, who, upon awakening his abilities, had seized food from numerous neighbors and had played with several young maidens. He had even attempted to lay his hands on Shen Heng's beloved, Feng Lu, whom he found exquisite. Unfortunately for him, Shen Heng had already possessed fire-based powers at that time, rendering him a bane to such plants. With a single blaze, he had left the old man humiliated and fleeing in disgrace. Shen Heng then cast a glance at the young man, who appeared eager to defend the old man, and shook his head slightly. He had no particular recollection of this youth, likely having perished shortly after the apocalypse began. How dare a fleeting soul presume to uphold justice for others? He should first manage his own affairs. Chapter 38. A beautiful delusion confronted with Shen Heng's unyielding rebuttal. The young man felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet found himself at a loss for words. He still wished to purchase supplies, but feared offending Shen Heng, which could provoke the other's ire. What would happen to his wife and children if Shen Heng refused to sell? As the moments unfolded, numerous individuals who had gathered to procure supplies gradually descended and converged, yet silence enveloped them as they patiently formed a queue. The man, rendered speechless, bowed his head and stood still. "All right, 3,000, Shen Heng declared, handing 3 packets of instant noodles to the meteorological expert. The elderly man's lips quivered briefly before he sighed, scanned the code, and tremulously departed. Though many remained silent, expressions of sympathy flickered across their faces. Shen Heng couldn't help but scoff internally. A bunch of fools. Once these individuals acquire their extraordinary abilities, your wives will become mere playthings for them. Spare a thought for the pitiful soul now. When they rise to power, will they show any mercy towards your wives as they trample upon you? Maintain your order." Some had already pushed closer, prompting others to follow suit. Shen Heng, without hesitation, barked, "Those who do not queue properly shall not receive supplies. First come, first served. Do you comprehend? Only when the line is orderly will transactions resume." Upon hearing this, a few individuals at the front exchanged awkward glances and retreated to the back of the line. Along the way, someone muttered about the frigid weather and the sluggish pace of sales, only to be sharply reprimanded by Shen Heng. Feng Lu, clad in Su Chao's thick winter attire, stood shivering at the rear of the queue, her feet stamping in an effort to ward off the cold. She too felt disgruntled, contemplating a breach of decorum to advance in line. However, following Shen Heng's admonishment, she dejectedly retreated to her original position. This man displayed no understanding of cherishing the delicate. Unbeknownst to her, the vendor of supplies was none other than Shen Heng himself. After all, he was clad from head to toe, his face nearly obscured, rendering his identity unrecognizable. She only sensed a hint of familiarity in his voice. However, she did not dwell on Shen Heng any longer. That useless individual was probably frozen to death by now. With this thought, she silently scoffed. Her patience with Shen Heng had long since worn thin. Were it not for the substantial monthly royalties he contributed, she would have ended their relationship long ago. Perhaps this was for the best. If Shen Heng were still alive, she would have to buy him a packet of instant noodles, priced at 1,000 yuan each. Did he even deserve such a luxury? Although they now lived in a post-apocalyptic world, people still adhered to rules. Upon hearing Shen Heng's reprimand, the crowd fell silent, queuing up without daring to retort. In a few days, however, the situation would likely change dramatically. Perhaps there would even be individuals resorting to theft for supplies. Shen Heng pondered. Yet, he felt no concern. The 2 handguns at his side and the powerful crossbow on his right arm instilled him with great confidence. As each property owner approached him, they wore smiles and willingly presented their chat records to make their purchases. Shen Heng, in turn, graciously offered instant noodles or a sausage to several high-value clients, creating a mutually beneficial atmosphere. Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd, prompting many to turn around. What was all the noise about? Maintain silence. Shen Heng frowned and shouted angrily. It was a little celebrity. Someone glanced back and gasped in disbelief. This was the renowned beauty and internet sensation of the community. Many men instinctively turned to look at her, dressed in thick clothing and even wearing a mask. She had not expected to be recognized. Embarrassed, she could only nod awkwardly at everyone, signaling them to maintain their order. Dressed so provocatively, what differentiates her from those who sell themselves? Feng Lu expressed her indignation. A small grain of sand, despite being clad in thick clothing that concealed her perfect figure, seemed to radiate an innate brilliance. Even with only half of her face visible, she commanded attention. Shen Heng found himself quite pleased. Truly, she was a top-tier influencer. Her beauty was unparalleled. Unlike Huo Miao and Qin Qin, this woman possessed a face that captivated souls, coupled with her fox-like eyes. A mere glance from her felt like an invitation to temptation. Huo Miao embodied the aloof goddess, while Qin Qin represented pure elegance. Each of the three women possessed their unique charm. As the resources around Shen Heng dwindled, the queue gradually diminished. Those fortunate enough to procure supplies hurried home, clutching their goods. Although they grumbled about Shen Heng's exorbitant prices, what could they say in such outrageous weather? Even if they considered reporting him, it would have to wait until the snow settled and order was restored, a sentiment held by many. A considerable number of individuals spent thousands with Shen Heng, all while anticipating the opportunity to report him for price gouging once society resumed its normalcy. At that point, he would be obliged to refund the excess amounts. The crowd grew increasingly assertive, with some even requesting additional purchases. After all, that money would eventually find its way back into their pockets. Why worry? However, Shen Heng firmly declined all such demands. The goods he provided were those pre-ordered through WeChat. While vending machines allowed for immediate purchases, how could one retrieve their items once acquired? He had no desire to become the subject of gossip or the center of attention. One need only quietly amass wealth. For those who boast often meet an untimely end. Soon, it was Feng Lu's turn. Brother, I just reached out to you on WeChat. Feng Lu said sweetly, pulling out her phone to display their conversation. Oh, so you are that little minx, Shen Heng replied teasingly, his voice remaining as deep as before, leaving Feng Lu momentarily unable to discern his tone. What are you saying? Feng Lu's cheeks flushed crimson, her expression one of bashful indignation. What a despicable man, she scolded inwardly. However, she aimed to maintain a cordial relationship with Shen Heng and suppressed her thoughts. Feng Lu was undeniably beautiful and had lofty standards. Among the tall, rich, and handsome, Shen Heng had already achieved the stature and good looks. Yet, despite this, Feng Lu remained unimpressed. Even with Shen Heng's relentless efforts to earn money, his monthly income surpassing 10,000, she paid him little mind, instead growing closer to Su Chaoyue, ultimately sharing a bed with him. The man before her, cloaked entirely, concealed both age and appearance, yet had the audacity to flirt. In the past, she would have slapped him without a second thought. Suppressing her disgust, she forced a smile. Brother, I noticed you generously gifted others with supplies earlier. I bought over 10,000 worth of items. Can't you spare me something? What do you desire? Shen Heng chuckled lightly. How about trying my ham? Oh, how can you say that? Feng Lu playfully scolded. I didn't buy a portable stove earlier. Could you give me one? You really dare to ask? He retorted. A portable stove costs over 100, and I sell items worth over 10,000. Having just purchased a few packs of instant noodles, do you really expect me to set up a stove? Shen Heng raised his head and remarked. Such delightful fantasies you have. I suggest you abandon them. Feng Lu stood there, momentarily stunned. Stoves are sold separately. Do not entertain such notions. Shen Heng scoffed. Feng Lu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she ultimately nodded, suppressing her anger as she accepted the bag, managing to utter, Brother, I shall take my leave now. Go ahead. Shen Heng replied dismissively, waving his hand in irritation. Feng Lu, fuming, turned to leave. She observed others purchasing over 10,000 worth of supplies, and Shen Heng even voluntarily gifted them something. But when it was her turn, having spent over 10,000 as well, he offered her nothing. Shen Heng paid her no mind. In truth, the money Feng Lu spent was effectively his own. Is there any issue with reclaiming what rightfully belongs to him? To be candid, Shen Heng contemplated the ease with which he could eliminate Su Chao and Feng Lu, this treacherous pair. However, he refrained from carrying out such actions. The apocalypse had only just commenced. He had ample time to indulge in his schemes. If he were to swiftly dispatch them, how utterly dull that would be. He intended for this wretched couple to endure despair and anguish before ultimately sealing their fates. Chapter 39. A grain of sand after Feng Lu departed. Shen Heng engaged in transactions with the remaining individuals, eventually left with but a single grain of sand. The girl had procured an abundance of items. Typically, she was not one to hoard such supplies, so she had accumulated not only provisions but also thick blankets, portable stoves, and a considerable quantity of oil essence. Brother, this is far too much. Could you assist me in carrying some of these items? A small grain of sand cautiously approached, tentatively inquiring, and then quickly added, I can pay you. How about 10,000? All right. The individuals seeking to purchase supplies had all departed. Aside from seeking a transaction with young Master Wang, Shen Heng had little else to attend to. This beautiful grain of sand possessed an extraordinary physique, and he found himself quite intrigued by her. Let us go then. The grain of sand, overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly transferred 310,000 to Shen Heng. He hoisted the bundles and followed the grain of sand towards Building 16. As he reached the entrance to the corridor of Building 16, he feigned nonchalance while casting a glance at the corner. 3 figures were lurking there. Given that everyone else should be at home, aside from the owners who had come down to trade supplies with him, he mused that it was quite peculiar. Although home felt as frigid as an ice cellar, it was still preferable to the biting cold outside. What were these 3 up to? However, upon observing their furtive demeanor and the greedy glances they cast at the grain of sand, Shen Heng understood. It was common knowledge that this grain of sand was not only stunning, but also a top-tier internet celebrity, a subject of many men's nocturnal fantasies. These 3 undoubtedly believed that in the current chaotic society, they could take advantage of the situation and indulge in their desires for the grain of sand. Big brother. Over here. The grain of sand remained blissfully unaware, continuing to lead the way. Upon entering Building 16, she guided him towards the elevator. Let us not take the elevator. Shen Heng waved his hand. The weather is exceedingly frigid today. The cables in the elevator could snap at any moment. And the power supply may also be unstable. You wouldn't want to be trapped in there, would you? He was not merely being alarmist. This was indeed a legitimate concern. Trapped in the elevator, there was no one to rescue her. Yet, my home is on the 22nd floor. Little Sandy hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It's all right. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. Since I have taken your money, even if it means climbing the stairs, I shall certainly escort you back. Seeing this, little Sandy felt it unnecessary to say more and could only lead the way, holding a packet of instant noodles. Shen Heng followed closely behind, laden with a bountiful supply of goods. As they ascended, Shen Heng found himself captivated by the gentle sway of her curvaceous form as she climbed the stairs. It was remarkable how much her attire concealed her figure, rendering her somewhat bulky. One could scarcely imagine the enchanting sight she would present in the sweltering summer heat, donned in a minuscule skirt. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shen Heng's ears perked up. He discerned that the 3 individuals who had previously been lurking in the shadows had now stealthily joined them, following silently behind. It was evident that these 3 were indeed after little Sandy. Shen Heng squinted, feigning ignorance, and continued to engage in casual conversation with her as they ascended leisurely. Brother, do you own a supermarket? How is it that you possess such a vast array of goods? Little Sandy continued to chat with Shen Heng. He nodded nonchalantly. On that stormy afternoon, I fortuitously stocked up on quite a bit of inventory, only for it to be followed by a snowfall. I suppose I merely chanced upon some good fortune, allowing me to reap a modest profit. I don't begrudge you the prices at which you sell. I am merely grateful that you are willing to offer such items for sale, little Sandy replied with a radiant smile. Your timely acquisition of goods certainly attests to your keen discernment. She was quite eloquent, and her voice was indeed melodious. At that moment, Shen Heng heard a faint sound from downstairs. Make your move. He cast a vigilant glance in that direction. However, unexpectedly, a sudden commotion erupted above him. Shortly thereafter, 4 figures emerged, blocking the path of 2 individuals. What do you want? The 4 menacing figures appeared, causing a slight unease in a young woman named Xiaosha. You don't recognize them, but you should know me, right? The 3 others leisurely approached, positioning themselves behind the 2. The leader, a 30-something thug with a roguish demeanor, sported a buzz cut and fixated his gaze intently on Xiaosha. You, Zhao Weilong. Xiaosha's complexion turned pale in an instant. Why you? Xiaosha. Zhao Weilong grinned maliciously. I've pursued you for so long. Why do you refuse to accept me? Now that I've finally seized the opportunity, I shall see where you can run this time. Upon finishing his taunt, he cast a disdainful glance at Shen Heng and barked. This matter doesn't concern you, so be gone. Xiaosha, panic-stricken, turned to Shen Heng with a pleading look. Oh. Shen Heng's response made her close her eyes in despair. He set down the item in his hand and inquired. So, can I leave now? Zhao Weilong nodded with self-satisfaction, while the other 6 lackeys wore mocking smiles. Xiaosha, Now that there are no outsiders, shall we have a proper discussion about our relationship? Zhao Weilong advanced step by step, while a small particle of sand retreated, yet both before and behind were his minions blocking the way, leaving no opportunity for escape. Zhao Weilong, when have I ever had any feelings for you? The small particle of sand's voice trembled with a hint of tears. It is you who has persistently entangled me. Indeed, I have relentlessly pursued you, and yet you had the audacity to call the police, you wretched woman. A sinister expression crossed Zhao Weilong's face. Now, I offer you one more chance. Take your time to call the authorities. Go on, continue your report. At this moment, none could reach the emergency services. Zhao Weilong felt this was an unprecedented opportunity. The small particle of sand, frightened to tears, curled up and choked back sobs. I have showered you with so many gifts online, yet you still refuse to add me as a friend. Zhao Weilong coldly retorted, what? Do you think my gifts are insufficient? You only cozy up to those top-ranking brothers, looking down on fans like me who may not shower you with lavish gifts? No. I haven tea. I haven tea. The small particle of sand hurriedly defended, I haven tea even added my top supporter. Enough. Zhao Weilong suddenly shouted in anger. For your sake, several of my brothers are enduring the cold. Now, you have two choices. Either come to my home voluntarily and spend some quality time with me, or we will carry you back ourselves. But know this, if my brothers exert their strength, you won't merely be entertaining me. You will also have to amuse them. The other 6 men, upon hearing this, were sinister smiles, their predatory gazes roaming over the small particle of sand. Little Sand was on the verge of tears, while a few others around him were already chuckling and closing in. That's enough. A voice resonated from downstairs. Zhao Weilong, momentarily taken aback, turned to look toward the staircase and bellowed, who is down there? Come out. The sound of a lighter flicking open echoed, and then Shen Heng leisurely poked his head out, cigarette in mouth. I thought this was a romantic entanglement, but it seems you've resorted to force after failing to win her heart. My friend, pursuing a woman is not done in this manner. Are you still here? Zhao Weilong sneered upon recognizing Shen Heng, pointing downwards as he shouted, what? Do you fancy yourself a hero coming to the rescue? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror and assess your own capabilities. The others erupted in laughter. You had your chance to escape. But since you chose to stay, then you may as well remain here. Zhao Weilong's face twisted into a menacing grin. I was originally planning to deal with you in a few days, but it seems you have quite a stockpile of supplies. Hand them over to me, and I might consider sparing your life. He was also part of the homeowners group and had noted the abundant supplies for sale. Initially, he had intended to gather his comrades in the afternoon to raid Shen Heng, but upon seeing Little Sand hastily descend the stairs to Q, he altered his plans. At this moment, they all stood on the 15th floor, with room 1501 being Zhao Weilong's residence, while across the hall lived one of his underlings. Blocking Little Sand here meant no one would intervene. As for the residents downstairs, one family worked out of town and only returned on weekends. On another stormy night, those who failed to return are now either shivering in the company or have succumbed to the cold. The 14th and 15th floors now host only their group. Oh, with a smile gracing his face, Shen Heng watched Zhao Weilong approach him step by step, and with a tone laced with disdain, he remarked, do you still wish to seize from me? I shall grant you an opportunity. Take your companions and exit into the snowy expanse, and I may consider sparing your lives. Is it merely on your account? Zhao Weilong retorted with utmost arrogance. He raised his hand and poked Shen Heng's forehead, saying, kid, is there something amiss with you here? The moment his hand made contact with Shen Heng's forehead, Shen's expression turned icy as he swiftly seized Zhao Weilong's right hand and twisted it with force. Zhao Weilong let out a piercing scream, his body involuntarily collapsing to the right. Simultaneously, Shen Heng removed the cigarette he had just lit with his left hand and pressed it firmly against Zhao Weilong's eyeball. Zhao Weilong emitted a cry reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, his body trembling violently. Blinded, he was certain that his left eye was now irrevocably lost. Handsome, Shen Heng said with a beaming smile as he leaned closer to Zhao Weilong, gently inquiring, I did not quite catch that. Would you be so kind as to repeat what you just said? Chapter 40. Allow me to cover for you the 6 individuals upstairs were momentarily stunned upon hearing their leader, Zhao Weilong's agonizing scream. After a few seconds, one of the subordinates, regaining his senses, shouted for them to cease while rushing towards Shen Heng with haste. Oh, you still wish to make a move? Shen Heng released Zhao Weilong, who lay sprawled in the corridor, his hands covering his eyes as he emitted a heart-wrenching wail. I will kill you. I want you dead. How utterly irritating. Shen Heng stepped forcefully onto Zhao Weilong's mouth, the icy sole of his shoe completely silencing him. Zhao could only whimper in response. Meanwhile, a group of approaching subordinates led by one who had drawn a dagger lunged fiercely at Shen Heng. Such reckless folly. Shen Heng swiftly raised his hand, and the crossbow released a faint sound as it sliced through the air. The assailant let out a muffled groan, the tremendous force of the bolt sending him hurtling backward, crashing into his fellow subordinates. The others were left dazed and confused, and as they struggled to rise, they beheld the fresh wound gaping on their comrade's forehead. Blood gushed forth in abundance, yet in the frigid air, it began to congeal almost instantaneously. Dead. Someone is dead? A shiver ran through the crowd as they turned pale and gazed at Shen Heng. Though they were ruffians, they had only ever engaged in brawls and threats, rarely witnessing bloodshed, let alone a murder. Do you wish to try your luck again? Shen Heng observed their ashen faces, a cold smirk crossing his lips. No. No. A blond fellow gulped nervously, forcing a smile. Brother, we were just passing through. He cautiously edged along the wall toward the staircase. Shen Heng's expression remained stern, his silence unyielding. As the blonde passed Zhao Wei along, he did not dare cast even a glance at his fallen brother. Only upon reaching the next level did he finally exhale deeply, turning to Shen Heng with a face full of gratitude. Brother, rest assured, I will never dare to provoke Miss Sha again. I will take my leave now. Shen Heng merely nodded slightly. The yellow-haired youth bowed deeply, tears of appreciation in his eyes, and fled without looking back. Observing this, the others hastily chimed in. Brother, we were merely passing through. They too circumvented Zhao Weilong, each one hurriedly descending the staircase. Noticing Shen Heng's lack of intent to retaliate, they accelerated their escape. You all. Zhao Weilong nearly fainted from rage. Was this what he called loyal subordinates? They all fled without a second thought. Damn it. I'm still here, and not one of you cares about me? It's just you left. Shen Heng lowered his gaze to Zhao Weilong. Instantly, Zhao Weilong fell silent, anxiously observing Shen Heng's right arm. He was close enough to see the magnificent crossbow upon Shen Heng's right arm, which bore a vacant spot on the left side, flanked by two sharp bolts in the middle and right. I was wrong. Zhao Weilong's lips trembled, nervously glancing at the bolts, quickly adding, Brother, I will never dare to offend you again. Do you still dare to harbor thoughts about her? Shen Heng gestured towards a grain of sand. The small grain of sand was currently in a state of bewilderment. Ever since Shen Heng had shot down one of his subordinates, she had been utterly stunned. Having lived in a lawful society for many years, she never imagined that someone would dare to commit murder. Even as those subordinates fled, her mind remained a blank slate. The entire figure stood motionless, akin to a marionette, until Shen Heng pointed at himself, prompting her to gradually regain her senses. No, I dare not. Zhao Weilong hastily waved his hands, terrified that Shen Heng might take offense and resort to violence. After all, he had just taken a life without so much as a blink. As a mere thug, how could he dare to provoke such a person? I am offering you an opportunity for survival. Shen Heng stated indifferently. Why you say? Zhao Weilong, being astute, discerned the underlying message in Shen Heng's words and quickly responded. Dispose of this corpse and clean up the blood on the ground. Shen Heng glanced at Zhao Weilong and added, When I descend later, if the mess is not cleared, you may as well forfeit your life. Brother, rest assured. Zhao Weilong promptly nodded. Your physique is so robust, it must take a long time. I will handle the cleanup immediately. Shen Heng was speechless. He could not be bothered to engage in further conversation and simply tugged at Xiao Shatzi, leading her upstairs. As she was pulled along, her face flushed crimson. As a social media influencer, she had clearly heard Zhao Weilong's words. What does he mean by it will take a long time and take your time? How could this be possible? I don't even know what he looks like. She glanced at Shen Heng's profile, having removed his mask to smoke. It was evident that he was quite youthful, with a striking jawline. After Zhao Weilong's remarks, Shen Heng did not refute him. Could it be that he genuinely wishes to? The mere thought of this sent Xiao Shatzi into a state of heightened anxiety. Although she is an internet celebrity, to be honest, she has yet to meet those top influencers in person. They have merely exchanged WeChat contacts, and she has not even shared any personal photos. She often browses the internet and has read numerous apocalyptic novels, fully aware that once the official announcement of the onset of the glacial period is made, chaos will soon engulf the world. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, every beautiful woman becomes a valuable resource for the strong. Women, inherently at a disadvantage, cannot compare to men in terms of physical prowess. She possesses a clear understanding of her own appearance and physique. For someone like her to survive, it seems that she can only barter with her body. Stealing a glance at Shen Heng, she noted that this man appeared to be around her age. As long as he wasn't a greasy middle-aged man, she could probably accept it. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, a myriad of thoughts swirled within her mind. Upon arriving at the entrance of her residence, Shen Heng inquired, Is this your home? Oh, Xiao Shatzi snapped back to reality, hurriedly stepping forward to unlock the door. Offering an embarrassed smile to Shen Heng. I'm home now. I apologize for being a bit distracted earlier. Thank you so much. Her radiant smile blossomed. enchanting even Shen Heng, who momentarily lost his composure. With great effort, Shen Heng turned his head and placed a substantial amount of supplies on the ground, exhaling deeply. Despite having a spatial consciousness, he couldn't utilize it and was burdened with so many items while climbing stairs, truly an arduous task. Reflecting on his own choices, he realized that he had carried all these things up simply because Xiao Shatzi possessed an alluring figure and stunning beauty. Nevertheless, her smile was indeed quite captivating. Especially those enchanting fox-like eyes, brimming with allure, captivate the soul and linger in dreams. He felt a slight perspiration bead on his forehead as he removed his snow goggles. Turning his gaze to survey the room, careful not to meet Xiao Shatzi's eyes. He feared he might lose his composure and impulsively embrace this stunning beauty. Although Xiao Shatzi, Huo Miao, and Chen Qin each possess their own unique charms, from a man's perspective, the choice would undoubtedly fall unhesitatingly upon Xiao Shatzi. She is a rare gem of this world. Beside her, Xiao Shatzi momentarily froze, her eyes fixed intently on Shen Heng. He appeared even younger than she had imagined, seemingly around her age, and quite handsome as well. Recalling Zhao Weilong's earlier words, her cheeks flushed with warmth. A mix of emotion swirled within her, leaving her momentarily entranced by Shen Heng. Do I have something on my face? Shen Heng wondered in surprise, touching his cheek. No. Xiao Shatzi snapped back to reality. Big brother, please wait a moment. I'll fetch you a towel. Moments later, she emerged with a quilt in hand, whispering, brother, all the towels at home are frozen solid and unusable. Please use this to wipe your sweat. This was the very quilt she slept under. She couldn't fathom why she had decided to offer him her quilt to wipe his sweat. Oh my God, Shasha, you must be out of your mind. She vigorously shook her head. Shen Heng accepted the quilt and wiped his face, a delightful fragrance wafting up to him. Instinctively, he inhaled, only to notice Xiao Shatzi's cheeks were flushed as she gazed at him. Ahem. Shen Heng nonchalantly returned the quilt to Xiao Shatzi and was about to leave when she produced a cigarette, offering him one. Brother, here, S.A. Huazi. Gently placing the cigarette between Shen Heng's lips, she retrieved a lighter and softly remarked, allow me to light it for you. Oh, thank you. Shen Heng inhaled deeply, feeling his mind settle considerably. I don't smoke. This was left by a female friend who visited me last time, she explained after igniting the cigarette for him. Noticing Shen Heng's gaze fixed on the cigarette in her hand, she appeared slightly taken aback. It seemed she feared leaving a negative impression on him, prompting her to clarify that it was indeed from a female friend. I can't possibly be developing feelings for him, can I? She thought, shrinking back slightly. Typically, she was a homebody, indulging in daydreams of one day marrying a dashing, aloof hero or a powerful CEO. Now, however, Shen Heng embodied the very hero of her fantasies. Even the thought of him having committed a crime did not instill fear within her. Oh, Shen Heng chuckled. Then allow me to gift you a package of Safi. He extracted a pack from his consciousness space. Ah, thank you, she stammered, instinctively accepting it. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, sanitary napkins were a precious commodity. She had just run out, and considering the timing, it seemed her period was due in a few days. Since it was a gift from her heroic figure, she felt there was little reason to refuse. Shall I help you with that? Shen Heng teased, observing her delightful expression. Xiao Sha's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, I light your cigarette, and you assist me with mine? How can that possibly be the same? Chapter 41, Wealthy and Generous Wang Ji. Shen Heng couldn't help but chuckle at Xiao Sha's adorably surprised demeanor, confronted by such a goddess. Shen Heng could not help but indulge in playful banter, eliciting an even deeper blush from Xiao Shatzi. To his astonishment, she, with her flushed complexion, nodded shyly and gazed at him with a look brimming with affection. What on earth? This unexpected response left Shen Heng momentarily bewildered. Clearing his throat, he remarked, you were not hoping to take the lead, were you? Although you haven't had your period, I could grant you this opportunity. Xiao Shatzi leaned closer, her cheeks aflame, yet her eyes locked onto Shen Heng with unwavering intensity. What is the matter? Are you afraid? She challenged, fully aware that had it not been for Shen Heng, the consequences of her choices would be unfathomable. She harbored deep feelings for him. If anyone else dared to jest in such a manner, Xiao Shatzi would dismiss them without a second glance. Yet, in Shen Heng's presence, she felt no shame or anger, but rather a flutter of nervous anticipation. Shen Heng fell silent, a slight frown creasing his brow. He had long heard of the chaotic nature within the influencer realm. Xiao Shatzi, with her enviable figure, attracted a predominantly male following, which explained her boldness. However, Shen Heng was no saint himself, with such a direct invitation from her. What reason had he to hesitate? He could always utilize protection if necessary. With that thought in mind, he lifted Xiao Shatzi into his arms and hurried into the bedroom. Xiao Shaxi's physique was more voluptuous than that of Huo Miao. She was pleasingly plump in all the right places while maintaining a slenderness where it mattered. It was a perfect balance. With a sense of longing, she understood the harsh reality for women like her in a post-apocalyptic world, without a protector. The outcome would be dire. Had Shen Heng not been there today, she would have faced the torment of Zhao Weilong and his cohorts. In a few days, when faced with a more formidable adversary, Zhao Weilong would willingly surrender himself to the opponent. And what then? He would be tossed around like a mere toy or commodity. Rather than endure such a fate, it would be far wiser to ally with Shen Heng. This man before her, of a similar age and possessing striking good looks, had just rescued her. More importantly, he held an abundance of resources. Xiao Shaxi was acutely aware of this fact. In a world ravaged by calamity, possessing resources is synonymous with survival. What use is wealth without the means to procure essentials? As a leading streamer, her bank account had long surpassed 10 million. Yet, without resources, such wealth is merely a number devoid of meaning. She had contemplated this thoroughly on her way upstairs. Although she was uncertain about Shen Heng's intentions for the money, in a time of crisis, resources equate to life. To possess resources is to wield undeniable influence. Even if the officially declared Ice Age is said to be brief and societal order is expected to be restored soon, she could still earn a living, provided she survives to see that future. After 2 days of hunger and exposure to the elements, she truly wished to escape such suffering. Every moment was an ordeal. Therefore, when Shen Heng had playfully teased her earlier, she refrained from rebuking him and instead responded with heartfelt agreement. All things considered, this man appeared to be her best option. Summoning her courage, she boldly offered him a kiss. Such is the nature of a female influencer, unrestrained. However, Shen Heng noticed that this influencer seemed somewhat inexperienced. Her act was rather convincing. He chuckled inwardly, preparing to proceed to the next step. But at that moment, his phone suddenly rang, halting their actions. Shen Heng, initially reluctant to answer, found himself compelled to respond. This is truly a small grain of sand within the realm of internet celebrities boasting millions of followers. Yet, the phone incessantly rings, and suddenly, Shen Heng recalls the intercom left for Huo Miao at home. In his haste to leave, he forgot to provide Huo Miao with the intercom, thinking he would soon return. Rising from the small grain of sand, Shen Heng retrieves his phone. To his surprise, it is a voice call from young Master Wang, who has ordered 1 million worth of supplies. Is he urging me to deliver? Shen Heng cannot afford to be negligent with this esteemed client, and he promptly answers the call. The vending machine upgrade relies heavily on this gentleman's patronage. Hello, young Master Wang. Brother, has the delivery of supplies commenced? Comes the polite inquiry from the other end. I'm currently in the underground passage, negotiating with the residents of the upper floors, given the high foot traffic here. The transaction will conclude shortly, and I shall personally deliver it to you. Shen Heng assures, rubbing the small grain of sand. The grain appears flushed, silent, yet gazing at Shen Heng with an intensity that is almost palpable. Brother, do you have any other items available? Young Master Wang continues. If there is anything of value you're willing to part with, I am interested. Rest assured, money is not an issue. Oh, Shen Heng is taken aback. This young Master Wang has already purchased over 1 million in goods. What more could he want? Are you referring to? Shen Heng hesitates. Anything warm. Provided it is of good quality, I shall purchase. Young Master Wang responds with urgency, yet seemingly cautious not to divulge too much, clearing his throat and adding, It's quite chilly in my residence. If you have anything else, please don't hesitate to mention it. As long as the quality is satisfactory, there will be no problem on my end. All right, I understand. I shall head over immediately. Shen Heng nodded and hung up the phone. Did this young gentleman, named Wang Ji, know something? Previously, he had purchased 1 million worth of supplies, which was merely a display of his affluence and indifference. Yet now, he suddenly changed his mind and requested even more supplies. In any case, Wang Ji's desire to acquire a large quantity of goods was a positive development. This meant that his vending machine could continue to upgrade rapidly, soon unlocking the enigmatic fruit of supernatural abilities. What's wrong? Little Shotzi, with her rosy cheeks, peeked her head out from under the blanket, inquiring softly. She had prepared herself for anything, regardless of who Shen Heng was. Surely he wouldn't abandon her after discovering the blood? Just moments ago, when Shen Heng's phone rang, she had stolen a glance, expecting it to be a call from his wife. To her surprise, the contact was none other than Wang Ji. Little Shotzi was quite familiar with this national heartthrob. Wang, the young master, was a rich second-generation heir, renowned on the internet. Numerous internet celebrities would eagerly welcome his attention. As the saying goes, a steadfast Wang. A stream of female influencers. Over the past few years, the young master had been surrounded by a plethora of internet starlets. Yet none of them spoke ill of him after their breakups, which spoke volumes about his charm and wealth. Who would have thought that this handsome young man had connections to Wang Ji? The young master was among the early internet celebrities. In recent years, as his family faced an economic crisis, he had stepped into the family business to manage public relations and crisis handling, resulting in a significant decrease in his online flirtations. Nevertheless, the legend of this top-tier wealthy heir continued to circulate online. As an internet celebrity herself, little Shotzi had certainly heard of Wang Ji. However, she was not particularly interested. Her popularity surged rapidly. Within just a few days of posting several short videos, she gained millions of followers and swiftly attained financial independence. Although she remained indifferent, she was aware of the esteemed reputation of young Master Wang, recognizing that even though his family had been liquidating assets in recent years, they were far beyond the reach of someone like her, a mere internet celebrity. Moreover, upon receiving a call from young Master Wang, her amiable elder brother furrowed his brow, indicating his reluctance to continue the conversation. Before she could ponder further, Shen Heng had already risen to don his coat. He then turned to the bewildered Xiao Shotzi and said, "I have some matters to attend to. If you wish to contact me, just send me a message on WeChat. I am always at your service." Just as Shen Heng was about to exit, he produced a bag from seemingly nowhere and placed it at the door, exclaiming, "This is a reward from earlier. I am quite pleased." Seeing Shen Heng preparing to leave, Xiao Shotzi hastily interjected, I am Song Yusha. You remember that? Okay? Shen Heng did not turn back but waved his hand dismissively, signaling his acknowledgement. After she descended, Song Yusha locked the door and glanced at the bag on the floor. In the next moment, she was taken aback. The bag was filled with an array of fruits. There were even pineapples and durians. What astonished her further was that none of these fruits were frozen. They appeared remarkably fresh. Where did these fruits come from? Had they been in his coat all along? Noticing that the fruits in her hands began to chill, Song Yunsha hurriedly lifted the bag and tucked the fruits into her quilt. However, what could be the reason for his gesture of leaving fruits for her? Listening to his words, it seems he will provide me with more supplies next time. How absurd. I am not that kind of person. Song Yunsha buried her head beneath the covers. Shen Heng, naturally unaware, could not fathom the extent of the thoughts Song Yunsha was concocting in his absence. Nevertheless, in his heart, he indeed regarded her as a frivolous woman. After all, as an internet celebrity, how many remain untainted? A fleeting night of passion followed by a few provisions felt justified to him. Moreover, he had merely shared a kiss with her moments ago. There is a saying that rings true: when one has grain in their pocket, the fowl will come. Just as rural chickens flock to the grains, so too do the urban ones. As he walked, he savored the kiss from earlier. By the way, what was that little one's name again? Shen Heng halted, scratching his head. Never mind. What does it matter what she is called? I merely wish to indulge in the taste. Chapter 42. The Wang father and son. Within Villa Number 1, Wang Jai was wrapped in a quilt. Nestled on a leather sofa, his brow furrowed in concern. Beside him lay 3 enchanting young women, huddled together, trembling in the cold. The fire in the hearth flickered unpredictably, casting shadows that danced across Wang Jai's face. He recalled the phone call from his father earlier. Jai, your mother and I are at the shelter. Do not worry. However, for the time being, we cannot venture out to rescue you. The wind and snow intensified, rendering the helicopter flight impossible. While all the snowmobiles required on the ground had been requisitioned for transporting supplies. Furthermore, complications had arisen at the shelter. Tensions had flared within. And even with the police dispatched to maintain order, they found themselves overwhelmed. Stay put in the villa. Do not wander about. You must find a way to survive. Once the snowstorm abates, I shall ensure they come to retrieve you. Our Wang family has invested a substantial amount in constructing shelters for the authorities, even to the extent of facing financial difficulties that compelled us to sell off considerable tracts of land. The officials are well aware of this. Thus, they have promised that once stability is restored, they will promptly come for you. You are our only child. You must persevere. Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Jia hastily replied, Father, I will take good care of myself. Just now, someone in the Tiyuan community was selling supplies, and I spent 500,000. After Wang Jia finished recounting, old Wang squinted and asked, did he sell to other residents as well? Indeed, many are eager to purchase. He went ahead to make transactions. Considering there is an underground passage between the high-rises and the row houses, he will personally deliver to my standalone villa later, Wang Jia explained. Old Wang remained silent for a moment before saying, inquire how much stock he has, and buy as much as you can. I will transfer you some more funds. What is it, father? Seeing his father transfer him another 100 million, Wang Jia was somewhat taken aback. This snowstorm will persist for a considerable time. And with the seaside conditions, even. Old Wang paused momentarily. Do not concern yourself with anything else if he is willing to sell supplies. Acquire as much as possible. Ultimately, I worry that the shelter will not be able to retrieve you in the immediate future, so during this time, you must rely on your own survival. Understand? At this critical juncture, do not fret about money. Preserving your life is of utmost importance. We may lose our wealth, yet it can be regained. However, if life is lost, the Wang family shall face extinction. Old Wang solemnly declared, never prioritize wealth. Living is the foremost objective. Indeed, though Wang Jai may appear to be a frivolous playboy, he is, in fact, far from foolish. On the contrary, in his quest to nurture his son, Old Wang sent him abroad for education at an early age. Wang Jai not only cultivated a resilient and independent character, but also, through his own merit, gained admission to a prestigious university, culminating in a doctoral degree. Upon returning home, he discovered that relentless toil was unnecessary. His family business was teeming with talent, and his father, in the prime of life, required no assistance, allowing him to relish a life of comfort. Thus, he began to date and embrace freedom. After ending the call, Wang Jai remained silent for a considerable time. From his father's words, it was clear that this weather would not relent anytime soon. After all, his father was in the shelter. Although he wielded limited power, the Wang family had invested significantly in constructing the shelter for the authorities this year. Even within the shelter, they held a distinguished status, surrounded by numerous experts. Wang Jai's mind raced. Since the experts predicted continued snowfall in the near future, he resolved not to remain idle, but rather to procure more supplies. His father's adage resonated. Survival is the paramount goal. He hastily picked up his phone and dialed Shen Heng. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Heng observed Zhao Weilong standing respectfully at the stairway. The bodies of the underlings had vanished, and even the bloodstains on the ground had been meticulously cleansed by Zhao Weilong. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Zhao Weilong was momentarily taken aback, his face quickly transforming into a mask of humble smiles. So soon? Is he truly that inept? Zhao Weilong pondered silently, though he dared not voice such thoughts. Have you finished? Shen Heng nodded, then produced 2 packets of instant noodles. Tossing them to Zhao Weilong. Watch over Sha Sha for me. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you. He had yet to enjoy Song Yuncha's company. At least for now, the enjoyment was solely his. As for Zhao Weilong, Shen Heng had already discerned that he was a cowardly figure who only preyed on the weak. By asserting his dominance and offering a few benefits, Zhao Weilong would undoubtedly comply. Given that Zhao Weilong resided beneath Song Yusha, he would have a clear view of the comings and goings in the corridor. With him keeping watch, Shen Heng felt at ease. As expected, Zhao Weilong nodded eagerly, assuring him with a smile, rest assured, big brother, I will protect my sister-in-law. Although he recognized Shen Heng as a formidable presence, it was evident that Shen Heng had not yet had his fill of the game. Zhao Weilong was indeed frightened to his core. Having completely relinquished any notions regarding Song Yinsha, the man before him was capable of actual violence. He could still vividly recall the moment Shen Heng had discarded the body of his subordinate, whose wide-eyed, unblinking gaze haunted Zhao Weilong. Compliance would surely lead to his own benefits in the future. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction, handing Zhao Weilong 2 sausages before turning to descend the stairs. In that fleeting moment, as Shen Heng turned, Zhao Weilong's eyes widened in astonishment. He caught a glimpse of the gun's grip tucked within Shen Heng's collar. Surely, he had not misjudged? Was that a firearm? Recalling a previous mention in the homeowners group about gunshots echoing from the rear row of villas, Zhao Weilong's complexion paled even further. This affable tycoon had just come from that very vicinity. Could it be that the gunfire earlier originated from him? He swallowed hard, glancing at the instant noodles and ham in his hands, his mind already made up. This magnate was simply not someone of his lowly stature to provoke. It would be prudent for him to dutifully guard the esteemed figure. Rest assured, I shall protect your wife, unless I perish. He snapped back to reality, urgently assuring Shen Heng as he rushed down the stairs. Shen Heng waved him off, not bothering to look back as he departed. 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages were hardly worth more than a few coins. A mere handful of coins for a subordinate was an exceptionally good bargain. Moreover, Zhao Weilong was a small-time thug. Individuals like him were cunning and resourceful. What more could one desire? He had already formulated his plan. To thrive in this post-apocalyptic world, he must hasten the elevation of the vending machine's rank. This would not only enhance his combat capabilities and survival odds, but also, if he delayed, the citizens of Jiangsheng would soon succumb to hunger and cold. Presently, most individuals relied on digital currency. A mere flick of the phone revealed a single line of numbers. Once these people perished, their phones would be rendered inaccessible, further impeding his progress. A single misstep would lead to a cascade of delays. Inevitably, he was destined to leave the Taoyuan community, and it would not be long before that time arrived. Unless he elevates the vending machine's level sufficiently and discovers a genuine safe haven, Only then will Shen Heng contemplate lying low. Otherwise, he must swiftly become a competent dealer. In the future, when he departs from the Taoyuan community, he will leave behind some supplies. What if there are still individuals with wealth wishing to procure resources? The ones he leaves behind must be his loyal subordinates. Zhao Weilong is the first candidate he has identified. Should this individual prove to be astute and capable of handling significant matters, Shen Heng would gladly nurture his potential. In this apocalyptic world, providing him with sustenance means he would never dare to abscond with Shen Heng's funds. After all, in this dire reality, what purpose does money serve? Only a madman like Zhao Weilong would betray him. Chapter 43. The system's strict selection guarantees excellence, Zhao Weilong. Oblivious to the fact that he has already been considered as a subordinate by Shen Heng, returned home in a state of trepidation, frequently rising to check the corridor. However, upon reflection, he deemed his actions somewhat excessive and ultimately picked up his phone to request to add Song Yunsha from upstairs on WeChat. What an endless saga. Meanwhile, Song Yunsha, nestled in her blankets, was still savoring the kiss they had just shared. It is no wonder that many revel in romance and the intimacy of kissing. This sensation is undeniably intoxicating, especially when recalling that affable elder brother. With this thought, she pouted slightly. At this moment, she realized she did not even know his name. Could it be that he is disinterested? She glanced at the fruits concealed within her covers. No, a woman of her allure ought to be desirable to any man. It seems he merely views her as an object. How infuriating. Song Yunsha struck the fruit with great force, and then, with tears welling in her eyes, she covered her hand. She had not even glanced at it before delivering a punch to the durian. It hurt. At that moment, her phone began to ring. Could it be that esteemed gentleman sending me a WeChat message? Song Yunsha's eyes sparkled with hope as she hastily picked up her phone. However, upon seeing a request to add her as a friend, she pouted and casually clicked on it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This Zhao Weilong actually dared to request her friendship? Did he not know that she was the woman of the esteemed brother Kai? Did he still harbor improper thoughts? Do not ask how Song Yunsha was aware of Zhao Weilong. It was clearly stated in the note accompanying his friend request, "I am Zhao Weilong," as if he feared no one would recognize him. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yunsha rejected the request. Yet, soon enough, Zhao Weilong sent another friend request. This time, he added an additional line, "Sister-in-law, I am Zhao Weilong. Rest assured, I will not disturb you. Brother Kai instructed me to protect you." Song Yunsha, somewhat skeptical, accepted the request. The moment it was approved, she promptly sent a message. "Is it he who asked you to protect me?" Should Zhao Weilong make any untoward remarks or attempt to harass her, she would not hesitate to block him. Zhao Weilong responded earnestly. "Brother Kai provided me with resources and instructed me to stay behind and safeguard you. He also told me to keep an eye on the corridor, ensuring that no other men approach you indiscriminately." His words were straightforward, serving as a reminder to Song Yunsha, "You are now Brother Kai's woman. Do not entertain notions of engaging with other men. If I discover any such behavior, I will unreservedly inform Brother Kai." "Understood," she replied. Song Yunsha nodded contentedly. It seemed that in Brother Kai's eyes, I still held considerable significance. He even specifically arranged for Zhao Weilong to protect me discreetly. The fact that he didn't finish our previous discussion must indicate he had pressing matters to attend to. After all, it was a call from young Master Wang. Men prioritize their careers. At that moment, Shen Heng had already descended the stairs and entered the corridor. Spotting several bicycles parked at the side, he casually pushed one over and rode it home. Upon reaching the entrance of his family's basement, Shen Heng knocked on the door. The surroundings were densely equipped with surveillance cameras. The moment Shen Heng appeared on the screen, Wu Miao noticed him immediately. She flung the door open and leaped into his arms. All right, Shen Heng chuckled. "I have a little matter to attend to and must step out again." "Going out again?" Wu Miao pouted, her expression tinged with disappointment. "Do not worry, I shall return shortly, even more swiftly this time." Shen Heng smiled, playfully pinching her nose. Since Wu Miao had embraced her newfound abilities, she had become quite enamored with the experience. Despite her lack of skill, her enthusiasm was palpable. Each time, she would plead for mercy as he playfully bested her. It had been a day without any intimacy, and Shen Heng was beginning to feel the stirrings of desire. Especially with Wu Miao nestled in his embrace, he yearned to act on his impulses. However, this was not the right moment for such indulgences. The affluent young Master Wang was eagerly awaiting his attention. Moreover, he was the first customer, and it was imperative to provide him with ample emotional value. Young Master Wang had assured him that financial concerns were not to be a worry. Thus Shen Heng returned to the materials storage room, surveying his surroundings. Wu Miao had meticulously categorized and organized all the supplies, arranging them with remarkable orderliness. Instant noodles, ham sausages, and canned goods no longer warrant consideration. Naturally, Arrangements must be made for the Almighty. What else does he lack? Shen Heng pondered, stroking his chin. As he retrieved insulation film and sealing glue, items readily available from the vending machine at level 0. He had previously heard from Huo Miao that the meticulously selected items by the system were beyond her acquaintance. Their materials were extraordinarily unique, perhaps non-existent even on Blue Star. Although the apocalypse had descended, instilling fear in everyone, Shen Heng preferred to err on the side of caution and not part with the finest goods. What if a discerning individual laid eyes on them and sought to trouble him in the future? After packing some seafood, vegetables, and fruits, along with additional insulation materials, Shen Heng returned to the courtyard. He discovered a product in the vending machine named Snowmobile Upgrade version 3, which required a level 5 vending machine for purchase. The product description featured a striking line: stable, quiet, swift. Your ideal companion for covert operations and swift escapes. Quite a bold statement. Shen Heng chuckled and made the purchase. This vehicle came with a hefty price tag of 280,000. Quite expensive indeed. He then recalled a parka available only at level 8, priced at 500,000, which piqued his curiosity, prompting him to acquire it as well. Earlier, he had engaged in transactions with nearly 100 individuals, totaling an impressive 800,000. Among this sum, a contribution of 300,000 came from Little Sand. Given the entire community, nearly 100 people felt rather sparse. Yet, this was to be expected, after all. The apocalypse had only just begun, and many households had their own stockpiles of provisions, while others remained hesitant to act. Shen Heng understood the psychology of most individuals. They merely believed that the prices were exorbitantly high. They thought this was but a fleeting dream, imagining that normalcy would soon be restored. After all, it was merely a heavy snowfall. What was there to fret about? Consequently, by the 5th or 6th day, as hunger gnawed at them, they abandoned the boundaries of law and morality, engaging in fierce competition for resources. If you wish to starve, then so be it, Shen Heng scoffed. Tomorrow, the value of these goods will not remain the same. Nevertheless, a mere few 100,000 was a trivial sum. It could further enhance his vending machine experience. Leaving no room for hesitation, he made the purchase. As he held the item in his hands, he realized that this jacket was astonishingly thin, akin to a sun protection garment. Can this truly provide warmth? Shen Heng pondered. If he donned this and stepped outside, he feared he might become an ice sculpture. Yet, driven by a belief in the vending machine's reliability, he returned home to change into this jacket that resembled a sun shield. Upon venturing outside again, he was astonished to find that he felt no chill whatsoever. Moreover, the garment was remarkably lightweight, dispelling any sense of clumsiness. It fit him snugly, yet rather than comfort, he felt as light as a feather. No wonder it commanded such a high price. Such an extraordinary item, one could surmise, was beyond the current technological capabilities of Blue Star. Those slightly more affordable alternatives were likely nearing development given the present level of technology, thus their lower price. Shen Heng's assumptions were not unfounded. Just like the snow-removing robot priced in the tens of thousands, at the current technological standard of Blue Star, mass production could be achieved within a year. The intelligent snow-clearing robot commands a price exceeding 2 million. This implies that even if Blue Star were to dedicate another 50 years to research, replicating such a marvel would remain an arduous challenge. The same logic applies to the down jacket worn by Shen Heng. A mere frost-resistant jacket typically ranges from 3 to 4,000, available even in vending machines. Yet, the one adorning Shen Heng is valued at 500,000, solely because the vending machine system has determined that Blue Star's technology is incapable of producing it. Husband, aren't you cold? Huo Miao, standing anxiously behind Shen Heng, retrieved a coat, intending to drape it over him. Not necessary. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively, glancing back at Huo Miao. Once I return, I'll get you one of these jackets. Although Huo Miao's figure may not rival that of the stunning Xiaoxia, she is still a beauty with long legs. Wearing such heavy layers daily is quite cumbersome. It pales in comparison to this ensemble, which perfectly accentuates her physique. Oh. Huo Miao nodded obediently, accustomed to Shen Heng's penchant for peculiar items. Shen Heng then moved about a bit before producing the upgraded snow vehicle he had previously purchased. The system described it as fast and silent, precisely what Shen Heng required. Given the current icy conditions outside, venturing out would easily attract attention. Especially since traditional snow vehicles are notoriously loud, concealing one's movements is nearly impossible. With a wave of his hand, Huo Miao was astonished to see a vehicle, roughly the size of a small car, appear in the yard, its design quite unique. It resembled an automobile, yet upon closer inspection, the 4 tires had been replaced with ski tracks. After Shen Heng meticulously packed various items into the trunk of the vehicle, even filling the seats to capacity, he finally settled into the driver's seat. The driver's compartment bore no distinction from an ordinary car, equipped with a steering wheel and multiple gears for forward and reverse motion. He pressed the ignition button. The vehicle trembled slightly, yet emitted not a whisper. Seated in the driver's position, Shen Heng realized the car had been activated. He engaged the forward gear, and the sliding track beneath the vehicle jolted, propelling it effortlessly down the snowy slope of the yard. Silent as a whisper. Chapter 44. Brothers like flesh and blood. Shen Heng waved goodbye to Huo Miao before turning his attention back to the wheel. He was utterly enamored with this car. Indeed, it was as the system had described, soundless. Without the thunderous roar typical of street racing, he could venture out at will. Furthermore, the vehicle was pristine white, blending seamlessly into the wintry landscape where everything appeared adorned in silver. Navigating through the snow, this compact car was scarcely detectable. It was truly the perfect apparatus for traversing snowy terrains. As he caressed the steering wheel, he marveled at how effortlessly it maneuvered, responding precisely to his commands without slipping or losing control on the icy surface. Shen Heng drove to a secluded vicinity near young Master Wang's villa, quietly halting the vehicle and concealing it. The surrounding detached villas emphasized privacy, with towering walls and considerable distances separating each residence, ensuring the owner's seclusion. This arrangement was advantageous for Shen Heng, alleviating any concerns about being observed. He unloaded the supplies onto the ground, securing them with ropes and placing sturdy cardboard boxes beneath. Subsequently, he donned his skis. With a swift motion, he could drag along the immense supplies behind him, though it was somewhat exhausting. He was not far from young Master Wang's villa number 1. With determination, he pressed on, believing he could make it. After a brief struggle with the load, Shen Heng found himself breathless and drenched in sweat. At that moment, the advantages of the meticulously selected jacket became apparent once more. Despite the perspiration, it dried rapidly. And astonishingly, it remained breathable. Remarkably, he felt no chill at all. It was truly a miraculous garment for outings in the snow. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Armed with an upgraded, silent, swift snowmobile, along with this jacket, he felt transformed into a force to be reckoned with. He could go wherever he pleased. Dragging a multitude of supplies, he arrived at the entrance of young Master Wang's villa and promptly sent a message. Young Master Wang, the supplies have arrived. The next moment, the window on the second floor of the villa swung open, revealing a head nestled in blankets. Brother, over here. Wang Ji beckoned. Shen Heng, panting heavily, pulled everything over. Upon seeing the multitude of bags trailing behind Shen Heng, Wang Ji's eyes lit up. Goodness, so many supplies. Young Master Wang. These are all essential items for survival in the apocalypse. Shen Heng opened the first sack. Inside were various canned goods that were easy to preserve, as well as instant noodles, ham, and beef. He then pulled open the second sack. It contained bottled water, a portable stove, and oil tincture. He spoke with great enthusiasm as he opened the third sack. Within it lay insulating materials and strong adhesives, which, when affixed to the walls, could help maintain the indoor temperature to some degree. The fourth sack held thick quilts, warm mattresses, and electric blankets. The fifth sack was filled with firewood for the fireplace. The sixth sack. Stop, stop, stop. Wang Jia interrupted Shen Heng, his gaze fervent. I want it all. Just tell me the total price. He could already envision that with these supplies, he would have no concerns regarding survival. Shen Heng seemed to possess boundless capabilities, even having the foresight to prepare firewood. He had even thoughtfully brought seafood and various snacks. What should he choose? I want it all. You want everything? Shen Heng hesitated. Young Master Wang, you know that if I were to set a price, there are quite a few wealthy individuals in our community who would surely vie for these items. Therefore, I must ensure that you do not suffer any loss in this transaction. Wang Jia waved his hand grandly. Just state your price, if it is reasonable. I will not haggle. Truly, he was a man of considerable means. Shen Heng stroked his chin, glancing at Wang Jia. Behind Wang Jia stood 3 young ladies, each curiously peering through the window at him. Oh my, these 3 women are undeniably stunning. Such a masterful play by the big shot. Do you desire them? Wang Jia was momentarily taken aback, following Shen Heng's gaze to the women behind him. If you want them, it's possible. No, let's discuss finances instead. Shen Heng struggled to divert his gaze, wearing an earnest expression. Just kidding. I possess ample resources, although these women are beautiful. Huo Miao and Xiao Shatzi are not lacking in charm either. In fact, in Shen Heng's eyes, they far surpass Wang Jia's trio in beauty. After all, the 3 women exuded an unmistakable air of the world. Oh, Wang Jia chuckled. My 3 girlfriends are all internet celebrities with millions of fans. It's quite a challenge for others to even arrange a meeting with them. If you wish, feel free to choose. After saying this, he winked at Shen Heng, but you can't take them all. Otherwise, I'll be left alone in the villa without any amusement. Will I? No. Shen Heng repeatedly waved his hands. However, A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. These three women are also internet celebrities? That is similar to Xiao Shotzi's profession. Why is it that she does not carry the same air of the world? He was unaware that Xiao Shotzi had experienced her first kiss prior, rendering her incomparable to the women beside Wang Jie. Regarding these matters, Shen Heng glanced back at the numerous bags he was dragging and tentatively proposed. Do you think 20 million is acceptable? Wang Jie raised an eyebrow. To be honest, in the past, 20 million could have purchased a warehouse full of these items. But now, in the apocalypse, one cannot compare it to times of peace and prosperity. His father still resides in a mansion reminiscent of a palace, yet now he finds himself huddled in a shelter, merely surviving. In comparison to the 100 million his father offered earlier, he does not consider Shen Heng's price excessive, and he promptly nods in agreement. All right, I accept. Indeed, he is a significant figure. Shen Heng is overjoyed. 20 million. This is sufficient to elevate the vending machine to level 10. Achieving level 10 means the possibility of acquiring supernatural fruits, and tonight, I shall possess extraordinary abilities. Shen Heng firmly shakes hands with Wang Ji, who, aware of the advantageous deal he has struck, warmly embraces him. Brother, why not stay over tonight? Wang Ji exclaims, patting Shen Heng's back enthusiastically. I'm not really adept at using this thermal film. Could you perhaps offer some guidance? We're not merely engaged in a one-time transaction. You can't just take the money and ignore after-sales support, can you? Wang Ji was quite renowned a few years ago, and Shen Heng has viewed many of his videos, knowing well that he is straightforward and speaks his mind. Hence, he no longer declines and nods in agreement. All right. Shen Heng climbs through the window into the villa, where Wang Ji once again embraces him warmly. Were it not for the three lovely young ladies at his home, Shen Heng might even suspect that this fellow had a preference for men. Unbeknownst to him, old Wang had already been in contact with Wang Ji and informed him of the gravity of the impending disaster. Officials have projected that this calamity could result in the deaths of at least 98% of the global population. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. The various shelters represent humanity's last glimmer of hope. As for how many individuals might survive in a city of 10 million, no one harbors any optimism. Additionally, the official snowmobiles have all been dispatched to seize resources. Some large supermarkets and warehouses have been taken over by armed officials, loading snowmobiles to transport goods to the shelter. Only after all supplies have been transferred can they turn their attention to Wang Ji. Although Wang Ji felt displeased, he arrived at a conclusion. He only needed a single snowmobile for his pickup, yet they were unwilling to comply. This indicated that, in the eyes of those at the shelter, his life was deemed less valuable than a truckload of supplies. Even old Wang was powerless in this regard. Now, with Shen Heng delivering so many goods for merely 20 million, Wang Ji reflected, this brother demands just 20 million from me and has provided such an abundance of resources. Meanwhile, you all would rather haul an additional truckload of goods than come to my aid. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Wang Ji sincerely declared, from now on, you shall be my brother. He then turned to the three enchanting women in the room and added, brothers are like kin, and women are like garments. A brother may don whichever garment he chooses. Chapter 45. Tonight, I shall possess extraordinary abilities rather than immediately engaging in card games with the women. Shen Heng first guided them in applying insulation film to the walls of the room. Subsequently, he retrieved thick glass from a large bag at the back and affixed it to the windows using strong adhesive. Although this glass did not match the superior selection of Shen Heng's system, it was sufficient to withstand considerable cold and wind. Once these tasks were completed, he added firewood to Wang Ji's fireplace and meticulously organized the various supplies and women in the living room. He finally found the opportunity to message Huo Miao, informing her that he would be returning home a bit later that evening. All right, dear husband, please be careful. I will obediently stay at home. Huo Miao's response arrived swiftly. Shen Heng shook his head. He was inexplicably engulfed by a sense of betraying his wife. 5 oil lamps were lit in the living room, rapidly warming the space. Wang Ji had discarded the quilt draped over him and was now enthusiastically preparing instant noodles on a portable stove, while the other 3 women were busily cooking various dishes. Shen Heng had brought along a total of 7 portable stoves, with enough gas canisters, around 30, to last Wang Ji for quite some time. Brother, how did you manage to stockpile so many supplies in advance? Wang Ji inquired, his face aglow with warmth and the aroma of food wafting through the air as he slurped his noodles. I am an enthusiast of survival in apocalyptic scenarios. Shen Heng replied with a light chuckle, having anticipated the question. I had some savings at home, and lacking other hobbies, I stored quite a bit of supplies in my pantry. Particularly during that torrential rain, I sensed something was amiss and ventured out to the supermarket, purchasing tens of thousands worth of goods. Little did I know, the apocalypse truly arrived. You're quite impressive. Wang Ji gave Shen Heng a thumbs up. Unlike me, who merely indulges in play. What's the big deal? It's just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Shen Heng shook his head and, with a bitter smile, remarked, in truth, I do not necessarily crave money. After all, the snowfall has been so heavy, and the authorities have yet to come forth with any rescue efforts. Furthermore, they have announced the advent of an ice age, which leads me to believe that society may never return to its former state. Wang Ji was taken aback, narrowing his eyes in silence. Your request for money is merely a quest for psychological solace. I too wish for my deceased parents to see that their son possesses a modicum of business acumen. After all, I managed to secure a substantial profit of 20 million by procuring goods from young Master Wang. Shen Heng added deliberately, having discerned Wang Ji's momentary daze. It was only natural to ponder. With the Wang family's immense wealth and their status as prominent residents of the capital, how could they possibly be denied entry to a shelter? Even if his father had liquidated significant assets, the Wang family's resources were still far superior to those of many affluent families in Jiangqing. If the local elite could gain access to the shelter, why was Wang Ji left out? Could it be that the shelter currently lacked the capacity to accommodate young Master Wang? Merely 20 million. Wang Ji chuckled, saying, Brother, if I am fortunate enough to be received, in any case, I shall devote all of my remaining funds to you. Observing the sadness in Shen Heng's eyes, young Master Wang felt a pang of sympathy. Despite his indulgent lifestyle, he had never engaged in any wrongdoing. During a previous television appearance, he had earnestly stated that his father had sent him abroad to study with the hope that he would one day return and serve his country. Thus, although he was frivolous and enjoyed leisure, Shen Heng held a fundamentally favorable impression of him. Wang Ji cleared his throat a couple of times and resumed slurping his noodles. I nearly let it slip just now. My father had cautioned me not to disclose this matter to the outside world, lest it incite greater panic. In the face of such natural calamities, though the authorities may be well-intentioned yet powerless, they still hope for the populace to endure in tranquility. Once the news of the refuge is revealed, it would signify that the government has utterly abandoned its people. At that point, what chaos would ensue across the nation? Given the state of the world, one day at a time is all we can hope for. Shen Heng chuckled. The beer on the table had frozen into a solid mass, but now, warmed by the room, it had completely melted. Wang Ji slurped down his noodles and tossed a bottle to Shen Heng. Drink. Shen Heng clinked glasses with Wang Ji, and the two of them downed more than half in one go. The other three women then gathered around, sitting on either side of Wang Ji and Shen Heng, while the remaining ones settled between them. Brother Wang, I want a drink too, the girl in the middle said, nuzzling against Wang Ji's arm with a playful tone. Help yourselves. Wang Ji waved his hand and pointed at Shen Heng, saying, This is my brother. By the way, brother, what is your name? Shen Heng, he replied. This is my good brother. You can just call him Shen Ge. Tonight, you are to ensure his enjoyment. Whatever he desires, you shall accommodate, Wang Ji declared. The woman with the red hair, draped over Shen Heng, teasingly remarked, Brother Wang, does that mean if Shen Ge wishes, we shall comply? Of course. Wang Ji nodded. Just treat him as you would treat me. Remember, without my brother Shen, we would still be suffering from hunger and cold. Who can guarantee their survival for even a few days? Consider the scene just now as we have fixed the glass. Outside, the snow fell relentlessly like goose feathers, blanketing the world in a pure white silence, as if all life had come to a standstill. The three women exchanged nervous glances and nodded in agreement. Their gazes turned towards Shen Heng, now ignited with fervor. Moreover, Shen Heng's handsome visage surpassed even that of young Master Wang, making them all the more eager to approach him. Brother Shen, thanks to you, our home is so warm. The red-haired woman cooed. I feel quite warm now. Young Master Wang's taste was evidently impeccable. The three women were strikingly beautiful, particularly the red-haired one, who presented a delicate and pitiable demeanor, even taking the initiative to grasp Shen Heng's hand. Little brother, don't be shy. Wang Ji chuckled, turning to embrace a woman for a passionate kiss. The red-haired woman, along with another with long black hair, nestled closer to Shen Heng. Exhausted, the three women soon succumbed to slumber, while Wang Ji lounged on the sofa, smoking. Shen Heng, weary, exchanged a brief greeting with Wang Ji before climbing out through the window. Wang Ji made no attempt to retain him, merely informing Shen Heng to come by whenever he desired some fun. Shen Heng nodded. He had not anticipated Wang Ji's extravagant lifestyle. Those three girls, in any other context, would be regarded as goddesses, attracting countless admirers, far surpassing Feng Lu. Yet, in the presence of Shen Heng and Wang Ji, they displayed unrestrained abandon, showcasing various techniques that left Shen Heng astounded. Indeed, in this world, wealth and power reign supreme. In an era of peace and prosperity, wealth allows one to savor all pleasures, while power enables the plundering of everything. Yet in this apocalyptic world, Even the elite scion Wang Jie must rely on camaraderie. Is it not due to the abundance of resources at one's disposal? I have, in some sense, become a relative of young Master Wang. Reflecting on the absurdities of the past, Shen Heng shook his head slightly. Earlier, as he climbed out of the window, it seemed Wang Jie wished to convey something. Yet ultimately he merely sighed. Though unspoken, Shen Heng understood that Wang Jie must have wanted to inform him about the situation regarding the shelter. However, due to certain circumstances, he could not articulate it directly. Shen Heng, on the other hand, held little interest in the shelter. After all, in his previous life, he had lacked everything yet survived for over 3 months, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Now, having been granted a second chance, with the vending machine as an inexhaustible resource, he could thrive even without the shelter. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, yet the ground was a vast expanse of white. The obsidian sky loomed like a monstrous beast, incessantly spewing down heavy snow. Shen Heng retreated to a corner, quietly retrieving his snowmobile, and silently made his way back to his villa. Huo Miao was already asleep on the second floor as Shen Heng descended to the basement. His gaze was intense. With 20 million in his account, it was time to upgrade the vending machine. That night, I shall acquire supernatural abilities. Chapter 46, System Upgrade. The vending machine is currently at level 8. To ascend from level 8 to 9 requires 2.56 million. While the total expenditure from levels 1 to 8 has been 2.54 million. Thus, to reach level 9, a total investment of 5.1 million is necessary. Ascending from level 9 to 10 demands 5.12 million, culminating in a grand total of 10.22 million to attain level 10. This was an amount that previously filled Shen Heng with despair. From now on, each level he ascends will require the cumulative cost of all previous levels. Although Wang Jie spent 20 million, the truth is, it barely suffices to elevate the vending machine to level 11. To advance from level 11 to level 12, an expenditure of 20.48 million is required. The financial demands will only escalate, snowballing into astronomical figures. Even now, as Shen Heng sits in the basement, he finds himself at a loss regarding what to purchase. Could it be that this vending machine intends for me to save the world? A peculiar thought suddenly crossed Shen Heng's mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head and scoffed. Save the world? Why should I do what even the authorities have not attempted? Moreover, the vending machine requires funds too. After some contemplation, Shen Heng decided to procure additional supplies. He also bought a women's windbreaker in accordance with Huo Miao's measurements. The garment cost 500,000, and his already half-filled experience bar surged once more. Coupled with the purchase of abundant food, the vending machine soon reached level 9. At level 9, one can procure submachine guns and landmines. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to purchase frantically. The submachine gun was expensive, and with the addition of landmines, Shen Heng's lavish spending caused his experience bar to skyrocket, propelling him directly to level 10. Shen Heng rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. After 3 days of the apocalypse, he would finally possess supernatural powers. It is worth noting that the fruit of these powers only appears half a month after the onset of the apocalypse. But acquiring them now means he is one step ahead of others. Just as he was about to search for the supernatural fruit, a line of text suddenly illuminated the vending machine. The vending machine system is on the verge of an upgrade, and as a reward, the host will receive a gift. Please open the vending machine to claim it once the upgrade is complete. Before Shen Heng could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself descending from the realm of consciousness. Huh? A look of bewilderment crossed Shen Heng's face as he attempted to re-enter the realm of consciousness, only to discover that he could not access it at all. Upon entering the realm, he was enveloped in darkness, with only a solitary line of numbers radiating light. 2359, 57, 2359, 56, 2359, 55. The numbers gradually counted down. Did this signify that the vending machine system required a full 24 hours to complete its upgrade? Shen Heng scratched his head, glancing at the time. It was already 2 a.m. This meant he would not be able to reopen the vending machine until 2 a.m. the following day. A considerable amount of his belongings still resided within the realm of consciousness. He had not yet retrieved the submachine gun and landmines he had purchased earlier. After all, he had never used them. What if they accidentally detonated in the basement? Would he survive that? He felt it was safer to keep them in the realm. Who would have thought that after elevating the vending machine to level 10, it would still require a system upgrade? How frustrating. Shen Heng sighed. If he could retrieve the landmines, at least he would have something to occupy himself with during the day tomorrow. He could bury the landmines or engage in some other activities. However, it appeared he would have to continue trading and selling supplies instead. He might not even be able to visit the standalone villa, as the snowmobile remained stored in the realm. To be honest, Shen Heng found himself reminiscing about the presence of those 3 young ladies. He rose and returned to his bedroom, lying beside Huo Miao. You're back? Huo Miao suddenly awoke, rubbing her still sleepy eyes, and said, "I will prepare breakfast for you." "No need. I'm not hungry," replied Shen Heng, pulling Huo Miao into his embrace. Have you been drinking?" Huo Miao detected the scent of alcohol. Yes. A mix of bemusement and laughter surged within her. Outside, the world was blanketed in ice and snow, yet Shen Heng had chosen to indulge in drink. Where could he have been drinking? Shen Heng, feeling drowsy from both fatigue and alcohol, had also played several rounds of cards, and soon succumbed to sleep while holding Huo Miao close. As she gazed at Shen Heng's face, her brow furrowed upon noticing a strand of red hair caught around his neck. Red hair, unmistakably belonging to a woman. Moreover, alongside the smell of alcohol, there lingered a faint hint of perfume, elegant and seemingly of high quality. Had Shen Heng been with another woman? Huo Miao found herself momentarily stunned. She longed to rouse him and demand answers, yet a fleeting thought reminded her of her own position. Gently, she extricated herself from his embrace and rose from the bed. The room was warmed by several oil heaters, and luxuriously, a humidifier stood on the floor, ensuring the air was not dry. She pulled back a corner of the curtain and could see the snow continuing to fall outside, swirling in the frigid air. Indeed, she sighed. In this apocalyptic world, she was merely one of Shen Heng's women. He had once showcased his abilities before her with a mere wave of his hand. A multitude of resources could materialize from thin air. Earlier, when Shen Heng had ventured out, she had observed her friends in their group chat, many expressing their grievances. Several of her friends were trapped at home in the icy weather, unable to step outside, having grown accustomed to ordering takeout. Their homes held little more than some snacks and scarce supplies. In contrast, I am fortunate enough to savor a variety of seafood, fresh vegetables, meats, and even fruits in the comfort of my home. While others huddle indoors, shivering in fear, I can lounge in my light pajamas, reclining on the sofa while engrossed in my phone. Among my circle of friends, 2 girls who share an apartment have become unreachable. Some speculate they have perished from starvation, while others suggest they were forcibly taken by men who broke into their dwelling. Unlike other neighborhoods, Tiyuan community, being an upscale residential area, is inhabited by individuals of considerable wealth who maintain a sense of restraint. In poorly managed, dilapidated complexes, incidents of looting have already begun to surface. Those 2 girls resided in a typical urban village, surrounded by a diverse mix of people from all walks of life. The women in our group expressed their dismay, each one steeped in pessimism. For me, living in a villa, free from worries about sustenance, and being cherished by Shen Heng, is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. What more could I question him about? Moreover, after spending these past few days together, I have realized that Shen Heng is someone who responds better to gentleness than to harshness. When I lose my temper in his presence, he invariably reacts unfavorably. However, if I remain obedient, his mood significantly improves. Today, I wonder if Shen Heng has gone out to seek the company of other women. The thought of him leaving me alone during the day while those 2 brothers persistently knock on the door sends a shiver down my spine. Shen Heng possesses wealth, and naturally, he has the means to attract women. While I struggle to accept this reality, I also understand that in this apocalyptic world, the social order has completely collapsed. Frankly speaking, men are the protagonists in this narrative, while women merely serve as embellishments. From a physiological perspective, whether in intellectual or physical labor, men generally excel. In the apocalypse, this reality will be magnified infinitely. Men endowed with strength or capability will command greater resources, which naturally includes women. In her view, Shen Heng is one such man. Historically, men have been known for their charm, and especially in a post-apocalyptic world. A man with abundant resources can seek numerous partners without reproach. Huo Miao sighed softly. This adversary. I have genuinely developed feelings for you, and am resolutely committed to being with you. Why then do you seek other women? Am I not sufficient in my worth? Huo Miao, being perceptive, understood that it was better to foster than to obstruct. The hair at Shen Heng's neck stirred a sense of urgency within her. If one day, a new sweetheart outside attracted his affections, would she risk losing his care? More gravely, would she be cast aside altogether? The possibility loomed large. A sense of crisis surged within Huo Miao, prompting her to ponder deeply. What should she do? Suddenly, the thought of the neighboring sisters, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, struck her. These sisters, in terms of beauty, physique, and character, were no less than herself. Moreover, the inherent sisterly bond would enhance their appeal. If these sisters could move in and assist her in serving Shen Heng, he would have little time to entertain other women. Huo Miao recognized her own shortcomings and skills and realized the necessity of external support. After all, she was the first woman to follow Shen Heng. By welcoming them into the villa, she believed they would eventually unite with her on the same front. Thus, she resolved to proceed with her plan. In Huo Miao's eyes, a glimmer of excitement sparkled. Tomorrow morning, I shall speak with them. Surely, when presented with the initiative of the sister duo, Shen Heng would not decline, would he? Chapter 47. A call from Feng Lu. The next day, Shen Heng awoke leisurely, only to find the beauty beside him absent. Rising from his slumber, he descended the stairs, where he found Hua Miao donned in an apron, engaged in culinary pursuits. Seemingly attuned to the sounds from above, she looked up with a gentle smile and inquired, "You're awake?" With a slight nod, Shen Heng, feeling somewhat guilty, retreated to his bedroom to dress. Yet, after donning his attire, a wave of irritation washed over him. What on earth do I have to feel guilty about? Even if I were to indulge in infidelity, or rather, partake in such pleasures openly. I need not concern myself with Hua Miao, right? Had I not taken her in, she would have perished from the cold by now. Does she truly wish to meddle in my private affairs? Unbeknownst to him, Hua Miao was already well prepared. The two, each harboring their own thoughts, sat in silence during breakfast. However, just as they were dining, Shen Heng's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he found it was a video call from Feng Lu. This woman dares to video call me? Initially intending to decline, he glanced at the food on the table and couldn't help but smile lazily before answering. "Shen Heng, where are you?" Feng Lu asked. Clearly surprised that he answered so swiftly, her smile strained. However, as soon as she posed her question, her eyes widened in disbelief. Where was Shen Heng? While she shivered at home, having just emerged from her blankets to consume a packet of instant noodles, he appeared before her clad only in a thin nightgown. His complexion radiant, even holding a freshly made pan-fried bun. Are we not inhabitants of the same world? Me? Of course, I am at home. Shen Heng shrugged nonchalantly, inquiring. Is there something you need? This isn't our home, is it? Feng Lu asked dryly. From the edges of the video, it was evident that the decor of Shen Heng's room differed from hers. Wait, does he have another home? Feng Lu's tone became displeased. Where are you living? Why have I never heard you mention that you own property in Jiangxing? Have you bought a house behind my back? How can you say that? Shen Heng grinned, stuffing a soup dumpling into his mouth. Haven't we moved on from that? Why are you still questioning me with that tone? The soup dumpling was fragrant, with juices oozing out, causing Shen Heng to savor it with delight, while Feng Lu watched enviously, swallowing hard. Regaining her composure, she fixed her gaze on Shen Heng. What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Shen Heng chuckled and shook his head. It seems this is a question I should be asking you, miss. Feng Lu, what do you mean? If there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Wait. Feng Lu hurriedly interjected. She was famished. Although she had purchased several packets of instant noodles, it was apparent that they were insufficient. Moreover, she felt that her own cooking of the instant noodles could not compare to Shen Heng's. No, if Shen Heng were here, he would never allow her to resort to such inferior food. In a moment of vulnerability, tears brimmed in her eyes as she softly pleaded, Shen Heng, can't you be a little lenient with me? I have come to realize my mistakes. Where are you now? I miss you so much. Miss me? Shen Heng nearly choked on the bun in his mouth. Such repugnant words could indeed escape Feng Lu's lips. He took out another phone to check the surveillance footage at Su Chao's home. Subsequently, Shen Heng could only smile in disbelief. Feng Lu was still nestled under the covers. With her phone in hand, she was video chatting, while Su Chao was hiding just out of sight of the camera, watching with longing. Indeed, I truly miss you. Feng Lu, looking utterly aggrieved, murmured, in our previous quarrels, you always yielded to me. Why this time? Do you refuse to relent? Don't you love me? Aren't you planning to marry me? Must I bow my head and admit my fault? Fine. I shall bow my head and admit my fault now. Are you satisfied? She pouted. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Had it been in the past. Upon hearing such words, Shen Heng would have hurried back, eager to embrace Feng Lu and comfort her, even doubling his efforts in household chores and preparing a delightful meal for her. However, he had now seen through Feng Lu's true nature and was resolute in not repeating his past mistakes. Moreover, he cast a glance at Hua Miao, sitting across from him. With such a beautiful woman in his embrace, how could he possibly go back to Feng Lu? He was no fool, even in terms of beauty. Feng Lu paled in comparison to the three girls from the previous night. Previously, when Shen Heng was with Feng Lu, he had to tread carefully, always wary of her mood. You truly understand your mistake? Shen Heng deliberately countered. Indeed. Feng Lu, with a hint of shame, remarked. Only after parting from you did I realize how foolish I have been, failing to cherish what we had. We shall never quarrel again, shall we? Indeed. Shen Heng nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he sensed a movement beneath him. Glancing down, he was met with a smile as he noticed Hua Miao's small feet gently rubbing against his legs. When he lifted his gaze to Hua Miao, he found her face contorted in jealousy as she glared at him. You agreed? Feng Lu was momentarily taken aback, completely oblivious to Shen Heng's subtle actions. You have already acknowledged your mistakes. What more is there for me to contest? Shen Heng replied calmly. Was he truly contemplating rekindling his relationship with Feng Lu? Where are you now? I will come find you, Feng Lu exclaimed, her excitement causing her to sit up, only to be met with a sudden chill. Realizing the coldness of her surroundings, she quickly retreated back under the covers, hesitantly asking, but with such heavy snowfall outside, where are you? Still in the Taiyuan community? Yes, Shen Heng smiled and nodded. Although the conscious space had been sealed off, preventing him from connecting to the vending machine, he knew that only a day's time remained until the upgrade. Afterward, he would acquire extraordinary powers. There was no need to worry about Feng Lu revealing his whereabouts. Moreover, he had 2 handguns and a crossbow tucked away in his pocket. Should any fool dare to seek him out, it would provide an opportunity to resolve matters while simultaneously instilling fear within the community. Still in the Taiyuan community? Feng Lu's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "Have you purchased another property? When did you buy it? How come I was unaware?" Realizing her words may have been too harsh, she added with a pouting expression, "Did you not submit your monthly manuscript fees to me? When did you secretly stash away so much money, yet still fail to regard me as your girlfriend? A distant relative's residence, their absence abroad prevents them from returning in this weather, and I happen to possess a key. After being scolded by you that day, I sought refuge here from the torrential rain." Shen Heng shrugged. "A distant relative? I have never heard you mention this before," Feng Lu murmured, while Su Chao beside her anxiously nudged her, signaling her to get to the point. "What does it matter at this moment? I am on the verge of starvation." He had just witnessed Shen Heng delighting in a succulent pan-fried bun, his mouth glistening with oil, and Su Chao nearly swallowed his tongue in envy. It has snowed for 4 days straight, yet Shen Heng is still able to savor such delectable treats. It is simply unimaginable. Surely, there must be a wealth of supplies stored in that distant relative's house. Ahem. Feng Lu regained her focus, casting a glare at Su Chao, subtly indicating he should keep his distance and avoid drawing Shen Heng's attention to any inconsistencies. Su Chao sulkily curled up in a corner. "What's wrong?" Shen Heng, having observed their subtle gestures from another phone, feigned ignorance and asked, "Is there someone beside you?" No, not at all." Feng Lu forced a smile, saying, "I'm at home." "Really?" Shen Heng replied, bewildered, "but the decor behind you appears to resemble Su Chao's home. By the way, didn't he mention that a thief broke into your house and stole your heavy clothes and blankets? So where did this blanket you have come from?" Chapter 48. Doubt. Upon hearing Shen Heng's skepticism, Feng Lu found herself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Su Chao, standing nearby, forced a smile and leaned closer to the camera, chuckling awkwardly. "Shen Heng, your house was robbed, and there were no warm clothes to be found." Feng Lu nearly froze to death, but fortunately, I invited her to my home and lent her some of my thick garments. By the way, as such good brothers, you wouldn't suspect anything untoward between us, would you? Of course not. You are my steadfast friend. I could never doubt you. Shen Heng emphasized the term good brother with a deliberate tone. That's a relief. Su Chao sighed. I knew you would understand. Rest assured, Feng Lu has been staying with me these past few days, and I have taken great care of her. However, as you know, my pantry is rather bare at the moment. We've run out of food, and I had to bargain with the local vendor to procure a few packets of instant noodles. That fellow is quite unscrupulous. One packet costs $1,000. Once you and Feng Lu are reunited, don't forget my kindness. I've splurged on those overpriced noodles for her. That is a certainty. Shen Heng nodded with a smile. Is Hua Miao with you as well? With your girlfriend by your side, how could I ever worry about you and Feng Lu? Hua Miao had already sensed the playful teasing in Shen Heng's words and understood he was joking. A smile returned to her face. She missed the previous night when Shen Heng had not played cards with her. Well, of course she is. In order to avoid inciting the ire of Shen Heng, Su Chao could only nod in agreement with his words. She has gone to the restroom. She has been accompanying Feng Lu these past few days, and they are staying in the guest room, so you need not worry that your good brother might steal your love. Upon hearing her name mentioned in the video, Hua Miao silently scoffed, yet her gaze towards Shen Heng was filled with affection. Oh, Shen Heng nodded. By the way, where are you now? We are nearly starving. Also, I see you are quite warm, aren't you? We are coming to find you. Su Chao hastily redirected the conversation. Wait a moment. Shen Heng picked up a wonton from the table, blew on it, and after consuming a couple, he slurped down several spoonfuls of soup. The sounds distinctly audible on the other end of the line. Feng Lu and Su Chao exchanged envious glances, their mouths watering. They felt as though their own stomachs were being tightly clenched. Shen Heng, we are nearly starving and freezing. Please speak up. Do you not love your little Lu anymore? Feng Lu lamented, her tone dripping with sweetness. Hearing her delicate voice, Shen Heng nearly spat out the soup he had just sipped. Su Chao, we have been brothers for many years. It's not that I do not wish for you to come over, but I have my own difficulties. Shen Heng grabbed a leftover lobster from the table and began to eat. It had been saved from the previous night, and though he had considered discarding it, Hu Miao couldn't bear to waste food and had reheated it in the morning. In fact, she had saved this solitary lobster for Shen Heng, not wanting to indulge herself. Although Shen Heng was no longer particularly hungry, this leftover lobster was an excellent prop at the moment. Su Chao and Feng Lu gazed intently at the lobster in Shen Heng's hand. Is there still lobster? Su Chao exclaimed incredulously. Eating lobster this early in the morning? What a luxury. Are you facing some difficulties? He watched as Shen Heng meticulously peeled the shell from the lobster, his throat working hard to swallow. Feng Lu's gaze was fixed intently on the lobster. Although she remained silent, her eyes were solely focused on it. Even though we are brothers, isn't it a bit inappropriate for my girlfriend to stay at your place after our quarrel? If word gets out, where would I put my face? Shen Heng shook his head and replied helplessly, you just mentioned that Hu Miao is living with Feng Lu. It's not that I don't trust you, but you should at least have Hu Miao inform me. That way, I would feel a bit more at ease. If you could just have Hu Miao video call me, I would believe you. After all, she often works late, and I even suspect she is not at home. If she isn't, then you know how inappropriate it is for a man and a woman to be alone together for 2 or 3 days. Especially after Feng Lu and I had a fight. I fear she might retaliate against me, and deliberately upon hearing this, Feng Lu glared at Shen Heng. Do you really not trust me? Do you think I'm that kind of loose woman? How do you see me? If you're unwilling, it only proves that you have something to hide. Why do you think I brought you two here? Shen Heng shook his head, with such heavy snow outside. My food supply is running low. He stood up and walked to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and switched to the rear camera. The items in here should last me quite a while if I'm the only one eating. But if you two come over, I'll have to feed several more mouths every day. What if you were to betray me? Wouldn't it make me appear foolish for having welcomed you here? You. Feng Lu intended to unleash her fury, but Su Chao restrained her. You have a point. He raised his voice and called out towards the outside. Hu Miao Miao Miao. After a few attempts, Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. It seems Miao Miao might be experiencing a bit of an upset stomach. Then wait for her to finish before she sends me a video. Shen Heng abruptly ended the video call. What was there to discuss with them? Did you expect to rekindle old flames with Feng Lu? Hu Miao's cheeks flushed as she playfully glanced at Shen Heng. Aren't you satisfied with what you have? Or do you find me lacking compared to Feng Lu's allure? She deliberately tugged her delicate nightgown down slightly. Shen Heng could no longer contain himself. He lifted Hu Miao into his arms, and they tumbled onto the spacious sofa. Meanwhile, Su Chao wanted to continue speaking, but was taken aback when he saw Shen Heng disconnect. What should he do? Feng Lu's expression darkened. Shen Heng actually doubts our relationship. Of course, if Hu Miao stayed at Shen Heng's place for 3 days, I wouldn't feel at ease either. Su Chao could empathize with Shen Heng's feelings. It's true that Shen Heng is infatuated with you, and he is mad for you, but after your argument that night, he may no longer wish to reconcile. You must now remind him of the joyful moments you shared. Make him long for the days spent together. He may be a fool, but he is not an idiot. Su Chao reiterated, do not flaunt your charms before him, should he regain his composure. He will not fall for your antics. Be a tad more enchanting, akin to how you were with me. No man can resist the allure of your provocative gaze and seduction. You must fully harness your strengths. Do you understand? Me seduce him? Feng Lu retorted with a look of disdain. If you're unwilling, then so be it, Su Chao replied coldly. Just moments ago, I noticed his refrigerator was brimming with food, even steaks, pig trotters, chicken feet, and spare ribs. At the mention of such delicacies, Feng Lu felt her mouth watering uncontrollably. It had been 4 days since she had consumed merely a pack of instant noodles. She was on the verge of starvation. All right, just stop right there. I will heed your advice, she exclaimed eagerly. Is that sufficient? Not quite. Su Chao sighed, furrowing his brow. Shen Heng must see Hu Miao with his own eyes. However, given the frigid weather and the fact that Hu Miao is aware of our relationship, she surely will not forgive me. After a brief pause, his eyes suddenly brightened. I've got it. Hu Miao must be huddled up at the company. If I appeal to her emotions and reason, and convey that if she cooperates, I will ensure her rescue, then surely, Shen Heng's provisions can be divided in half. I trust Hu Miao will agree. Neither of us has food at home, and though we have parted ways, we were once in a romantic relationship. After all, business may fail, but kindness remains. He picked up his phone, eagerly dialing Hu Miao's number. Chapter 49, Su Chao's idea. Suddenly, Hu Miao's phone rang. Who could it be? She frowned, finding the call rather inconsiderate. How annoying. Upon glancing at the screen, she noticed it was Su Chao calling, and her brow furrowed slightly as she contemplated hanging up. Why not answer and see? Shen Heng suggested with a smile. With a resigned chuckle, Hu Miao acquiesced. Having grown accustomed to following Shen Heng's advice, though she had no desire to exchange even a word with Su Chao, she could only suppress her disdain and connect the call. Hello. Hu Miao's tone was icy once the call was established. Meow meow, you finally answered my call. Su Chao, distressed, expressed his relief after multiple attempts to reach her. His face brightened at the connection. However, he had not considered that had Huo Miao remained at the office, she might have frozen to death by now. Everyone was dressed for summer, and with the air conditioning no longer operational, who could endure such conditions? Is there something you need? Huo Miao's voice was cold. All right, Su Chao, seeking Huo Miao's favor, chuckled awkwardly. Meow meow, don't be so familiar. Huo Miao interrupted him directly. How presumptuous of you. Su Chao felt a surge of displeasure. He was acutely aware of Huo Miao's temperament. Upon discovering his relationship with Feng Lu, he realized that any connection he had with Huo Miao was irreparably damaged. Huo Miao would never tolerate a boyfriend's betrayal. Even if I were to return, humbled and pleading, Huo Miao would never forgive me. There is a matter I wish to seek your assistance with. Su Chao coughed lightly. Are you still at the company? What of it? Huo Miao scoffed. To my knowledge, there is little sustenance at your workplace. And given the frigid weather, Su Chao replied, Huo Miao, although we have parted ways, as your former boyfriend, I still wish for your well-being. You are in a predicament now, and I can help you resolve it. Oh? Huo Miao sneered, having activated the speakerphone. Allowing Shen Heng to hear her clearly, how do you intend to resolve my troubles? Aren't you getting cozy with Feng Lu at Taiyuan community? Being so far away. How could you possibly save me? Of course I can. Su Chao hastily interjected. Shen Heng possesses an abundance of supplies. It has been snowing for 4 consecutive days, yet his refrigerator is still brimming. Moreover, it appears his abode is quite warm, as he is merely clad in a thin nightgown. Huo Miao, you must know that in such weather, air conditioning has long ceased to be effective, right? Don't you wish to reside in his cozy quarters? Huo Miao remained silent, casting sultry glances at Shen Heng. Not only have I moved in, but I have also I wish to relocate with Feng Lu into Shen Heng's home. Yet he suspects there is something untoward between Feng Lu and me. Given the circumstances, Su Chao candidly expressed his intentions. He wished for you to verify that you had been residing with Feng Lu in another bedroom of our house these past few days. Thus he sought your assistance. Naturally, he acknowledged that you would not extend help without reason. Hence he hoped for a fruitful collaboration. How shall we collaborate? Asked Huo Miao. Noticing Shen Heng signaling her. You simply need to send a video to Shen Heng, demonstrating that you have indeed been living with Feng Lu, without any fear of repercussions. Upon observing Huo Miao's wavering resolve, Su Chao's enthusiasm surged. Just a single video. No, a video could expose us. Just give him a call instead. In return, I shall ensure your rescue, and under certain conditions, even arrange for you to reside in Shen Heng's warm abode. Rescue me? Are you jesting? Huo Miao scoffed. You couldn't even pick me up during the rainstorm, and now with this heavy snowfall, how do you intend to do so? You merely seek to exploit me. Why do you doubt me? Su Chao implored. We have reached this point. What reason would I have to deceive you? After a brief pause, he continued. Near your company lies the university town of Jiacheng, where my sister resides in a nearby community. I can arrange for her to fetch you to her residence. I inquired earlier, and she often stocks up on provisions, so you need not worry about food and drink for a short period. Once the storm subsides in a few days, I will ensure she brings you here. Would that not suffice? Bring me there? How would you manage that? Am I a fool? Where did you get this sister? I have never heard you mention her before. Besides, in this kind of weather, even if she has stored food, would she be willing to share it with me? Why should she? Hesitated for a moment, glancing up beside him, but as his stomach growled, he gritted his teeth and said, She is a girl I had previously met, who even bore my child at one point. She wished to marry me, but I refused and forced her to terminate the pregnancy. Yet she remains devoted to me, willing to do anything I ask. Surely, you must believe me now? By the way, she is also a professional skier and has the necessary equipment at home. Do you think that if the snow stops outside, this short distance would pose any challenge for her? The most crucial factor is that she possesses skis, allowing her to venture out freely. I just called her, and she agreed. The decision now rests with you. Closed his eyes and revealed all these matters. Stared in disbelief at you. Didn't T.U. say she was your good friend? She asked, bewildered. Forced a bitter smile. I did deceive you before, but I had no other choice. I truly care for you, which is why. Rest assured, I have severed ties with her. Everything I am doing now is merely to ensure our survival. In the future, I will absolutely have no dealings with her. As long as we can endure, I will delete all her contact information immediately. You are lying to me. You are lying to me. Feng Lu's expression was one of madness as she lunged at Su Chao, her sharp nails digging into his face. Enough. Su Chao forcefully pushed her away, his voice filled with fury. Feng Lu, if you continue down this path, do not blame me for turning against you. What on earth is wrong with you at such a time? This childishness must cease. If we keep starving, we shall meet our demise. If you wish to perish, do so on your own. I have no desire to join you. Feng Lu was momentarily taken aback, but this time she fell silent, refraining from further aggression. Observing her demeanor, Su Chao could not help but embrace her gently, murmuring, I have severed ties with that woman, just as I have with Huo Miao. We shall not share any further connections. I will marry you, rest assured. Really? Feng Lu inquired, her voice tinged with hope. Of course. Su Chao intended to offer further reassurance when Huo Miao interjected. All right, I understand. I will contact Shen Heng now. While Su Chao and Feng Lu were embroiled in their argument, Shen Heng had quietly approached her, discreetly instructing her to take action. Shen Heng was curious to see if there truly existed a woman so infatuated, willing to go to such lengths for a scoundrel like Su Chao. After all, even though the university district was nearby, venturing out in such weather without a snow vehicle, like his own, would likely result in frostbite or worse. Could Su Chao possess such a lure? He found it hard to believe. Chapter 50. Prices double in this frigid weather. Shen Heng was unwilling to allow Su Chao and Feng Lu to perish easily in their home. It was merely the 4th day of the apocalypse. If they succumbed so readily, it would be utterly tedious. The impending ice age was still far ahead. He would deal with them once he grew weary of the game. Certainly, this time frame is limited to the 15 days preceding the apocalypse. After all, on the 15th day, the extraordinary fruit will manifest. If Su Chao were to acquire the extraordinary fruit and awaken his ice abilities, eliminating him would become quite troublesome. Shen Heng is not inclined to leave himself with potential threats. Allow you to survive for another 10 days, then, do you agree? Su Chao beamed with delight. Yes. Huo Miao coldly hung up the phone. After setting down her device, she pouted and said, Why do you still want me to collaborate with him? Don't you find it entertaining? Staying cooped up at home offers little amusement. Consider it a form of entertainment. Shen Heng chuckled, rest assured. I want to allow them to enter. Moreover, what is of greater significance is that I harbor no feelings for Feng Lu any longer. Such a woman would not even elicit a second glance from me, for my eyes are solely on you, my darling husband. Huo Miao bestowed a passionate kiss. She felt a surge of emotion but could not suppress a sigh. If you truly have only me in your heart, then there would be no other woman's red hair around your neck. After all, Shen Heng left the house fully armed. Unless he had been intimate with another woman, how could there be hair around his neck? If that woman truly visited our company while I was absent, what would we do? After sharing a kiss for a moment, Huo Miao suddenly recalled this dilemma and inquired. This is simple, Shen Heng replied with a smile. Did you not previously contact a female colleague from your company? Just make another call. Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Huo Miao chuckled softly and shook her head, then dialed Lingling's number. This was the female colleague she had contacted earlier. I am uncertain whether anyone has perished from the cold. The moment the phone rang, it was answered by Lingling. Huo Miao, why are you still calling me? Lingling's voice was laced with resentment. Previously, she had pleaded with Huo Miao to rescue her. But what had Huo Miao said? Let them die. Are you curious if we are alive or dead? Sorry to disappoint you. We are thriving quite well. Would you like a video call to see for yourself? Lingling curled up, inching closer to the firewood. Not just me. Many of my colleagues are still alive. Lingling scoffed, including President Wang and the others. Beside her, several despondent colleagues sat in silence. When they had tried to reach out to others, everyone had rallied with renewed energy. Yet, those they could contact among friends and family were unable to provide assistance. After 4 days, they had nearly abandoned all hope. Now, even upon hearing Huo Miao's call, they merely glanced up before lowering their heads, numbly tossing the wooden scraps from their makeshift desks into the fire. Lingling, do you wish to live? Huo Miao disregarded the biting sarcasm and spoke directly. Of course. Who wouldn't want to? Lingling retorted, but you needn't say it like that. You just want to flaunt how well you are faring, right? I'm not interested. If you truly wish to survive, it would be wise to listen to what I have to say. At this, Lingling fell silent. I have an acquaintance, a dear online sister whom I met on the internet, residing near my workplace. She is a talented skier, capable of effortlessly reaching the office to rescue you. Huo Miao said softly, I am safe now, but I feel guilty towards you. So, I lied to her, saying I am still at the office, just to ensure your smooth departure. Lingling's pupils constricted, and she fell silent. I had already mentioned that she is merely an online friend, hence, she has never seen my photograph and only knows my name is Huo Miao. Huo Miao continued, when she arrives at the office, I will send you a WeChat message in advance. Once you meet her, just introduce yourself as Huo Miao, and she will escort you away. If you are unwilling, I will contact other colleagues. I am willing, Lingling exclaimed with excitement. However, her voice rose a few notches, prompting her to quickly retract her neck, grasping her phone as she stood up and made her way outside. Upon reaching the corridor, she hurriedly asked, Huo Miao, were you telling the truth just now? Would I have any reason to deceive you? Huo Miao rolled her eyes. No, that's not what I meant. In any case, if I can leave the office, I would be immensely grateful to you. Ling Ling's eyes brimmed with tears. As long as I can escape the confines of this company and survive, I, Fong Ling, will never forget this great favor for the rest of my life. Keep this under wraps. Do not let others know, understood? Huo Miao urged with a few reminders. Ling Ling promptly nodded vigorously. After hanging up, she wiped her tears, took a couple of deep breaths to regain her composure, and then stepped back into the office. The exhaustion and chill that had plagued her for days vanished entirely. Ku Fangling was oblivious to the fact that while she was engaged in a phone call in the corridor, Wang Qingguang was lurking behind a nearby door, his gaze fixed intently upon her. Should I return Su Chao's call now? Huo Miao inquired, having set her phone down and turned to Shen Heng. No rush. Let's leave them waiting for a while, Shen Heng replied, glancing at the surveillance monitor. Su Chao had successfully appeased Feng Lu, and the two were now embracing once more. How had he never noticed before that Feng Lu was so easily swayed? Or perhaps her heart had become entirely enmeshed with Su Chao, her allegiance now unwaveringly directed towards him. Shen Heng magnified the surveillance feed, scrutinizing Su Chao's various rooms. He recalled distinctly that Feng Lu had purchased 4 packets of ham and 8 bags of instant noodles from him. What surprised him was that these two fools had managed to consume all the instant noodles so quickly. The empty packets of instant noodles and ham were strewn haphazardly across the floor, their quantity perfectly matching the purchases. After being hungry for so long, they devoured 8 packets of instant noodles in a single day, showing no concern for overindulgence. And now, were they hungry again? Shen Heng lazily picked up his phone and sent a message in the homeowners group. Harmony brings prosperity. Supplies continue to be available for sale. However, with the weather showing no signs of improvement, my stock is dwindling. Today's prices have doubled. Therefore, 1 packet of instant noodles will cost 2,000 yuan. And the same goes for a piece of ham. And prices will follow suit. Tomorrow, adjustments will be made based on the weather conditions. Supplies are limited today. It's first come, first served. As soon as this message was dispatched, the previously quiet homeowners group buzzed with activity, several members emerging to respond. A few voiced their complaints, grumbling about Shen Heng's exorbitant prices. Originally, 1,000 yuan was already an exorbitant price, but now it has doubled. 2,000 yuan for a pack of instant noodles? How many boxes could one purchase with 2,000 yuan? Yet, Shen Heng did not even glance at these replies, for the property manager had already taken the initiative to silence them. Subsequently, Shen Heng received a private message from the property manager. Brother, would you like me to pin your previous message? I've already muted those foolish individuals who insulted you. The words were laced with flattery. You didn't expel them from the group, did you? Shen Heng inquired. Of course not. I wouldn't dare to do that without your instruction, the property manager quickly clarified. That's good. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Manager Zhang, is there not much food left at home? I'm heading to the underground passage for a transaction shortly. You should come down too. Don't go to the front. You can be last, and I'll bring you some items. All right. Thank you, brother. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let me know. The property manager's eyes sparkled with gratitude. This brother certainly knew the ropes. He promptly added Shen Heng to various groups within the Taoyuan community, beginning to promote him. With just a few taps of his fingers, gifts were being delivered. It was merely a small favor for a brother. Moreover, he felt somewhat guilty for receiving Shen Heng's supplies without any effort. Naturally, he was eager to promote him vigorously. In the groups, more individuals began to add Shen Heng as a friend fervently. Just yesterday, they were skeptical about Shen Heng's vast resources. Many doubted him while purchasing in the underground passage. However, today, they harbored not a shred of doubt, especially upon seeing the limited supplies and the phrase first come, first served. The frenzy escalated as individuals hurriedly reached out to one another. Just yesterday, nearly 100 people contacted me, which is a mere drop in the bucket for a large community with 7,000 households. However, the masses have now come to believe in the potency of harmonious dealings. They possess substantial resources. Thus, even if prices were to double today, the homeowners, driven by hunger, began reaching out to Shen Heng in droves. Of course, many are stockpiling goods. It has only been 4 days, and while some households accustomed to cooking still have plenty to eat and drink, the scarcity of water poses a significant issue. Despite having food at home, one cannot survive without water, can they? They too began reaching out to Shen Heng. Additionally, some self-proclaimed clever individuals, noticing the continuous snowfall, contemplated venturing outside to gather clean snow for their homes. Once melted, would it not serve as water, albeit lacking in nutrients? Surely, it wouldn't be fatal, would it? Just as the crowd sought Shen Heng for supplies, a message suddenly appeared in the homeowners group. Damn, don't drink the snow outside. A family of 3 from across my door went out to collect snow, and after drinking it, they all died. Chapter 51. The snow is poisonous. Such words stirred a tempest of emotions. The homeowners, initially seeking supplies, were left in shock. Someone trembled and inquired, "Is that true? My father just went downstairs to fetch some snow, and he drank it just a few minutes ago. This snow is poisonous." Another voice shouted, followed by an audio message. "I just drank snow water. It's so disgusting. I feel dizzy." The voice abruptly cut off. A chilling silence enveloped the crowd. Although I have not witnessed it firsthand, a chill runs down my spine. My neighbor across the street also ventured out this morning to shovel snow and has since returned home. Yet there has been no sign of movement. I wonder if something has happened to them as well. A friend of mine resides below my apartment, and he suggested that I drink some snow melt. However, at this moment, I can no longer reach him. One after another, distressing messages have emerged, sending shivers down everyone's spine. At this juncture, the individual I had previously inquired about, in tears, tagged Shen Heng. "Lily on the grassland. Brother Huchi Shunkai, do you have any medicine? My father is continuously vomiting. He only drank some snow melt a few minutes ago and has already begun to cough up blood. You possess supplies. Surely there must be a way to save him? I can pay 100,000, no, 200,000, if you can save my father." The crowd fell silent. Shen Heng shook his head. In a prior life, someone had consumed snow melt and met a dire fate. Thus, Shen Heng always refrained from touching the snow, even taking care to avoid letting it touch him throughout this life. The clothes he wore outside were discarded at the door upon his return home. Each time he came back, he would wash his hands first, even indulging in the luxury of using bottled water to fill the hot water tank for bathing. In a previous life, during a time when potable water was scarce, Shen Heng had resorted to drinking his own urine. Eventually, he discovered a shop that sold drinking water, stocked with several large barrels of mineral water, which resolved his hydration issues. This life too could witness fatalities from consuming snow. Shen Heng is no saint, and he finds it tiresome to offer reminders. In this apocalyptic world, far too many have perished, and he is unable to save them all. Reflecting on his past life, it seems that it was only 4 days into the apocalypse when people began to drink snowmelt, and to his dismay, history is repeating itself in this life as well. Harmony generates wealth. I apologize, but I am not a physician and cannot save anyone. The grass on the vast plain has fallen silent. It seems to have succumbed to despair. However, at this moment, someone in the group spoke up. "A leaf knows autumn. Harmony generates wealth. Do you have any laxatives, emetics, or antibiotics? I am a doctor and hope to offer some assistance." "A doctor?" Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. Nestled safely at home, he was sheltered from the elements. Yet the biting cold made the need for medical expertise undeniable. Moreover, he harbored a reluctance to rely on the blue elixir, should Huan Miao one day bear a child. A physician's assistance might be required for the delivery. Despite the apocalyptic setting, Shen Heng still nurtured the hope of having his own offspring. With the vending machine at his disposal, even with a child, he would not have to endure undue hardships. This doctor, if possible, he hoped to put to good use. Harmony generates wealth. A leaf knows autumn. I do have medicine. However, the laxative is priced at 50,000, the emetic at 80,000, and the antibiotics at 100,000. If you desire all, it would be 200,000 for a package deal. Previously, Shen Heng had feverishly purchased a variety of items to upgrade his vending machine, including medicines. Now, with the external temperatures plummeting below zero, enveloped in ice and snow, Shen Heng remained an ordinary individual, susceptible to the common cold. Should he fall ill, it would be a grave loss. Not only did he stock up on cold medicine, but he also acquired an array of other pharmaceuticals. In his past life, after gaining supernatural abilities, his physical resilience had significantly improved, even enhancing his cold resistance. Yet, at present, he was devoid of such powers. Thus, to preserve his life, he placed the same importance on medicines as he did on food. Furthermore, medicines occupy little space. In the wine tasting room, Huan Miao had already organized the medications, neatly stacked in a corner. 200,000, so exorbitant? Why not just rob it? The other members of the group gasped in disbelief. Hichi Shinkai remarked, "If you find it too expensive, you need not purchase it. Allow me to reiterate, I am merely a merchant, not a philanthropist." Li Yuan Shangchao fell silent, feeling cornered. After all, he had just stated in the group that if a cure were possible, he would be willing to pay 200,000. To his dismay, this individual had indeed demanded that very sum from him. The crux of the matter was that he genuinely possessed only that amount. Yi Shiqiu interjected, "These medications are not excessively priced. There is no need to inflate the cost. Even as a merchant, one should possess a modicum of compassion, right?" Hichi Shinkai. "Money cannot be earned in such a manner." Hichi Shinkai retorted, "Yu Shiqiu, if you do not wish to buy, then remain silent. You are a saint. Open your purse and purchase." Shen Heng scoffed disdainfully. What was so remarkable about being a doctor? There were countless residents in the community, surely. There was more than one doctor among them. Yet, who would keep laxatives and emetics on hand. If I do not sell to you, then find your own solution. Moreover, many had ventured outside to shovel snow and consume the melted snow. If I were to sell the medications at a lower price, they would surely swarm to seize them. And how would I then upgrade my vending machine? Yixiqiu fell silent, although the other members of the group dared not criticize Shen Heng. Some began to brainstorm alternatives. Jiang Bian Feng Yi suggested, Lili Yuan Shang Chao, there is a hospital adjacent to our community. Perhaps you could inquire there? Huanxiang No Tanggu added, indeed, it is not far from the community. The hospital must have these medications. Lao Wan exclaimed, 200,000? That's utterly outrageous. Why don't you just rob a bank? This is absolutely ridiculous. Shen Heng refused to sell food to Lao Wang. He had completely lost control. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu spoke up in the group chat. According to feedback from other residents, consuming snowmelt would quickly lead to confusion and ultimately death. Normally, one could make it to the hospital in time, but with the heavy snowfall outside, how long would it take to go back and forth? Upon reaching the hospital, one would still need to search for medication, and by the time it was retrieved, it might be too late. Unit 2, Apartment 2602, Building 16. Ning Yao sighed, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses as she helplessly gazed at the chat in the residence group. The blizzard obscured the sky, and she had gone without food for over a day. Moreover, her husband was working at the research institute, quite far from Taoyuan community, and she had been unable to contact him since yesterday. As a doctor, her duty was to save lives, so even while starving, she felt compelled to reach out and offer assistance upon seeing pleas for help. Naturally, if her efforts in providing aid could yield some food in return, that would be even better. Her online alias was Yi Zhiqiu. Little did she expect that the group's wealthy individual, He Qi Xinkai, would charge exorbitant prices for emetics, laxatives, and antibiotics. Although she had money, it was unreasonable to pay for medications for others in the group. Unfortunately, her home lacked such supplies. After exiting the group chat, she inquired with her colleagues at the hospital. During this apocalyptic scenario, the hospital was still operating with normal shifts, and she had just finished her day's shift before braving the rain to return home. The colleagues who succeeded her were not faring well. They were all curled up in the hospital. Particularly, the hospital's vast expanse made the distance between the cafeteria and the inpatient department quite considerable. On such a frigid day, the entrance on the first floor was completely buried under a thick layer of snow, rendering their access to the cafeteria impossible. A colleague hastily replied, Dr. Ning, the medications you mentioned are now depleted. Many colleagues and patients within the hospital, starved and parched, resorted to drinking melted snow. In a bid to save lives, they excavated a path through the snow leading to the medication storage room, with these supplies dedicated to aiding both colleagues and patients. Were the colleagues also drinking melted snow? A wave of dread washed over Ning Yao as she quickly exclaimed, please, do not continue consuming it. The snow must contain toxins. That is undoubtedly true. I must go now to help others. Hanging up the phone, Ning Yao helplessly rubbed her temples. Her face etched with despair. She attempted once more to call her husband, but was met with that familiar recorded voice. The number you have dialed is out of service. Pressing her lips together, she closed her eyes in anguish. Chapter 52. The sense of crisis for Huo Miao as a distinguished medical doctor who had studied abroad and returned with accolades. Ning Yao was remarkable in her field, serving as the head of the emergency department before even reaching the age of 30. She was accustomed to the specter of life and death. However, in this apocalyptic scenario, compounded by her husband's disappearance and prolonged exposure to the elements without sustenance, she harbored a grim understanding that her husband had likely met with misfortune. The research institute where her husband worked was a sterile chemical laboratory, devoid of any provisions, containing only precision instruments and equipment. How could one possibly survive in such an environment? Moreover, her husband did not have the habit of carrying a charger, even if he were alive. He would now be confined within the laboratory, and his phone had likely long since run out of battery. She could not even step outside, let alone seek out her husband, feeling utterly powerless. At that moment, her phone chimed, snapping Ning Yao back to reality as she hurriedly picked it up. Someone had mentioned her in the homeowners group. Ning Yao felt a twinge of disappointment, but still opened the chat. Old Wang, Yi Zhiqiu, are you a doctor? Surely you are not in cahoots with that unscrupulous profiteer, actively recommending others to purchase exorbitantly priced medication, and then the two of you share the spoils, is that it? You even claimed that back-and-forth discussions consume too much time, which is clearly a tactic to intimidate everyone. Ning Yao was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her desperate suggestion would provoke such disdain from others. Am I in league with that profiteer? What nonsense. Anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble as she swiftly typed a response. But just before hitting send, she hesitated and ultimately deleted it. Instead, she replied with nonchalance. Regardless of how you perceive it, I am an emergency physician at the Jiangxing People's Hospital. My name is Ning Yao. I have just consulted with my colleagues. Many at the hospital have consumed snow water, and the medication has been entirely depleted. Even if you were to request some now, it is unlikely you would obtain any. Subsequently, she shared a screenshot of her conversation with her colleagues. Old Wang fell silent. The anxiously lay on the grass exclaimed, Ning doctor, I have heard of your name. What should I do? My father. He possesses financial means. I suggest you inquire with the profiteer about purchasing medication. If that fails, there are no other viable options. You must make your own decision, Ningyo replied calmly. As a physician, she has witnessed countless partings and deaths. Her role is merely to provide the best counsel, and whether the patient's families heed her advice is beyond her concern. Lao Wang remarked, look at that. Still denying they are in cahoots. Besides questioning that greedy scoundrel about purchasing items, do you have any other worthwhile suggestions? Ningyu felt a surge of anger. Do you possess a better idea? Lao Wang, stop being sarcastic. If you can save them, then you should. Lao Wang fell silent. Shen Heng, with a beaming smile, reclined on the sofa with Hu Miao, enjoying the spectacle. The atmosphere in the group was indeed lively. Though it was regrettable that soon enough, most of these individuals would meet their demise. Notably, Lao Wang was destined to be the first to perish. Shen Heng smirked with narrowed eyes. I shan't sell you anything. Let us see if you will be the first to starve. He rose to gather supplies. Today, since the consciousness space was locked, he had to rely solely on his own strength to transport everything. Fortunately, he had managed to procure a bicycle the previous day. However, he could no longer sell thick blankets today and would have to limit his offerings to more convenient food items, such as instant noodles and bread. This approach would likely incite a frenzy among the owners, realizing their stocks were dwindling, which would consequently drive prices upward. Together with Hu Miao, they loaded the supplies into burlap sacks, securing them to the bicycle. Now, the bicycle was laden with bulging sacks, filling the front basket, both sides, and the rear seat to the brim. Thanks to the spacious underground passage and the absence of any onlookers, Shen Heng was able to unsteadily mount his bicycle and ride forward. To avoid drawing attention, he donned a thick outer jacket over the meticulously selected tactical jacket from the system. Although it appeared somewhat bulky, Shen Heng's movements were not significantly hindered. The tactical jacket, in essence, was akin to a fitted garment. In this apocalyptic era, while others were burdened by heavy attire weighing over 10 kilograms, resembling wrapped dumplings, Shen Heng's entire outfit was surprisingly light. I'm leaving. Shen Heng smiled at Hu Miao and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Be careful. Hu Miao nodded obediently. Although she remained uncertain about Shen Heng's motives for selling supplies and noticed the dwindling stock in the basement, she wisely refrained from questioning him. If he chose not to divulge his reasons, she felt it was not her place to inquire. However, she could not shake the image of the red strand of hair around Shen Heng's neck, which she found difficult to accept. It seemed inevitable that he would attract numerous women. With his vast resources, it was certain that women would actively pursue him. Rather than allow that to happen, she contemplated the idea of establishing her own harem for Shen Heng. As the first woman, if she could secure a place in his heart, she would become the matriarch of his harem. Furthermore, she resolved to foster good relationships with each of Shen Heng's women, ensuring they would stand together in both prosperity and adversity. Only then could her own life be safeguarded. She turned her gaze towards the tightly shut gates of the underground passage leading to Villa number 3, narrowing her eyes. If she were to introduce a few more women into Shen Heng's life, would he be able to withstand the onslaught? As a result, he had no time to indulge in leisure activities during the day. She had the intention to knock on the door but was apprehensive about revealing her presence. In a post-apocalyptic scenario, even if the underground passage were deserted, it was prudent for her not to linger outdoors. Recalling Shen Heng's admonitions, Hu Miao hastily turned back to her home. Once at home, she noticed Shen Heng's old phone still resting on the sofa. This was his previous device, logged into his original WeChat account. Meanwhile, he carried a new phone, utilized solely for business purposes under the auspices of harmony and prosperity. Lacking a sense of security, Shen Heng had opted to minimize the items he carried, thus leaving behind his old phone. Shen Heng's phone was still there. Hu Miao's eyes brightened as she promptly picked it up. The password for this device had long been disclosed to her, as Shen Heng, in his infatuation, had no secrets other than his devotion to Feng Lu. He had recently informed her that this phone could also access the surveillance footage of Su Chao and Feng Lu, allowing Hu Miao to keep an eye on this pair, curious about their clandestine dealings. This indeed made things easier for her. Hu Miao unlocked the phone and subsequently located Yang Jinshuan's WeChat. She pushed her business card to herself and, using her own device, added Yang Jinxian to her contacts. Chapter 53. The young brother Gui Yuping. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Heng was unaware that Hu Miao was scheming to acquire a concubine for him at home. Had he known, he would have surely commended her, praising her for her thoughtfulness. Moreover, She was considering two, both sisters. Such a wonderful wife was beyond the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, he struggled to ride his bicycle, making his way southward. Fortunately, the underground passage was flat and spacious. Although cycling was arduous, it was far preferable to dragging a burlap sack on foot. Once the system upgrade was complete, I must acquire a pickup truck. Shen Heng panted heavily, inwardly lamenting. Transporting supplies with a pickup would be far less exhausting. Upon arriving at his designated spot, he unfastened the sack and placed it on the ground before settling onto a small stool. He then sent a message in the owner's group. I have arrived. Those wishing to purchase supplies, please come down. By the way, supplies are limited. Once they are sold out, they're gone. Do not bother with any nonsense about reservations. I only recognize money, not individuals. As soon as the message was dispatched, individuals quickly began to emerge. The adage politeness brings wealth was indeed true. He only acknowledged currency, not people. A young man sprinted towards Shen Heng, glancing at the sack on the ground before inquiring. Brother, are you selling all of these items as a bundle? A bundle? Shen Heng was taken aback. Yes. The young man nodded. I just saw that you mentioned only recognizing money, not people, so I wanted to ask. If you are unwilling to sell everything to me, that is perfectly fine. I am also happy to make a regular purchase. Shen Heng regarded him for a moment. The young man appeared to be of a similar age, exuding a sense of composure while simultaneously displaying cleverness. His eyes brimming with sincerity. His speech was humble. I must admit, I harbor a somewhat favorable impression of him. Why do you wish to buy everything? Shen Heng inquired. The young man glanced around cautiously. He had already arrived at the underground passage, patiently waiting here, eager to have a private meeting with the amiable merchant. No worries, please share your thoughts with me. As long as you can persuade me, even if others come down, I shall refrain from selling to them. Shen Heng replied with keen interest. All right. The young man responded. My name is Guo Yuping, and my family is engaged in the second-hand car business. To be frank with you, if you sell the supplies to me, I can first ensure my family's sustenance. Moreover, any surplus supplies can be sold off to recuperate losses, which is why I wish to meet with you initially. Of course, even if I were to resell the excess supplies, I would certainly price them higher than what you had said, ensuring I do not encroach upon your territory. Guo Yuping? Shen Heng was taken aback. The name sounded somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on him. In his previous life, after Song Zhengming unified the northern part of the city, he gained a strategist named Guo Yuping. Among the various factions within the city, Song Zhengming stood unparalleled. The other powers were all wary of Song Zhengming's encroachment. Originally, he indeed planned to advance towards the western part of the city and gradually consume it. However, after bringing Guo Yuping under his wing, he abruptly changed his strategy, opting to fortify his position in the north and focus on management. As the other factions in Jianqing observed Song Zhengming's inactivity, they began to clash among themselves. At the time of Shen Heng's demise, the other factions were embroiled in fierce conflict, while Song Zhengming remained still. He realized that Song Zhengming must have employed some tactics to sow discord among these factions. Otherwise, they would have united to resist him. Guo Yuping's abilities are indeed remarkable. Shen Heng withdrew his gaze. He could hardly believe that the madman, Song Zhengming, would possess such cunning strategies. The earnest words of Guo Yuping had stirred a flicker of impulse in Shen Heng to consider accepting the latter as a subordinate. Regardless of whether Guo Yuping was indeed the person he claimed to be, he appeared quite astute, and it would be worthwhile to grant him an opportunity. Shen Heng narrowed his eyes, casting a glance behind Guo Yuping. The latter, sensing the shift, noticed that a considerable number of individuals were emerging from the underground passages of their respective buildings, converging towards their direction. His expression grew somewhat tense. Having observed the situation in the group for 2 days, Guo Yuping had even ventured downstairs yesterday to witness the transactions between Shen Heng and others. This affable magnate was offering an astonishing array of supplies, everything one could desire, even tincture of oil. Guo Yuping felt a pang of envy. With a child just a year old at home, if he could procure tincture of oil, his child would no longer have to endure the cold or hunger. Regrettably, he had merely observed the previous day without making prior arrangements to purchase from Shen Heng. Today, however, he had added Shen Heng on WeChat and mentioned his desire to buy tincture of oil, but Shen Heng replied that it was currently out of stock. Yet, before disappointment could settle in Guo Yuping's heart, Shen Heng clarified that tincture of oil would be available for sale the following day. This revelation left Guo Yuping astounded. Given the inclement weather rendering outings inconvenient, how could this enigmatic magnate be out of stock today yet have supplies tomorrow? It was utterly astonishing. Thus, he mustered his courage to approach, eager to inquire about the amiable merchant. Despite Shen Heng's somewhat irritable demeanor, Guo Yuping had discerned from his contributions in the group that he was, on the whole, quite reasonable. In a typical discussion, This esteemed individual refrains from participating. Yet it is the shameless utterances of someone like Old Wang that provoke his response to impose a ban. Very well, I shall grant you a chance. Shen Heng nodded. I will sell you these supplies. He casually gestured towards the burlap sacks, inviting Guo Yuping to take a look, before inquiring, I shall not specify the quantity. You may propose a suitable price. He intended to test the other's acumen. Guo Yuping hesitated momentarily. Was he to set the price? He leaned forward, scrutinizing the sacks in turn, and tentatively suggested, I estimate that there are about 5 boxes of instant noodles. That amounts to roughly 140 packets. And regarding the bread, approximately 80 pieces. If we consider your price of 2,000 per packet, that totals around 440,000. If you are willing to part with these, I could round it up to 500,000. If that is agreeable? His perceptiveness was commendable. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday, he had descended to the square and retrieved supplies from his consciousness space, undeniably possessing much more. Today, he rode a dilapidated bicycle, carrying limited provisions, which indeed aligned closely with Guo Yuping's estimation. All right, 500,000 it is. Shen Heng affirmed with a nod. I can sell you all these items, but remember, those individuals in the group whom I have stated I will not sell to. I shall not part with any to them either. Guo Yuping quickly nodded. The targets you wish to ban are indeed my adversaries. Excellent. Shen Heng remarked with a smile. I shall observe you for a few days. If you prove to be suitable, I shall consider you one of my own. In the future, your family's sustenance will be provided free of charge, as long as you are willing to honestly follow me. Of course, I am willing. Guo Yuping was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that this esteemed figure would be willing to take him under his wing. Moreover, he would be provided for free. It is worth noting that even though he operated a second-hand car business and possessed considerable assets, most of it was tied up in vehicles, leaving little liquidity in his accounts. If Shen Heng continued to sell at this pace, the prices of supplies would double within days, a burden he could hardly bear. Yet now, this individual was offering him such an opportunity. What was there to hesitate about? Guo Yuping was ready to kneel in reverence. Shen Heng stopped him, saying, Enough. Let us conduct the transaction first. Guo Yuping transferred the money to Shen Heng. Shen Heng instructed, All these items are now yours. You may dispose of them as you wish, whether to keep them or sell them. I shall not interfere. However, I advise you to save enough for today as sustenance, as I shall bring better provisions tomorrow. Tomorrow, my consciousness space will also unlock, revealing a plethora of items available for purchase, rendering considerations of mere bread and instant noodles unnecessary. Esteemed leader, I shall heed your words. Guo Yuping nodded vigorously. Furthermore, I have a gift for you. Shen Heng produced a dagger, discreetly handing it to Guo Yuping, lowering his voice. In these apocalyptic times, human intentions are inscrutable. This is a gift for your self-defense. Thank you, esteemed leader. Guo Yuping accepted the dagger, overwhelmed with gratitude and momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, my surname is Shen. You may call me Brother Shen. Shen Heng patted Guo Yuping on the shoulder, then mounted his bicycle and rode towards Unit 2 of Building 4. In his bicycle basket lay a small bag containing supplies for the property manager. It had been a day since he last saw that rotund fellow, and he found himself somewhat missing him. Naturally, it was not the man he longed for, but rather the property manager's wife, Bai Shuwan. A radiant memory from his student days. In a past life, the property manager, lacking sustenance, had sent Bai Shuwan away in exchange for ample provisions. Thus, in this life, having provided for him, one would hope that the property manager might comprehend his obligations and graciously present Bai Shuwan to him. Chapter 54, Bartering with Other Goods, Old Zhang. Isn't the saying harmony brings wealth applicable to our dealings in the underground passage? He has promised you sustenance. Why do you hesitate? What is the rush? He relies on me to facilitate every transaction in the group. Should he not come to my door with offerings? It is bitterly cold outside. One might freeze to death. What are you so proud of? He possesses resources. Do not provoke him, lest we find ourselves hungry. Does he dare? Even if he refuses, my wife can intervene. That fellow would surely grovel before us. What nonsense are you spouting? Merely jesting. I shall head over now. To Building 4, Unit 2, outside door 601. Shen Heng listened to the laughter emanating from within the room and shook his head in amusement. This property manager truly took himself seriously. Facilitating connections in the group? How embarrassing. I had just dispatched a package of sales supplies. Should Guo Yuping perform admirably, I may no longer require your services. Moreover, were it not for your wife being Bai Shuwan, do you think I would bother delivering supplies to you? At that moment, the property manager approached the door, opening it while turning to say, You must stay at home and refrain from flaunting yourself and enticing men just because I am unable. What are you saying? Bai Shuwan pouted playfully. You know my limitations in that regard. Only by exchanging such provocative words with you can I feel anything at all. I truly love you. After a few more admonitions, the property manager swung the door open, only to be startled by a figure standing at the threshold. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shen Heng, his smile somewhat stiff. Surely, he hadn't overheard the conversation between the manager and his wife, had he? Shen Heng was dressed as he had been the previous day, donning a leather cap, snow goggles, and a solid black mask. The property manager's face quivered with trepidation. Esteemed sir, what brings you here? Bai Shuwan, having caught wind of the conversation at the door, hurried over. Upon seeing Shen Heng, her cheeks flushed momentarily, and she couldn't help but shoot a glare at her husband before quickly speaking up. You must be Mr. Shen Heng, the benevolent benefactor? I've heard much about you from old Zhang. Thank you immensely for your generous provisions. Please, do come in. Yes, please enter. The property manager, now fully aware of the situation, stepped aside hurriedly. Shen Heng strode confidently into the room, placing a bag upon the table, drawing the couple's attention instantly. The property manager was curious to peek inside the bag to discover its contents, yet felt too embarrassed to do so in Shen Heng's presence, leaving him standing there awkwardly. Please, have a seat. Shen Heng reclined comfortably on the sofa, as if he had returned to his own home. He then remarked, Today, I have brought you quite a few items, including self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice. The couple's eyes sparkled with excitement. And these items, nowadays, even a single pack of instant noodles costs 2,000. How much must the self-heating hot pot and rice be? It's simply unimaginable. Old Zhang, Shen Heng suddenly addressed him, having previously referred to him as Manager Zhang. However, the property manager was unfazed and maintained a posture of eager politeness, his face adorned with a flattering smile. Please, go ahead. You truly are fortunate. Shen Heng turned to gaze deeply at Bai Shuwan. After years of absence, she had matured significantly since their school days, exuding a new allure. Though her beauty and figure could not quite rival that of Huo Miao, she remained a captivating little beauty in her own right. Moreover, the added charm of their shared history as classmates only enhanced her appeal. Upon feeling Shen Heng's lingering gaze, Bai Shujuan's face flushed, and she instinctively lowered her head. Visibly shy, the property manager, snapping back to reality, chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's all right. When she first joined the property company, I had my eye on her. Later, her family encountered some difficulties. Her father fell ill and was hospitalized, and I lent a helping hand by covering some medical expenses. In gratitude, she ended up with me. So that was the story. Shen Heng understood now. He had assumed that after years apart, Bai Shuwan might have developed a penchant for vanity. Yet, given her beauty, she could easily attract someone wealthier, without needing to waste her youth on a mere property manager. Why would she marry a man over a decade her senior, who was both overweight and unrefined? What could possibly be her motivation? It seems that this is an act of gratitude. I have come to inform you that you need not assist me with the future residence group. Shen Heng turned to face the property manager. I have entrusted the sale of supplies to another party. The property manager was taken aback. What does this mean? It means that I will no longer be selling goods. Shen Heng rose and smiled. Tomorrow, I shall not be present any longer. By the way, allow me to remind you that the supplies for tomorrow will at least double in quantity. Therefore, if you are able to purchase some now, it is advisable to stock up, especially considering this weather. Who knows when the snow will cease? Bai Shuwan and her husband were jolted, instinctively glancing out the window. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall gracefully. The sky remained overcast, and there was no sign of the snow abating. In the courtyard of the community, the accumulation of snow was even more pronounced. Just yesterday, it had reached the first floor. Now it was nearly at the windows of the second-floor balcony. If this continues for another week, will we not be submerged on the sixth floor? What was even more alarming was the prospect of the supplies doubling. Currently, a pack of instant noodles costs 2,000. If it doubles, will it not reach 4,000? Who can afford that? Initially, they had felt secure with Shen Heng providing the supplies, but now, upon hearing that he would cease sales, the property manager was utterly panicked. Brother, no, esteemed one, you will no longer sell? What shall we do then? Shen Heng remained silent, furrowing his brow as he regarded the property manager. The property manager snapped back to reality, forcing an awkward smile. I didn't mean to extort you. I was just a bit anxious. Although his family was relatively affluent, he had recently repaid the mortgage on his house ahead of schedule after making a decent profit. Now, his savings had dwindled significantly. Reflecting on the foolishness of his recent actions, he felt an urge to slap himself. What was the purpose of keeping that money? However, he had heard that Bai Shujuan's brother was about to get married, and he feared that his wife's family might come to him for financial assistance. Was his decision truly misguided? Bai Shuan's family had exhausted their funds to pay for her father's medical treatment. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to theft. Hearing Shen Heng's words now filled him with dread. First and foremost, your predicament is of no concern to me, Shen Heng said coolly. Let us be candid. This is merely a transaction of interests. You want me to announce the sale of supplies in the group, and in return, I will provide you with some goods. What distinguishes our owner group from any other advertisement group? Have they ever compensated you with money or items? If we speak frankly, it is you who have benefited from our arrangement, am I mistaken? The property manager nodded awkwardly. As for your future needs, you may purchase supplies from my subordinate. Shen Heng continued, considering our relatively amicable relationship, I will sell you a pack of instant noodles tomorrow for 5,000. However, I can arrange for a discount, allowing you to acquire it for 4,000. How does that sound? I believe I am being quite accommodating. The property manager's lips quivered. Selling a pack of instant noodles for 5,000? Even with the discount, it would still cost him 4,000. It was utterly absurd. Yet, what could he possibly say in response? In the community, the affluent abound. It is not uncommon for many to eagerly seize the opportunity to purchase items, whether priced at 5,000 or even 10,000. It is indeed commendable that they are willing to lower their prices. He silently calculated his savings and, with a heavy heart, realized that his meager funds could scarcely afford even a box of instant noodles. Please, assist us. We would be eternally grateful. Bai Shuchuan's face drained of color. She was no fool and could easily envision that, without provisions, her survival would be measured in mere days. He chuckled softly as he observed Bai Shuchuan's exquisite features. If old Zhang lacks funds, he could exchange other items. He spoke gently before taking his leave. Other items? Bai Shuan pondered, bewildered, furrowing her brow. What valuables do we possess, old Zhang? After painstakingly saving over 1 million, you have repaid the mortgage in full. Our family's savings now barely exceed 100,000, and with my gold and silver jewelry, it amounts to little more. Old Zhang displayed a bitter smile. As a man, he understood all too well the implications embedded within Shen Heng's words, especially as they were directed towards Bai Shuan. Despite having uttered those provocations to his wife, he never fathomed that it would culminate in her being offered to another. Chapter 55. Being my husband's girlfriend, Shen Heng exited the corridor and glanced at his watch. It was already 4 in the afternoon. The abrupt onset of winter had cast a long shadow over the evening, and the sky had turned a dreary gray. Upon reaching the underground passage, one could still observe a throng of individuals gathered around Guo Yuping, eager to procure supplies. Guo Yuping, with remarkable composure, was conducting sales while simultaneously adding others to his WeChat. In the year 2088, the infrastructure of Longhua had achieved considerable sophistication. All cables and wires had been meticulously buried underground. Towering edifices punctuated the skyline, each rooftop adorned with signal towers to ensure uninterrupted communication for the populace. In the previous life, even at the moment of his demise during the apocalypse, a network signal persisted. Only in certain regions, where excessive snowfall hampered signal transmission, did connectivity falter. Furthermore, the lack of maintenance over time led to a gradual decline in global signals, ultimately resulting in their cessation. The power outage occurred 15 days post-apocalypse, attributed to the phenomenon of the ability fruit. In the struggle for a single ability fruit, individuals engaged in fierce confrontations, including those already endowed with powers. The term superhuman no longer sufficed. Their actions could wreak unparalleled devastation. Consequently, the underground cables were severed, culminating in the power outage. Following the loss of electricity, superhumans faced dire hardships, let alone the ordinary citizens. The number of humans who had managed to endure for over half a month dwindled once more. Abilities, ability fruits. Shen Heng shook his head, pondering the origins of such phenomena. Moreover, the emergence of ability fruits had undeniably wrought heavy casualties upon humanity. In the chaos of the apocalypse, societal order had disintegrated, and individuals resorted to indiscriminate slaughter for personal gain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled that in his past life, someone had mentioned the existence of an ability fruit within the underground passage, located near the entrance of Building 16. Shen Heng hastily made his way there. Upon arriving at the entrance of Building 16, he took a moment to observe his surroundings, only to discover a resilient green blade of grass emerging from the crevice of the staircase in Unit 2. Despite the frigid temperatures, this small plant exhibited remarkable vitality, managing to survive the harsh conditions. Measuring no longer than a pinky finger, the grass stubbornly thrived. Could such a humble entity bear extraordinary fruits? Shen Heng found himself skeptical. Yet, aside from this spot, there was no trace of greenery to be found elsewhere. Surely, extraordinary fruits could not spring forth from mere stones. After all, it was not as if a stone monkey would appear. At that moment, Zhao Weilong exited the building, and upon noticing Shen Heng, he paused for a moment before approaching with a beaming smile. "Greetings, elder brother," he exclaimed. Shen Heng merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Brother, are you here to visit sister-in-law?" Zhao Weilong inquired, drawing nearer. "I have added sister-in-law on WeChat. Rest assured, I am not intruding. I informed her that should she encounter any danger, she must notify me immediately. So far, she has not requested anything further, and I have been keeping an eye on the staircase at the entrance without observing anything unusual." Fearing that Shen Heng might doubt him, he presented his phone, displaying their conversation. Shen Heng nodded once more, his gaze still fixed on the small blade of grass. Could this tiny plant truly yield such extraordinary fruits? Though the fruits were only the size of strawberries, they represented an unbearable weight of existence for this modest grass. "Brother, what troubles you?" Zhao Weilong asked, noticing Shen Heng's silence and curiously leaning in to examine the grass. "In such cold weather, how do you think it manages to survive?" Shen Heng pondered aloud. This indeed touches upon Zhao Weilong's area of ignorance. He scratched his head and mused. Perhaps it is due to the absence of snow in the underground passage? Shen Heng was momentarily taken aback. It seems that this is indeed the case. The plants outside, blanketed by snow, undergo mutations following the emergence of the ability fruit, rather than yielding the fruit itself. The pothose he had brought home, which had been sheltered from the snow, was the one that bore the ability fruit. This detail appeared to have escaped the attention of those individuals. Taking a deep breath, he fixed a solemn gaze upon Zhao Weilong. Truly, he is a fortunate ally. You must pay closer attention to the indoor plants. However, can you truly rely on those underlings of yours? Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Zhao Weilong's face flushed with embarrassment. Yesterday, it was precisely those underlings who scattered in disarray, leaving him vulnerable to an assault. They can, more or less, be considered dependable. They usually stick with me, but yesterday, your ferocity startled them. Zhao Weilong replied sheepishly. Then, quietly gather more of your underlings. I will supply the resources, and you must bring them all together. Shen Heng narrowed his eyes and declared, "Loyalty is not a prerequisite, but with the provision of resources, they will surely flock to us. Have them contribute all the houseplants they possess. Furthermore, discreetly collect plants from others' homes in exchange for resources." Understood. Zhao Weilong nodded eagerly. Though he was uncertain of Shen Heng's intentions regarding the plants, he dared not question his elder brother's orders. After all, he knew one thing for certain: as long as he followed his brother, there would always be food on the table. That was sufficient. Shen Heng also wished to observe and gather as many houseplants from the homeowners as possible. He pondered how many extraordinary fruits these plants could yield when the day of their blossoming arrived. In this current weather, no one had food to spare. Who would refuse to trade food for greenery? After all, plants cannot substitute for sustenance. Soon, he intended to seek out Guo Yuping, the young man who dealt in supplies. Shen Heng gestured toward the distance and remarked, "Just inform him that you are one of Shen Ji's associates. He will undoubtedly provide you with some provisions." Currently, he himself had little food left, but as he intended to cultivate Zhao Weilong as a subordinate, it was imperative to foster loyalty. "Tomorrow, I will procure additional food for you. For today, we have only instant noodles and bread. Make do with that for now." Shen Heng patted Zhao Weilong's shoulder. "He is also one of my subordinates. Once you gather your brothers, ensure they discreetly protect Guo Yuping to prevent any mishaps." "Rest assured, Shen Gu," Zhao Weilong replied, overwhelmed with gratitude, nodding fervently. "If you do not abandon me, I wish to acknowledge you as my adoptive father." Observing Shen Ji's grand vision, he felt genuinely cherished. "Shen Gu, won't you go up to see sister-in-law?" Zhao Weilong inquired softly as he noticed Shen Heng preparing to depart. Shen Heng hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he felt a twinge of longing for Xiao Shotzi. However, after his earlier confrontation with Huo Miao, he felt somewhat drained. "You continue to protect him in the shadows. I have other matters to attend to." Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. "Take care, Shen Gu." Zhao Weilong gazed respectfully as Shen Heng rode away on his dilapidated bicycle before taking out his phone to contact his subordinates. "Hertzi, come out quickly. It's time to get to work. Bangkong, come downstairs now. By the way, I recall you have a few potted plants at home, right? Bring them along. Xiaolu, go ask your neighbor. I remember he has a rubber tree that is about human height. Ask him if he is willing to trade for a pack of instant noodles." Zhao Weilong methodically continued his arrangements. Meanwhile, Huo Miao added Yang Jinxian on WeChat. Yang Jinxian glanced at the business card recommended by Shen Heng and, without much thought, accepted the friend request. She also took a look at the other person's moments. It seems to be Shen Heng's girlfriend. Why is she adding me? Out of courtesy, Yang Jinxian proactively sent a message. "Hello, is there something you need?" After a brief wait, Huo Miao replied, Yang Jinxian glanced at the message and was utterly stunned. Would you like to be my husband's girlfriend together with your sister? These words, which she could read, seemed incomprehensible when strung together in a sentence. Chapter 56. Replacement. Su Chao and Feng Lu huddled at home, taking cues from some neighbors and resorting to burning furniture for warmth. It was unbearably cold. As night fell, the chill pressed down from the sky with increasing intensity. Even while cocooned in blankets at home, they felt themselves shivering uncontrollably. By nightfall, the entire neighborhood was illuminated by flickering flames, as if the whole area were engulfed in fire. Feng Lu stoked the fire, feeling the icy chill enveloping her body gradually dissipate, as if her very being were reviving. Breathing out a cloud of vapor, she turned to Su Chao and inquired, "Has Huo Miao contacted Shen Heng yet? The night has already fallen, and if we fail to earn Shen Heng's trust, we may well have to endure another night in this frigid abode." She recalled the video, where Shen Heng donned a thin nightgown. It was unimaginable how warm his home must be. More importantly, he was relishing steaming pan-fried buns and sipping hot wontons, indulging in the luxury of lobster for breakfast. The mere thought of that scene made her mouth water profusely. Why not ask Huo Miao once more? Feng Lu suggested. If this continues, I fear I shall be afflicted with chronic cold legs. Very well, Su Chao nodded, picking up his phone to message Huo Miao. A glance at Feng Lu filled him with a twinge of distaste. Despite her commendable qualities, her temperament was excessively extreme, utterly lacking in reason. Just earlier, they had engaged in a fierce argument over the female athlete from the university town, and after much effort to appeal to her emotions and reason, he had finally pacified her. For now, you serve a purpose. Once I reach Shen Heng's home and take care of him, I shall certainly cast you aside. With Shen Heng's refrigerator stocked full of provisions, what sort of woman could I not find? After messaging Huo Miao, he glanced at the owner group, where a woman had already posted a provocative photo, seeking a morsel to eat. The unspoken price was evident. One woman's picture stirred Su Chao's interest. He had even secretly added her on WeChat, waiting to contact the girl after winning over Shen Heng. However, Su Chao still required Feng Lu's assistance. Securing Shen Heng was an indispensable part of their plan. They had already conspired that upon meeting Shen Heng, Feng Lu would certainly take the initiative to apologize and reminisce about their beautiful past together. Undoubtedly, Shen Heng would allow them entry. Later that evening, Feng Lu would actively entice him, as Shen Heng had likely been yearning for several days, thus naturally succumbing. When the pivotal moment arrived for the two, Feng Lu would deliberately shout, which was their agreed-upon signal. Su Chao would seize the opportunity to rush in and eliminate Shen Heng without hesitation. After sending a message to Yang Jinxian, Huo Miao found herself waiting in silence for a reply. What was amiss? Had her expression not been sufficiently clear? Just as she contemplated sending another message, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. Glancing at the monitor and discovering it was Shen Heng, Huo Miao broke into a sweet smile and swiftly opened the door, throwing herself into his embrace. I'll take off my outerwear first. Shen Heng waved his hand, heading to the bathroom to wash his hands thoroughly before donning his pajamas and making his way to the living room. Sitting in his familiar spot, Huo Miao nestled into his arms. Darling, what would you like for dinner? I'll prepare it. While at home, she had diligently been learning various dishes online, and now she could be considered a competent little chef. Anything will do. Shen Heng pulled Huo Miao closer, relaxing his body and planting a kiss on her forehead. Huo Miao beamed and leaned in for a kiss in return, but suddenly her phone rang. Who has messaged you on WeChat? Shen Heng inquired. I'm not sure, she replied. Huo Miao responded somewhat awkwardly before turning to busy herself in the kitchen. She initially believed the message was from Yang Jinxian and feared that Shen Heng might catch wind of it. If her husband discovered her unilateral decision to arrange for a concubine, would he resent her for taking such initiative? Surely not, right? Don't men appreciate a woman who is considerate and understanding? Fortunately, Shen Heng was seated on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, allowing Huo Miao to discreetly glance at her own device. It was an inquiry from Su Chao. Huo Miao, have you been in contact with Shen Heng? He believes our words, doesn't he? My friend is now ready to set off. After all, it is quite frigid outside, and traveling at night is perilous. Once you've made arrangements, I'll instruct her to pick you up. By the way, I informed her that you are my cousin, so do remember not to slip up. Our cooperation is crucial for our survival. Wouldn't you agree? Huo Miao chuckled. This fellow was indeed quite anxious. If the roles were reversed, she would hardly bother with this couple. Nevertheless, since Shen Heng was eager for the spectacle, she would certainly comply. Huo Miao sighed with relief and asked Shen Heng, Su Chao is inquiring. How should I respond? Just tell him that you've already confirmed with me and see what he intends to do next, Shen Heng replied with interest. Huo Miao acknowledged him and proceeded to reply to Su Chao. I have already contacted him. He believes that Feng Lu and I are living together. Now, can you have your skilled skiing friend come to pick me up? Su Chao, who had been anxiously awaiting a response, beamed upon receiving Huo Miao's message. She had indeed contacted Shen Heng. Su Chao turned his head and said something to Feng Lu before hurriedly sending a voice message to Huo Miao. Her name is Lu Chenxi. You must not reveal our relationship to her. Otherwise, she might drive you away, and you cannot blame me. I will contact her now and have her come to pick you up. After listening to Su Chao's voice message, Huo Miao relayed the information to her colleague, Feng Ling. Ling, her name is Lu Chenxi, and she will be coming to pick you up soon. Remember, you must say that you are Huo Miao, Su Chao's cousin, or else she will not take you away. Do you understand? All right, Miao Miao. I remember. Feng Ling replied, her excitement palpable as she repeatedly assured herself. As long as she could leave this company, everything would be fine. Here, her very existence felt precarious, and she was clad in nothing but a flimsy summer outfit, which was utterly chilling. The neighboring company had already begun their revelry, and she had heard them say it was to celebrate life before its end. With those sounds occasionally wafting over, several male colleagues from her company cast glances at their female counterparts, each glance laden with deeper intentions. Yet, Wang Qingguang incessantly commanded everyone to move desks and chairs, ensuring the bonfire remained bright, which deterred them from acting upon their thoughts. It was simply terrifying. Feng Ling secretly exhaled in relief. However, at that moment, she suddenly heard Wang Qingguang's voice nearby. Ling, who are you chatting with? You seem rather cheerful. Feng Ling was startled and quickly shoved her phone into her pocket, responding awkwardly. No one, just a good friend. Mr. Wang, how could I be happy? I'm trapped in this place, and the snow outside shows no sign of stopping. I can hardly muster the tears. Wang Qingguang remained silent, merely forcing a smile with a hollow laugh before turning his head away. Considering Feng Ling's earlier phone call in the corridor, he had already deduced that she must have arranged for someone to pick her up. However, with such heavy snowfall, how would anyone manage to arrive? Wang Qingguang found himself puzzled. Nevertheless, if someone were to come, he could simply seize their means of transportation, couldn't he? Chapter 57. I am pregnant with your child. Huo Miao busied herself in the kitchen, and soon the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Shen Heng sat on the sofa, engaged in a conversation with Guo Yuping via his mobile phone. The charming and diligent woman prepared the meal while he assumed a leadership role, directing the tasks of his subordinate. This lifestyle was something Shen Heng had never dared to envision. He even felt a twinge of gratitude for the apocalypse. Were it not for the icy cataclysm, he would still be that beleaguered rider, a sycophant toiling away. Guo Yuping reported that a considerable amount of supplies had been sold in the afternoon. However, Zhao Weilong had subsequently approached him, and he had shared a significant portion of the food with Zhao. Working under Shen Gu meant that accepting money was out of the question. Shen Heng offered words of comfort, expressing his satisfaction with Guo's actions. He also indicated that Guo would be responsible for selling the supplies tomorrow, requiring no upfront payment. Once the transactions were completed, Guo could simply transfer the funds to him. In light of Shen Jiyi's trust, Guo Yuping felt immense gratitude and promptly assured him of his unwavering loyalty, vowing never to pilfer even a single cent from his elder brother. But promises? In times of apocalypse, who would heed such empty words? Naturally, Shen Heng was not easily swayed by the notion of Guo Yuping's steadfast loyalty. He promptly sent a WeChat message to Zhao Weilong, instructing him to dispatch 2 astute subordinates to keep an eye on Guo Yuping the following day. Surrounded by Guo Yuping, they feigned an interest in procuring supplies, yet secretly, they remained vigilant of him. Zhao Weilong instantly comprehended. At that moment, Su Chao initiated a video call. Hello? Shen Heng lazily answered the call. Good brother. Did Huo Miao contact you? Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. She was in the restroom just now. I asked her to use her phone to call you. You must believe me now, right? Of course, Shen Heng nodded. After all, we are brothers, and you would never stoop to such despicable acts, would you? Su Chao's smile grew somewhat rigid. If such deeds were committed, you would surely bear a son without a rectum, suffer from festering sores, and your entire family would meet an untimely demise. Su Chao's complexion turned ashen as he endeavored to maintain his smile. I truly should not have doubted you. It was my own narrow-mindedness. Shen Heng shook his head with a sigh. Let us not dwell on that. Su Chao took a deep breath. A considerable amount of furniture has been consumed by flames at my home. Where are you staying? If you don't allow us over soon, we might freeze to death. Indeed. Feng Lu leaned closer to the camera, her expression full of grievance. Shen Heng, don't you care about me at all? I'm on the verge of collapse. What does that have to do with me? Shen Heng was taken aback. Feng Lu was equally stunned. Huh, what do you mean? Haven't we already broken up? Shen Heng replied with a grin. Seeing that you're not faring well now gives me peace of mind. Sorry, but I must eat now. Goodbye. He abruptly ended the call. Dinner is ready, darling. As Huo Miao heard Shen Heng hang up, she began to urge him. Looking up, She noticed several dishes already laid out on the table: sweet and sour ribs, shredded pork and garlic sauce, mapo tofu, and hand-torn cabbage. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, accompanied by steaming pumpkin porridge and whole wheat pancakes, filled the air with an enticing aroma. Shen Heng took a sip of the porridge, feeling a warm comfort enveloping his stomach, and then sampled a couple of dishes, nodding appreciatively. Meow meow, your culinary skills have truly improved over these past few days. You've managed to prepare such a splendid feast in such a short time. The sweet and sour ribs were prepared right after you left this afternoon, and the shredded pork was marinated in advance, so cooking took quite a while, Huo Miao replied with a smile. But as long as my husband enjoys it, that's what matters. To win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Although she had not cooked before, she now realized that she seemed to possess a natural talent for it. There were no disastrous dishes. Rather, each item was visually appealing and delicious. Shen Heng savored the food contentedly and offered suggestions, which Huo Miao patiently noted, determined to improve for next time. Yes, I will cook according to what my husband likes. Meanwhile, on the other end, Feng Lu trembled with fury after the call was abruptly ended. If Shen Heng were before her, she would tear his face apart and rip his mouth to shreds. Was he merely toying with her all this time? Calm down, calm down. Su Chao frowned and shouted at Feng Lu twice. What else could they do? Taking a deep breath, Feng Lu felt the icy air restore her composure in an instant. Yet the hatred in her eyes remained unyielding. Just stay calm. If necessary, I can always call him again. Su Chao solemnly stated, you must sincerely acknowledge your mistakes. He has been infatuated with you for years. Could it be that he harbors no feelings at all? Surely, he is merely sulking. Moreover, if we are to endure this situation, we truly need his support. If you provoke his anger and we find ourselves unable to reach him afterward, what shall we do? Are we to remain here in this frigid abode tonight? Feng Lu's eyes sparkled with clarity. She had no desire to linger any longer in this uninhabitable place. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Shen Heng donning a thin nightgown, no less, one with short sleeves. Was his living environment truly so comfortable? Very well. I shall call him again. I will lower my head in apology and surely placate him, ensuring he is no longer upset and will come to fetch us. Feng Lu asserted with utmost seriousness. Even if it meant kneeling before him, she was prepared to do so. However, as for Shen Heng, enjoy your arrogance now. Thinking you have me under your thumb? Just wait until we are in bed together. You shall regret it. She dialed Shen Heng's video call once more. The phone on the table rang, and Shen Heng picked it up, his face breaking into a smile upon realizing it was Su Chao calling. He gestured for Huo Miao to be quiet, then answered the call. Huo Miao, in turn, seated herself beside Shen Heng, ensuring she was out of the camera's view, and took his left hand, placing it on her thigh. Shen Heng looked at Huo Miao in surprise, discovering her gaze was filled with affection. This girl was playing a game. Huo Miao also recognized that her actions during Shen Heng's video call with Su Chao were particularly thrilling. In the video, Feng Lu's voice emerged, sweetly coaxing. Shen Heng averted his gaze and spoke with a hint of detachment. Is there anything else? I concede, I was at fault before. I should not have lost my temper with you. Do you truly wish to part ways with me? Feng Lu pouted, her eyes glistening with tears. If I remain in this room, I will surely freeze to death. Would you be willing to watch me perish? Then what do you desire? Shen Heng shook his head, picking up a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs and placing it in his mouth. The flavor was exquisite, tender, and falling off the bone. With a flick of his tongue, the bone effortlessly slipped away, landing cleanly on the table. Still eating ribs, are you? Feng Lu stared intently at the bone Shen Heng had discarded, swallowing hard with effort. It was unimaginable that he could indulge so heartily. Su Chao, sitting nearby, bit his lip in envy, nearly driven mad with jealousy. With a deliberate slurp, Shen Heng took a sip of porridge, then smacked his lips, glancing at the video. You were the one who wished to break up with me. On that stormy day, I was out alone shopping, and you didn't even inquire about my well-being. Even during the heavy snow that fell for 3 consecutive days, it was only then that you sent me a video. Do I still exist as your boyfriend in your heart? Yes, of course you do. Feng Lu pleaded desperately. I truly realize my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. Will you? Must I kneel before you to beg? Shen Heng chuckled lightly, skepticism etched across his face. Very well. Feng Lu lowered her head, her teeth chattering. Yet ultimately, she knelt before the phone. I am kneeling for you. Shen Heng, look at me. I truly understand my wrongs. We have been together for 3 years. I admit, my temperament is far from pleasant, and you have always been so tolerant of me, yet I truly regret my actions. Considering the bond we have shared for so long, can you not find it in your heart to forgive me? I beg of you. Just a few days ago, I found myself constantly vomiting, and my monthly cycle has not arrived. Perhaps I am already carrying your child. How could you bear to let a pregnant woman endure the biting cold? This child is a part of you. Even if you despise me, cannot pity me. Think of the innocent life within me. Would you truly allow your child to suffer alongside me in this frigid weather? In a desperate bid for survival, she spoke with increasing fluency, tears welling in her eyes, as if her words were the truth. Is it possible? The once calm expression on Shen Heng's face suddenly shifted. How long has it been since your last cycle? Have you not taken a test? I have not. I had planned to surprise you on your birthday. Feng Lu, disheveled and hesitant, replied, I simply did not anticipate this. Feng Lu, I can accept you, but only for the sake of the child. After a prolonged silence, Shen Heng sighed and slowly picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork, chewing deliberately, as if gathering his thoughts. Feng Lu and Su Chao, as expected, focused intently on Shen Heng's mouth. It was as though, even through the screen, they could sense the aroma of the dish. Yet, my resources are dwindling. In a lowered tone, Shen Heng inquired, Is Su Chao still by your side? Feng Lu hesitated. Su Chao stood to the side, repeatedly gesturing to her. No, he is not here. Feng Lu comprehended the situation, asking, What is the matter? My supplies, at most, can sustain just the two of us for half a month. I pondered that within that time, the snow would surely cease, and I could venture out to procure food to sustain you and your child. Shen Heng tapped his right hand rhythmically on the table. However, his left hand continued to roam on Huo Miao's thigh. His expression remarkably serious, but you were well aware of Su Chao's appetite. If he were to join us, Huo Miao would inevitably come along, wouldn't he? In that case, my provisions, which would suffice for 4 people for a week, would vanish in no time. What would we do then? Survive on the bitter winds of the northwest? I could endure hunger myself, but your unborn child cannot be left to suffer. Shen Heng's expression was one of torment. Thus, it would be prudent for you to distance yourself from Su Chao. For the sake of survival, for the child, I can only accept you alone. Chapter 58. Shen Heng's residence. This. Feng Lu was taken aback by Shen Heng's unexpected suggestion. Meanwhile, Su Chao was visibly enraged, his countenance darkening. Perhaps we should let them come as well. After all, Su Chao did shelter me for 3 days. Feng Lu tentatively proposed. Absolutely not. Shen Heng rejected without a moment's hesitation. Su Chao's appetite rivals that of a pig. He can consume as much as 2 of us. And Huo Miao? She eats a considerable amount as well. Ouch. Huo Miao, noticing Shen Heng's disparagement of her, pinched him sharply at his waist. Shen Heng's face twitched in response. Yet, he continued his video call with Feng Lu, taking a deep breath and sitting upright. Feng Lu was entirely oblivious to Shen Heng's expressions and movements, instead mulling over his words. Indeed, a flicker of doubt began to stir within her heart. Observe how lavishly Shen Heng dines on these 2 occasions. The warmth of the room adds to the extraordinary pleasure. Having finally gained Shen Heng's trust, should I seize this opportunity? Su Chao, that scoundrel, is hardly a decent fellow. He lured me into his bed, leading me to believe I was his true love, only to discover today that he has a skiing companion on the side. Infidelity can occur once or countless times. Su Chao might very well have an ice skating companion, a billiards partner, or even a gaming CAF acquaintance that I remain blissfully unaware of. While contemplating these thoughts, Feng Lu conveniently absolved herself of any guilt, entirely forgetting that she, too, had betrayed Shen Heng. Well, let me ponder. Feng Lu murmured. You must make a decision swiftly. Do not allow any unforeseen complications to arise. Shen Heng earnestly advised, after you have made up your mind, turn your back on Su Chao and discreetly reach out to me. Understood. Feng Lu nodded. I shall end this call. I have yet to have dinner. Shen Heng savored another bite of mapo tofu, relishing the moment. Please, leave me some. I am starving. I will contact you shortly. Feng Lu hastily replied. However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Chao had already reached out to disconnect the video call. What are you doing? Feng Lu glared at Su Chao, seething with anger. What do you think? Su Chao retorted, equally incensed. If I hadn't hung up, you would have revealed our entire plan to Shen Heng, wouldn't you? Just look at your pitiful expression. Feng Lu's knees ached from kneeling, and she rose in anger, exclaiming, Su Chao, I have followed your plan, continually apologizing to Shen Heng, even going so far as to kneel before him. Now that he has forgiven me yet refuses to allow you into his abode, you are suddenly agitated? You can only express your frustration through impotent rage. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Chao delivered a resounding slap across Feng Lu's face. Staggering back, she covered her face in disbelief and looked up at him. You struck me? Are you trying to intimidate me? Su Chao, with a stern expression, coldly retorted, can you not think for once? Shen Heng is clearly trying to sow discord between us, and you still harbor the delusion that he would welcome you into his home? We are like grasshoppers on the same string. Only by uniting our efforts to seize Shen Heng's residence can we hope to survive. I warn you, abandon such fantasies. If you dare to leave me, I will reveal everything about us to Shen Heng. Humph. I want to see if, after being with me, you will still be of any value in his eyes, or if he will remain infatuated with you. Feng Lu was taken aback, narrowing her eyes as she gazed at Su Chao. Indeed, they were now inseparable. If Shen Heng were to discover her connection with Su Chao, he would undoubtedly never forgive her. What shocked her further was that Su Chao had actually struck her. Su Chao, this is the first time you have ever hit me. In the past, you wouldn't even scold me, she whispered softly. Su Chao sighed and gently embraced Feng Lu, speaking tenderly. I fear you might abandon me. I apologize. Does it still hurt? We are truly in love, yet I fear you may be deceived by Shen Heng in my moment of urgency. Rest assured, I would never act in such a manner. I was merely consumed by jealousy moments ago. Yet, in his eyes, a look of disdain emerged. If Feng Lu were not of any utilitarian value, I would have relished the opportunity to rid myself of her immediately. A woman who is more of a liability than an asset, possessing ample bosom, yet scant intellect. How could you treat me in such a way? Oh, how I weep. Feng Lu, feeling aggrieved, buried her face in Su Chao's embrace, weeping profusely. Her cheek pressed against Su Chao's neck, a fleeting glimmer of hatred shimmering in her eyes. Su Chao, you dare to strike me now, all the while covertly consorting with other women behind my back. A man so fickle in affection is utterly unreliable. Yet, at this moment, I find myself unable to extricate myself from his grasp. For now, I must play along. Once I enter the Shen Heng household, I shall divulge his schemes to Shen Heng, and together we shall bring him down. I shall be the first to silence him, lest he prattle on with his slanderous tongue. Despite their tight embrace, each harbored ulterior motives. As night deepened, Feng Lu and Su Chao ultimately reached a tacit understanding. They could not part ways. Should one desire to contact Shen Heng independently, the other would surely alert him. Shen Heng, freshly bathed, reclined upon his bed when his phone chimed. This time, the WeChat video call was from Feng Lu. A smile graced Shen Heng's lips. This woman could no longer contain her desires tonight. Feng Lu, accustomed to a life of luxury, could hardly endure any hardship. She longed to move in at once. Alas, I am not a recycling center, and I do not accept every piece of refuse. Embracing the fragrant and alluring Huo Miao, possessing striking beauty and a captivating figure. How could I ever be drawn to a discarded shoe like Feng Lu? There remain over 5 hours until the system upgrade concludes. In just 5 hours, I shall have the opportunity to spend $1 million to be the first to acquire the extraordinary fruit. At that moment, I shall no longer be plagued by anxiety. I wonder what powers the vending machine's extraordinary fruit will bestow upon me. My phone incessantly buzzes, and as I return to reality, I answer the video call. Shen Heng, what are you doing? Why have you taken so long to answer my call? Feng Lu's surroundings are shrouded in darkness, leaving me uncertain of her location, as she pouts and plays coy. However, through the surveillance on Shen Heng's other phone, it is evident that Feng Lu is curled up on Su Chao's bed, wrapped in a blanket, shivering, while Su Chao sits opposite her, intently observing. I just took a shower. So, have you made a decision? Shen Heng feigns ignorance, well aware that these two would never willingly abandon each other. A shower. Feng Lu is taken aback. Yet, upon seeing Shen Heng on the screen, with his hair damp and shirtless, she realizes he cannot be deceiving her. Glancing at her own reflection, disheveled and unkempt after days without bathing, her hair greasy, she feels akin to a beggar. However, in this frigid weather, with the pipes long since frozen, not a drop of water flows. It is a challenge merely to quench one's thirst, and yet, Shen Heng is able to take a shower? She cannot fathom the warmth of his home. Su Chao, too, has grasped this revelation, his eyes wide with astonishment. I have stockpiled quite a bit of bottled water at home. Although the pipes are frozen, I managed to pour some bottled water into the heater, allowing me to bathe, albeit barely. Shen Heng shrugs. A bottle of mineral water costs merely 1 yuan. And although the hot tub is quite large, it requires over a dozen cases of bottled water to fill. But, with such affordability, it is hard to resist. The cost of filling the bathtub with water amounts to a mere 400 to 500 yuan. Yet now, Shen Heng sells a single pack of instant noodles for 2,000. Excluding the expenses for bathing, he stands to profit over 1,000. It is all profit, with no need for concern. Bathing in bottled water? Feng Lu's lips quivered at the thought. Such wanton extravagance. While outsiders are compelled to spend 2,000 for a single bottle of mineral water, Shen Heng audaciously uses it for bathing. It is utterly extravagant. Now it has come to light that the snow outside carries viruses, rendering it undrinkable. Consequently, the price of these bottled waters has skyrocketed. Some who failed to procure supplies are privately willing to pay 3,000 for a single bottle. Shen Heng still bathes in mineral water. If you are willing to come over, you could join me in this luxurious bath. Feng Lu, I notice your hair appears greasy. It seems you haven't tea-bathed in days. Is that not distressing? Shen Heng expressed genuine concern. At his words, Feng Lu felt an unbearable itch all over her body. As she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed Su Chao's unfriendly gaze across from her and quickly composed herself, whispering, Shen Heng, I am currently in the hallway. Su Chao is in the restroom. I wish to find you now. I will move quietly. He won't notice. Would you be willing to come and fetch me? However, since you have just bathed, it would be easy to catch a chill. Perhaps you could tell me your exact location, and I could come to you. Shen Heng nodded. Indeed, then come over now. I am in the row house. Row house. Feng Lu's eyes sparkled. Which row and number? Su Chao also held his breath, straining to listen. Once he learns Shen Heng's address, how could he possibly escape? Moreover, a subterranean passage exists between the row houses and the high-rise, facilitating easy passage. She felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate that Shen Heng resided in the row house. Had they been in the detached villa at the back, on this frigid night ravaged by blizzard, if they had not made it across, they might have perished in the snow. Row 2. Shen Heng paused, suddenly furrowing his brow as he inquired. You haven't colluded with Su Chao, have you? Are you plotting against me in secret? Row 2. Which number in row 2? For heaven's sake, just tell me. Feng Lu exclaimed anxiously. However, she turned her gaze around and then whispered, How could that be? You are my boyfriend. I surely love you the most and would never deceive you. Please, just tell me the number in row 2. Oh dear, my phone's out of battery. I forgot to charge it. It's about to shut down. Shen Heng stared at the screen in surprise, his expression apologetic. Please wait while I charge it, otherwise it may switch off at any moment. After uttering this, he swiftly terminated the video call. The tug-of-war would only heighten the stakes. Taking the dog out. He was quite eager to see if Feng Lu would indeed come over with Su Chao. After all, he had installed miniature cameras around the villa's vicinity. With the nighttime temperatures plummeting, it remained uncertain whether the two would brave the bitter cold. He intended to toy with them, allowing them to endure torment before their demise, thus alleviating the resentment that weighed heavily on Shen Heng's heart. My dear husband, what wicked scheme do you have in mind this time? Huo Miao nestled in Shen Heng's embrace, her complexion flushed from recent indulgence, rendering her even more enchanting. When you mentioned row 2 earlier, I thought you might actually divulge our precise location to her. What's the matter? Are you feeling jealous? Shen Heng chuckled, rest assured. I certainly won't have any lingering ties with such a woman, nor will I revive any past flames with her. Then what kind of woman would truly capture your heart? Huo Miao pondered, casting a lingering glance at Shen Heng's neck. Today, she noticed no traces of another woman's hair on him, yet her sense of unease remained unabated. By the way, you should nudge Su Chao a bit, instill in him a sense of urgency. Shen Heng whispered to Huo Miao, nodding in agreement. Huo Miao retrieved her phone. She had spent the past few days at home, indulging in videos, cooking, and tidying up. While her time with Shen Heng was filled with warmth and joy, it was not without its moments of tedium. Now, accompanying Shen Heng, she discovered the pleasure of watching the unfolding drama. She sent a message to Su Chao, urging him to hasten in contacting the skiing girl for her pickup. In her final words, she threatened Su Chao that if the skiing girl did not arrive to collect her that evening, she would reach out to Shen Heng and divulge everything. Su Chao, eager to enter Shen Heng's household, wasted no time and complied without hesitation. After charming the skiing girl, he instructed her to fetch Huo Miao. The skiing girl, Lu Chenxi, although reluctant, ultimately donned thick clothing and descended the stairs, equipped with her skiing gear. Compelled by her deep affection for Su Chao, she could hardly fathom her own reasoning, venturing out into the tempestuous night to collect Su Chao's cousin. Nevertheless, she consoled herself with the promise Su Chao had made earlier. Once the snowfall ceased, he would take her to his home, and they would live happily ever after. As she pondered this, Lu Chenxi found herself oblivious to the biting cold of the snowstorm outside. Instead, her heart brimmed with warmth. A seasoned athlete on the provincial skiing team, she was no stranger to the sport. After each training session, she would often indulge in the vibrant nightlife, mingling with charming men. It wasn't until she crossed paths with Su Chao that her heart began to stir. The nature of emotions is often elusive. Although Lu Chenxi's encounter with Su Chao was but a fleeting affair, she found herself ensnared. Su Chao, with his striking looks and promising career, always treated her with a gentle affection, unlike other men who merely viewed her as a means to an end. Determined to refocus her life, Lu Chenxi once seized the opportunity during one of their rendezvous. While he was occupied in the shower, she discreetly punctured her contraceptive device, ultimately leading to an unexpected pregnancy. When she revealed this news to Su Chao, he appeared conflicted, attempting to soothe her with reassurances that he was on the cusp of a significant career advancement. He expressed his reluctance to jeopardize his future with distractions at such a pivotal moment. Under the weight of his sweet-talking, Lu Chenxi ultimately chose to terminate the pregnancy. However, Su Chao promised that once he secured his position within the leadership, they would celebrate their union with a wedding. Now, with the prospect of bringing his cousin back into the fold, Lu Chenxi felt a sense of exhilaration, envisioning a wedding soon after the snow ceased to fall. After all, she would eventually need to meet his family, and this opportunity to cultivate a bond with Su Chao's cousin seemed fortuitous. As the future sister-in-law, she hoped to leave a favorable impression. The snowfall intensified. Lu Chenxi shrank her neck slightly as she skillfully secured her skis, then leaped onto the snow, gliding swiftly towards Huo Miao's company. The distance from Lu Chenxi's home to Huo Miao's company was not particularly far, just over a kilometer. However, in the harsh weather, the streets were utterly deserted. Not everyone possessed the expertise of a professional skier like Lu Chenxi, nor did they all have the necessary equipment for traversing the snowy terrain. The night was shrouded in darkness, but fortunately, the streetlights were functioning, illuminating the spacious, empty road ahead. Aside from the howling wind, there was not a whisper of sound. To be honest, Lu Chenxi felt a twinge of fear. After all, she was a girl. Yet, recalling Su Chao's promise, she found her courage. Upon receiving Huo Miao's call, Fong Ling's exhausted eyes could not conceal her delight. Tonight, she would finally leave the company. Huo Miao truly was a kind-hearted person. She had committed all of Huo Miao's instructions to memory. Upon meeting the girl named Lu Chenxi, she would inform her that her name was Huo Miao and that Su Chao was her brother. A flicker of curiosity crossed her mind. Wasn't Su Chao Huo Miao's boyfriend? How had he become her brother? However, she refrained from voicing this confusion. Huo Miao had instructed her on what to say, and she intended to follow her guidance precisely. After all, Lu Chenxi had come all this way to assist. What if she spoke out of turn and Huo Miao changed her mind? No matter how tantalizing the gossip, it paled in comparison to the value of life. Within the company's office, a roaring bonfire flickered brightly, with several colleagues already asleep around it. According to Wang Qingguang's instructions, someone was to remain on watch each night, primarily to tend to the fire and ensure it did not extinguish. Otherwise, they would all succumb to the freezing cold in the dead of night. Originally, Fong Ling was not scheduled to keep watch tonight, but she willingly exchanged shifts with another colleague. She set her phone to vibrate mode, ensuring that when Lu Chenxi arrived at the company building, she would not disturb her fellow co-workers. She glanced around, whispering an apology to her dear colleagues. Alas, what could be done? After all, her bond with Huo Miao was the strongest. Off I go. She was acutely aware that nearly half of the office desks had been burned, and the remaining ones would not last much longer. More importantly, there was not a morsel of food or drink in the office. Remaining here would only lead to starvation. Given the opportunity to leave, she was determined to seize it without hesitation. Not far away, Wang Qingguang leaned against the wall, eyes closed in slumber. He squinted slightly, secretly observing Fong Ling. From her decision to take the night shift, he surmised that someone would undoubtedly come to escort her away tonight. She intended to leave quietly. This indicated that only a limited number of people could be taken away, perhaps just one. Thus, Fong Ling's departure needed to remain discreet. Yet, if she could leave, what harm would it be if I joined her? If the other party could only take one person, why not me? Wang Qingguang struggled to stay awake. Having gone 4 days without food, he was finding it increasingly difficult to endure. Just then, Fong Ling's phone vibrated softly. A call. Fong Ling felt a surge of excitement as she hurriedly pulled out her phone, and upon seeing an unfamiliar number, her heart raced with joy. This must be Lu Chenxi calling. She cautiously glanced around at her colleagues. Wang Qingguang, now fully alert, noticed her gaze and quickly shut his eyes, emitting faint snoring sounds. Excellent. Everyone had fallen asleep. Fong Ling smiled even more brightly, rising quietly and making her way towards the hallway. After she left, Wang Qingguang hastily stood up, cautiously approaching the office door. He peeked out and saw Fong Ling, who was walking towards the stairs while speaking on the phone. Is that you, Chenxi? Yes, it's me. Huo Miao. I'm on the 4th floor of the company. Where are you? On the 2nd floor? Wait for me. I'll open the window. You brought my clothes? Thank you. Thank you. All right. You open the window. I'll go in first. You can come out after you're dressed. It's quite cold outside. Lu Chenxi stood by the window on the 2nd floor, huffing in the chilly air. After sliding such a distance, her face felt nearly frozen. Carrying a backpack, she felt drenched in sweat from the long trek. The bag was stuffed with various clothes. Clearly, Huo Miao had been stuck at the office in summer attire. If they ventured outside together, she would surely freeze solid. If Huo Miao were to catch a chill, Su Chao would undoubtedly never forgive her. Fong Ling continued her conversation on the phone, glancing back at the direction of the office before heading downstairs. Wang Qingwang quickly retracted his head. Was someone there? Fong Ling paused, as if she had seen a shadow. But when she had left just now, her colleagues were all sound asleep. She stood still for a moment longer. Yet there was no sign of anyone at the office door. It must have been a trick of the light. After several days of hunger, feeling dizzy was quite normal. Hearing from Huo Miao that Lu Chenxi had plenty of food at home, she could finally indulge in a fulfilling meal. Eagerly, she rushed down the stairs. Wang Qingwang, hiding in the office, let out a long sigh of relief. To his surprise, Fong Ling was quite alert. Just a moment ago, when Fong Ling turned around, he barely managed to react. However, she had mentioned on the phone that her name was Huo Miao. What connection could she possibly have with Huo Miao? The mere thought of that name ignited a flicker of resentment in Wang Qingwang's eyes. The loss of his pinky finger was all due to Huo Miao's husband. Listening to the footsteps echoing from the staircase, Wang Qingwang realized that Fong Ling had already descended. Why bother with so many thoughts? He decided to follow her and see for himself. With a soft chuckle, he turned and discreetly retrieved a long stick from the desk in the office, weighing it in his hand before silently exiting the room. Chapter 60. Discovery. What the hell is the number of the second row? Feng Lu and Su Chao were now furious. Shen Heng had only spoken half of what he needed to say without providing clarity. It's important to note that there are 10 villas in the second row. Are we really expected to check each one in the dead of night? We would either die from exhaustion or freeze to death. Furthermore, access to the row of villas is only possible through an underground passage. This passage leads to the basement of the villas, specifically the second basement. If Shen Heng happened to be asleep, even if they screamed at the top of their lungs, he likely wouldn't hear them from upstairs. Just pick up the call. Feng Lu's eyes were bloodshot as she dialed Shen Heng again for a video call, but he utterly ignored it. What a rascal! Is his phone out of battery? She tried calling him again, only to be met with the message that his phone was turned off. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Feng Lu kicked the wall, immediately regretting it as pain shot through her foot, causing her to crouch down, clutching her injured foot with a pained expression. Meanwhile, Su Chao furrowed his brow, seemingly oblivious to the turmoil around him. The resentment within Feng Lu has intensified. In the past, whenever she felt any discomfort, Su Chao would immediately come to her side, showering her with care and concern. Yet now, he seems utterly oblivious to her plight. Once I step into Shen Heng's residence, I shall undoubtedly conspire with him to cast you out. Humph, there will be no need for my intervention. You will perish in the cold on your own. Do you think Shen Heng has already uncovered our deceit and is merely toying with us? Su Chao suddenly interjected. That's inconceivable, isn't it? Feng Lu, suppressing her pain, pondered for a moment before confidently asserting, with his intellect, he would never discern my actions. Have you forgotten, in the past? All I had to do was act cute and charming, and he would practically cradle me in his arms. She then poked Su Chao playfully. Unlike you. Indeed. He should remain oblivious, particularly since he hasn't seen me, and we just used your phone to call Shen Heng, with great attention to detail. Su Chao nodded. However, logically speaking, upon discovering his phone had died, Shen Heng should have sought a charger immediately. How is it still powered off at this moment? How would I know? Feng Lu rolled her eyes. Su Chao, the scoundrel, isn't even trying to appease me. The affection has waned. I have extended you an olive branch, since you show no concern for me. Do not blame me for choosing Shen Heng over you. Let us wait 5 minutes and then try calling Shen Heng again. Su Chao advised. I'm feeling drowsy, so I'll take a short nap. With that, he reclined on the bed. Feng Lu was infuriated. Oh, splendid. While I'm left to contact Shen Heng, you choose to sleep. Who isn't tired at this hour? Why on earth are you sleeping now? Feng Lu exclaimed in rage. Su Chao despised opening his eyes. Soon, he would be heading to Shen Heng's residence, where his primary combat power lay in himself. Should he not conserve his energy? As a seasoned charmer, he had naturally noticed Feng Lu's subtle hints earlier. Yet, he had no desire to indulge her whims. Cold and famished, why should he provide her with emotional support? He certainly was not a mere plaything. Moreover, when he encountered Shen Heng, he intended to strike first and eliminate him decisively. After that, it would be Feng Lu's turn. Theoretically, he and Shen Heng were evenly matched in size and weight. Should Shen Heng regain his composure, their confrontation could easily devolve into a stalemate. At that point, it would hinge on Feng Lu. But how could Su Chao place his trust in her? She had already shown signs of affection, contemplating abandoning him. Ultimately, he believed that fate should remain in his own hands. He was determined to deliver a fatal blow to Shen Heng. Wrapped in his blanket, his eyes closed. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. Feng Lu had not yet departed, likely fearing that if she did, he would reveal their clandestine affair to Shen Heng, leading to mutual destruction. However, once Feng Lu crossed the threshold of Shen Heng's home, her choice would be hers alone. Regardless of whether she leaned towards Su Chao or Shen Heng, one of them would likely emerge victorious. Thus, the optimal strategy was to stealthily ambush Shen Heng and eliminate him, then swiftly deal with Feng Lu as well. Su Chao and Feng Lu lay on the same bed, one reclining on his side while the other sat at the edge. Just days prior, they had been enraptured in a fervent exchange. Now, however, they each harbored ulterior motives. Wang Qingguang silently ascended to the second floor. The faint sounds of Fong Ling's phone calls had grown markedly clearer. Morning, Chenxi. I have arrived on the second floor. Where are you? Oh, I see you. Fong Ling exclaimed as she spotted a figure outside the window, energetically waving. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and she hurried towards the figure, the sound of her high heels echoing in the corridor. Wang Qingguang crouched down, slowly inching closer. Suddenly, Fong Ling flung open the window, a gust of cold wind rushing in, causing her to shiver. Yet, her heart raced with exhilaration. At last, I am saved. Sister, let me assist you, she offered, extending her hand. No need. Just move aside from the window. It's too cold outside, Lu Qinxi instructed, then gracefully leaped into the office. Wang Qingguang remained hidden beneath a desk, trembling from the cold. Fortunately, once Lu Qinxi entered, she swiftly shut the window, and soon the sound of a zipper filled the air. I am unaware of your size, but these are all athletic outfits, and they are in large. You should be able to wear them. Quickly put on the clothes. Thank you, sister. Fong Ling responded, feeling a wave of gratitude. I am Huo Miao, Su Chao's sister. She made sure to introduce herself. Lu Qinxi looked puzzled. Didn't we just discuss this over the phone? I am aware that you are Huo Miao. Ah. Fong Ling chuckled awkwardly and coughed lightly, hastily donning the clothes. Considering you might not know how to ski, I only brought my skis. Just step on the skis and hold on to me tightly. I will take you home, Lu Qinxi advised. But don't stiffen your feet when I move my foot. Follow the rhythm and lift yours gently. Don't worry, it's quite simple. Indeed, indeed. Fong Ling nodded eagerly. Hearing from Su Chao that you have been hungry for several days? Here, have a piece of ham to tide you over when we return. I shall prepare some noodles for you, Lu Qinxi added. Ham. Upon seeing Lu Qinxi produce a piece of premium sausage, Fong Ling unceremoniously took it, tearing open the packaging with fervor. She then took a hearty bite. Slow down. Don't choke, Lu Qinxi admonished with a shake of her head. Aside from training and indulging in nightlife, she typically spent her days at home engrossed in computer games. It was somewhat fortuitous that she had stocked up on supplies just before the blizzard struck. However, their household had transformed from one person to two, and since she had only purchased snacks, they would be depleted in no more than 3 or 4 days. Lu Qinxi was acutely aware of the scarcity of provisions. Although the prices were not as exorbitant as those in Shen Heng's Taiyuan community, they were still quite staggering. Take your time. Once you warm up, we can set off. There's a supermarket on the way. We can climb in from the second floor and grab some food. Lu Qinxi patted the large bag slung over her back. She had planned this beforehand. The bag contained clothing, and once Huo Miao donned them, it would be empty, allowing them to procure additional supplies from the supermarket. All right. Fong Ling nodded eagerly. By the way, are you Su Chao's cousin? I don't recall him ever mentioning you before. Lu Qinxi inquired casually. Her instincts told her that Fong Ling was not truly Su Chao's cousin. Perhaps she was merely an acquaintance from the outside. After all, a man capable of easily arranging a meeting with her could not possibly be as innocent as he appeared. Indeed, just a few days ago, we dined together. However, my company is quite distant from his, and he is typically occupied with work, so we can only meet occasionally on weekends. Fong Ling displayed no hint of guilt, responding with an air of nonchalance. Is that so? Lu Qinxi scrutinized Fong Ling's face, finding agreement with her statement. This girl is rather ordinary in appearance. Even if she were not related to Su Chao by blood, she poses no threat to me. Moments later, Fong Ling spoke up. All right, let us be on our way. Lu Qinxi adeptly glanced out the window, preparing to turn back to beckon Fong Ling when suddenly, a chilling laughter emanated from behind her. Fong Ling, you sneak away without a word to your superior? Are you afraid I might prevent your return home? Fong Ling shuddered, as if struck by lightning. Wang Zong. She forced a laugh, remaining silent while hastening her exit through the window. Yet, before she could escape, a strong force abruptly yanked her back into the room. Bang! Fong Ling fell to the ground. Fortunately, her layers of clothing cushioned the impact, allowing her to scramble up quickly, glaring with fury. What do you want? She snapped. A few minutes hardly matters. Wang Qingguang chuckled, his gaze directed at Lu Qinxi outside the window. Beautiful lady, why not come inside? We could have a proper conversation. What do you wish to discuss? Fong Ling's expression was tense. Wang Qingguang smiled mildly. Let us talk about how you, who are clearly named Fong Ling, suddenly became Huo Miao. Huo Miao is also an employee of our company. Have you two swapped names, even altering your surname? Chapter 61. Reaching an agreement. Upon hearing Wang Qingwang's words, Fong Ling's expression changed dramatically. Damn it. Wang Qingwang must have overheard her phone call. She had sensed someone lurking in the office, and it turned out to be this man. Silence. You. Fong Ling's complexion turned pale, her demeanor fierce yet fragile. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lu Qinxi outside the window returned, expressionless as she closed it. I wish to listen as well. Wang Qingwang smiled and nodded at Lu Qinxi. I am Wang Qingwang, Fong Ling's superior. As for the person you intend to rescue, Huo Miao. She has long since returned home. What does that mean? Lu Qinxi furrowed her brow. After hearing Wang Qingwang's words, she sensed something amiss. How could this woman named Huo Miao be referred to by a man as Fong Ling? Therefore, when Wang Qingwang suggested a conversation, Lu Qinxi climbed back without hesitation. The night before the blizzard, just 4 days prior, Huo Miao had indeed been trapped in the office, but later, during the sleet, her husband had come to take her home. Wang Qingwang's expression darkened slightly at the mention of Huo Miao's name. Yet, he was uncertain about Lu Qinxi's relationship with Huo Miao and dared not reveal any animosity. However, this woman before him had never met Huo Miao. Why then would she come to retrieve her? Her husband? Lu Qinxi was puzzled. Su Chao hadn't mentioned any of this to her. Indeed. What was her husband's name again? Su Chao, yes, that was it. Wang Qingwang slapped his forehead. Lu Qinxi staggered back, exclaiming loudly. No, that is impossible. What is deemed impossible has long been known to us. Previously, we were aware that Huo Miao had taken a boyfriend named Su Chao. However, we were entirely unprepared for the revelation that they had secretly wed, excluding even our colleagues from the ceremony. Wang Qingwang remarked nonchalantly. It was only that night that I finally laid eyes on her husband, who was rather handsome, standing at about 178 centimeters. Lu Qinxi's complexion turned pale. No, you must be deceiving me. What is there to gain from deceit? There are still many colleagues upstairs who have drifted into slumber. Shall I rouse them for your verification? Wang Qingwang discerned the truth. The woman before him shared a profound bond with Su Chao. Reflecting on the man who had severed his own pinky, he felt an overwhelming urge to flay him alive. To his astonishment, that scoundrel possessed a remarkable talent for manipulation, having ensnared even this woman. Listening to Wang Qingwang's words, Lu Qinxi inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze upon Fong Ling on the ground, and exclaimed, You must clarify this for me. Fong Ling recoiled in fear, stammering, I am called. Her name is Fong Ling. I have already stated it. Wang Qingwang interjected. He retrieved his mobile device, accessed the company personnel information, and handed it to Lu Qinxi. Here, this is the employee information of our company, which includes photographs of both Huo Miao and Fong Ling. You can ascertain the truth for yourself. Lu Qinxi trembled as she accepted the document. Although it contained merely identification photos, a single glance was sufficient for her to comprehend that the woman she sought to rescue was indeed Fong Ling, not Huo Miao. Huo Miao was strikingly beautiful. Even her identification photo captivated the eye. Lu Qinxi could not help but concede that Huo Miao eclipsed her in attractiveness. How could this be? Having rescued Huo Miao, why did he still deceive me into coming out? Lu Qinxi murmured in a daze. What on earth does he intend to do? I have already suffered a miscarriage for him, yet he still chooses to trick me? Is deceiving me truly so entertaining? I think I have a vague understanding of the situation. Wang Qingwang pondered for a moment before speaking with a smile. Are you pressing Su Chao to marry you? Yes. Lu Qinxi sighed, her body swaying slightly. It was evident that Su Chao was playing both sides. Wang Qingwang asserted, You are pushing for marriage too eagerly. Yet he merely wishes to toy with you. To be frank, if you were Su Chao, would you choose Huo Miao or you? Lu Qinxi remained silent, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. A flower at home is not as fragrant as a wild one. He is merely toying with you. Wang Qingwang continued. Now, taking advantage of this inclement weather, he has successfully distanced himself from you. Consider this, although you can ski. The journey from your home to our company must be quite arduous, right? In such frigid weather, if you were to wear even a little less, you could easily succumb to the cold. As far as I know, there have already been widespread casualties across the nation, and even globally, yet the authorities have remained silent. Once the snow ceases and social order is restored, who will remember if you perish outside? The news will only report the staggering number of deaths nationwide, while the causes of your demise will be either freezing to death or starving, dressed in thick clothing on a desolate road. One could indeed fathom the tragedy of lacking supplies at home and venturing out in search, only to succumb to the unforgiving cold. Alas, it is likely that no one would care, your life reduced to mere statistics in the news. Lu Qinxi's pupils constricted. Indeed, Wang Qingwang's analysis held considerable weight. Otherwise, why would one undertake a miscarriage procedure alone? Su Chao was even reluctant to make an appearance. When he called earlier, she foolishly believed he had come to a realization. In hindsight, she was the fool, this scoundrel. Lu Chenxi's gaze brimmed with animosity. This wretch desired her demise. Did he not feel a shred of sorrow? You loathe Su Chao, so do I. Wang Qingguang raised his hand. See, after I playfully teased Huo Miao, that night of the torrential rain, he came to the company and severed my pinky before taking Huo Miao away. I propose we form an alliance. An alliance? Lu Chenxi was taken aback. It's quite simple. You are a single woman, correct? Wang Qingguang smirked coldly. To exact revenge on Su Chao, it may prove arduous for a woman alone. However, with my assistance, the scenario changes entirely. Lu Chenxi regarded Wang Qingguang, instinctively nodding. He was tall and robust, a formidable ally. Once the snow ceases, she would ensure he pays dearly, perhaps even his life. Wang Qingguang's teeth clattered. As long as they left no trace, the authorities would chalk his death up to the perils of this snowstorm. After all, with so many corpses to attend to, the authorities required a considerable amount of time for processing. People had miraculously survived the snow disaster. Who would bother to pursue such trivial matters? When the time comes to rebuild, the focus would undoubtedly shift towards vigorous development, ensuring the continuation and propagation of humanity, leaving little room for concerns of this nature. At this moment, Lu Chenxi wore a grim expression, nodding coldly. Although she harbored feelings for Su Chao, the fact that he now sought her life made forgiveness utterly impossible. This scoundrel could not be allowed to escape unscathed. Wait. Fang Ling panicked. Lu Chenxi had come to rescue her. What was she to do? You? Wang Qingguang scoffed disdainfully. You conspired with Huo Miao, intending to harm this young lady. Do you truly believe she would take you along with her? I can only bring one person. Lu Chenxi's gaze towards Fang Ling was icy. Before Fang Ling could utter another word, Wang Qingguang lunged at her, pinning her down and swiftly stripping her of her clothing to don it himself. Give me my clothes. Fang Ling cried, tears streaming down her face. Get away. Wang Qingguang kicked her aside. He then followed Lu Chenxi out of the window. The biting cold sent a shiver through him, yet breathing in the outside air felt invigorating. They were saved. Fang Ling, weeping like a wilting flower, saw Wang Qingguang follow Lu Chenxi through the window and lunged at him in a frenzy, clinging desperately to his clothes. Are you seeking death? A cold glint flashed in Wang Qingguang's eyes as he picked up a wooden stick retrieved from the office and struck Fang Ling fiercely on the head. Nevertheless, she clung tenaciously to his garments. Let go of me. Let go. Let go. Wang Qingguang's face was filled with fury as he saw Fang Ling determined to seek her own demise. With all his strength, he struck her forehead repeatedly with a stick until she fell silent, her body slumping against the window. Only then did Wang Qingguang snort and approach Lu Chenxi, enveloping her in a tight embrace. Let us go, beauty, he said. Lu Chenxi's expression was complex as she nodded gently, though her face soon betrayed a hint of discomfort. Could you not hold me so tightly? I have no choice. This jacket is a bit snug, and the zipper won't stay up. Holding you close keeps the cold wind at bay. Otherwise, I might freeze to death before reaching your home. Wang Qingguang tightened his grip further. There's a reasonably sized supermarket nearby. Let's take a look and grab some food. I might also find a change of clothes. All right. Lu Chenxi did not protest further as she led Wang Qingguang away, gliding slowly into the distance. Meanwhile, on the second floor behind them, Fang Ling remained motionless against the window, the biting wind howling around her. Chapter 62. I have no morals. Wang Qingguang and Lu Chenxi arrived at the supermarket, where he wielded a wooden stick and forcefully shattered the glass. The ordinary glass broke quite easily. He widened the opening slightly before climbing inside, pulling Lu Chenxi in with him. The supermarket supplies were not entirely plentiful, but there were no signs of previous looting. Clearly, the chaos had occurred during the torrential rain that night. Nevertheless, the remaining items would suffice for their sustenance for a time. Wang Qingguang found 2 pieces of clothing, which he donned, feeling significantly warmer. He then stuffed various useful items into his bag. After several packages were opened, Wang Qingguang finally leaned close to Lu Chenxi's ear and whispered, let's postpone for tonight. Tomorrow during the day, we can come back to collect the items. This will suffice for our needs for a while. Lu Chenxi was taken aback by Wang Qingguang's proximity, blushing as she stepped back and replied, why not continue tonight? We could simply make a couple more trips. Given that it had snowed continuously for 4 days, no one had visited the supermarket, and it seemed unlikely that anyone would come in the near future. Wang Qingguang replied earnestly, moreover, if Su Chao doesn't care about you, how could I remain indifferent? The temperature dropped significantly at night. What if something were to happen? By the way, do you still have your skis? I know a bit about skiing too. We can venture out together tomorrow. I wouldn't feel comfortable with you making those trips alone. Lu Chenxi fell silent, her cheeks flushed. This middle-aged, portly man actually showed concern for her. Observing her expression, Wang Qingguang smirked. It is often said that women are susceptible to affection after a heartbreak, and it appears that is indeed the case. Although Lu Qinxi may not be a stunning beauty, she is certainly appealing. If he puts in a little more effort tonight, he might just win her over. In this bitter cold, embracing such a woman, sharing a meal, and playing cards together would be the epitome of enjoyment. After climbing out of the supermarket, they glided down once more. This time, Lu Qinxi seemed notably unbothered by Wang Qingguang's tight embrace. In fact, he even leaned into her intentionally, and she showed little reaction. Tonight might just be promising. Wang Qingguang's eyes sparkled. Speaking of which, he should express gratitude to Su Chao. If it weren't for that rascal, he might not have encountered such an open-hearted woman. I recently learned that Lu Qinxi is a skier, undoubtedly possessing a remarkable physique. Once I have indulged in your woman and she reappears before you, I shall be most curious to see if Huo Miao remains steadfast in her loyalty. Given Huo Miao's icy demeanor, a breakup with you seems inevitable. Perhaps, at that moment, I might seize the opportunity, much like today, to savor the essence of Huo Miao. His hands began to wander. Lu Qinxi playfully chided, "What are your hands doing? Do you not enjoy it?" Wang Qingguang replied. As he kneaded her through her attire, Lu Qinxi fell silent, letting out a soft huff, and continued gliding. This night shall surely be victorious. Wang Qingguang was filled with excitement. Were it not for the bitter cold outside, he would have longed to claim Lu Qinxi right then and there. Su Chao, it truly is you. Wang Qingguang remained oblivious to the fact that the Su Chao he was so keen to thank was, in reality, Shen Heng. Not even Su Chao could have anticipated that Lu Qinxi would become involved with Huo Miao's superior. After several attempts to reach Shen Heng, only to find his phone switched off, Feng Lu erupted in anger once more. Enough with the noise. Su Chao scolded, his expression dark. How can I confront Shen Heng later if I cannot even catch a moment of respite? Confront him about what? We do not even know which villa he resides in. Feng Lu retorted in frustration. Are we to search each one individually? Upon hearing this, Su Chao refrained from arguing. A glimmer of inspiration in his eyes. You are absolutely right. Huh? Feng Lu looked bewildered. There are only 20 villas in total in row 210 to the east. And 10 to the west. Su Chao nodded slightly. We cannot remain passive. Since Shen Heng's phone is unreachable, let us embark on a search. As we seek, we can dial his number. If we manage to contact him while fortuitously close by, we shall save precious time. However, on such a frigid day, Feng Lu shivered, reluctant to venture outside. What if we do not try? What if Shen Heng remains unreachable all night? She protested. Should we really endure the confines of this room for the entire evening? We have exhausted all the combustible materials at home, leaving only this double bed. If we burn that as well, we shall be left to sleep on the floor. Su Chao furrowed his brow, urging, let us make an effort. Perhaps we could find shelter for the night. If we do not attempt it, we are certain to remain here. Reluctantly, Feng Lu nodded in agreement. Let us go. Wrapping themselves in blankets and wielding a flashlight, Su Chao and Feng Lu descended the stairs. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, in a previous life, Wang Qingguang would have perished from the cold in the office. Yet, having saved Huo Miao this time, the ripple effects of his actions had inadvertently spared Wang Qingguang as well. Moreover, Wang Qingguang harbored resentment, intent on eliminating Su Chao. Presently, he embraced the fragrant and tender Huo Miao, having switched off his old mobile phone while perusing his secondary WeChat account on a new device. Scrolling through the news, he discovered a plethora of posts, for we have long entered the era of social media, where anyone can assume the role of a reporter. Most of the updates lamented the lack of food and drink amidst the biting cold. Others warned against consuming snow water, cautioning that it may be contaminated. The decreasing population across the nation was evident. Those residing abroad, who regularly shared updates about their circumstances, now reported similarly grim news. The officials of the beautiful nation swiftly gathered their troops, seemingly indifferent to the suffering of the populace. Everything now relies on self-rescue. A sense of despondency permeates the air. Shen Heng intentionally searched for news regarding the coastal regions of Long Country, eager to uncover relevant updates. Currently, half of the military has been dispatched to the coast, though their activities remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, information seems to have vanished without a trace. After much effort, he stumbled upon a coastal news article with the shocking headline, "Incredible! Something has appeared at the coastline of Long Country." However, upon clicking, he was met with a notification that the news was deemed false and has been deleted. In such dire circumstances, does the government still possess the energy to erase news? What exactly transpired at the coast? He shook his head. With less than 3 hours remaining until the system upgrade concludes, he hadn't even had the chance to be intimate with Huo Miao, fearing that he might exhaust himself and fall into a deep slumber. He merely wished to endure until around 2 in the morning, so that he could promptly purchase the ability-enhancing fruit after the system upgrade. At that moment, his phone suddenly chimed. Shen Heng furrowed his brow. The account Harmony Brings Wealth had added several homeowners from the community. However, everyone understood that if the esteemed figure did not post messages in the group, no one should dare to disturb. Any unsolicited contact would result in immediate deletion and being blocked by Harmony Brings Wealth, along with the forfeiture of any supplies. Upon opening the message, he was surprised to find it was from Yijiqiu. I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I wanted to inquire if you have any montmorillonite powder. The child next door is suffering from diarrhea, and I don't have any of those medications at home. She had been married to her husband for a short while and, without children, naturally did not keep any medication for a child's diarrhea. Just as she had settled down to sleep, she was roused by a knock from next door. The couple across the hall. Aware that Ning Yao was a specially recruited medical expert at Jiangxing People's Hospital, came to her seeking help for their ailing child. With a heart of compassion, Ning Yao, as a physician, naturally could not forsake the opportunity to assist. However, lacking the necessary medication, she found herself at an impasse. In a moment of desperation, she thought of Shen Heng and, with a glimmer of hope, reached out to him. Yes, a box costs 50,000. Shen Heng replied nonchalantly. 50,000. At the hospital, a box is merely 15 yuan. Why not just purchase it from the hospital? Shen Heng scoffed, retorting coldly. I'm merely a businessman. I'm not here to play the saint. Do you not realize that because of those 3 medications, you sold for 200,000? The owner, Li on the grassland, lost his father? Ning, you see that with indignation. You could certainly sell it for less. Even at 10,000 a box, his father might not have died. Are you truly so blinded by profit? He willingly stated that if it could save his father, he would pay 200,000. Hence, I conclude he possesses such wealth. Shen Heng dismissed her concern with disdain. Yet, when I offered it at 200,000, he hesitated and chose not to buy. His father's demise is not my affair. Dr. Ning, perhaps you should inquire of him. When faced with the choice between saving his father and 200,000, he opted for money. Can you place the blame on me? Ning Yao was rendered speechless. After a long pause, she sent another message, this time in a voice note. Could you possibly lower the price this time? After all, it's a 4-year-old child. Is 50,000 not excessive? Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. However, this plea held little sway over Shen Heng. He languidly remarked, Dr. Ning, it's a fixed price. If you wish to purchase, then do so. If not, then so be it. Have you ever encountered a patient haggling with a hospital? Those who cannot afford treatment. Do they believe that their pleas will compel your institution to waive surgical fees? If you aspire to be a benevolent figure, then you must bear the cost yourself. But do not impose your moral obligations upon me. I am a businessman, and I regret to inform you that I possess no morality. Chapter 63, The Yang Sisters. The voice of Yijiqiu belonged to a youthful girl. Should she be willing to serve his interests, Shen Heng would undoubtedly be quite pleased. He required a physician by his side, and if that physician were a young and beautiful woman, it would be even more advantageous. After all, who wishes to be accompanied by an elderly individual? However, in comparison, money held greater significance. Money was his fundamental essence. Without it, the vending machine could not be upgraded, and he would ultimately fade into obscurity. As for doctors, one need not look far. Even within the Taoyuan community, there were plenty. A mere offer of food and drink would entice many to dedicate their services. Ning Yao was rendered speechless. She turned her gaze towards the young couple across the way, who wore smiles plastered on their faces, and sighed. The child merely suffers from diarrhea, yet without the appropriate medication, I cannot speak for others. I only know that harmony breeds prosperity, yet a box of montmorillonite powder costs 50,000. 50,000. The young couple was taken aback. Indeed. Ning Yao shook her head. If you wish, you may inquire with others. If all else fails, your only option may be to purchase from Harmony Breeds Prosperity. A wave of helplessness surged within her. She truly could not afford to offend Harmony Breeds Prosperity. After all, her household was devoid of provisions, and she hoped to procure some food from this influential figure the following day. If one finds themselves blacklisted by influential figures, acquiring items becomes an insurmountable challenge. It is rumored that Lao Wang and Hua Kai Fu Gui have been placed on the blacklist of He Qi Shinkai, leaving them in a state of hunger. Soon, news circulated within the homeowners group. Changda Auto Repair inquired, May I ask if anyone has montmorillonite powder? My child is experiencing diarrhea. I am willing to exchange it for 2 packs of instant noodles. Shortly thereafter, a response emerged. Yilu Feixing replied, I have some at home. It's settled then. I'll trade for 2 packs of instant noodles. Changda Auto Repair responded, Yilu Feixing, my friend, rest assured, I shall keep my word. I have added you as a friend. Please accept so we may discuss this privately. Observing their exchange, Shen Heng could not help but smirk. It appeared that the individual whom Dr. Ning intended to treat was indeed this Lu Feixing. He was reluctant to part with 5,000 for medicine, but was eager to barter 2 packs of noodles. Truly foolish. As time passes, he will come to realize that not even 50,000 would suffice to procure instant noodles. Money, in this case, holds no value whatsoever. However, if these two wish to engage in a transaction, so be it. While Shen Heng outwardly appeared to have blacklisted a select few, it was merely a fade to cultivate an image of authority that instills fear in others. Frankly speaking, he hoped these individuals would survive, at least until he had drained their savings completely. Once their funds were depleted, they would be of no consequence to him. Changda Auto Repair, under the illusion of having gained an advantage, failed to recognize that 2 packs of noodles were worth a mere 4,000. While the montmorillonite powder was priced at 50,000 by the influential figure of He Chi Shunkai, he excitedly rushed downstairs to trade, feeling quite satisfied with his swift journey. A box of seemingly useless medicine could be exchanged for 2 packets of instant noodles. Suddenly, the once quiet homeowners group buzzed with activity. Many individuals were inspired to engage in barter. Naturally, food remained the most sought-after commodity, and some, feeling unwell, sought to purchase medicine, believing that the prices set for the goods were exorbitant. Ultimately, they reached an agreement with fellow homeowners. Gui Yuping sent a message, Brother Shun. Should I prohibit them from trading privately? He had already sold a considerable amount of supplies during the day and had tasted the sweetness of success. He had also interacted with Zhao Weilong and knew that Shen Heng had enlisted Zhao Weilong's help in secretly recruiting followers to maintain the sales points. Gui Yuping's loyalty to Shen Heng grew stronger. Brother Shen had promised that as long as he remained obedient, he would continue to oversee the supplies for his family. No need, let them be, Shen Heng replied nonchalantly. What did it matter what they exchanged? Ultimately, all the profits would flow into his own pocket. Gui Yuping nodded in agreement, and noticing that Shen Heng had no further instructions, he dared not disturb him. Later that night, the system would complete its upgrade, and tomorrow he could venture into the underground passage, capable of carrying a vast amount of supplies. At that juncture, all would be entrusted to Gui Yuping for sale, testing him for a few days. Once Gui Yuping passed the evaluation, Shen Heng would be free to prepare for potential actions against other neighborhoods. Since the apocalypse began, snow had fallen continuously for over a week. After the first cessation of snowfall, the sun would emerge. Yet, the temperature across the entire blue star remained unchanged, devoid of any warmth. However, this heavy snow would continue to solidify under the sun's rays. In other words, after the sun emerges for a day or two, the accumulated snow will solidify, allowing individuals to tread slowly upon its surface and venture outdoors. At that time, all the snow will sink slightly. Yet the underlying layer will begin to freeze, preventing people from sinking into the snow as they walk upon the compacted surface. The ability to step outside signifies an impending disruption of order. Those who react swiftly will rush to gas stations, restaurants, supermarkets, and clothing stores in a frenzy. Meanwhile, the slower ones will gather friends and family, forming factions of varying sizes. Ultimately, they will descend into chaos over the struggle for resources. Shen Heng hopes to seize control of Jiacheng before the chaos ensues, or rather, to dominate the majority of the residential areas within Jiacheng. How high will the vending machine rise then? In the adjacent Villa No. 3, sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan huddle together in the basement. It is not that they do not wish to remain upstairs, the cold is simply unbearable. Surprisingly, the basement, cloaked in snow, seems to offer a slightly warmer refuge. In their subterranean quarters, the floor is adorned with sofa cushions, supplemented by thick mattresses and blankets. Before them lies an array of snack bags, alongside the shells of seafood previously gifted by Shen Heng. Not far away, a fire crackles cheerfully. In a moment of resolve, Yang Jinxian has brought down the family's dining table, igniting it for warmth. This was a designer table, costing her several tens of thousands. However, faced with such frigid conditions, what value does it hold if one cannot devise a means to generate heat, utilizing the flames? The sisters also grill the seafood gifted by Shen Heng, enjoying a hearty meal. With no beverages at home, their only option for quenching thirst is red wine. Indeed, in times past, one might have deemed the notion of quenching thirst with red wine as a jest. However, beneath the shadow of apocalypse, such a prospect has become a reality. The only beverage remaining in the household is red wine. The two sisters, wary of inebriation and the consequent absence of vigilance over the fire, can only sip delicately, striving to avoid choking on their meager sustenance. It is only when parched beyond tolerance that they dare to take a small sip. All the thick blankets have been pulled down, and they wrap themselves in the quilts, basking in the warmth of the fire, which offers some comfort. Yet, One cannot help but ponder, when will this ordeal reach its conclusion? Over the past few days, they have intermittently ascended the stairs to check the weather, yet the conditions have remained unchanged. The heavens, tireless, continue to shower snow upon them. The provisions within the home are visibly dwindling. What shall they do? The sisters fixate on the flickering flames in silence. Yang Jinchuan's thoughts drift back to the message sent by Huo Miao. She herself is uncertain of her feelings, but quietly opens the conversation history with Huo Miao. Would you two sisters be willing to be my husband's girlfriend? Upon receiving this message, Yang Jinxian was convinced that Huo Miao had lost her senses. She was momentarily taken aback before responding with a simple. Soon after, Huo Miao replied with a new message. It contained no words, only a plethora of images. There were pictures of Huo Miao cooking, showcasing a variety of sumptuous meals, alongside photographs of her clad in a sheer nightgown. There were also images of Shen Heng embracing Huo Miao while they watched television together, and selfies of Huo Miao. In these pictures, Shen Heng too was dressed in a thin nightgown, his hair damp as if freshly washed. Yang Jinxian could scarcely believe her eyes. However, upon closer inspection, Huo Miao and Shen Heng appeared radiant and clean, in stark contrast to her own state, having gone 4 days without a bath. Disheveled and unkempt, she was acutely aware of her own unpleasant odor. There are also selfies of Huo Miao in the bathroom, showcasing her use of various luxury cosmetics to pamper her skin, complete with a facial mask. How could they be living so splendidly? Yang Jinxian had perused these few photos countless times. In the stillness of the night, her envy intensified immeasurably. Shen Heng's beautiful girlfriend had even inquired if she wanted to be his girlfriend. Though unspoken, Yang Jinxian understood all too well. If she and her sister agreed, they would be welcomed with open arms, allowing the two sisters to reside in their home. The scenario of the main wife clashing with the mistress would not unfold. Instead, they would coexist harmoniously. After all, it was Shen Heng's girlfriend who extended the invitation to her. Wait, Yang Jinxian suddenly furrowed her brow. Could the person sending the message be Shen Heng himself? Perhaps they were engaging in some playful intrigue, deliberately reaching out to her? That seemed likely. The antics of the youth often eluded her grasp, and she chuckled at her own awkward self-mockery. She had genuinely believed it before. At that moment, her sister Yang Mushuan, who had been silently scrolling through her phone, suddenly raised her head, looking at her with a puzzled expression. Sister, Huo Miao just added me as a friend, the girlfriend of Shen Heng. She asked me to inquire about that question she mentioned earlier. How have you been considering it? Why haven't you replied? Sister, what question did she ask? When I asked her, she was quite cryptic, only telling me to ask you. Chapter 64. Yang Jinchuan's decision. Upon hearing her sister's inquiry, Yang Jinxian trembled slightly. She replied awkwardly, no, it's nothing. Yang Muxian inquired with suspicion, what did you discuss with Huo Miao? What did she ask you? I already said. It was nothing, Yang Jinxian replied with a frown. You need not concern yourself with it. I will respond to her. Noticing her sister seemed slightly upset, Yang Muxian refrained from further questioning, rising to add a couple of table legs to the fire before finally lying down on the mattress. Yang Jinxian focused intently on the few photos sent by Huo Miao on her phone. After those images, she had not replied, and Huo Miao had not sent anything else. Now, however, she had included her own sister in the conversation, urging her to prompt a reply from herself. Why had she not responded? How should she address this? Yang Jinxian was acutely aware that her sister was exceedingly curious. If she delayed in responding to Huo Miao, it was likely that Huo Miao would message her sister again. In that case, her sister would undoubtedly press her for answers. Reluctantly, she typed a message to Huo Miao. What do you mean? Sister Jean, I merely asked you one question. Huo Miao quickly replied. Would you and Mu's sister like to be my husband's girlfriends? Yang Jinxian's face twitched slightly, and she discreetly glanced at her sister. Seeing that Yang Muxian appeared absorbed in her phone, she hastily replied, I completely failed to comprehend your meaning. What does it mean to be my husband's girlfriend? It's quite literal. My husband is Shen Heng. Would you both like to be Shen Heng's girlfriends? Huo Miao did not beat around the bush with Yang Jinxian, stating directly, I trust you have seen the photos I sent. While the world outside is in the grip of winter, I am enjoying a high-quality life alongside my husband. As long as you nod, I shall speak to him. With such stunning sisters as you, my husband will surely agree. Yang Jinxian was taken aback. You and Shen Heng are a couple, and you still wish to find him a girlfriend? Huo Miao responded with a cute girl nodding emoji. Yang Jinxian rubbed her eyes, her face a picture of astonishment. At merely 28 years of age, she felt for the first time that she could not keep pace with the changes in this world. Yang Mushuan lay on the bed, her gaze fixed upon her phone, yet her thoughts were entirely with her sister. It was evident that Huo Miao's conversation with her sister was somewhat shocking, as her sister's eyes were wide with surprise. What could they possibly be discussing? Her curiosity piqued. She yearned to lean in and listen. However, She recalled her sister's earlier discomfort at her inquiry, clearly wishing to keep her in the dark. If I don't look, then I won't. She wrinkled her nose in determination. Is this truly you, Huomiao? After a considerable pause, Yang Jinxian typed, have you been brainwashed by Shen Heng? Do you realize what you're saying? I am fully aware. At that moment, Shen Heng was busy settling Zhao Weilong, who was performing admirably, having gathered around 10 younger, robust followers. Although Zhao's skills were lacking, he was nevertheless efficient in his tasks. Noticing that Shen Heng was not paying her any attention, Huomiao felt reassured and replied, are you aware of the current situation outside? Even if you haven't stepped out, you must have seen the messages in the owner's group, right? Yes, Yang Jinxian replied succinctly. Then, may I boldly inquire, is there still food at your home? Huomiao smiled, suggesting that even if there were, it likely wouldn't be much. Yang Jinxian fell silent. Aside from the seafood feast enjoyed at noon, there was scarcely any food left at home. Moreover, the remnants of that seafood meal were meager, leaving her far from satisfied. It had now been 12 long hours since she last ate. Hadn't I predicted this? Huomiao said with a grin, if you agree, not only can you reside in our cozy abode, but you will also be treated to a plethora of delectable dishes. Shen Heng assured her that there was no need to fret about food. Indeed, Huomiao quickly realized that Shen Heng was not being deceitful. Over the past few days, regardless of her cravings, Shen Heng had conjured up the most delightful treats, as if by magic. There were even an array of fruits. Huomiao was baffled by Shen Heng's ability. After all, outside, the biting cold had rendered food into solid blocks of ice. Yet the vegetables and fruits Shen Heng provided were astonishingly fresh, as if they had just been plucked from the earth. When Shen Heng was previously engaged in trading supplies, Huomiao had worried about what would happen once they sold out. Would they face starvation? However, Shen Heng had clearly stated that even if they were to eat for an eternity, they would never exhaust their provisions. What was there to worry about? She needed to win over these sisters, aligning them in her favor to prevent Shen Heng from wandering off in search of fleeting pleasures. The outside world had already claimed many lives, and Huomiao understood that if she continued to linger in the company without food or drink, she would likely have met the same fate. No wonder Shen Heng spoke of the apocalypse. In these dire times, resources were scarce, yet beautiful women abounded. If there came a day when Shen Heng grew weary of her and cast her aside, that would indeed be despairing. During a previous video call with Su Chao, she clearly observed that the home she once inhabited was now encrusted with ice upon its walls. Su Chao lay curled beneath a blanket, his stubble unkempt and his countenance haggard. In stark contrast, she found herself immersed in a life of comfort and abundance. Furthermore, through the past few days of interaction, she had developed a profound affection for Shen Heng. Women often gravitate towards powerful men. Huomiao recognized that she had irrevocably fallen for Shen Heng. In order to remain by his side, she needed to make a pivotal decision. Should she confide in Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, or prepare for the possibility of being cast aside in the future? She resolved to plan ahead, ensuring that Shen Heng would witness her magnanimity, which would only endear her to him further. Moreover, she had actively cultivated her relationship with the Yang sisters, who would undoubtedly align themselves with her. In the future, regardless of how many new friends entered their circle, they would always be the newcomers, while she and the Yang sisters remained steadfast allies who would heed her lead. Thus, although it seemed she would have to share her beloved man, the potential rewards appeared to outweigh the sacrifice. Over the past few days, while browsing video news at home, she had noticed something amiss. As a corporate worker, she longed for the azure skies and the ocean, prompting her to follow several seaside content creators. However, she discovered that all those creators had ceased their updates. She even took the initiative to search for news regarding the coastal situation, yet found no reports. This peculiarity heightened her sense of unease and urgency. What could possibly be happening at the seaside? It solidified her determination to cling tightly to Shen Heng, vowing never to be abandoned. Of course, at present, Shen Heng showered her with affection, and she felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. The parents in the countryside are temporarily safe. The elderly couple has a habit of stockpiling food, and their home is adorned with a flourishing vegetable garden, abundant supplies, and a reserve of coal and firewood in the back, ensuring their security. With a beloved man by her side and her parents in good health, it is safe to say that Huomiao is immensely content. Therefore, she is even more unwilling to lose her current way of life. Yet, Yang Jinchuan's expression stiffens. Unbeknownst to her, Huomiao's thoughts are far from her comprehension. She can only perceive the woman as mad. How could one be so irrational as to contemplate finding a girlfriend for her husband? Initially, she believed that the snow disaster outside was sufficient to drive anyone to madness. But Huomiao's ideas are even more ludicrous. She finds it utterly incomprehensible. Are you pitying me? Do you expect me to barter my body for resources? Can you really win Shen Heng's affection? Yang Jinxian suppresses her anger, feeling quite embarrassed. She wonders if you have kept up with the community group. There is a prominent figure selling supplies. Although not at a low price, I believe I should be able to avoid hunger for the time being. She can reach out to Hichi Shinkai to procure some resources. However, she fears that if she leaves, the sycophants from the Song family next door will take the opportunity to plunder her. Despite not understanding why they have not yet attempted to break down her door, Yang Jinxian remains cautious and vigilant, reluctant to venture outside. Unexpectedly, Huo Miao sends a series of melodious laughter. What are you laughing at? Yang Jinxian frowns. Sister Jean should still be unaware, but Hichi Shinkai is my husband, Shen Heng. Huo Miao chuckled lightly. Moreover, you must have heard that several individuals have already been placed on my husband's blacklist. Even if you wish to procure supplies, it would be impossible. Tell me, what would you do if I urged my husband not to sell you any resources? What? Yang Jinxuan's pupils widened in disbelief. The notion that harmony brings wealth was actually rooted in Shen Heng. She instinctively wanted to refute, but suddenly recalled the photos Huo Miao had sent, leaving her momentarily speechless. There was no reason for Huo Miao to deceive her. She could directly verify with Shen Heng, and a simple inquiry would suffice. Furthermore, Huo Miao's current standard of living was indeed extraordinary. While households were deprived of water, Huo Miao could still bathe. Have I offended you in any way? Besides, on that stormy night, it was I who lent my car to Shen Heng, enabling him to bring you back. Otherwise, you might have frozen to death at your company by now. Yang Jinxian gritted her teeth. Huo Miao replied with a beaming smile. Thus, to express gratitude. I thought it would be delightful for you to join me in enjoying a prosperous life. Yang Jinxian nearly spat out blood in indignation. Is that your idea of me enjoying a good life? It's for your husband's pleasure, isn't it? I refuse. She desperately wanted to decline. But upon glancing at her sister, Mu Xian, who followed her, though alive, looked disheveled and lacked any semblance of femininity. She was even forced to endure hunger alongside her. I truly am not a competent sister. Yang Jinxian clenched her fists and, after a long moment, despondently inquired, I beg you not to do this. I can comply with your demands, but my sister is still young. Chapter 65. Someone outside the door. One is settled. Huo Miao's face radiated joy. At that moment, Shen Heng turned his head and inquired, what are you laughing at, my dear? Oh, nothing much, just came across something intriguing. Huo Miao waved her hand dismissively. Shen Heng had no reason to doubt her, for he was well aware that Huo Miao was wholly devoted to him at this juncture. Even if he were to examine her phone, she would never betray him. Today, Zhao Weilong performed admirably, managing to garner a considerable number of followers. And he was quite dedicated to the acquisition of greenery. His home was already brimming with various plants. Shen Heng harbored concerns that those plants might perish from the cold at Zhao Weilong's residence and urged him to deliver them the following day. Zhao Weilong readily complied, as he now harbored a genuine fear of Shen Heng. After all, Shen Heng wielded a firearm. He was no ordinary boss. Moreover, the boss had assured him that as long as he performed well, he would never go hungry. Despite having lost an eye due to Shen Heng's actions, Zhao Weilong dared not harbor any resentment. At that moment, Shen Heng's phone chimed again. Someone had sent a friend request. Typically, he would reject such requests, as he had entrusted all matters pertaining to the sale of goods to Gui Yuping. He casually opened the request, intending to glance at it before dismissing it, thus eliminating the bothersome red notification. Shen Heng had a slight obsession with not having unread messages. However, this time, the requester's message read, I am Yang Jinxian. You must be Shen Heng. Shen Heng was momentarily taken aback. He was certain he was logged into Harmony Brings Wealth. Had his identity been exposed? He turned to Huo Miao and said, hand me your phone. I need to take a look. Huh? Huo Miao was momentarily stunned as Shen Heng snatched the phone from her. The screen still displayed the chat conversation between her and Yang Jinxian. Shen Heng stared in disbelief at their dialogue, utterly astonished. Darling, you discussed this with Yang Jinxian? How could Huo Miao be proactively seeking a woman for me? Am I dreaming? Observing his dazed expression, Huo Miao pouted and leaned in. Good husband, I didn't inform you beforehand. You're not angry, are you? You certainly wouldn't be upset. After all, your obedient wife is merely helping you find someone, right? What are you doing? Shen Heng found himself both laughing and crying. If I say something, you must promise not to be upset. Huo Miao cautiously studied Shen Heng's expression before whispering, after you returned last night, I noticed a strand of a woman's red hair on your neck. Last night? Shen Heng was taken aback, and then a realization dawned upon him. It seemed that after discovering the hair, Huo Miao felt a sense of crisis, believing he might have someone outside. You're behaving so sweetly because you fear I might abandon you one day? Shen Heng embraced her and spoke softly. Yes. Huo Miao looked utterly wronged. That's why I thought of bringing in a companion. The three of us could serve you together, ensuring you have no time to stray. And you would always remember my goodness, never neglecting me. Shen Heng felt a surge of emotion. Rest assured. I have promised you before that as long as you do not betray me, I will never forsake you. He had never anticipated that a woman like Huo Miao would be so compliant, tenderly affectionate, and even take the initiative to suggest a concubine for him. She was not merely an ordinary woman, but rather the stunning young matron from next door, along with her sister. It was as if fate had conspired to bring both of them together, a true embodiment of the saying that the sea embraces all rivers. The mere thought of Yang Jinshuan's exquisite visage caused Shen Heng to involuntarily swallow. To be candid, Shen Heng had entertained thoughts of Yang Jinshan before. Yet he never anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Moreover, she had consented. The memory of their conversation left Shen Heng feeling parched. Oh, how you, who have clearly been touched by affection, still feign indifference, while your body has already betrayed you. Huo Miao sensed Shen Heng's unusual demeanor and shot him a disapproving glance. My dear Miao Miao is quite fond of her brother. Shen Heng replied with a grin, then leaned in to kiss Huo Miao. Am I not enough on my own? Yang Jinxian, having waited in vain for Huo Miao's response, grew increasingly anxious. Why must you persist? Why must women complicate matters for one another? Moreover, are you genuinely willing to share your husband with others? This is utterly absurd. Why the silence? Am I not sufficient? Yang Jinxian sent another message. Do not push me too far. Yet, Shen Heng, engrossed in his embrace with Huo Miao, paid no heed to the incessant notifications from his phone. I cannot speak. She is my sister. I promise to cater to Shen Heng's needs. Please spare her. If neither of us can satisfy him, I am willing to assist him in finding someone else in the future. Isn't that fair? Where is it written that sisters cannot share? Seeing that Huo Miao remained unresponsive, Yang Jinxian felt a pang of desperation, pleading humbly. Shen Heng is a man of goodwill. To defy him could very well result in being ostracized. At that point, no matter how much wealth one possesses, it would be of little consequence. Deprived of sustenance, one would swiftly succumb in the confines of the basement. Observing her sister's expressions of shock, confusion, and sorrow, Yang Mushuan became increasingly intrigued. What exactly did Huo Miao convey to her sister? Just as she was about to speak, a sudden, violent noise erupted from the basement door. Bang, bang, bang. Both sisters were startled. Yang Jinshuan's face turned ashen as she trembled her way to the basement door. The knocking grew more insistent. Yang Mushuan dared not utter a word. Her eyes fixed anxiously on her sister. It must be someone from the Song family. Surely, it is someone monitoring us from next door. There have been no activity for the past few days. Why now, in the dead of night, do they come knocking? Are they becoming impatient? Or perhaps the watchers from next door have run out of supplies and wish to forcibly take us away? But outside, the world is frigid. Is it Song Jingming who has come with his men, driving through the snow? Yang Jinshuan's mind raced with chaotic thoughts. She leaned toward the peephole for a glimpse. But the outside was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing. A chill ran down her spine. The peephole had been obstructed. Outside, Su Chao and Feng Lu, wrapped in blankets, trembled uncontrollably. Su Chao hid nearby, while Feng Lu shivered, struggling to maintain her balance, nearly pressing the blanket against the door. She leaned against the peephole of the basement door, straining to see inside, then turned and whispered, "This house isn't it. We've already knocked on 3 doors. Be patient. There are only 20 households in total, and we've checked 1/7 of them." Su Chao panted softly, whispering under his breath, "Just moments ago." Shen Heng had informed them that he was in the second row of the townhouses. Armed to the teeth, the two of them made their way to the underground passage. The chill had numbed their minds as they walked. Upon arriving at the second row of townhouses, they began their search, inspecting each house meticulously from west to east. This was the third house they had knocked on in the west section, number 3. The first 2 had been uninhabited, and despite their persistent knocking, they received no response. They also sent a WeChat message to Shen Heng, but it too vanished into silence. Earlier, Shen Heng had powered on his old phone, but chose not to respond to Feng Lu. He contemplated that it would be inappropriate to leave his phone off for an entire night. After all, Feng Lu might think he was merely teasing her. A brief disconnection would suffice, and he anticipated that she would soon send him another video. When that time came, he would simply explain that he had just turned the phone back on. Little did he know, Feng Lu, eager to set out with Su Chao, had already ventured next door. Peering through the peephole for an extended duration, Feng Lu could discern nothing amiss. Subsequently, she picked up her phone and messaged Shen Heng, asking if he had turned his phone on yet, and inquiring about his exact location in the second row. She had stealthily slipped through the underground passage while Su Chao was asleep. Why was he still not responding? Indeed, someone was there. Yang Jinxian, crouched by the door and intently observing through the peephole, was startled. She had spotted the figure outside. Swathed in a blanket, their features remained obscured. Yet they were clearly engrossed in texting. Yang Jinxian noticed the glow of the phone screen. It was unmistakably a message to Song Zhengming. With utmost caution, she attempted to retreat back into her room, feigning unconsciousness. Shen Heng embraced Huo Miao in a passionate kiss, but upon hearing the sound of an old mobile phone ringing, he reluctantly released her and glanced at the screen. To his surprise, it was Feng Lu reaching out to him. He raised an eyebrow, contemplating how to respond. It was late at night, and she had braved the cold. What a resilient spirit. However, he was resolute in his decision not to open the door for her. Meanwhile, Huo Miao, her cheeks flushed, regained her composure and picked up her own phone. Upon seeing multiple messages from Yang Jinxian, she smiled and replied, "Sister Jinxian, I was just sharing a sweet moment with my husband and couldn't respond to your messages right away." Ding. Just as Yang Jinxian turned to retreat to her room, she suddenly heard a notification from her pocket, hastily covering it, her expression turning grim. Outside, Feng Lu was about to rise and leave when she suddenly perked up, her ears catching a sound, and she turned to Su Chao with delight. She waved him over eagerly. Su Chao approached cautiously. Feng Lu whispered in a hushed tone, "Someone is inside." Yet, the fact that the door remained shut moments ago undoubtedly indicated Shen Heng's presence. Chapter 66. Decision inside and outside the door. Both parties were frozen in place, motionless. Feng Lu carefully leaned against the door, attempting to peek through the peephole to glimpse the interior. Yang Jinxian, her expression tense, was anxious that the sudden notification sound from within would be overheard by those outside. Thus, she too pressed her eye against the peephole. The view was obscured once more. The individuals outside had blocked her line of sight. She was now utterly convinced that the late-night knocking, deliberately performed in front of the peephole, was undoubtedly the work of the Song family from next door, who were monitoring her. What to do? Her heart raced with urgency. Shen Heng sent a WeChat message to Feng Lu. "Are you joking with me? In the dead of night, one ventures out, unafraid of succumbing to the cold." Huo Miao sent another message to Yang Jinxian. "Sister Jinxian, why are you ignoring me? Are you perhaps persuading Sister Mu?" Ding dong. The WeChat notification chimed both inside and outside the room. Yang Jinxian's face turned pale with terror. Had Song Zhengming sent a reply? Was he intending to have someone break through the wall, or perhaps climb over from the neighboring side? The snow was so thick that scaling the wall was a feasible endeavor. Realizing this, she urgently signaled her sister to sneak upstairs and investigate. Yang Mushuan, her expression grave, nodded and quietly ascended the staircase, draping herself in a thick blanket, concealing herself in the corner of the bedroom, fixating on the window of the second floor. Outside, Feng Lu, upon hearing the sound of the phone, momentarily froze before hastily retrieving her device. It was a message from Shen Heng. However, upon opening it, she felt her blood boil with indignation. After traversing such a long distance in the freezing cold, was he seriously insinuating that she was jesting? Inside the room, Yang Jinxian, unable to discern anything through the peephole, took out her phone, tears welling in her eyes, and quickly replied to Huo Miao. "I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. I cannot speak for my sister, but I am willing to be Shen Heng's woman. I will serve him with all my heart and will heed your words diligently. Can I implore you to rescue me? There is someone outside our door." At this moment, her only hope lay with Shen Heng. She was desperate to avoid falling into the hands of the perverse Song Zhengming, although she believed Huo Miao's mental state was somewhat unstable. Surely it was preferable to the likes of Song Zhengming. Someone. Huo Miao was taken aback. Glancing at the time on her phone, she noted that it was nearly 1 a.m. How could there be someone outside Yang Jinxuan's residence at such a late hour? She was right next door. Yet I heard no sound. Humph. Surely, she wishes to move in now, but feels too embarrassed to be so forward, hence her coy remarks to me. My husband's charm is truly remarkable. She glanced up at Shen Heng, only to find him wearing a peculiar expression as he focused on his phone. Feng Lu had sent another message. "I am currently at Villa 3, Row 2, West. Shen Heng, I am not lying to you. Where on earth are you? I am nearly freezing to death. Villa 3, Row 2, West. Isn't that Yang Jinxuan's residence?" "It is right next door. What did Yang Jinxian say to you?" Shen Heng inquired, astonished, as he turned to Huo Miao. Huo Miao felt a surge of joy and obediently replied, "She mentioned that she has already agreed. However, she implored you to rescue her at once, stating that there are people outside her door." Hiki, Yang Jinxian truly understands my intentions. She openly affirms that even though she has won Shen Heng's favor, she will still regard me with respect. How considerate of her. Shen Heng, on the other hand, was both amused and bewildered. Goodness, Feng Lu has indeed arrived. At that moment, Huo Miao's phone chimed again. She picked it up, glanced at it, and said gravely. She sent another message, saying there are at least 2 people outside. She fears you might not be a match for them, and advises you to be cautious. After reading the message, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister Jinxian is quite dramatic. She wants my husband to rescue her while also worrying about his safety. She hasn't even entered our home yet, and she's already concerned for Shingo. Haha. Shen Heng chuckled. What are you laughing at, dear? Wu Miao asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh, it's nothing. Shen Heng shook his head gently, embracing Wu Miao as they settled down. All right, we have witnessed enough of the spectacle. It is time for the curtain to fall. Wu Miao, perplexed, complied with Shen Heng's words and lay beside him. Shen Heng picked up his phone and dialed Feng Lu for a video call. The sound of the ringing echoed in the empty underground passage. Feng Lu, startled, nearly dropped his phone in fright. Initially annoyed, her expression transformed into a smile upon seeing that it was Shen Heng calling, and she quickly accepted the call. Inside the room, Yang Jinxian felt her heart race. The person outside was still on the call. It must be Song Jingming sending someone again. What should she do? In a state of panic, she hurried upstairs to find her sister curled up in the corner of the second floor. Sister, why are you up here? Yang Muxian asked, puzzled. There's no one outside. Did the people in the underground passage leave? Not at all. Yang Jinxian gritted her teeth and spoke earnestly. If Song Jingming were to capture me, it is likely that you would. She was acutely aware of her sister's beauty, which rivaled her own. Despite their age difference, they bore a striking resemblance. Yang Jinxian understood the devastating allure that sisters could wield over men. If she were to be taken by Song Jingming, her sister would likely not escape unscathed. Even if Song Jingming chose not to take her, in this desolate villa devoid of food and water, her sister would undoubtedly perish. Yang Muxian's delicate face tightened, her complexion paling. It's my fault that you were in danger. Yang Jinxian held her sister tightly. Sister, let us refrain from such discussions. Yang Muxuan gently patted her sister's back. The students who remained at school are now deprived of sustenance, trapped within the confines of the dormitory. Some have already fainted. I am fortunate to be here with you. We shall surely be fine. You will lead us to survival. A resolute glimmer flickered in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. She had promised her parents to take good care of her sister. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would not allow Muxuan to come to harm. Becoming Shen Heng's woman was a fate she had accepted. After all, he was young and handsome, and she, a widow, found herself in a rather advantageous position. However, he was still bound to his legitimate wife, and her role would merely be that of a mistress. She cast aside her reservations. If her sister genuinely harbored feelings for Shen Heng, she would willingly share him. Yet, should her sister not be interested, Shen Heng must ensure that he would not impose himself upon her. She picked up her phone, and this time, instead of typing, she spoke calmly. Wu Miao. Convey to Shen Heng that as long as he is willing to rescue us sisters, I, Yang Jinxian, pledge my loyalty to him, never to betray. Furthermore, I shall accept his other relationships. Indeed, I would even introduce him to my friends. My husband has been missing and is extraordinarily beautiful, should Shen Heng desire. I would assist in persuading her. What? Yang Muxuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her sister. What is she saying? Moreover, if my sister develops feelings for him, I have no objections and am willing to share, but should she have affections for another, he must not coerce her. Yang Jinxian reiterated. Yang Muxuan's face flushed crimson as understanding dawned upon her. Sister, what were you discussing with Wu Miao just now? Does Shen Heng wish to possess both of us? And Wu Miao, the legitimate wife of Shen Heng, actually assists him in his nefarious schemes? Chapter 67. She was weary and had already succumbed to slumber. If, within the underground passage, Song Jingming's subordinates were to summon reinforcements, escape would become utterly impossible. At present, the only recourse is to implore Shen Heng. There are but two of them. Perhaps Shen Heng could prevail. Furthermore, with Wu Miao, along with myself and my sister, it would be 4 against 2. We hold the advantage in numbers, though slightly disadvantaged in terms of gender. As long as we can depart with Shen Heng. In this inclement weather, even if Song Jingming attempts to send more people, he will surely face considerable obstacles. Yang Jinxuan's heart was as clear as a mirror. She recognized that this was the opportune moment. Thus, she laid bare her bottom line. Yang Muxuan stared in disbelief at her sister. Yang Jinxian dared not meet her sister's gaze, slightly turning her head away. Sister, have you lost your mind? Yang Muxuan exclaimed in astonishment. This is my sole chance to escape the Song family. Yang Jinxian bit her lip. With the snow so heavy, the entire world is short on supplies. And the Song family is no exception. I wager they are currently preoccupied with stockpiling resources, leaving them no time to come for me. Nor do they possess suitable means of transportation. If we seize this moment, combined with our internal support, we just might successfully flee. But once we escape, where shall we go? With temperatures plummeting to over 60 degrees below zero, we have surpassed the limits of human endurance. We have no destination. Yang Jinxian sighed, reflecting on Shen Heng, the amiable vendor within the community who had an abundance of supplies. Naturally, he could ensure that the two of them would not go hungry. Moreover, his home was warm, providing them with a chance to survive. When their parents passed away, her sister had silently vowed to protect her at all costs in this lifetime. Yang Mushuan's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Sister. The two embraced tightly. The video call was quickly connected. Upon seeing Shen Heng's yawning face in the brightly lit room, Fenglu felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. She had braved the cold from afar, only to find him asleep. To make matters worse, his shoulder was exposed beneath a thin blanket. It was evident that his dwelling was as warm as spring, leaving her envious beyond measure. Shen Heng, where on earth do you live? I wish to come in quickly. I feel as if I might freeze to death. Though irritated, Fenglu dared not express her anger. She forced a smile, her breath visible in the frigid air, her voice trembling as she stomped her feet. Beside her stood Su Chao, equally shivering, who remained silent, fearful of being spotted by Shen Heng. Are you in the underground passage? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. Yes, indeed. Fenglu nodded repeatedly. I'm at West Road 2, number 3. Are you alone? Shen Heng inquired once more. Of course. Fenglu's gaze flickered nervously towards Su Chao, and she added, I sneaked over while Su Chao was asleep. It's just me. Isn't it already 1 o'clock? Are you not going to let anyone come over to keep you company? Everyone is aware of their mistakes. He. Shen Heng shook his head and said calmly, Fenglu, do you know what I detest the most? What? Fenglu was taken aback. I absolutely loathe deceit. Shen Heng squinted, his voice low. What is your relationship with Su Chao? Clarify it for me. And no, there's nothing between us, Fenglu stammered, hastily waving her hands. There truly is nothing. You see, you're just overthinking. Didn't Huamiao just call you? Even if you don't trust Su Chao or me. Huamiao has no reason to deceive you, right? Then let me ask you again, are you alone right now? Shen Heng asked coldly. Yes. You are lying to me. Shen Heng scoffed. Fenglu, I've already given you a chance. Su Chao is right beside you. Do you think I am unaware? Moreover, Huamiao is not with you at all. I despise liars. Now that I think about it, when you told me you were pregnant, that must have been a lie as well, right? Fenglu, stop sending me any videos. Since you've chosen Su Chao, I have automatically become your ex naturally. We have no further connection, do we? I wish you a lifetime of happiness with Su Chao. Farewell. Oh, and if you still intend to deceive me, trying to make me bring you home, you'd best refrain from lying. With that, Shen Heng abruptly ended the call. Hello, Shen Heng, I did not deceive you. Fenglu hurriedly began, but after only a few words, Shen Heng had already disconnected the video. Damn, Fenglu shouted in anger. How could this have been exposed? Su Chao furrowed his brow, reflecting intently. There was no way he had revealed anything. How could Shen Heng possibly know of their relationship? He cast a suspicious glance at Fenglu. Have you been in contact with Shen Heng behind my back? Fenglu, as if a cat had stepped on its tail, leaped up, pointing an accusing finger at Su Chao and exclaimed, Would I stoop so low? We are in this together, bound by a shared fate. If I were to contact him secretly, I would at least have access to his home, wouldn't I? But look at the reality. Neither of us can get through his door. He doesn't trust you anymore, and now he doesn't trust me either. Su Chao fell silent, acknowledging that Fenglu was unlikely to betray him. If Fenglu had severed ties with him, he too could reveal to Shen Heng the nature of his connection with Fenglu. At that point, Shen Heng would surely disdain Fenglu. Before they had crossed the threshold of Shen Heng's home, he and Fenglu were steadfast allies. Who could it be? Su Chao's face darkened. Could it be Huamiao? A look of certainty flashed in Fenglu's eyes. It must be her. If it weren't for Huamiao, how could we have been exposed? She knows about our relationship and undoubtedly informed Shen Heng in secret. You must contact your ski buddy and instruct her to abandon Huamiao. Let her freeze at the office. Su Chao remained silent, dialing Lu Qinxi on his phone. However, at that moment, Lu Qinxi had already returned home with Wang Qingguang. With a common enemy uniting them, they had become inseparable allies. Coupled with Wang Qingguang's sweet words, Lu Qinxi felt liberated. After a few days without meeting, she was feeling restless. The two individuals naturally engaged in a game of cards, fully immersed in the competition, leaving no room for distractions. No one answered? Su Chao furrowed his brow and made another attempt to call. Lu Qinxi, having already grasped her phone, rolled her eyes upon seeing Su Chao's name flash across the screen and promptly hung up. She remained focused, tightly embracing Wang Qingguang. She actually hung up. Su Chao's expression darkened. Had Lu Qinxi been led astray by Huamiao? Otherwise, there was no reason for her to disregard his call. Frustrated, he dialed again, but still received no response. What was going on? Call Huamiao and inquire for clarity. Fenglu suggested from the side. Su Chao nodded and rang Huamiao. Huamiao answered, but the phone was seized by Shen Heng. Hello? Shen Heng deliberately lowered his voice. This is Huamiao's phone. Who are you? Su Chao was taken aback, unable to recognize Shen Heng's voice at first. Shen Heng chuckled softly, then spoke in a low, gravelly tone. She is tired and has already gone to sleep. Chapter 68. Su Chao's turmoil boom. Su Chao's mind went blank. He was even slow to react when Shen Heng hung up the phone. Hua Miao. Hua Miao was with another man. How could that be? Wasn't Luchenzi supposed to pick her up from the office? Hadn't they agreed on that? Why was Luchenzi ignoring his calls, blocking him? While Hua Miao was now with someone else. What on earth was happening? That deep voice echoed incessantly in his ears. She is tired and has already gone to sleep. This revelation drove him nearly to madness. Hua Miao had been with him for 6 months, and he had yet to completely win her over. Now, she finds herself sleeping with a man she scarcely knows? His mind buzzed with confusion, his entire being akin to a frozen statue. What is happening? Feng Lu inquired anxiously. I don't know. Su Chao stammered. Don't know? How can you be so inept as to not even make a simple phone call? Feng Lu exclaimed, her frustration boiling over. The moment she spoke, regret washed over her. Their relationship had evolved from lovers to allies. Whenever she lost her temper, Su Chao would inevitably face her wrath. Yet, unexpectedly, Su Chao did not retort, but wore an expression of utter despair. After Shen Heng hung up, Hua Miao could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. You are so naughty. Hua Miao gazed at Shen Heng with an alluring glance. But I truly adore you. My dear, I cherish you as well. Shen Heng tightened his embrace around Hua Miao. This frigid beauty now devoted herself entirely to him. Fearing the loss of affection, she even generously invited the lovely neighbor to join them. The thought of Yang Jinshuan's graceful figure stirred something within him. Do you fancy someone else? Is it Sister Jinxian that catches your eye? Hua Miao said, jealousy evident on her face. My sweet girl, even with Yang Jinxian in the picture, you remain the most significant woman in my heart. Shen Heng asserted earnestly. That is more like it. Hua Miao pouted, then softly added, you mustn't abandon me. Absolutely not. Shen Heng replied, holding Hua Miao tightly. All right, I'm not jealous. After all, I initiated the contact. I was prepared for this. Hua Miao leaned against Shen Heng, and after a moment of tenderness, she spoke, isn't it time to let Sister Jean and the others come over? By the way, Sister Jean mentioned that there are 2 more people outside the underground passage. Those are Feng Lu and Su Chao. They are so eager that they come directly. Shen Heng scoffed. I shall make them leave immediately. Within the underground passage, he had discreetly installed several miniature cameras. The dim lighting made them nearly undetectable. As he opened his phone to check the conditions in the passage, he discovered Feng Lu berating Su Chao, who appeared distracted and utterly bewildered. It seemed that his earlier comment had quite the impact, leaving Su Chao in a state of confusion. Stop cursing. After a long pause, Su Chao regained his composure. His expression twisted in fury. If you utter another word, you can sleep at home tonight. Do not set foot in my house. Feng Lu had never witnessed such a distorted expression on Su Chao's face. Even when he had previously reprimanded her, it had been with a sense of disdain. But now, she sensed a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. What is wrong with you? It was just a phone call. I was merely anxious to inquire about your situation. Feng Lu stammered. Su Chao, with his teeth gritted, ignored her completely and strode purposefully down the underground passage toward the south. With Shen Heng no longer trusting him and Lu Chenxi missing, he felt as though his mind was a muddled mess, utterly oblivious to how things had spiraled out of control. More importantly, Hua Miao had betrayed him. That wretched woman. Hadn't she always been pure and untainted? After spending half a year with myself, I have yet to touch her. I am indeed her boyfriend. Now, she seems exhausted and has fallen asleep. Why is she tired? The veins at his temples throbbed, his eyes wide with fury as he strode swiftly. What are you doing? Feng Lu weakly inquired. Are you foolish? What are you still doing here instead of going back? Shen Heng clearly does not wish to let us in. If you want to stay, that is your choice. I am going back. Su Chao declared, not bothering to look back. Hey, wait, I'm coming too. Although the desire to spend the night in Shen Heng's warm abode was strong, it was evident that Shen Heng did not trust her. Moreover, he was quite certain that the relationship between her and Su Chao was abnormal. Does he already know? Feng Lu silently followed Su Chao, lost in thought. If he is aware, then she must come clean. In that case, there may still be a glimmer of hope. After all, they have been together for 3 years. Even raising a dog would evoke some feelings. If only she could reminisce about their beautiful past, perhaps Shen Heng would forgive her. Worst case, she would kneel before him. Once inside his home, she would attend to him diligently. Feng Lu secretly cast a glance at Su Chao, who was trudging ahead, cursing him inwardly. Su Chao is nothing but a fool. By tomorrow morning, she would stealthily slip away and confess to Shen Heng. This time, it would truly be a parting of ways. Watching the two leave on the surveillance footage, Shen Heng dressed and proceeded into the underground passage. Arriving at the door of the basement of Villa number 3 next door, Shen Heng knocked and sent a message to Yang Jinxian. The person has been sent away. It's just me outside. Please open the door. Upon receiving the WeChat message, Yang Jinxian let out a sigh of relief. However, a wave of anxiety swiftly followed. Outside the door stood Shen Heng. Was she truly going to follow him? Reflecting on Song Zhengming's persistent entanglements, she steeled her resolve. Yang Jinxian took her sister to the basement, peering through the peephole to glimpse the outside. Indeed, it was only Shen Heng. She opened the door, and upon seeing him, her cheeks flushed instantaneously. The promise she had made to Huo Miao now felt almost surreal. Let us go? As Shen Heng gazed at Yang Jinxian, who appeared like an innocent young girl, he recalled the messages she had sent to Huo Miao moments earlier, and he could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, grasping her hand firmly and said, "Let us go." As Shen Heng's large hand enveloped hers, Yang Jinxuan's face reddened even further. Instinctively, she followed him, leading her sister away. "Shen Heng, will I have to call you brother-in-law from now on?" Yang Muxuan teased, playfully winking at Shen Heng. Without uttering a word, Shen Heng drew a glare from Yang Jinxian directed at her sister. "Be quiet." "Haha, brother-in-law, my sister is blushing." Yang Muxuan laughed cheerfully. "Keep your voice down. What if those two return?" Yang Jinxian hurriedly tugged at her sister. "Don't worry." Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively, choosing not to elaborate. If the truth were to be told, Feng Lu and Su Chao had come looking for him. However, noticing Yang Jinxuan's demeanor, it seemed as if someone was watching her, prompting her to act in haste. This fortunate circumstance had inadvertently benefited him. Yet after taking only a few steps, Shen Heng paused at the entrance to the basement of Villa Number 4. Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan wore expressions of anxiety as they softly urged, "Let us depart swiftly." "Depart for what?" Shen Heng inquired, puzzled. Advancing towards the door amidst the astonished gazes of the two sisters, he knocked and called out, "Open the door." To their utter astonishment, the door swung open, revealing the enchanting visage of Huo Miao. "Darling," Huo Miao exclaimed, embracing Shen Heng tightly. With a beaming smile, she gestured welcomingly at the bewildered sisters. "Welcome to our home. From now on, it shall be our home. Our home." Yang Jinxian stuttered, her lips trembling. Rendered speechless for a moment, Yang Muxuan appeared as though she had seen a ghost. Their elder sister had previously mentioned that Villa Number 4 was meant for herself. How could Shen Heng and Huo Miao be residing here? Who, then, was responsible for the commotion emanating from Villa Number 4 earlier? Chapter 69. This is my home. The sisters, utterly bewildered, instinctively followed Shen Heng inside. The sight that greeted them within the house left them in complete shock. From the basement to the first floor, an array of supplies was piled high, overwhelming their senses. Even more astonishing was the warmth that enveloped the space. Upon entering, they were met with a wave of heat. Dressed in thick clothing, they stood for a moment before feeling unbearably warm. "If you have any questions, we can address them later," Huo Miao suggested, stepping forward to assist them in removing their outer garments. "First, why not take a shower?" Exchanging glances, Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. It had been over 4 days since they had last bathed, and they were now quite unkempt. The two sisters exchanged nods. The quartet made their way to the ground floor, where Huo Miao carried pajamas into the bathroom and subsequently gestured for Yang Muxuan to take her shower. Once Yang Muxuan entered the bathroom, she led Yang Jinxian into the en-suite bathroom of the bedroom. "Sister Jinxian, here are the pajamas for you to change into. Please wash up while I prepare dinner," Huo Miao said with a gentle smile. Slowly, Yang Jinxuan's unease began to dissipate as she nodded in response. "All right, thank you." A myriad of questions swirled within her. This was her house, meticulously decorated for her sister. How had it come to be that Shen Heng and Huo Miao were residing here? It felt utterly absurd, as if they were the true masters of the abode. Moreover, were they the ones responsible for the commotion at Villa Number 4? What about the individuals sent by Song Zhengming to surveil her? Yet, at this moment, bathing was of utmost importance. Her mild obsession with cleanliness had left her feeling uncomfortable for quite some time. Before entering the bathroom, she cast a glance at Shen Heng. She had promised to be one of Shen Heng's women. The thought alone filled her with bashfulness. Had she known Shen Heng lived next door, her anxieties would have been alleviated. Upon entering the bathroom, she locked the door behind her, and soon the sound of running water filled the air. Lying in the bathtub, Yang Jinxian nearly felt tears welling up. She hadn't even a sip of water, yet Shen Heng's home was extravagantly equipped, even allowing for a luxurious soak. The sheer volume of bathwater would undoubtedly incite madness among those outside. Hearing the sounds from the bathroom, Huo Miao raised an eyebrow at Shen Heng, who was seated on the edge of the bed. "My dear brother, are you not going in yet?" She had already discerned that the sisters, Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxuan, were in a state of stupor after opening the door to the basement. Their astonishment did not stem from the abundance of resources within, but rather from the incredulous realization that she and Shen Heng resided next door. Could it be that they believed it was inappropriate for Shen Heng and herself to be neighbors? Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. If Shen Heng were merely a wall away from Yang Jinxian, they ought to be well acquainted. Yet, Yang Jinxuan's shock suggested that in her mind. Shen Heng should not inhabit the adjacent space. Coupling this with the time spent with Su Chao, often sharing meals with Shen Heng and Feng Lu, it was evident that Shen Heng's circumstances were far from affluent. He had lost both parents and inherited no fortune. Even the residence in Taoyuan community was a result of his relentless dedication to writing. How could he possibly reside in such a villa? Shen Heng had offered no explanations, nor would she pry into the matter. However, Huo Miao, with her keen intellect, had swiftly deduced the underlying reasons. Observing Yang Jinxuan's expression, it seemed she could scarcely accept the reality of Shen Heng living next door. And what of the conditions she had previously agreed to? Would she reconsider? She urged Shen Heng, who was still in a daze. What are you standing there for? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts now. You were nearly beside yourself when Yang Jinxuan's name was mentioned just moments ago. Ahem. Shen Heng cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, she locked the door from the inside, and I couldn't possibly just barge in, could I? Huo Miao produced a key and pressed it into Shen Heng's hand, saying, I intentionally led her into this bathroom. Once she finishes her bath, the bedroom awaits just outside. Humph, I've put a great deal of thought into this for you. With that, she shot Shen Heng a playful glance and gracefully exited the bedroom, thoughtfully closing the door behind her to prevent any interruption from Yang Mushuan. Once the door was shut, Shen Heng found himself alone in the bedroom, the sound of water still audible from the adjoining bathroom. He glanced at the key in his hand, inhaled deeply, and quietly opened the door. He was no paragon of virtue, and considering the circumstances, hesitating would simply be pretentious. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Yang Jinxuan's porcelain-like arms, water cascading off them, her face adorned with a look of contentment. Finally, she could indulge in a soothing bath. However, to her astonishment, the bathroom door had swung open unexpectedly. Startled, she turned to see Shen Heng, her complexion flushing with embarrassment. How did you get in here? I thought I locked the door. I have a key, Shen Heng replied with a mischievous grin. I wanted to enjoy a bath as well. After Yang Mushuan finished her bath and emerged from the bathroom, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. You're done washing up? Huo Miao looked up with a smile. Go dry your hair first, although the room is warm. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold. All right, Yang Mushuan nodded. Where's my sister? She's in the other bathroom, Huo Miao replied. Once she's finished, we can all have dinner together. I imagine you must be quite hungry. Thank you, Sister Miao. Yang Mushuan inhaled the fragrant aroma of the food in the air and proceeded to dry her hair. Once her hair was dry, she still had not seen her sister, which left her feeling somewhat perplexed. Sister Miao, has my sister not finished washing up? She inquired. Yes, perhaps she just needs a little more time, Miao replied, gesturing with her hand. Stop standing there, come help me. Obediently, Yang Mushuan nodded and hastened to the kitchen, glancing at the familiar cooking utensils. She felt a twinge of discomfort. Every item in this villa had been meticulously chosen by her sister and herself. Now, she felt like a guest. While Miao assumed the role of the hostess. Sister Miao, is this my brother-in-law's home? Yang Mushuan could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Indeed, Miao replied casually. What else would it be? This is my home. Yang Mushuan furrowed her brow, confusion etched on her face. I mean no offense. I am truly grateful that you allowed us to come in, but this villa was prepared for me by my sister. Even the kitchen equipment was handpicked by me. Miao paused her cooking, astonished as she looked at Yang Mushuan. Not just this villa, but the entire row of West 2 villas belongs to my sister. Yang Mushuan continued, her brow still knit in concentration. Her birthday is February 3rd, which is why she specifically chose villa number 3. Then, she gifted me the adjacent empty villa number 4, having hired a designer last year to furnish it all. Every item here was selected by my sister and me, and we invite the cleaning lady to come regularly. So what? Miao's tone grew noticeably colder. Thus, Yang Mushuan opened her mouth, but dared not utter a sound. The ownership of this villa was of little consequence to me. Huo Miao turned her head and said nonchalantly, all I know is that Shen Heng brought me here. He is my man, and wherever he resides, I shall reside as well. Chapter 70. The principal consort Yang Mushuan lowered her head, remaining silent. She felt a twinge of fear at Huo Miao's stern expression and dared not retort. Moreover, it was Huo Miao who had taken in the 2 sisters. If she truly moved in, it was inconceivable that she would relinquish the villa, leaving them without recourse. Call the police? What a farce. With so many lives lost in the outside world, who would care about a house being occupied? Huo Miao continued to cook in silence. And she could discern that Yang Jinxian was gentle and understanding. In contrast, Yang Mushuan resembled a spoiled younger sister, whimsical and capricious. She needed to assert her authority as the lady of the house, to firmly establish her dominance over them. Yang Jinxian was amiable and had previously assured her that despite receiving Shen Heng's favor, she would prioritize herself. However, Yang Mushuan required a demonstration of authority. She must realize that even if she were to move in later, Huo Miao would remain the principal consort. In the midst of their silence, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the bathroom. Yang Mushuan's expression shifted. Had Shen Heng gone to the bathroom? Her countenance became peculiar. Yet she felt too embarrassed to speak up. Huo Miao continued to quietly prepare the meal. Only when the noise subsided did Huo Miao turn and instruct, serve the dishes. Yang Mushuan obediently complied. The array of 5 dishes and a soup was swiftly arranged, the enticing aromas wafting through the air, causing Yang Mushuan's mouth to water in anticipation. She longed to sneak a taste. The spread included stir-fried shredded pork with hot peppers, stir-fried bok choy with mushrooms, minced meat with eggplant, cola chicken wings, a cold dish of beef and sauce, and a steaming pot of 3-flavor tofu soup. The amalgamation of scents made her yearn to swallow her tongue in delight. However, Huo Miao did not pick up her chopsticks, and Yang Mushuan hesitated to do so, choosing instead to wait quietly. Moments later, Shen Heng emerged from the bedroom with the rosy-cheeked Yang Jinxian, who blushed even more upon seeing the two at the table. The long-lost sensation enveloped her in a haze of intoxication. At this moment, her sister's gaze towards her was rather complex. "Let us eat. I'm exhausted and quite hungry," Shen Heng said, taking Yang Jinxuan's hand and leading her to the dining table. Yang Jinxian shot him a glare. "You still dare to say that? If it weren't for you just now, how could it have happened?" Yet, she found herself reminiscing fondly, even developing a slight infatuation with Shen Heng. It was no wonder Huo Miao was eager to find him a girlfriend. As they settled at the table, Huo Miao proactively served soup to the group. "Shen Heng, Yang Jinxian began softly. She had so many questions swirling in her mind, but just moments ago, when Shen Heng burst through the door, their conversation had naturally transitioned into a card game, making her completely forget her inquiries. Now, seated at the familiar dining table, she felt the urge to ask. However, before she could utter a word, Huo Miao interrupted, "Sister Jinxian, you should call him husband." Yang Jinxuan's cheeks flushed as the realization of her and Shen Heng's marital status dawned upon her, and she murmured, "Husband." Both Shen Heng and Huo Miao nodded in satisfaction. Shen Heng found himself relishing the moment, unexpectedly seated beside the alluring young neighbor who affectionately called him husband. Meanwhile, Huo Miao was pleased, as Yang Jinxian seemed quite amenable to her suggestions. It appeared that Hua had firmly secured her position. "I wish to inquire," Yang Jinxian said cautiously. "Is this house yours?" Yang Mushuan, having just finished a bowl of soup and contemplating a second serving, paused at the question, her ears perked up. "Not at all," Shen Heng replied, spreading his hands. "If this were my house, we would have been neighbors long before, and you would not have met me on that rainy day. Then how did you come to reside here?" Yang Jinxian pressed on. "When did you move in?" "On that very rainy day," Shen Heng chuckled. "My girlfriend and my best friend betrayed me, casting me out. By chance, I encountered you and thought that having a beautiful neighbor would not be so bad. So I moved in." Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan stared in astonishment, both turning to Huo Miao. Huo Miao waved her hand dismissively. "The girlfriend he mentioned is not me. I am his best friend's girlfriend." "You certainly lead a colorful life," the sisters exclaimed, their eyes widening. "I am Su Chao's girlfriend, and when he stole my home, I simply took his," Shen Heng remarked with a smile. Huo Miao playfully punched Shen Heng and nestled into his embrace. "Though I am indeed Su Chao's girlfriend, he has never laid a finger on me." "I am well aware," Shen Heng replied, wrapping his arms around Huo Miao. Yang Jinxian harbored no jealousy. Ever since she resolved to follow Shen Heng, she had mentally prepared herself for this. "This house is mine." After a moment's hesitation, Yang Jinxian softly remarked, "I renovated this last year, originally intending to gift it to my sister. However, since you have taken residence here, I shall remodel the adjacent villa for Mu Xian once the snow ceases." "Once the snow ceases?" Shen Heng shook his head slightly. Though this snowfall might stop in a few days, further flurries would surely follow, with temperatures consistently hovering around -70 degrees. "The snow will not cease?" Yang Jinxian exclaimed in surprise at his expression. "I believe it will not." Shen Heng refrained from discussing the events of his past life and simply stated, "The entire world has irrevocably changed since that day of torrential rain. In his previous life, both Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian had perished. As for Yang Muxian, she likely met her end at school. Yet in this life, he had saved them, transforming them into his own. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Heng, like a butterfly flapping its wings, had altered the fates of many. Had he known that Wang Qingguang had also survived, he would have been even more contemplative. "Shen Heng, where did you procure so many supplies?" Yang Muxian inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "You need not concern yourself with that. Just know that the supplies I possess far exceed what you saw in the basement. Together, the four of us could never exhaust them in our next life." Shen Heng chuckled. The vending machine remained his secret, and he would not divulge it, not even to Huo Miao. Chapter 71. The ever-changing mind. Having already committed herself to Shen Heng, Yang Jinxian naturally did not conceal her circumstances. She shared her story with him, initially believing that the neighbor was someone sent by Song Zhongming, only to discover it was Shen Heng, resulting in a humorous misunderstanding. However, in contrast to Shen Heng, she remained steadfast in her belief that once the snow had ceased, society would undoubtedly restore its order. The official forces were formidable and would not allow such chaos to persist indefinitely. When that time came, she would be content to remain a devoted woman to Shen Heng. The question of marriage had become inconsequential to her. Amidst the multitude of crises, being with Shen Heng offered her sustenance and safety, and his kindness towards her was more than sufficient. Moreover, she experienced a long-lost feeling in his presence. Previously, she had disallowed her younger sister from serving Shen Heng, deeming it absurd. Her sister was still young and destined to marry someday. During dinner, Shen Heng earnestly assured her that he harbored no intentions towards Yang Mushuan. Yet, if Yang Mushuan were to fall in love with him, that would be an entirely different matter. Yang Mushuan pouted. Although her brother-in-law was quite remarkable and capable of guiding them through their challenging times, he seemed rather presumptuous. Besides, he already had two women, one of whom was her own sister. How could she possibly develop feelings for him? "My dear," Yang Jinxian recounted with a heavy heart, "Song Jingming is psychologically deranged. Even when I was at the Song residence, he had already set his sights on me. After my late husband passed away, he has become increasingly intent on coercing me. Once the snow subsides, I fear that Song Jingming will return, and I worry that it may implicate you." "Do not fret," Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. He had not anticipated that Yang Jinxian was actually the sister-in-law of Song Jingming, nor that Song Jingming harbored such intentions towards his sister-in-law. "You may not be aware, but Song Jingming is." Seeing Shen Heng remain utterly unconcerned, Yang Jinxian grew anxious and sought to clarify. "I know, he is merely the current head of the Song family," Shen Heng replied with a faint smile. Well versed in the affairs of the Song family, in his previous life, the entire northern Jiangcheng was under the dominion of the Song family, a power that was truly formidable. However, prior to the apocalypse, the Song family was merely a second-tier clan in Jiangcheng. This was largely due to the fact that all first-tier families had retreated into shelters. When the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkeys assume the throne. With the first-tier families hidden away, the Song family was able to seize the opportunity to rise to prominence. More crucially, the Song family controlled the granaries of Jiangcheng. With ample resources at their disposal, they recruited soldiers and rapidly expanded their influence, overshadowing the other major powers. Now that Shen Heng intended to establish his own faction, an encounter with the Song family was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. As for Yang Jinxian's predicament, it bore no significant weight. "Then, do you still?" Yang Jinxian hesitated. "In any case, rest assured, you need not worry about the Song family. As your man, I shall naturally resolve these troubles." Shen Heng coldly remarked, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall bury it in earth. The Song family, I have yet to regard them with any seriousness." Yang Jinxuan's beautiful eyes shimmered as she fixed her gaze unblinkingly upon Shen Heng. During this period, following her husband's death, she had been struggling alone and was utterly exhausted. Shen Heng's words seemed to provide her with immense support and confidence. After all, she was still a woman, in need of a man's shoulder to lean on. Meanwhile, Yang Mushuan could not help but curl her lips in disdain. What a boastful claim. Although the Song family may not be a top-tier family, they were certainly not a force that Shen Heng could contend with alone. This was not confidence, it was arrogance. Yet, seeing her sister's face alight with admiration, she chose silence and continued to eat her meal in sullen contemplation. "By the way, your husband, is he named Song Guangming?" Shen Heng suddenly recalled something and inquired. "Yes, he is my ex-husband," Yang Jinxian replied, her cheeks flushing. "The man I am with now is you." This woman, once her heart was stirred, truly exuded a tenderness akin to flowing water. Shen Heng wrapped an arm around her, continuing, "Have you ever heard of someone named Wang Ping? He is a leader in the Jiangcheng military district." "Wang Ping?" Yang Jinxian paused in surprise. "I have seen him a few times at the Song family. He seems to be a close friend of Song Jingming. I overheard Wang Ping and Song Jingming discussing that it was Wang Ping who ordered the assassination of Song Guangming, intending to pave the way for Song Jingming to take over the Song family." "What?" Yang Jinxian was taken aback. Wang Peng. "Indeed." Shen Heng nodded. They spoke those words with their own mouths. Yang Jinxian harbored no doubt regarding the veracity of his statement. She understood that Shen Heng had previously been merely an online writer, devoid of any social connections. As for the Song family, It was utterly impossible for Shen Heng to come into contact with them. His ability to utter Wang Ping's name indicated that he could not be fabricating tales. Furthermore, with Song Guangming deceased and having become Shen Heng's beloved, there was no necessity for Shen Heng to deceive himself. Yang Jinxuan's eyes reddened in an instant. She had always suspected that the car accident was exceedingly peculiar. Her primary suspicion fell upon her younger uncle, Song Zhengming, yet, lacking substantial evidence, she had no choice but to relinquish her inquiries. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by Song Zhengming from behind the scenes. I shall exact vengeance for my late husband, Shen Heng murmured softly. I must also express gratitude to my late husband, were it not for his demise. How could a beauty like Yang Jinxian ever be within my reach? Regardless of the circumstances, I must confront the Song family. And when the time comes to eliminate Song Zhengming, I shall owe a debt of gratitude to my late husband. Just moments ago, he had unlocked numerous actions that the inexperienced Huo Miao had never performed. Now, he felt he could comprehend Qiaomingda's sentiments. To understand Qiaomingda, to become Qiaomingda, and to surpass Qiaomingda. Suddenly, he recalled Yang Jinxian mentioning to Huo Miao that one of her friends was exceptionally beautiful, yet her husband had gone missing. In such a situation, being missing was nearly tantamount to certain death. In other words, did Yang Jinxian still wish to introduce a new companion? Times had changed. In the past, Shen Heng's household contained only Huo Miao, and naturally, he would have been wary. However, now he had completely lowered his guard regarding Huo Miao. With Huo Miao keeping watch at home, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan would likely not stir any significant trouble. Moreover, Shen Heng could hardly fathom what reasons they might have to betray him, having provided them with a warm abode and an abundance of resources. How could they possibly contemplate treachery? Even with the addition of another woman, Shen Heng squinted. He would become the first person in the world to possess extraordinary abilities. So why worry about potential troubles at home? The more powerful he became, the more devoted these women would be. By the way, you previously mentioned to Miao Miao that I cannot force Mu Xian, but you would introduce a friend, Shen Heng said with a smile. Yang Mu Xian, who was tidying up the dishes, stumbled and rolled her eyes. Men are always so lacking in ambition. He has just secured my sister. And now he is eagerly seeking an introduction to friends? I didn't deceive you, Yang Jinxian pouted. Stinky husband, you just acquired a partner and are already so impatient? Huo Miao pinched Shen Heng's waist. Husband, aren't you being a bit fickle? Sister Jean has only just joined our family. Shouldn't you be nurturing your relationship with her? Already thinking of new companions. Aren't you concerned about your own well-being? Haha, just a joke. Just a joke. Shen Heng cleared his throat. He merely wanted to tease Yang Jinxian. As for other women, he truly hadn't given it much thought. Huo Miao had taken the initiative to facilitate Yang Jinxian's arrival, and now their home boasted two stunning beauties. One was cold and alluring, the other gentle and nurturing. Their styles differed, yet both were breathtakingly beautiful. Moreover, with Chen Qin and a little sand, these two beauties were equally captivating, while Chen Qin might require some emotional cultivation. The little sand was practically ripe for the picking. A simple calculation reveals that there were already 4 enchanting women. Moreover, there are the 3 from Wang Jai. Of course, Shen Heng is merely toying with them and will not genuinely develop any feelings. It is laughable. If even Wang Jai cannot form attachments with them, what chance does one have? It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Chapter 72. Su Chao's Nightmare. I shall retire for the night. Observing Shen Heng in his state of indulgence, with one girl on each arm, Yang Mushuan cleaned the dishes and then turned to enter her bedroom. She was unsure of the reason behind her emotions. Seeing Shen Heng so pleased evoked a sense of anger within her. Could it be that she harbored feelings for this scoundrel? Upon returning to her room, she buried her head beneath the covers and resolutely shook her head. Impossible. He is her brother-in-law, after all, and they have hardly interacted. How could she possibly fancy him, especially given his notorious flirtations? It must be that recent events have weighed heavily upon her. She is simply exhausted. A good night's sleep will suffice. She lay on the comfortable bed, the room exuding warmth, with just a light blanket providing ample comfort. It was indeed the middle of the night, and after several days of tension, she felt it was time to relax. Yet, sleep eluded her. Her mind incessantly replayed her sister's earlier words. Initially, Huo Miao had suggested that she and her sister serve Shen Heng together. How could that be? Even with Shen Heng residing in her home, Yang Mushuan found it impossible to harbor any animosity towards him. Perhaps it was due to his willingness to provide shelter for her and her sister? Yet, inexplicably, she recalled the sound of her sister playing cards in the bedroom before dinner. Yang Mushuan, now of an age to comprehend the implications, understood what those sounds represented. Her sister seemed to be enjoying herself thoroughly, and after playing cards with Shen Heng, she had completely let loose, affectionately calling him husband. As her younger sister, Yang Mushuan could discern that the radiant smile on her sister's face was genuine, not a mere fade. Was such an experience truly so delightful? Her sister appeared as though she had fallen under a spell cast by Shen Heng. Unable to quell the rising heat within her, she tossed and turned in bed, ultimately gazing at the ceiling until slumber finally claimed her. Outside, Shen Heng sat on the sofa, enveloped by the warmth of Huamiao and Yang Jinxian. With beautiful women in his embrace, the two were feeding him fruit, providing him with a regal indulgence. Darling, why don't you spend some time with Sister Jinxian tonight? It's getting late, Huamiao suggested softly. Shen Heng playfully patted Huamiao as pert bottom, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Meanwhile, Yang Jinxian, her cheeks flushed, shyly nestled against Shen Heng's shoulder. Thank you, Miao Mei. Darling, it's already past 2. Perhaps I could serve you. Shen Heng's prowess in cards was impressive. She had just experienced it. Such sensations were unparalleled, even after years of marriage to Song Guangming. She found herself yearning to play cards with Shen Heng once more. The thought of his robust physique stirred her, igniting a simmering desire within her. Shen Heng, equally restless, suddenly inquired, "What time is it?" 2. A little past 2. Why? Yang Jinxian replied, momentarily taken aback. Last night, at this very hour, she had elevated the vending machine to level 10, hadn't she? His mind sank into a contemplative abyss. Yet, upon entering the space, it remained shrouded in darkness, with the countdown timer still ticking away in midair. The countdown to the conclusion of the upgrade reads 0:15, 14, 0:15, 13, 0:15, 12. There are still over 10 minutes left. Shen Heng decided to wait for the system upgrade to finish before consuming the ability fruit and retiring for the night. With some time still on his hands, he contemplated joining Huamiao and Yang Jinxian for a game of cards. He found himself reminiscing about that wild night at Wang Jiye's villa. I have a few matters to attend to. You two should head back first. Once I've finished, we shall share a bed. Shen Heng playfully patted the two. Brother, you are so mischievous, expecting us both to cater to you. Huamiao teased, while Yang Jinxian, blushing, kept her head down in silence. Su Chao returned home with a grim expression. Upon entering, he unleashed a kick onto the television, shattering the screen worth over 10,000 yuan. Feng Lu jumped in surprise, and as she opened her mouth to chastise Su Chao for his madness, the sight of his contorted face compelled her to swallow her words. Huamiao, Huamiao. Su Chao's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched. How dare you put a green hat on me, you wretched creature? If Shen Heng were before him, he would have spat in his face. How is it permissible for officials to set fire while the common folk are forbidden to light a lamp? You, who first entangled yourself with Feng Lu, now dare to blame Huamiao? Su Chao, a blatant hypocrite, evidently had not considered the implications. To him, after a prolonged pursuit, finally securing Huamiao and persuading her to move into his home, she was undoubtedly his, even if they did not share the same bed. Her first blood can also be taken by herself. Yet, for reasons unknown, Huamiao, aware of her relationship with Feng Lu, proposed a breakup. Su Chao felt discontented. But with the snow blocking the roads, he had no choice but to acquiesce. However, in his mind, the separation was merely temporary. Once the snow ceased, he would plead with Huamiao to return, certain he could win her back, for they had shared a bond in the past. Who would have anticipated that mere moments after their split, Huamiao would be in another man's embrace? The thought of her earlier sultry voice echoed in his mind, causing his head to buzz with rage. Wretched woman, wretched woman. Su Chao, still unsatisfied, lifted the television and hurled it to the ground with force. This television was purchased by Huamiao. She had said she felt guilty for staying with him without contributing. Initially, he had believed he had found a pure and virtuous girl, but now it seemed that all of it had been a fade meant to deceive him. Feng Lu, curled up nearby, remained silent. Observing Su Chao's twisted features and his frenzied wrath, she felt a flicker of fear. Being with such an emotionally unstable man was perilous. She found herself increasingly nostalgic for the warmth of Shen Heng's home. Now, she recalled numerous admirable traits of Shen Heng: his gentleness, compliance, willingness to handle chores, absence of vices, and above all, his unwavering kindness towards her. Such a man, where could one find? Yet, she had foolishly let him go. A pang of regret welled up within her. Once Su Chao fell asleep, she would secretly send Shen Heng a video, confessing everything, and imploring him to take her away. Shen Heng had treated her so well. Surely he would forgive her for her inadvertent infidelity? Besides, it was merely a lapse with one of his close friends. At most, I could feign a bit of charm, indicating that I would never do it again. Shen Heng's heart would soften, and he certainly wouldn't utter another word. After 3 years together, Feng Lu remained exceedingly confident. She was acutely aware that Shen Heng's Achilles heel was his preference for gentleness over harshness. With this thought in mind, she discreetly glanced up at Su Chao. Su Chao was panting heavily, a heap of broken televisions lying at his feet. He cast a fleeting glance at Feng Lu, then expressionless, retreated to the bedroom, wrapping himself in a blanket, shivering as he prepared to sleep. Feng Lu followed him inside, squeezing together for warmth. It was not that she desired this closeness. Rather, it was simply cozier when they huddled together. Tomorrow, they would venture downstairs to procure some food from Guiyuping. Su Chao's voice was somewhat hoarse, having just exerted considerable energy shouting at the television. Xiao Lu, I must have embarrassed you. It's nothing. Really? Feng Lu waved her hand dismissively, as she had no intention of continuing her relationship with Su Chao, rendering her indifferent to the matter. What did Huamiao say to you on the phone earlier? Was it truly enough to incite your anger? The words lingered on the tip of Su Chao's tongue, yet he struggled to articulate them. Should he confess that Huamiao had betrayed him? But they had already broken up. What was there to betray? Huamiao was free to choose whomever she wished to be with. Yet, he felt a burning resentment in his chest. What was truly happening? Where was Huamiao? How could there possibly be another man at her side? Hadn't Lu Chenxi taken her away? The mere thought of Lu Chenxi intensified his frustration. How could this devoted sister of his dare to hang up on him? Ignoring the time, he seized his phone and dialed Lu Chenxi's number once more. At this moment, Lu Chenxi and Wang Qingguang had just concluded their battle, both appearing utterly exhausted and fast asleep. Wang Qingguang caressed her face, filled with a sense of satisfaction. After all, she was an athlete. Her physique was simply unparalleled. Moreover, her execution of intricate moves had left him in awe. His wife, with her mundane demeanor, could never compare to Lu Chenxi in the next lifetime. He resolved to treat the skiing girl with greater kindness, for his very life had been saved by her. If only his wife could perish in this frigid weather, then he could openly be with Lu Chenxi in the future. Speaking of that wife, it was infuriating. After 4 days of snowfall, she had only called on the first day to inquire about him, and for the rest of the days, she hadn't even bothered to check on him. Wang Qingguang frowned deeply. Just then, Lu Chenxi's phone vibrated feebly. Who could be calling at this late hour? Upon glancing at the screen, Wang Qingguang's expression darkened further. It was Su Chao. He was well aware of the relationship between Su Chao and Lu Chenxi, and a cold smirk crept across his face. I am curious to see if you will be enraged upon realizing that Lu Chenxi now belongs to me. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Chenxi. I asked you to pick up Huamiao. What is going on? And why did you hang up on me earlier? Wang Qingguang's voice took on a sinister tone as he inhaled deeply, addressing the phone in a low murmur. She is tired and has already fallen asleep. Chapter 73. Re-entering the consciousness space. Su Chao's hand trembled suddenly. The nightmarish, bubble-like voice returned. He attempted to speak again, but Wang Qingguang had already ended the call. Su Chao felt numb, mechanically turning his gaze toward the snowy landscape outside, lost in silence. The world seems to have transformed into something almost unrecognizable. How is it that Lu Chenxi is surrounded by men? Are you all jesting with me? Strangely, the words of the two men resonate in unison. He tugged at his own hair forcefully, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his own face. Feng Lu curled up in the corner of the bed, her expression fraught with anxiety. Has Su Chao lost his mind? Why does he appear increasingly unstable after every phone call? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Su Chao erupted into laughter, his voice growing louder. Feng Lu felt her fear intensifying. Wretched beings, all of them. Su Chao's eyes brimmed with hatred. Huamiao, Lu Chenxi, and even you. He abruptly turned to Feng Lu, questioning her. You wouldn't betray me like those 2 wretched souls, would you? I certainly would not. Feng Lu snapped back to reality, forcing a smile for Su Chao. I knew it. Xiao Lu, you love me the most. Su Chao drew Feng Lu into his embrace, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Feng Lu trembled within his hold. She had a change of heart. Outside, the world was beset by a frigid winter, claiming numerous lives. If she were to contact Shen Heng behind Su Chao's back, and he discovered it, given his current erratic temperament, it could very well lead to her demise. So many have perished. One more life would hardly matter, would it? To survive, she must align herself with Su Chao. She lifted her gaze, softly addressing Su Chao. Although I am uncertain about what transpired between them, rest assured, I shall always stand by your side. We may have quarreled in the past, but those days are behind us. Why should you concern yourself with those wretched women? Su Chao was taken aback for a moment, his smile widening. Indeed, why should I care about them? They are nothing but wretches. My true affection lies with you. Xiao Lu, we must devise a plan to infiltrate Shen Heng's household. Feng Lu stepped outside, tossing the dilapidated television into the fire. Moments later, the flames roared to life, warming the room slightly. She turned to Su Chao. There's nothing left to burn at home. Our immediate priority is to enter Shen Heng's abode. I will send Shen Heng a video, informing him that we have had a falling out and imploring him to take me in. However, you must remain hidden. Do you understand? After a brief pause, she added, rest assured, I will never part from you. In this harsh weather, we must unite to survive. At least you know how to cook instant noodles, while I am utterly helpless. Without you, I cannot endure. As for that useless Shen Heng, since I chose to be with you, I shall not seek him out again. A good horse does not return to graze where it is fed before, and I, Feng Lu, am no exception. Su Chao remained silent, embracing Feng Lu tightly. After a long moment, he finally released her. Nodding slightly, I will go hide in the bathroom for now. Feng Lu watched as Su Chao entered the bathroom, releasing a sigh of relief. She was filled with dread. Just moments ago, Su Chao's expression resembled that of a deranged killer. Yet it seemed such a person might be the most suitable partner for collaboration. Within the building, some had already begun to fight for supplies. Some had purchased provisions only to be robbed by others, with no regard for civility. Would entering Shen Heng's home guarantee safety? If one were to be discovered hiding supplies, wouldn't they be robbed just the same? In this moment, Su Chao's demeanor instilled in her a sense of security. It was precisely such a man who could safeguard her and lead her to survive amidst the frigid wilderness. Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor, while Shen Heng washed his face, invigorated and eagerly awaiting the completion of the system upgrade. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that Feng Lu had sent another video. How incredibly unfortunate. Shen Heng spat in disdain, terminating the video call and even shutting off the old phone. Why, at such a critical juncture, did Feng Lu insist on sending videos? She was disturbing his luck. Seeing the video call disconnected, Feng Lu sent several messages, yet there was no response. Attempting to reach Shen Heng by phone, she discovered that he had switched it off. Fury ignited in her eyes. Shen Heng, oh Shen Heng, I was offering you an opportunity. It is your own ineptitude that squandered it. Since you have rejected this chance, I shall forge a deeper bond with Su Chao. Once I locate your home, you shall meet your demise. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, he had been sentenced to death in Feng Lu's mind. Furthermore, Feng Lu had genuinely considered returning to his side, even though she was aware that he would likely scoff at the notion. How utterly absurd. How could she desire a man who had betrayed her? Especially after the treachery she endured at their hands in her previous life, forgiveness was out of the question. Feng Lu yearned for Shen Heng's demise. And was it not true that Shen Heng felt the same? However, he would not grant her an easy death. Instead, he intended to ensure her suffering was prolonged. Ding. The host's vending machine has reached level 10, and the system upgrade has been completed. Please check at your convenience. No sooner had he thought this than a chilling mechanical voice echoed in Shen Heng's mind. His eyes gleamed as he delved into the realm of consciousness, returning to a familiar space. With each upgrade of the vending machine, the expanse of this domain had incrementally enlarged. After reaching level 10, the entire area encompassed over 200 cubic meters. However, this recent system enhancement had expanded the space by more than double. Shen Heng estimated that it now approached nearly 1,000 cubic meters. At the very heart of this space stood a vending machine, more resplendent than before, radiating light in a dazzling display. As Shen Heng approached the vending machine, he noticed a message gracing its screen. Host has successfully elevated the vending machine to level 10. Reward gift available at the vending outlet. Please check personally. Additionally, it noted, the host is now deeply bound with the vending machine, allowing access to view personal physical attributes. Physical attributes? Shen Heng was momentarily taken aback. He dismissed the notification, only to discover that the sales catalog of the vending machine now offered an option to return. Previously, he had directly selected various materials, but now the entire interface had transformed. Only two options remained: personal information and purchasing materials. It was only by selecting purchasing materials that a search bar appeared, enabling the search and acquisition of goods. He clicked on personal information, and the screen transitioned to reveal the figure of a young man. This was a 3D representation, identical to Shen Heng himself, accompanied by a display of attribute values. Host, Shen Heng. Current level, 10. Personal assets, 15, 665, 200 yuan. Strength, 5. Stamina, 6. Speed, 6. Personal, 8. The personal assets likely referred to the remaining currency, primarily reliant on the substantial 2 million from the affluent Wang Jia. Shen Heng successfully elevated the vending machine to level 10. However, he now finds himself with a mere 13 million left, barely sufficient for the next upgrade. But who is this individual? Could it be? A realization dawned upon Shen Heng, his eyes gleaming with insight. He soon noticed that each attribute bore a numerical indicator. Could it be that he could enhance these physical qualities? With a spark of excitement, Shen Heng tentatively pressed the plus sign next to strength. This attribute must operate on a 10-point scale, implying that his stamina and speed barely met the minimum threshold, while his strength lagged woefully behind. As a man of great ambition, how could he allow his strength to falter? Yet, upon pressing the button, a message appeared. Current increase of 1 point in strength requires 100 000. Is the host certain? 100,000? To Shen Heng at this moment, that was but a trifling sum. He pressed the strength button 5 times in succession, instantly boosting his strength to 10, while his personal assets diminished by 500,000. Before long, he was automatically ejected from the consciousness space. Simultaneously, a sensation akin to ants gnawing at him surged through his body, causing unbearable soreness. Beads of sweat broke out on Shen Heng's forehead as he struggled to endure. Minutes later, this sensation dissipated abruptly, allowing him to exhale in relief. He refrained from hastily re-entering the consciousness space, opting instead to rise and attempt some simple physical exercises. With every movement of his arms and legs, the sound of cracking bones echoed. As he clenched his fist, an overwhelming sense of strength surged within him. Indeed, it was effective. Shen Heng's face lit up with joy. He glanced at his phone once more, only to discover that all his assets had now been reduced to 0. Had the system absorbed them all? Such a formidable system. It offers no notifications, even on the mobile device. Upon examining the specific transaction records, the previous balance revealed a transfer made to an individual identified as Super Vending Machine. Is this truly a person? It seems more akin to artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, it does simplify matters for oneself. After all, the methods of transferring funds employed by people outside are often convoluted. In the future, when funds run low, they may resort to using jewelry for transactions. As the system has previously indicated that jewelry is also acceptable, the ability to have all received funds automatically deposited into the vending machine's balance saves one from the hassle of additional operations. Chapter 74. The gift of the system. Shen Heng once again stood before the vending machine and noticed that his strength had reached 10. At which point the plus sign turned gray. Is it no longer possible to increase it? Is 10 the limit? Shen Heng was engulfed in confusion. He allocated both speed and stamina to 10, instantly depleting his assets by 800,000. He was thrust out of the consciousness space once more. And that familiar sensation of soreness, numbness, and pain surged back. This time, the discomfort was likely exacerbated by his multiple attribute adjustments. Tears streamed down Shen Heng's face as he bit down fiercely on a cushion from the sofa to stifle his cries. If Wen Miao and Yang Jinxian heard him, they would undoubtedly rush down in concern, leaving him at a loss for an explanation. Shen Heng's body writhed as he rolled on the sofa, and after a prolonged struggle, the sensation abruptly subsided. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as he struggled to rise. After a brief stretch, he realized he felt as light as a feather. Even a simple jump from a standstill was significantly higher than before. As for his stamina, it would require gradual testing. However, it was evident that he felt a significant enhancement in his perception, albeit similar to his physical strength, which could only be gradually discerned over time. Once again, he returned to the realm of consciousness to examine his various attributes. Aside from his specialties, all others had transformed into a score of 10. Similarly, the plus signs had turned gray, indicating that no further enhancements could be made. I shall max you out as well. Shen Heng steeled himself and clicked on the plus sign. Yet, the system promptly presented a notification to increase the specialty by 1 point. A cost of 1,000. 000 is required. Does the host confirm? Good heavens, this is tenfold the cost of the other attributes? That single point in specialty could purchase an extraordinary fruit. It was exorbitant. Shen Heng felt a pang of anguish, yet simultaneously, a sense of defiance arose within him. Currently at 8, is it? I am determined to see what changes will transpire when it reaches 10. He directly adjusted it to 10, then exited the system, reclining on the sofa to await the onset of pain. However, the anticipated discomfort did not materialize. Instead, a warm sensation surged within his lower abdomen. Delightful. This feeling was exceedingly pleasurable. Unfortunately, it dissipated shortly thereafter. All gone. Shen Heng rose, savoring the sensation for a moment. Then, feeling unsatisfied, retrieved a ruler. At that moment, the door to the bedroom on the first floor suddenly swung open. Yang Mushuan emerged, rubbing her eyes. I just heard you let out a cry. What happened to you? Upon seeing Shen Heng, her mind went blank. Shen Heng, too, was taken aback, realizing that his earlier shout had not disturbed Wen Miao and Yang Jinxian, but rather had awakened Yang Mushuan. He held the tape measure in his hand, staring at Yang Mushuan in bewilderment. Moments later, Yang Mushuan let out a shriek and dashed back into the bedroom. Shen Heng was taken aback and hurriedly tossed the tape measure into the space, reclining on the sofa. What happened? Upstairs, Wen Miao and Yang Jinxian were engaged in conversation when they heard the scream from below and rushed downstairs. Darling, what happened to Mushian? Yang Jinxian asked anxiously. I have no idea, Shen Heng replied, shrugging innocently. It's I who have been taken advantage of. Who would have thought that this little girl would suddenly come rushing out after staying awake for so long? What a loss. Sister, I'm fine, came Yang Muxian's voice from the bedroom on the first floor. Really fine? Yang Jinxian stood outside the bedroom door, feeling somewhat uneasy. Yang Muxian's cheeks were flushed, her head buried in the blanket as she exclaimed, I truly am fine. Just a bit restless. I had a dream about the Song family earlier. You should go to sleep. All right. Yang Jinxian nodded, reassured yet still concerned for her sister. She wanted to share a room with her sister to keep her company, but was at a loss for words. Should she tell her sister that, after all, she is now Shen Heng's woman, so there's no need to worry? Moreover, Shen Heng had just mentioned that he would like to go upstairs with Huo Miao first, intending to cuddle with both of them later. After confirming her sister was indeed fine, she turned to Shen Heng and whispered, Darling, when will you come up? I will head up shortly. Shen Heng waved his hand, smiling as he said, I have a few matters to attend to. All right. Yang Jinxian nodded obediently, already aware that harmony brings prosperity, which was embodied in Shen Heng. Today, Shen Heng did not sell any supplies. Instead, he entrusted them to Guo Yuping, perhaps intending to settle matters with him. Sister Huo Miao was right. Now that she has become her husband's woman, the greater his strength, the better her own survival will be. As for her husband's secrets, should he choose not to divulge them, she must quell any curiosity. Husband, we shall await your return, Huo Miao said with a smile, planting a kiss on Shen Heng's cheek before taking Yang Jinxian back to the bedroom on the second floor. Once the villa returned to its tranquil state, Shen Heng exhaled a sigh of relief. That was nerve-wracking. His gaze drifted towards Yang Muxian's room. Perhaps he should venture in and have a word with his sister-in-law? After all, she had looked at him, and he had returned her gaze. Surely that would balance the scales? It would not do to let her have the upper hand. However, if he were to approach her like that, it might very well leave Yang Muxian utterly flabbergasted. The thought of her dazed expression from earlier made Shen Heng chuckle inwardly. He sat up once more and delved into his consciousness space. Standing before the vending machine, he observed that all his personal attributes had reached a uniform 10. The plus signs behind them had turned gray, indicating that further enhancements were no longer possible. He pondered how long it would be before he could allocate more points. Crouching down, he discovered a delicate little box emerging from the vending machine's exit. The box was no larger than the palm of his hand, and Shen Heng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Surely, this gift from the system couldn't be jewelry like a necklace? What good would that do? Yet, upon opening the box, he found himself utterly astonished. Inside lay a grayish-brown fruit. An ability fruit? Shen Heng stared at the fruit, swallowing hard. He never expected that this was what the system had bestowed upon him. He had initially believed that he would procure a supernatural fruit from the vending machine tonight, only to find that the machine had generously bestowed one upon him. The gray-brown supernatural fruit exuded a subtle fragrance. Without hesitation, Shen Heng consumed it in one swift motion. Instantly, a wave of warmth surged within his lower abdomen. Having previously ingested supernatural fruits in his past life, he was well aware that this warmth signified the formation of a golden core. A powerful, soothing current blossomed from his lower abdomen, coursing through his entire body. After traversing the veins and blood, this warm flow ultimately settled in the lower abdomen, beginning to rotate and contract. Eventually, it solidified into a resplendent golden sphere. He had acquired supernatural abilities. The lower abdomen served as the core of a supernatural being, a vital area requiring protection. The golden sphere that had coalesced was the emblem of the extraordinary. With a shift in his thoughts, Shen Heng immediately discerned the nature of his abilities in this lifetime. To his astonishment, Chapter 75, Shen Heng's supernatural ability. Shen Heng could scarcely believe that in this life, his supernatural ability was once again of the fire element. Was he destined to contend with flames? He shook his head. With a flick of his finger, a ball of fire materialized out of thin air. In his previous life, he had mastered various forms of fire. Thus, reclaiming this familiar ability felt utterly seamless. However, in this wintry apocalypse, the fire element seemed rather ineffectual. As a combat-oriented ability, it was severely hampered by the frigid conditions, proving to be of limited utility. If only Su Chao's ice abilities were at play, that would be advantageous. As for fire, Shen Heng shook his head once more. Nevertheless, he had acquired supernatural powers, albeit a rather weak one. Yet, in the wilderness, the ability to ignite a fire for cooking would indeed prove quite convenient, would it not? Shen Heng chuckled at himself. What is a fire-based ability worth? I have yet to purchase an ability fruit from the vending machine. After reaching level 10, I should be able to buy them. Surely I can awaken several powerful abilities, such as X-ray vision, wall phasing, teleportation, and shape-shifting. He typed the words ability fruit into the vending machine. Subsequently, a brownish-gray icon appeared. The option to purchase was finally no longer grayed out. I can buy ability fruits. Shen Heng's face lit up with joy as he entered the number 10 in the quantity field. I'll buy 10 to sample the flavor. However, to his surprise, a prompt box popped up. Unable to purchase the required quantity of items. Please revise your order. What? Shen Heng was taken aback. He checked his personal assets. For enhancing attributes, he had spent 3 million, and I still have 36 million left. What is going on? Shen Heng changed the number to 9, yet the prompt still indicated he could not purchase. He stared with wide eyes and continued to backtrack, ultimately managing to buy 1 ability fruit, only to despairingly see that the purchase option had reverted to gray once more. I can only buy 1. Shen Heng nearly cursed aloud. Upon focusing on the gray text, he noticed the system's prompt. Current level purchase balance is 0. Leveling up is required to purchase again. In other words, I must continue to enhance the vending machine's level in order to buy more? This is truly. Shen Heng braced himself mentally. From now on, I will treat ability fruits as sustenance. Yet who would have thought that the vending machine only sells 1? Such a miser. However, on the contrary, if the vending machine were to sell the ability fruit indefinitely, I would have no incentive to elevate the machine's level any further. This compels me to continue spending money. He gazed at the ability fruit he had just purchased, swallowing it whole. A familiar warm current flowed through his lower abdomen. When this golden warmth returned to his core, to Shen Heng's astonishment, it did not produce another golden elixir. Instead, it enveloped the original elixir, causing it to swell in size significantly. Shen Heng was left utterly perplexed. Subsequently, he noticed that his abilities had not increased in number. Rather, his fire-based ability seemed to have grown stronger. Is this some sort of trick? Shen Heng was left speechless. After exiting the purchase interface, he observed a small red dot in the upper right corner of his personal information and clicked on it. Within his personal attributes, a new ability had appeared. Ability, Fire. Current level, 2. Volcanic Flame. This ethereal fire burns as fiercely as a volcano, capable of igniting rocks. My fire ability has reached level 2? Shen Heng's anger dissipated significantly, replaced by curiosity, especially regarding the description below. Volcanic Flame, capable of burning on rocks? Shen Heng was quite familiar with the fire abilities he had possessed in his previous life. After all, while scavenging for resources, he had often battled numerous extraordinary individuals. He understood all too well how feeble fire abilities could be. In the midst of a blizzard, there were times when, even before his flame reached the opponent, it would be extinguished by the fierce winds. It was utterly pathetic. It is said that many individuals endowed with fire abilities, after aligning themselves with powerful factions, have transformed into auxiliary roles, assisting in igniting fires for cooking and providing warmth against the chill. During battles, these fire wielders are often relegated to mere spectators, ready to flee at the first sign of peril. Shen Heng found himself in a similar predicament. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily vanquished by Su Chao's ice abilities. However, it now seems that his flames have intensified. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Shen Heng quietly stepped outside. The snow in the courtyard had deepened significantly, yet it was not compact. Each step left a profound imprint. As Shen Heng's attributes reached their zenith, he realized he could effortlessly command his body. Treading upon the snow, he merely sank slightly, rather than becoming ensnared within it. With a mere flicker of thought, searing flames coursed through him. Even clad in his night attire, he felt little chill. Outside, the night was pitch black. The biting wind swirling vast flurries of snowflakes in the air. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame erupted at his fingertips. The flame, a deep crimson, stood resolute against the gusts of wind, burning defiantly. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with delight as he pointed his right hand, sending the flame soaring into the snowdrift. A small cavity emerged, remarkably deep. Within this snow hollow, the fire had not yet extinguished. It continued to burn. Observing through the opening, Shen Heng watched as the flame gradually dwindled after a prolonged blaze, a smile of joy illuminating his face. It appeared that although he had awakened to fire abilities in this life, they were significantly more potent than in his previous existence. He yearned to demonstrate to everyone that fire-based abilities were not merely the domain of a chef in a frozen apocalypse, but rather a manifestation of formidable power. The swirling snowflakes, poised to descend upon Shen Heng, would completely dissolve before reaching him, vanishing without a trace. It was as though Shen Heng himself was an unquenchable flame amidst the icy expanse. With all his might, he summoned his extraordinary abilities. Boom! Shen Heng transformed into a being of fire. Enveloped in flames, he felt no hint of burning. I have become a being of fire. His smile flickered within the flames, obscured from view. He could sense a significant enhancement in both his defense and strength, yet the energy within him was rapidly depleting. Perhaps he could maintain such a fiery state for about 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes of fiery prowess would suffice. Previously, Shen Heng had primarily utilized his fire-based abilities for long-range attacks, but now he brimmed with confidence, believing that even in close combat against certain physical-based individuals, bolstered by attribute points and the enhancements of his fiery state, he would not be inferior to them. With a thought, the blazing flames extinguished in an instant, dissipating entirely. Shen Heng returned to his normal state, his clothing showing not a single trace of burn. Perfect. Shen Heng was immensely satisfied, nodding repeatedly. With the vending machine, as long as he continued to upgrade it, he would be able to acquire endless supplies of extraordinary fruit. Moreover, he could elevate his extraordinary fire to even greater heights. At that time, he would emerge as one of the most powerful beings in Jiangxing, Jiang Province, and even across the nation. Chapter 76. Upgrading again. Reclining back on the sofa, Shen Heng resumed his examination of the vending machine. Glancing at his account balance, he noted that after purchasing the ability fruit, he still possessed 10.36 million. The experience required to ascend from level 10 to level 11 stood at 10.24 million. Initially, Shen Heng had only recently reached level 10, but all the funds he expended on attribute enhancements had been accounted for as experience for the vending machine. He had also acquired an ability fruit. Presently, his experience bar had transformed to 4.3 million out of 10.24 million, nearing half full. An urge stirred within him. With ample funds at his disposal, should he proceed to elevate the vending machine further? Without hesitation, he decided to act. After all, the purpose of earning was to upgrade. He promptly indulged in extravagant purchases from the vending machine. The basement was already stocked with a plethora of food items, leaving little else to acquire. Vegetables, fruits, and drinking water would only be purchased as necessity dictated, for preemptive purchases would only result in them freezing solid. In pursuit of an upgrade, Shen Heng opted for an assortment of luxurious women's attire. With 3 women at home, these gifts would not only serve to delight them, but also potentially unlock additional actions and achievements in their joy. Particularly, upon spotting the Balenciaga stockings, his eyes gleamed with excitement. What a splendid item. He immediately procured 50 pairs, although the unit price was somewhat modest, at merely 1,588 each. Nevertheless, after acquiring the stockings, Shen Heng opened the door to a new realm of possibilities and suddenly recalled the QQ lingerie. A thorough search through the vending machine left him astounded. Based on the measurements of Yang Jinxian and Huo Miao, he bought an ample selection. Remembering the necklace he had purchased for Huo Miao, he also chose a Cartier diamond necklace for Yang Jinxian. Goodness, it was akin to paying a tax on one's intelligence. He could not discern the merits of the necklace. It appeared quite ordinary, merely labeled as a classic model, yet it commanded a staggering price exceeding 500,000. Nevertheless, this was beneficial, as he was rapidly gaining experience. Money held little value for him. Aside from ensuring his livelihood, it served primarily to exchange for experience. Naturally, he purchased whatever was expensive. Before long, the area around the vending machine was cluttered with items, and his level had finally ascended to 11. To reach the next level, he required 20,048,000. Shen Heng withdrew his gaze, realizing he was left with merely 4 million. The prospect of leveling up again seemed utterly fanciful. However, upon inspecting his personal attributes, he discovered that he could enhance them. Each attribute could only be upgraded once. After allocating 1 point to each attribute, Shen Heng once again endured pain, but this time, whether due to the limitation of a single upgrade or the enhancement of his physical constitution, the discomfort remained bearable. Once all attributes reached level 11, the plus signs turned gray, indicating no further improvements were permitted. Shen Heng comprehended the situation. It appeared the surrounding attributes were contingent upon the vending machine's level. The level of the vending machine constrained the enhancement of these attributes. After searching for the ability fruit again, he noticed that the purchase button had returned to its normal hue. He was able to buy it. Shen Heng promptly acquired one. However, as he prepared to consume it, he suddenly noticed the number 2 next to the ability on his personal panel. Beneath the number, there lay a small bar, divided into 2 segments, both empty. This bar bore an uncanny resemblance to an experience bar, didn't it? Shen Heng furrowed his brow, suddenly alert. Now that his had reached level 2, did it imply that to advance to level 3, he needed to consume 2 ability fruits? Upon swallowing this fruit, does it not imply that I shall not be able to upgrade? The extraordinary ability fruit is exceedingly rare, and if consuming it fails to yield an upgrade, it would be akin to a futile endeavor. Such a flawed system could very well be the case. Shen Heng has become more astute. Ultimately, he resisted the allure of the extraordinary ability fruit, placing it within the confines of the system's small box. It is prudent to store it in the spatial realm, for he has previously observed that time within that space remains stagnant, ensuring that the fruit's potency endures. Should this extraordinary ability fruit prove incapable of elevating his to level 3, it would hold little significance for him personally. Conversely, it could bestow extraordinary abilities upon another. For an ordinary individual, this would represent an immense enhancement. Perhaps he should bestow this extraordinary ability fruit upon Huomiao? Shen Heng found himself in a quandary. He harbored no doubts regarding Huomiao's affections. Yet, if tomorrow, Gui Yupeng were to successfully sell a significant quantity of goods, he could swiftly upgrade his vending machine once more. At that juncture, he would possess 2 extraordinary ability fruits, and his would undoubtedly ascend. With a level 3, his fireman state would assuredly endure for a longer duration. With enhanced power, Shen Heng could then confront the Song family. 5 minutes of sustained duration remains perilously brief. He remained uncertain whether he could withstand firearms in his transformed state as the fireman. The Song family is armed, after all. Moreover, once the fireman state concludes, he would succumb to weakness, and while he could still emit flame attacks, his combat prowess would diminish significantly. Furthermore, Shen Heng was loath to reveal his identity too readily. If he could eliminate the Song family discreetly, it would be far more manageable. However, should his identity be exposed, his possession of extraordinary abilities would render him a target for many. The principle of quietly accumulating wealth is something Shen Heng comprehends well. Alas, he shall observe the sales conditions tomorrow. With the consciousness space restored, an abundance of supplies can now be sold. Surely, Gui Yupeng is not a fool, unlikely to secretly hoard his resources. After all, in such weather, where could Gui Yupeng possibly escape? There are still too few loyal subordinates. Suddenly, Shen Heng recalled Grandpa Qin from the community. Although he currently harbors doubts regarding Gui Yupeng and Zhao Weilong, he places his trust in Grandpa Qin. Having lived 2 lives, he is well aware of Grandpa Qin's character. Moreover, had it not been for Grandpa Qin in his previous life, he might have perished long before Su Chao and Feng Lu could act. Others in the community, having discovered supplies simultaneously with Shen Heng, ended up in conflict. As a fire element chef, Shen Heng was no match for the physics-type superhumans and was left on the brink of death. It was at this critical juncture that Grandpa Qin appeared, unhesitatingly dispatching the attackers and subsequently rescuing Shen Heng. He even had Nurse Fu Xiaozhu tend to Shen Heng's wounds and allow him to recuperate for 2 days. During this time, Grandpa Qin generously provided food, drink, and even medicine. The debt of life must be repaid with gratitude. And what is a mere superpower fruit compared to that? Grandpa Qin's integrity is beyond question. Once invited, he would surely accept. He can offer supplies and provide a warm place to stay. What's not to like? As his wife Jing mentioned, the row of townhouses on West 2 is all hers, and they have been beautifully decorated, albeit not as extravagantly as Villa Number 4. It would be ideal for Grandpa Qin to reside in the adjacent Villa Number 5. With the area surrounding him rigged with landmines, Grandpa Qin would certainly feel at ease. When the time comes, the security matters will be entrusted to Elder Qin. As for Zhao Weilong, as long as he can follow me with peace of mind. Once the green plants bear extraordinary fruits in the future, I shall reward him and allow him to become my little subordinate. In this way, the Taoyuan community will be entirely under my control. Then, I can set my sights on conquering other neighborhoods. It is settled. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 3 in the morning. 2 delicate beauties were waiting for him upstairs. He swiftly made his way to the 2nd floor. Inside the room, the 2 women were still chatting, albeit with frequent yawns. It was so late. They wondered whether their husband would come up. Both were anxious but said nothing. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Huomiao sprang from the bed and leaped into his arms. "Darling, why did you take so long?" Huomiao pouted. "What, were you anxious?" Shen Heng mischievously embraced her. Someone is truly both inexperienced and playful. "How rude." Huomiao's cheeks flushed as she retorted, "But I had Sister Jin's help tonight." Turning to look at Yang Jinxian, she found her lying still on the bed, pretending to sleep. Huomiao shot Shen Heng a knowing glance. Shen Heng immediately understood and pounced. Yang Jinxian had been waiting. When Shen Heng enveloped her, her body quivered. "Jin Bao, we haven't even started yet." Chapter 77. Yang Jinxuan's friend. The following noon, after awakening, Shen Heng gazed at the 2 women peacefully sleeping beside him, filled with pride. The previous night, the 3 had played cards, and each time, Shen Heng, as the landlord, emerged victorious. After a night of rest, he felt invigorated and lively. Upon descending the stairs, I beheld Yang Mushuan, her dark circles beneath her eyes and an expression of deep melancholy as she prepared a meal. "Mushuan, you rose quite early." Shen Heng greeted her with a cheerful smile. "Early? It is already noon." Yang Mushuan retorted, pouting. She had scarcely slept the previous night. Although the villa was well soundproofed, occasional noises had disturbed her. It was only in the early hours of the morning that she finally succumbed to slumber. Shen Heng did not respond. Instead, he settled onto the sofa, scrolling through his phone. After a night had passed, the chatter within the homeowners group had significantly dwindled. A few still lamented the weather, though such complaints had become infrequent, as if the collective had resigned themselves to their fate. What remained were exchanges of supplies. The sudden drop in temperature had left many with weakened immune systems, including the elderly and children, all of whom had fallen ill. They pleaded in the group for supplies in exchange for medicine. Yet, with medications in short supply and priced exorbitantly, the populace had grown wise. No one was willing to acquiesce to such demands. Who is selling ibuprofen? My child is ill. Urgently in need of medication. Thank you. Shen Heng mused to himself. Wasn't he this the same individual who had purchased medicine from Changda Auto Repair the previous night? Changda Auto Repair was located across from Ningyao's place. He had sought to procure montmorillonite powder from Shen Heng, who had quoted a price of 50,000. The individual had then reached an agreement in the group with one flight, exchanging 2 packets of instant noodles for the medicine. Shen Heng had scoffed at the transaction. One flight was indeed rather foolish. Essentials could be obtained for oneself, as medicines were scarce. Moreover, he had explicitly stated that a box of medicine was priced at 50,000. To think he would barter it for mere instant noodles was utterly perplexing. Little did he anticipate that just one night later, the child of one flight would fall ill. What astonished him further was that Changda Auto Repair had now spoken up in the group. Changda Auto Repair, Illicit, my friend, is your child running a fever? I still have some ibuprofen at home. Illicit, overjoyed, quickly tagged him in the group. Illicit, Changda Auto Repair, brother, I gave you montmorillonite powder last night. Can you spare me that ibuprofen? Changda Auto Repair felt a flicker of anger. Changda Auto Repair, my dear brother, that montmorillonite powder was not a gift. You sold it to me. I traded 2 packets of instant noodles for it. Illicit, yes, I misspoke. How about you sell me that ibuprofen, and I'll return you 2 packets of noodles. Changda Auto Repair, please, my brother, do inquire properly. Such amicable medicines are priced at 50,000. Why on earth would I exchange ibuprofen for just 2 packets of noodles? Illicit, what do you mean by that? Changda Auto Repair, I am not unreasonable. Let us do this. You provide me with 10 packets of noodles, and I will give you the ibuprofen. How does that sound? Illicit, glaring, why don't you go and rob someone instead? I saved your child last night. How can you treat me this way? Changda Auto Repair, I'm afraid it's too late for that. Brother, you might want to ask someone else. By the way, the montmorillonite powder works quite well. I must go and tend to my child's medication now. Illicit, Changda Auto Repair, is this how you conduct yourself? One must have a conscience. Illicit, Changda Auto Repair, come out and speak. Illicit, Changda Auto Repair, stop playing dead. I offered you medicine at such a low price, and this is how you repay me? Illicit, Changda Auto Repair. Shen Heng was overwhelmed with laughter. These 2 individuals were simply too amusing. In the apocalypse, who still harbors goodwill? Those who do perish the fastest. This journey was a quintessential example. Being a good person? Sure, one could aspire to that in a future life. He sold the medicine at a meager price of 2 packets of instant noodles. Yet how did people treat him? Surviving was already a monumental challenge. Who on earth remembers your kindness? As time progresses, this sentiment only intensifies. Sympathy and pity merely hasten your demise. Yang Mushuan's culinary skills were commendable, and soon Shen Heng caught the delightful aroma of the meal. Glancing up, he saw his sister-in-law had already set the stir-fried dishes on the table. Meanwhile, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian descended from upstairs, both appearing languid yet radiant. Particularly, Yang Jinxian exuded a newfound confidence, shedding her previous anxieties, resembling a youthful and charming woman. Darling. Yang Jinxian leaned close to Shen Heng's ear and whispered playfully. I'll call my friend over later. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed, Jinxian had mentioned this yesterday, and now it seemed she was about to fulfill that promise. My dear, who is that friend you mentioned? Shen Heng chuckled. Look at how proud you are. Yang Jinxian playfully hit Shen Heng, though her punch was gentle, akin to a light tickle. The previous night, before Shen Heng ascended to the 2nd floor, she had already discussed this with Huo Miao. Huo Miao remarked that Shen Heng possessed a vast array of resources, which likely meant he attracted numerous women. Rather than being wary of those wildflowers, it would be more prudent to enrich the quality and quantity of the flowers within Shen Heng's own garden, lest he be tempted to stray. Moreover, she has elucidated the reason for seeking out Yang Jinxian and her companions, which has instilled a sense of urgency within Yang Jinxian. Indeed, she is not Shen Heng's first woman and should seize this opportunity with utmost resolve. Unlike Huo Miao, she is not alone. She also bears the responsibility of her sister. The two siblings rely on Shen Heng, and only by capturing his heart and ensnaring his affections can they hope to thrive in such precarious circumstances. Therefore, she chose not to be coy any longer and softly inquired, "Do you know that a beautiful doctor resides in our community? Her name is Ning Yao. Not only is she an accomplished physician, a specially invited medical expert at Jiangsheng People's Hospital, but she is also exceptionally lovely, of a similar age to mine. My dear, would you not desire a stunning doctor in a white coat?" Chapter 78. Huo Miao's status. Ning Yao? Upon hearing this name, Shen Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that the sister Yang Jinxian sought to ally with would be the revered Ning Yao from their group. This woman. While it is true that Shen Heng is in need of a physician, preferably a female one, he finds Ning Yao's approach rather unappealing, even somewhat repugnant. In a world fraught with peril, where everyone is consumed by self-preservation, it is rather absurd for her to aspire to save others. Are people not inherently self-serving? Is she truly so naive as to believe in altruism? In their group, he has witnessed Yi Zhiqiu repeatedly extend a helping hand, earning the gratitude of many, akin to a bodhisattva among mortals. Regrettably, although Ning Yao possesses remarkable medical skills, her lack of resources renders her impotent against many ailments. One could only turn to Shen Heng for assistance. However, Shen Heng had made his terms clear. The cost of some ordinary medications was 50,000, while the more expensive ones could multiply that price several times over. It was a straightforward matter of buy it if you wish. Now, Ning Yao had come to understand Shen Heng's temperament and no longer reached out to him. It was rumored that this Dr. Ning was quite beautiful. A woman who possessed both remarkable medical skills and stunning looks would surely survive in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, she could only rely on powerful men. Regardless of who emerged as the dominant force, the role of a doctor remained indispensable, and a beautiful woman would undoubtedly attract attention. "Honey, do you know her?" Upon seeing Shen Heng shake his head slightly, Yang Jinxian felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, "Yao Yao is quite a good person, she." "Let us discuss that later," Shen Heng replied coolly. "I do not tolerate the presence of a saintly hypocrite." He paused, his gaze shifting to the two sisters. "Jinxian, remember this. In the face of disaster, do not harbor any feelings of compassion. Otherwise, you shall be the ones to suffer." The sisters fell silent. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan were well aware of their own beauty. After marrying into the Song family, even after her husband's demise, her brother-in-law Song Zhengming had continued to pursue her fervently. Meanwhile, her younger sister Yang Mushuan was still in graduate school, having received countless expressions of affection from admirers. "Since you have come here, Jinxian, and you have become my woman, I shall do my utmost to protect you both. However, if you take in outsiders without my consent, I will not show mercy." Shen Heng's gaze was as frigid as ice. "Even the elderly and children shall not receive my compassion without my express permission. Once you enter this threshold, your needs are provided for, yet countless souls outside endure hunger. They resort to any means necessary for a mere morsel. The food in your possession, even if carelessly discarded, must not be shared indiscriminately. You are all aware of the consequences of possessing something precious. I need not elaborate further." Yang Jinxian and her sister trembled in fear, particularly Yang Jinxian, whose eyes glistened with unshed tears. Just last night, she had shared an intimate bond with Shen Heng. How could he utter such words? He even ceased to call her by her pet name, Jinbao. As for Ning Yao, Shen Heng shook his head. If she is fervently devoted to saving others, let her do so. In this environment, I possess ample resources. I do not lack for beautiful women. There are plenty of stunning women in this world, and many doctors as well. While the number of beautiful female doctors may be scarce, I shall not risk anything for the sake of a woman. Ning Yao's excessive altruism will not be accepted until she undergoes a transformation. Even if she were to perish from hunger, it would bear no consequence to me. I am well fed." Setting aside his bowl and chopsticks, Shen Heng rose and called out, "Meow meow, come down." "All right," Meow meow replied promptly, trailing behind Shen Heng. Upon entering the basement, Shen Heng produced a Walther pistol he had prepared earlier and handed it to Meow meow. "Take these 2 guns for your protection." "A handgun?" Meow meow exclaimed in astonishment. While she was deeply intrigued by her husband's extraordinary abilities, she had never imagined he possessed such items as well. The control exerted by the Dragon Nation is formidable. I wonder from where these firearms have originated? My time at home may diminish in the future, so please ensure the weapons are securely stored." Shen Heng gently advised, "Today, I shall lay mines outside and establish some rudimentary defensive mechanisms. However, for your safety, possessing a firearm will provide a measure of self-defense. Of course, this is merely a temporary solution. In a few days, I shall present you with an even more valuable item." Shen Heng continued, These 2 guns are primarily intended for you to guard against the Yang sisters. My time at home will significantly decrease, and although Yang Jinxian arrived only last night and we have formed a bond, my deeper affections lie with Huamiao. Huamiao is currently devoted to me and obedient to my wishes, which pleases me greatly. If I were to choose a soul companion in this apocalyptic world, it would unequivocally be Huamiao. I will ensure that she receives the first of any future supernatural fruits. If the sisters harbor any notions of compassion and wish to accommodate relatives or friends, I shall vehemently oppose it. Huamiao responded with utmost seriousness. Indeed, however, with only the 3 of you women at home, if the sisters unite, I fear you may not stand a chance against them. Should such a scenario arise, and if you find yourself unable to contact me, then eliminate them without hesitation. Shen Heng's gaze was icy. What? Huamiao widened her eyes in shock. Does this mean that according to my husband's intentions, I would possess the power of life and death over the Yang sisters? If Shen Heng is not home, I could secretly eliminate them, and it seems he would not hold me accountable. Husband. A warmth enveloped Huamiao as she leaned against Shen Heng. She finally understood her significance in his heart. Silly girl. Shen Heng embraced Huamiao, speaking tenderly. There is no need for you to resort to any means to win my affection. In my heart, you will forever hold the utmost importance. Of course, if I were to bring another woman home, please do not harbor jealousy, all right? Huamiao nodded vigorously. Very well. I have some matters to attend to and must step out for a while. With a wave of his hand, Shen Heng summoned the surrounding supplies, which promptly vanished into the realm of consciousness. The once cluttered room transformed into a vast emptiness. I leave the household in your capable hands, Shen Heng instructed as he descended to the 2nd underground level. Huamiao nodded resolutely, her face aglow with joy as she returned to the living room after seeing Shen Heng off. His promise filled her heart with elation. Not only was she the main consort, but she also wielded a metaphorical sword of authority. As for Shen Heng, he felt no trace of cruelty. In a world turned upside down, even long-standing couples might turn against each other, let alone the newly accepted Yang Jinxian. Naturally, he did not wish for Yang Jinxian to betray him. After all, she possessed more charms than Huamiao and could provide him with a greater sense of conquest. Yet, he could not bear the thought of returning home one day to find it occupied by strangers, with Huamiao being mistreated, while Yang Jinxian and her sister clung to each other. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. To Shen Heng, women were akin to resources. Only those who had endured trials and gained his acknowledgement would receive his genuine regard, if he truly sought to indulge in diversions. The 3 girlfriends of Wang Jia offered far more variety than Yang Jinxian. Engaging in playful frolics outdoors, he tossed some provisions to the women, who eagerly anticipated the return of their benefactor. Chapter 79. The boss is truly impressive. Emerging from the underground chamber, Shen Heng procured a pickup truck from the vending machine and proceeded southward. Upon reaching a location directly beneath the square, he parked the vehicle and gestured toward the truck bed. In an instant, the previously vacant bed brimmed with supplies. Shen Heng meticulously unloaded all the provisions, ensuring that even the vicinity of the truck was amply stocked. It was only then that he sent a message to Gui Yuping. Come downstairs. He was reluctant to reveal his extraordinary abilities to others. Since Gui Yuping had only recently aligned himself with Shen Heng, he remained cautious, much like he was with Yang Jinxian. However, in a few days, if they proved their worth, he would gradually amplify the rewards. In his previous life, although Song Zhengming's influence was not the most formidable, Zhao Erbao, the owner of the Donglin Group in the eastern part of the city, wielded far greater power. He commanded a considerable number of loyal followers and had somehow acquired firearms, creating quite a formidable presence. Unfortunately, before Zhao Erbao could unify Jiangqing, he was betrayed and eliminated by his most trusted brother. Subsequently, the Donglin Group crumbled, fracturing into 4 or 5 disparate factions, never to regain its former glory. It was rumored that the individual who orchestrated Zhao Erbao's demise was bought off by Song Zhengming. Following Zhao Erbao's death, he, along with a significant number of his subordinates, defected to Song Zhengming, propelling the Song family to prominence in the northern sector of the city and establishing it as a leading force in Jiangqing. The mastermind behind this scheme was none other than Gui Yuping. It was for this reason that Gui Yuping earned Song Zhengming's trust and was appointed as his strategist. Shen Heng does not perceive Gui Yuping as lacking in character. Rather, he believes that the most formidable strategist in history is the cunning Jia Su, rather than Zhuge Kongming. Should Gui Yuping truly heed his counsel, Shen Heng would undoubtedly place great trust in him. However, this is contingent upon Gui Yuping's willingness to assist him wholeheartedly. He harbors no desire to find himself betrayed by those close to him, akin to Zhao Erbao. Until he can fully trust his subordinates, He will not readily divulge any secrets. Indeed, Gui Yuping swiftly responded. Within 5 minutes, he was rubbing his hands together, clad in thick garments, and hastily approached. Upon catching sight of the pickup truck from afar, Gui Yuping was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress the urge to rub his eyes. Was there truly a pickup truck in the underground passage? His curiosity regarding Shen Heng intensified, and he resolved firmly. He could never betray Shen Heng. It is worth noting that the entire underground passage merely connects to the high-rise residential buildings and the row houses ahead, with each residence possessing only one entryway, entirely detached from the surface above. How did this vehicle come to be in the underground passage? The boss's methods are indeed endlessly resourceful. He approached Shen Heng with utmost respect and greeted, "Greetings, Brother Shen." Shen Heng nodded, quite pleased with Gui Yuping's alacrity. "Here are the supplies available for sale today. Take a look." Shen Heng gestured toward the ground. Only then did Gui Yuping carefully examine the mountainous pile of goods, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So much merchandise. What fortune could this yield? Amidst the assortment, he not only spotted various daily necessities, but also an array of meats, seafood, blankets, winter clothing, and even electric kettles. You are tasked with selling these items. The price of instant noodles was 2,000 yesterday, correct? Today, it has doubled. Shen Heng remarked nonchalantly. One pack of instant noodles is now priced at 5,000. The prices of other goods will also follow this calculation. 5,000. Gui Yuping gasped, holding his breath. Frankly, this is exorbitant. Is there a problem? Shen Heng inquired. No problem. Gui Yuping hastily shook his head, internally acknowledging, "Brother Shen, I initially considered suggesting a price of 3,000, but you have directly set it at 5,000. I didn't realize you were even more ruthless than I am. However, following such a boss seems to promise a brighter future, doesn't it? Regardless of when the snow ceases, the boss will surely reap substantial profits, and as his most loyal sales subordinate, I will not be overlooked in the future. There are items in the back of the car specifically reserved for you. Those are not for sale, so you may take them home later," Shen Heng added. "You reserve things for me?" Gui Yuping was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the back seat of the car. The seat was crammed full with thick blankets and winter clothing. Bottles of drinking water beneath the seat, a sizable portion of pork, beef, and lamb, and even a kettle, pots, and utensils. Amidst these supplies, various medications were also tucked away. Particularly, when he spotted children's acetaminophen, Gui Yuping could no longer contain his emotions. "Thank you, Brother Shen." His nose tinged with emotion as he knelt before Shen Heng, exclaiming, "Rest assured, I will handle this for you." Late last night, he discovered that his 1-year-old child had a runny nose, leaving him anxious and distressed. Although aware that Brother Shen had the medicine, he dared not disturb Shen Heng's rest in the dead of night. He contemplated whether he could ask Brother Shen to procure a little for him, given that he still had some savings. To his surprise, Brother Shen was so thoughtful that he even brought this for him. It was evident that Brother Shen had noticed his message in the Owner-S group. "From now on, if you need anything, just message me directly. Do not seek transactions in the group. After all, you are my subordinate. As your employer, it is unbecoming for you to purchase medicine from others." Shen Heng smiled as he helped him to his feet. "I reside in the row house area, number 3, row 2 west. Park this vehicle downstairs at your building. Come by tomorrow to collect the goods. I won't be running around anymore." "Yes, Brother Shen." Gui Yuping nodded vigorously. Shen Heng patted his shoulder and sent a message to Zhao Weilong, instructing him to bring his subordinates down to maintain order, especially since there would be a significant quantity of goods today to prevent any potential chaos. However, how could he possibly expose his true location? Villa No. 3 was previously inhabited by Yang Jinxian. At worst, he could place some supplies in Yang Jinchuan's basement in advance and then summon Gui Yuping to assist with the transport. By the way, if you find it overwhelming, select 2 trustworthy individuals to help with sales. Offer them a little food afterward. I believe many would be more than willing to assist," Shen Heng advised. "Understood, Brother Shen," Gui Yuping promptly replied. Soon after, Gui Yuping announced in various owner groups, "The supplies have arrived today. Due to the current scarcity of goods, all items will be sold at double the price. Ham sausages, instant noodles, bread. A package costs 5,000 yuan, oil tincture 100,000, and a quilt 50,000. The homeowners group erupted in outrage. Many frantically tagged Gui Yuping, accusing him of inflating prices. 5,000 for a packet of instant noodles? Why don't you just rob it? Those unwilling to purchase should remain silent. Continue your incessant chatter, and I will take note. Even if you offer a higher price, I shall not sell to you." Gui Yuping replied with a cold demeanor. This was the authority bestowed upon him by the boss. If anyone disobeyed, they would be directly blacklisted. He had no time to waste on them. Furthermore, starting today, all private transactions would cease. Whether for purchasing medicine or supplies, I will provide everything. As long as you are willing to pay, Guo Yuping further announced in the group. Should I discover anyone attempting to bypass this, they too will be blacklisted. Of course, I am also open to barter. Thus, he seized control over all resources within the community. Although the motives of his employer remained unclear, the astute Guo Yuping began to speculate on Shen Heng's intentions and issued various commands. In the future, there would be but one master of resources in the community, and that would be my boss. By the way, Brother Shen. After dispatching a few messages, Guo Yuping cautiously glanced at Shen Heng. You won't hold this against me for taking the initiative, will you? Shen Heng smiled. Go ahead and act freely. Make your own decisions. Since I've entrusted this to you, as long as you can generate profit, I won't interfere. This fellow, how could he speak so ambiguously? I hope he doesn't swing both ways. Upon gazing at Guo Yuping's delicate and handsome visage, Shen Heng instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. Continuing to send a voice message to Zhao Weilong. Recruit a few more individuals for me today. Additionally, inform them that anyone possessing green plants should promptly seek Guo Yuping for an exchange. Understood, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong responded eagerly. Guo Yuping looked at Shen Heng with admiration, silently pondering. The boss is truly impressive. Chapter 80. Chu Zhengping Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong arrived before Shen Heng, accompanied by over 10 subordinates, bustling with energy. He was tall, and, after losing an eye due to Shen Heng's intervention, donned an eye patch that accentuated his fierce demeanor, resembling that of a true leader. Observing his state, Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Just like yesterday, ensure order is maintained. Should anyone dare to engage in petty theft, break their hands without hesitation. Afterward, seek out Yuping for supplies. Oh, and Weilong, continue acquiring green plants. Yes, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong replied respectfully. I have already gathered over 100 pots, all stored at my home. However, some individuals, upon hearing of our intent to exchange supplies for green plants, have become rather demanding, insisting on 5 packs of instant noodles for a trade. Shen Heng furrowed his brow slightly, then waved his hand dismissively. Then proceed with the exchange. 5 packs of instant noodles, procured from a vending machine, cost merely around 10 yuan. It is of no consequence to me. Naturally, he could have opted to send his men to seize the items directly, yet Shen Heng prided himself on being a civilized individual and held disdain for such actions. More importantly, he aspired to lead Jiangsheng in the future and wished to foster unity among his subordinates. Now, having led a group to seize their possessions, can one still hope for their steadfast allegiance in the future? What Shen Heng desires is merely the wealth they possess. Should they willingly relinquish their riches and follow him with unwavering loyalty, Shen Heng would undoubtedly reward them generously. Otherwise, even if he stands invincible alone, he cannot perpetually safeguard those he wishes to protect. Casually, Shen Heng tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Zhao Weilong, causing his gang to light up with excitement. They had no habit of stockpiling cigarettes. During the recent heavy snowfall, they had consumed their last. It had been 5 days without a single puff. Now, witnessing Shen Heng's casual generosity, everyone gazed eagerly at Zhao Weilong. From now on, if you all put in your best efforts, the boss's good things will never be in short supply, Zhao Weilong declared as he distributed the cigarettes to his brothers, cautioning, if anyone harbors ulterior motives, don't blame me for being unkind. Rest assured, Brother Long, we shall, of course, obey. The group responded eagerly. You need not remind us. We understand the rules. In an instant, more than half a pack was dispersed, leaving only 3 cigarettes remaining. Zhao Weilong tucked the whole pack into his pocket and approached Guo Yuping, offering him one. Thanks, brother. Guo Yuping replied with a smile as he accepted the cigarette and took a drag. Having just announced the sale of supplies, he found himself with some leisure time since the property owners had yet to arrive. He was content, knowing that the materials brought by Shingu had already been sorted and neatly arranged, requiring no further concern. Is this the vehicle Shingu provided? Zhao Weilong asked, gazing enviously at the pickup truck. Indeed it is. Guo Yuping nodded, observing the other brothers dispersing to maintain vigilance. Seizing the moment when they were distracted, he discreetly slipped a few sausages and a can of meat into Zhao Weilong's hands. Brother you. Zhao Weilong's eyes widened in surprise. We are all family here. Guo Yuping chuckled. Rest assured, I procured this from the car seat. It was a personal gift from Brother Shen. I can't consume it all, so I'm sharing some with you. He was acutely aware that he currently played the role of Shen Heng's strategist, essentially the steward, while Zhao Weilong was likely to serve as Shen Heng's bodyguard. They were all benefactors of Brother Shen's fortune, true comrades. Thank you. Zhao Weilong grinned, a hint of envy in his voice. Brother Shen treats you exceptionally well, providing you with so much. He even gifted you cigarettes. Gui Yuping responded with a smile. You see, one person can eat to their fill without causing hunger for the entire family. Unlike me, my household comprises not just my parents, wife, and children, but also my in-laws. They are retired and assist in childcare. They were supposed to return home each evening, but that day, heavy rain trapped them in my home. Now, we have 7 people living together. Brother Shen is aware of this, which is why he provided me with extra provisions. Indeed, Zhao Weilong's gaze shifted towards Shen Heng, nodding in agreement. Brother Shen is truly remarkable. Initially, I too became acquainted with him through conflict. Haha. It wasn't even a proper confrontation. It was merely a one-sided affair where I succumbed to his might. At that time, I never imagined that Brother Shen possessed such abundant resources. He even dares to offer them for sale. It's worth noting that nowadays, every household hoards their provisions, reluctant to part with anything. Yet, Shen Heng manages to gather a truckload and even intends to sell it. He truly seems unafraid of consuming everything. The heavy snow has blocked the roads, and there has been no word from the authorities. If they run out of food, where will they procure more? At that point, everyone would be left to starve. One wonders how Brother Shen managed to acquire such a considerable stock, especially since he intends to continue selling tomorrow. Gui Yuping lamented, moreover, it appears prices may increase again tomorrow. Zhao Weilong was taken aback. A single pack of instant noodles has already reached 5,000. If prices rise further, who could afford it? However, this did not concern him. As long as he stayed close to Brother Shen, he would be taken care of. Before long, some individuals had descended to the ground floor, forming a queue to purchase supplies. More people gathered around the pickup truck. Zhao Weilong discarded his cigarette and stood up to maintain order, occasionally dealing with those attempting to seize supplies amidst the chaos. There was a semblance of order amidst the disorder, which was quite commendable. Shen Heng stood nearby, nodding in satisfaction before crouching down to observe a small blade of grass at the steps of Building 16. After a night had passed, the grass seemed to have grown considerably taller. This peculiar plant appeared to have undergone some form of mutation under normal circumstances. It should not grow at such a rapid pace. Reflecting on his previous life, he recalled how, following the emergence of supernatural fruits, certain animals had also mutated, rendering human survival increasingly challenging. If humanity itself had developed supernatural abilities, what are the plants and animals? As he was about to rise and depart, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the direction of the pickup. Shen Heng furrowed his brow and leisurely made his way toward the vehicle. After taking just a couple of steps, he noticed the noise escalating, accompanied by a throng of people, their voices blending into a cacophony. Many households that had stockpiled food had now reached the 5th day and were nearly out of provisions. Even when sustenance is at hand, the absence of water compels the household to descend for purchase. Consequently, the underground passage swarms with an exceptional number of souls today. The passage is nearly impenetrable, teeming with nearly 1,000 individuals. A multitude wields kitchen knives, encircling Zhao Weilong and his subordinates, hurling invectives. One of Zhao Weilong's companions lies motionless on the ground. Having suffered a grievous wound to the neck, his survival now a grim prospect. Xu Jinping, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Zhao Weilong's countenance darkens. A corpulent man, weighing at least 300 pounds, brandishing 2 kitchen knives, gazes at him with a malevolent grin. Zhao Weilong, you amount to nothing. A blind, worthless fool. I warn you now, step aside, or I shall strike you down. Xu Jinping, a contractor, presently leads over 30 men, encircling Zhao Weilong and his 10 or so subordinates with menacing expressions. Each is armed with kitchen knives, evidently prepared for confrontation. With this haul of supplies, we shall have sustenance, not merely food and drink, but an array of winter provisions, even firewood. Gui Yuping, is it? A purveyor of second-hand vehicles, I recognize you. Xu Jinping's knife points threateningly at Gui Yuping. Now, begone, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. The originally eager patrons seeking supplies are thrown into disarray, retreating nervously while casting anxious glances at Xu Jinping. Spare us the nonsense. These supplies belong to Brother Shen, and I am his subordinate. You would do well to tread carefully. Zhao Weilong's expression remains icy, although Gui Yuping appeared tense. He addressed the crowd surrounding him. If he seizes the supplies, no one will be able to procure anything, and we shall go hungry today. They numbered merely over 30. We can drive them away. How infuriating. Suddenly, Xu Jinping swung his knife menacingly at Gui Yuping. Gui quickly dodged, yet still felt the blade graze his back. Fortunately, his multiple layers of clothing absorbed the blow, sending cotton fluff cascading to the ground. These goods belong to me. Who dares to oppose? Xu Jinping glared ominously at the assembled property owners. Their faces turned pale as they retreated once more, although there were already reports of individuals freezing or starving to death. None had witnessed murder in the streets. The sight of Chu Zhengping's bloodied knife instilled fear in their hearts. The lifeless body of a subordinate lay on the ground, the result of Chu Zhengping's brutal hand. Heartless and ruthless. As Guo Yuping observed the silence from the crowd, his brow furrowed in frustration. To be candid, if everyone had united and charged forth, even with Chu Zhengping wielding a knife, a throng of 1,000 could easily trample them down. Alas, in times of crisis, more individuals prefer to retreat like turtles. Even when their own resources are at stake, few are willing to take a stand. Zhao Weilong, I advise you not to be his lackey. This Shen brother is nothing before me. Chu Zhengping sneered, if you follow me, I might even spare you a morsel of food. Beneath his calm facade, he too felt a twinge of fear. He truly had killed someone. However, since the authorities had vanished and so many had perished outside, killing one more hardly seemed significant, did it? In the aftermath of the impending snow disaster, the authorities surely cannot hold me accountable, can they? I am on the brink of starvation. Even if it means facing dire consequences, I am determined to seize this opportunity. His covetous gaze fell upon the abundant supplies behind Guo Yuping. Such a wealth of provisions. If I can acquire them all today, I could sustain myself for at least half a month. Chapter 81, A Rampage. Enough of your nonsense. Zhao Weilong gritted his teeth. I advise you not to court death. If Brother Shen finds out, who do you think you are? Chu Zhengping retorted angrily, swinging his knife at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong hurriedly dodged. The brothers following Chu Zhengping, witnessing their leader's aggression, brandished their knives and charged forward. Zhao Weilong's gang of lackeys fled in panic. Amidst the chaos, those wielding knives, seeing no resistance, abandoned the pursuit and desperately began stuffing supplies into their clothing. Stop! Guo Yuping's eyes blazed with fury. These were the provisions entrusted to him by Brother Shen. Losing them would be inexcusable. More critically, the owners who had initially remained at the back were now restless, witnessing the frantic scramble for supplies, especially as Chu Zhengping neglected Guo Yuping and began to frantically fill his bag with goods. The crowd erupted with fervor. If we can acquire them for free, why spend money? With such disorder, is it unreasonable for me to discreetly take a couple of packets of instant noodles? One person initiated the frenzy, and the other owners, unwilling to be outdone, joined in. As they saw the supplies being rapidly depleted, they began to clamber onto the back of the pickup trucks, rushing to snatch up the remaining goods, swelling the chaos further. Stop you! Guo Yuping's face was a mask of despair. Bang! At that moment, a piercing sound erupted, and Chu Zhengping, with a sinister grin plastered across his face, frantically stuffed various supplies into a sack. Yet, in the next instant, his massive frame trembled, and the 300-pound body collapsed heavily onto the ground. As the crowd surged to snatch up the goods, they instinctively steered clear of Chu Zhengping, fearful of being struck by him. Thus, he found himself utterly alone. However, as he lay on the ground, the actions of the onlookers abruptly froze. Was that a gun? The sound of gunfire rang out. The people appeared as if paralyzed, staring blankly at Chu Zhengping sprawled on the ground. Who? Chu Zhengping clutched his chest, his face contorted in agony, blood seeping through his fingers. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, the crowd noted that the gunfire had ceased, and they resumed their frenzied looting. Those at the back pushed forward aggressively, while those in front continued to rummage for supplies, leading to a cacophony of curses and a return to chaos. Is my gun ineffective? Shen Heng, with a grim expression, stood at the rear of the throng. He discarded his handgun into thin air, only to find an AK-47 in his grasp. The frenzy of people ahead was so intense that no one noticed Shen Heng's presence in the distance. Just moments ago, he had observed Chu Zhengping leading the charge for supplies without taking it to heart. Why fear when armed? Yet, he had not anticipated that even this multitude of 1,000 would join in the looting. Even more shocking was that after Chu Zhengping was shot and fell, the crowd paused only for a fleeting moment before resuming their chaotic scramble. Initially, they had hesitated to approach Chu Zhengping, but upon seeing him lying on the ground, struggling to breathe, his earlier intimidation completely dissipated, they began to swarm around him. Even the sack in his hands was torn away by the masses. Those who failed to seize supplies began to contend with others who had. Shen Heng let out a cold laugh, clutching an AK as he chambered around. Click! The firearm emitted a faint, crisp sound. Guo Yuping, Zhao Weilong, you better get inside the vehicle now. Shen Heng shouted into a megaphone, his voice laced with fury. Guo Yuping, engaged in a struggle for resources, heard the command and immediately sought refuge within the car, collapsing onto the seat. Zhao Weilong hesitated for a moment, instinctively following Guo Yuping into the vehicle. Just as he squeezed inside, Shen Heng's AK roared to life. Bang, 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 bang. The barrel erupted with blue sparks, the rapid-fire characteristic of the machine gun creating a frantic rhythm, akin to dense raindrops pattering against metal. The sound piercing through the eardrums with relentless thunder. Each bullet released was accompanied by the deafening roar of air being torn apart, sharp and jarring. The multitude of individuals scrambling for supplies before Shen Heng fell to the ground in droves, as if a scythe were mowing down wheat. Gunshots. There are guns. People are dying. As bodies littered the ground, the remaining individuals snapped back to reality, abandoning their plunder and fleeing toward their homes. Whoever runs again, I shall kill, Shen Heng declared, turning to reload his magazine, unleashing another volley toward the retreating crowd. Those caught mid-escape were struck in the back, their bodies hurled into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. The frantic throng momentarily froze, hands raised high in surrender. Please, don't kill me. I yield. I yield. The lifeless bodies strewn across the ground were a grim sight, yet those who still drew breath clutched their arms or thighs, each one wailing in despair. Silence, commanded Shen Heng as he picked up the loudspeaker, his icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. The crowd trembled in fear, rendered mute. Shen Ge, Gui Yuping and Zhao Weilong emerged from their vehicle, their expressions a mix of shock and joy as they beheld Shen Heng. They were astonished to discover that he wielded an AK. The sight of the dozens of bodies lying on the ground filled them with a quiet dread. This was no mere scuffle. A true massacre had transpired, claiming the lives of so many. Shen Heng approached with an air of calm, his steady footsteps echoing through the corridor. One nearby resident, stricken with terror, fell to his knees, pallid and pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Please." In response, Shen Heng, his expression unchanged, fired a single bullet. The man collapsed, lifeless and still. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, voiceless and trembling. Gui Yuping's legs weakened beneath him as he anxiously regarded Shen Heng. Shen Heng strode towards Chu Jingping, who, surprisingly, still clung to life. His face ashen as he gazed up at Shen Heng. You dare to rob me?" Shen Heng scoffed coldly, leveling the gun at Chu Jingping's limbs. Bang, 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 bang. The retorts of 4 gunshots echoed, each met with Chu Jingping's anguished cries. "I hope this is the last time," Shen Heng remarked, turning his cold gaze upon the multitude of homeowners. "I merely sought to conduct business with you. You pay, and I provide resources, a fair exchange. Though my prices may be high, you retain the option to abstain from purchasing. Why, then, must you resort to thievery?" The crowd knelt upon the ground, their bodies trembling in fear. With a sharp click, Shen Heng replaced the magazine, his gun now aimed at Chu Jingping's head. "This is an example of defiance. If you are not afraid of death, feel free to test me again." Chu Jingping opened his mouth wide, seemingly desperate to speak, yet no words emerged. His eyes were filled with terror. Who was this man? How could he possess a firearm? Alas, the question remained unvoiced. Shen Heng pulled the trigger, the sound of the gunshot reverberating painfully in the ears of those present. The onlookers grimaced, cautiously covering their ears. And only after the gunfire ceased did they behold Chu Jingping's once ample head, now reduced to a gruesome pulp. Those in close proximity, confronted with such a bloody spectacle, began to retch but, recalling Shen Heng's words, desperately covered their mouths, anxiously watching him. "Zhao Weilong, count how many of your underlings are still alive." Shen Heng's voice resonated. Zhao Weilong swallowed hard, quickly turning to tally the remaining men beside him, nervously replying, "Brother Shen, there are 12 left." Shen Heng had not deliberately aimed at anyone in particular. A stray bullet had struck one of the underlings in the forehead, resulting in his certain demise. Of course, the casualties were far greater among Chu Jingping's henchmen wielding kitchen knives, as well as the looting property owners. "Listen carefully, everyone." Shen Heng's voice thundered like that of a regional tyrant. "Return everything you just stole, and line it up for me." Zhao Weilong, flanked by his remaining men, complied, ensuring they thoroughly searched their pockets for any hidden contraband. "Yes, Brother Shen." Zhao Weilong hastily summoned his subordinates, gathering them beside the pickup truck. The group, tense and apprehensive, glanced at Shen Heng, and upon seeing he had no further remarks, they promptly rose to submissively return the supplies. Once the items were set down, Zhao Weilong's followers began to thoroughly search their bodies, shedding their coats and casting them aside. The chill of the air made them shiver uncontrollably, yet they dared not utter a word. This pleased the subordinates immensely. Many female owners, who had previously engaged in a frenzy of competition, now found themselves stripped of their outer garments, revealing thick sweaters underneath. A throng of subordinates insisted on a meticulous inspection, their hands roaming indiscriminately, leaving these women with no choice but to endure in silence. Some female owners were accompanied by their husbands, yet even in the face of such lewd advances, their partners remained mute, their heads bowed in defeat. Shen Heng remained unperturbed. Had he foreseen this? Why had he acted otherwise?